Roman Dmitri, eldest son of Lord Dmitri. Roman's father was a famous blacksmith of the Cairo nation. The equipment he forged was all masterpieces. When war broke out, Roman's father became the country's main source of weapons and contributed significantly to the victory. After the war ended, he was awarded the title of Baron for his services and then became the Lord of this land. Lord Dmitri had several sons, of whom Roman was the most unsuccessful. Unintelligent, dissolute, and even secretly called the idiot of the Dmitri family by his servants. Roman lived a miserable 25 years before Baek Junhyun, a martial arts master, entered his body. When he wakes up in his new body, the first thing Baek Junhyun does is, "Oh no, now call me Roman." What I do is ask the servant to take me to see the oldest person in the area. Here, he heard the old man tell about his father's heroic life. Although the servant did not understand why the young master made such a strange request, he was a servant after all, and a faithful servant must fulfill his duty. After listening to the story for a while, Roman gradually understood his current identity. He didn't know why he was reincarnated. Maybe this is God's will, or it could be divine punishment for not agreeing to ascend. But no matter what, if he was resurrected, he would live another decent life. Just as he thought this, Roman heard a loud shout from the nearby market. "This bastard!" A skinny young man with red hair was being severely beaten by a bald man. While beating him, the bald man cursed non-stop. Passers-by were very scared. No one dared to intervene. Roman's servant saw the commotion and ran over to see. But when he saw the sharp fangs tattoo on the bald man's shoulder, he became wary. "What's going on?" Roman also followed to observe. "Young master, there is a troublemaker here. Looks like you're from the Bloodfang gang." With his client's scant memories, Roman had absolutely no memory of the name. According to his servant, it was a loan shark organization. The Bloodfang's scope of operations is not limited to the Dmitri family's territory, but also extends to neighboring regions. It seemed that the red-haired young man owed them a large sum of money, which was why he was being tortured like that. "Let's pretend we didn't see anything. It would be no good if we interfered." Roman's servant spoke softly, but when he turned around, his young master was nowhere to be found. True to his usual pattern, Roman stepped forward and shouted, "Stop!" much to his shock. The Bloodfangs immediately recognized him as the Lord's youngest son upon seeing him appear. But they were not afraid. They even laughed arrogantly. Well, the nobles dared to poke their noses into it. "If you dare to speak up to stop us, noble Dmitri can go, because this is our private matter." Apparently, even though Roman was the Lord's son, these bastards didn't have any respect for him. The servant quickly advised Roman to return, because the Bloodfang gang was an extremely cruel bunch. But with the blood of a martial arts master boiling in his veins, Roman could not ignore the injustice. "Hans, you suddenly spoke up. I don't understand the rules here. So explain. Who here is the lawbreaker, and what was their punishment?" Hans was the name of the servant. At the young master's question, he seemed quite confused. Although Roman has never been very smart, today, after a night's sleep, he seemed to have completely lost his memory. Even so, if Roman had spoken, Hans still had to explain. Since the red-haired young man owed money and didn't pay on time, he was obviously the one in the wrong. However, the people of the Bloodfang state were not allowed to arbitrarily handle that matter with violence. Most importantly, they showed disrespect to the youngest son of the Dmitri family. "This crime must be paid for with life. According to the laws of this region, those here deserve to be executed," Hans said, swallowing his saliva in fear, especially when facing the bullet-like eyes of the Bloodfang. After listening to Hans's presentation, Roman seemed to become even more enthusiastic. He picked up a dry branch from the roadside and announced, "Do you hear? You have violated the laws of this land, and I, the eldest son of Lord Romero Dmitri, will punish you now." Even Hans was surprised when the young master suddenly became majestic today, as if he had taken the wrong medicine. But the bully and his men were not worried at all. "Hey, I know you're a noble who doesn't understand anything about this world, but if you keep hindering us like this, you will force us to take action." With that, They began to pull out their weapons, seemingly ready to teach young Master Roman a lesson. Of course, with the blood of martial arts masters in his veins, Roman's fighting spirit was no less than theirs. He even rushed to attack first. The Blood Fang guys were a bit panicked when they saw the young master so enthusiastic. They drew their daggers and attacked indiscriminately. But unfortunately, Roman was now different from the useless Roman before. The dry branch in his hand suddenly became sharp as a sword, piercing the throat of the bald leader. Faced with this shocking sight, the remaining Blood Fang members felt as if their tails had been stepped on. They rushed forward together, intending to attack Roman to avenge their comrades. But compared to that jerk, these guys are even worse. They couldn't even touch a single hair on Roman's head. On the contrary, he strongly counterattacked. This made Hans gasp in surprise. Is this really the useless young Master Roman that he has been serving all this time? Even though he was in the middle of a fierce battle, Roman was still very leisurely. He even had time to think. Thinking back, the first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was Roman's will and countless pills scattered on the floor. The territory of the Kingdom of Cairo is a place that is always filled with war. The king ordered each family to send a representative to serve the kingdom, and Roman, who was assigned to replace the Dmitri family in the army, committed suicide out of fear. With Baek Jun-hyuk's fighting spirit, he had to admit, Roman was a pathetic person. But no matter how he lived, the current owner of this body was still the head of the heavenly demon sect, Baek Jun-hyuk. And as long as I can control this body, I will live a righteous life like the name Baek Jun-hyuk once had. Roman's head was full of thoughts, while his hands were busy destroying his enemies. He had almost defeated all of the Blood Fangs, leaving only one small one running away in a panic. It's just a pity that his speed can't compare to the head of the heavenly demon sect. Roman grabbed his hair, completely dominating the other. The bastard was scared out of his wits and kept screaming for mercy. To force an organization into compliance, it is imperative to comply with the law. I will not take your life, Roman said slowly, then conveniently took the dagger from the opponent's hand. But you will still pay for your disrespectful words. Saying that, he jerked the opponent's head back, and the sharp dagger stabbed straight into his eye. A terrifying scream rang out. The Blood Fang guy was blinded. His small body trembled with pain. The people around, witnessing this scene, also trembled with fear. Roman took a deep breath and said each word clearly. My name is Roman Dmitri. If any of you are dissatisfied with the punishment I give, then you can come find me any time. In his previous life, Baek Jun-hyuk climbed to the top of the martial arts world with his invincible strength. Hundreds, thousands of martial artists who challenged Baek Jun-hyuk all met the same end. When their blood flowed like rivers, the whole world knew that the heavenly demon sect had dominated the martial arts world. Baek Jun-hyuk is always very proud of his achievements. And now he was Roman, walking around the streets, taking care of these little brats. Once done, Roman ordered, Hans, call the guards to deal with the remaining mess. He stared at his bloody arm for a long time, feeling extremely disappointed. This body is too weak, the meridians are few, and the circulation is also poor. Roman thought he had to quickly gather information about this world, then improve his body. At this moment, the red-haired boy staggered to his feet. Young master, thank you for saving my life. Thank you very much. He added, Don't get me wrong, I'm not doing this to save you. Roman replied coldly, The Blood Fang gang has violated the laws of this land, and we do this just to punish them. Roman did not treat the young man gently, despite seeing that he was seriously injured. He asked the boy to tell his story in detail, even threatening, If there is even half a lie, your tongue will no longer be in your mouth. The boy with a swollen face began to tell his story. It turned out that the people who really owed the Blood Fang gang money were my parents. They borrowed money from them to buy farmland. My family could have easily paid off the debt after selling the farm produce, but those Blood Fang guys played dirty by destroying all our crops, leaving them with no money to pay their debts. Only later did the boy learn that those bastards did it on purpose to pursue his sister. Speaking of this, pain, and anger seemed to well up. The boy knelt before Roman, crying miserably. "Even though we are not rich, we have never harmed anyone. I beg you, at least save my little sister." In those tearful eyes were many emotions, from anger and pain to urgency. When he looked into the young man's eyes, Roman felt like he had met a demon again, one of the 4 emperors of the previous life. Thinking back, the first time he met the angry demon was also in a shabby place like this. Memories from the past life slowly flashed before my eyes. After a long while, Roman asked, "What is your name?" "Sir, I'm Kevin." "Kevin, I'll check later to see if what you just said is true. What happened today will be handled properly." Kevin quickly kowtowed to thank Roman. A familiar feeling flashed through his mind. But something seemed to silently remind Roman that he would have a lasting bond with this boy. At the same time, an exquisite carriage was entering the Dmitri family's territory. Sitting in the car was a beautiful blonde girl named Flora, Roman's fiancée. Our marriage was arranged a month ago and is, of course, a political marriage. Because the Flora clan's territory is very unstable, her father forced her to marry into a powerful family. Flora strongly objected, but because I was born in an era where women had no voice, she had to accept this fact. Of course, Flora did not want to spend her life in a family of blacksmiths, but because it could save her father, Flora had no choice but to close her eyes and go for it. Originally, Flora was going to marry the second young master of the family, who had a bright future. But that plan changed when Roman Dmitri, the eldest son of the family, forced her to marry him. Not long after the carriage arrived, Flora angrily got off. In her eyes, Roman was just a lavish, debauched man. Even though she understood her family's situation, no matter how she thought about it, she still felt that Roman was not worthy of her. So, when they met, the first thing Flora said to Roman was, "Mr. Dmitri, I want us to forget this marriage." Flora considered this her hopeless protest, but she still wanted to fight to the end. Unexpectedly, Roman was as happy as if he had found gold. "I think so too," Flora couldn't help but exclaim. "What is this? It's obvious that Roman forced her to marry him, so now that she wants to cancel the engagement, why are you so happy?" "I have thought about this marriage too. The Dmitri family wouldn't dare marry someone like you, miss. So I think it is right to cancel this marriage." The more Roman spoke, the more surprised Flora became, mixed with a bit of confusion and worry. Before Flora could react, Roman wanted to go and report the cancellation of the engagement to his father. She quickly spoke up to stop him. "Wait, I heard you really like me, that's why you asked for this marriage. Now that you're willing to cancel the engagement without any conditions, I'm a little confused. So you want me to marry you?" "Well, not really." "Then don't cause any more trouble for each other. We both agree to cancel the engagement, and that's it." With that, Roman turned away resolutely. "I will take full responsibility for breaking off the engagement. Anyway, for someone who already has a bad reputation, then carrying the name of the broken engagement is not a problem." Flora looked at Roman's back, still surprised. She had a feeling he was nothing like the bastard people rumored about. Roman rushed straight to his father's room, Lord Romero. Not long after, a loud shout came from inside the room. "What did you say? Cancel the engagement?" "Just like I told you, Dad. I have discussed it with Miss Lawrence." Romero was so angry that he had a stroke. He did not hesitate to call his eldest son stupid. Even though people out there call Roman a fool, as the bastard of the Dmitri family, Romero, then a father, always tried to give him a good life. And Flora is part of that good life too. A political marriage with the Lawrence family was the best way to give the Dmitri family a solid position among the upper-class nobility. Moreover, Flora is also famous for being beautiful and polite. Your job is just to marry the beautiful, noble girl you want, and that's it. "But why can't you even do that?" Romero yelled at Roman. "But this is nothing to me." Roman just bowed his head, repeating the word sorry over and over again. But that only made Lord Romero furious. He took the porcelain cup from the desk and threw it straight at his son's face. Originally, if this marriage went smoothly, Romero planned to arrange for Roman to join his army. But if he broke off the engagement, he would have to go to war within 6 months. "Do you have anything else to say about this?" Romero thought his son would be the same as before. Just mentioning the story of going to the army makes me scared. But now Roman just bowed his head and calmly spoke. No, Romero was even more furious. I also heard you just caused trouble with the Bloodfang gang. Witnesses at the scene said you punished those bastards, but I don't believe it. Ha, someone must have helped you. The reason Romero said that was because the Bloodfangs were an organization that even he was afraid to touch. Roman is a useless son who can't do anything properly. He asked him to solve the trouble he had caused himself. He also repeatedly stated that he would never help Roman clean up the battlefield again. Romero's attitude was eloquent, but in fact, it is just a threat. He thought his eldest son would kneel down and cry, begging for his forgiveness. But unexpectedly, he calmly said, I understand, and I will handle everything myself. This was perhaps the most amazing thing that happened in Romero's entire life. This is the consequence of your actions. I think I can totally handle it. So after I get all the issues taken care of, I'll come back later, Roman said, then left the room and slammed the door. At this moment, he took out a handkerchief to wipe away the blood flowing down his forehead. Flora was still waiting outside. She was so surprised that it took a long time before she could speak. Are you crazy? Are you still here? Flora heard the entire conversation between Roman and Romero, and what surprised her was that Roman challenged the Bloodfang gang, those who dared to threaten the nobility. What Roman did could lead to the entire state's insane revenge. Flora feared that he would not be able to manage without the help of his family. Flora advised Roman to return and beg Baron Romero for forgiveness. But he just coldly asked, Why do we have to do that? Flora choked. Before she could say anything, Roman continued speaking. Miss Flora, you should know who you are. Roman had found Flora annoying for a long time. From the moment Hans made him change out of his tight, cumbersome clothes and spray on perfume to welcome her. Roman was new to this world, and he believed that marriage would only bring him more trouble. But Hans was right. Roman felt he shouldn't be rude to a woman who had never caused him any harm. However, he still wanted to cancel this engagement. I just didn't expect Flora to propose an annulment first. Moreover, with a rather rude attitude. If the other party did not respect me like that, Roman no longer had any reason to respect her. Miss Flora, it seems you are quite an arrogant person. I understand where you are coming from. Surely she didn't care about my situation when it came to breaking off the engagement. But when I said I would take full responsibility, she started to worry. From beginning to end, only Roman spoke. On the other hand, Flora seemed confused and couldn't say anything. But for him, from the moment the two words annulment were uttered from Flora's mouth, she no longer had the right to interfere in his decision. From this moment on, we have nothing to do with each other, so each person should take care of their own business. Roman left blandly, leaving Flora in humiliation. The reason he said he would take full responsibility was to avoid problems that might arise after breaking off the engagement, and because he didn't want anything to do with Flora Lawrence anymore. Even though she was beautiful, Roman still hoped this was the first and last time they met. I have so many things to think about, so much housework, how can I get married? Roman was not sad, but that night there was a person in deep thought in the house. It was Lord Romero. He drank heavily, despite his wife Lihana's warnings. The reason the Baron was sad was because of the glass he had accidentally thrown at his precious son's head. Lihana, you hit Roman again. When he was a commoner, he used to beat him up regularly. After we became nobles, I promised myself that I would never let my children go through such things again. Thanks to this promise of Romero, their other children all grew up safely. But Roman is the most unruly and also the one who gives Romero the most headaches. It's just that he was the only child who went through a difficult time with his father. So he didn't know how to treat Roman properly. Lihana believes that, as a father, Romero still has many shortcomings. But they are also the only ones who can correct their children's misbehavior. Faced with her eldest son's willfulness, she also had many headaches. However, with a mother's tolerance, Lihana still believed that Roman would change, and Romero would never abandon his child. Are you talking about the Bloodfang gang? Lihana nodded. She knew very well that her son, Roman Dmitri, was a proud child. And if he said he could handle the Fang Hayat gang himself, it would probably just be boasting. As parents at this time, they should not abandon their children. So Lihanna wanted her husband to send Captain Jonathan to help him. Romero found her words reasonable, so he immediately summoned Jonathan. In fact, that arrogant child was left with only words, and the soul that Lihanna once knew had completely disappeared. Roman says he can handle it himself because he can handle it himself. And now he was wandering the streets at will, leaving Hans helpless. "Young master, the Bloodfang gang can come and take revenge on us at any time. It's dangerous to go out like this every day. Let's go home." For the past 2 days, Roman has been on the wrong medication, making him extremely tired. Of course, no matter what Hans said, Roman had no intention of going back. "Hey, Hans, since when do you think the Bloodfang gang has the power it has now?" he asked suddenly. Hans shook his head. He really didn't know about this matter, but Roman did. After returning home, he took the opportunity to learn about the Bloodfang. They are famous for slaughtering their opponents without mercy, and it is that reputation that makes others afraid. From there, their disturbing behavior becomes more effective. So what's the crux of the matter? The Bloodfang gang isn't really that difficult to deal with. They are only dangerous when they can make people tremble before their blades. So today, Roman wanted to go out. He wanted to find out for himself how the Bloodfang gang's reputation had affected the people in the territory. After walking around for a while, they stopped at a restaurant called Atelier. Ordering a table full of food, Roman said, "Stay and enjoy it yourself." He wanted to go out and investigate further because it could be dangerous for Hans. But Hans, though he had just been attracted by the banquet, resolutely stood up. "No way! Even if I'm in danger, I will never let the young master be alone." Roman is both funny and touching. It seems Hans is really a loyal man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to follow that idiot Roman for so long until he died. However, in reality, Hans is of no help to him now. He could even be a hindrance if Roman were attacked by the Bloodfang by surprise. Don't sacrifice yourself in such a meaningless way. You going out with me is enough. I'll be back soon. Roman left the restaurant. Hans stood there, still bewildered for a long time. He never expected that the young master would say these words to him. "Even specially ordered a table for me while waiting for you to come back." It was as if he suddenly became thoughtful. But suddenly Hans remembered something. He was no longer in the mood to enjoy it and rushed straight out of the restaurant. Roman wandered alone on the street, thinking for a long time. Over the past few days, he discovered something about the Bloodfang gang. It is not that their power is formidable, but because they act in groups, it is very difficult to destroy them all. After the Kevin incident, they're definitely holding back because they fear the consequences of failing to destroy Roman. He couldn't find them, so he wanted them to come to him. That's also the reason why today Roman pulled Hans out into the street and told him, "Stay at the restaurant for dinner." Surely Bloodfang intelligence knows where you are by now. Furthermore, today is the regular training day for the Dmitri family guard, so the number of street guards has been significantly reduced. That means if the Bloodfang gang wants to take revenge on Roman, today is the best opportunity. Your calculations are absolutely correct. Sure enough, after a while of wandering around, the Bloodfangs came to find him. This time they came in larger numbers, and of course, each of them carried weapons. Hans, meanwhile, had already rushed back to Dmitri's castle to meet the guard captain, Jonathan. Even though he had witnessed the young master single-handedly defeating a group of Bloodfangs at the market a few days ago, Hans was still worried that he would be in danger if he kept wandering around the streets like this. "Captain, we must go find young Master Roman immediately," Hans said, breathing heavily. "Is the young master in danger?" While Hans was right to be worried, who was in danger from whom was uncertain. In the deserted alley, Roman was warming up his muscles by taking down a few guys who came to attack him. At first, he was bare-handed, but then he stole the enemy's dagger, making him even more like a tiger with wings. With combat experience and perseverance from his previous life, Roman quickly took one of them without hesitation. This made the remaining assassins panic. What the hell is going on? Is this the Dmitri idiot we've been hearing about? Roman burst out laughing. What are you guys standing there for? Come on in! Meanwhile, Hans was panicking because the young master went to fight the Bloodfang gang without bringing any bodyguards. However, when Jonathan and the guards heard this, they could only laugh because they found the story so absurd. Young Master Roman, in their impression, is the weakest person in the world. How can he go to fight? Is this true? Why should I lie to you about this? Hans screamed. His seriousness made Captain Jonathan really reconsider. Coincidentally, not long before, Lord Dimitri had also mentioned this to him. If only one person said it, Jonathan thought, I might not believe it. But now they were both talking about the same thing. He felt very annoyed when the young master kept causing trouble without knowing what weapon to use. In the end, although he didn't want to, Jonathan still had to order the entire army to prepare their weapons and go rescue the young master. Don't worry. As long as we're here, they won't be able to lay a finger on young Master Dimitri, Jonathan firmly asserted to Hans. But in his heart, he was secretly annoyed by the trouble Roman caused. That was when Roman had just slit the throat of a Bloodfang. The remaining two, after a few seconds of surprise, also quickly rushed forward to take him down. But their ferocity could not compete with the excellent skills of a master who had spent his whole life in the martial arts world. Despite being attacked by a mob, Roman remained calm. In no time, he had taken care of the remaining two Bloodfang, leaving only one survivor. Roman looked disappointed and said they only had 3. Of course, he left the last one alive to get a statement from him. Roman brutally stabbed the knife into his opponent's thigh, causing him pain worse than death. When the other party was completely panicked, Roman began the interrogation. Well, first of all, who is your leader? With experience from his previous life, forcing a panicking person to confess to him was not too difficult for Roman. After questioning that guy, he went to a tavern alone. The faces of the people in the bar changed as soon as they saw Roman enter, especially when he appeared covered in blood. Hello, young master, the innkeeper greeted Roman as he approached the bar. There were whispers all around. Roman heard them but pretended not to hear. The owner asked him what he wanted to order. Roman replied, I want a Tear of Dawn, brewed in the 20s or earlier. Sorry, sir, but we don't have that drink. Can I recommend another drink for you? Okay, give me something strong. I have work to do in the morning and want to get a little drunk. Roman's answer sounded irrelevant, but it caught the attention of everyone in the bar, because that was the special code he got from the bald guy's mouth. According to him, they usually receive missions here after saying the correct password. The code words were 3, Tears of Dawn, something strong, and things to do in the morning, said in order. After Roman did exactly as the guy instructed, the attitude of everyone in the bar immediately turned hostile. Even the innkeeper was the same. He was the first to draw his knife and give the order to attack. However, he was also the first to fall because of just one punch from Roman. As the bar owner fell, all the customers in the bar grabbed weapons and rushed toward Roman. Normal people couldn't help but be terrified when they saw this scene. They jostled each other and ran out of the restaurant, shouting for the guards to come. After the innocents left, Roman had more free time. Even without a weapon, he took down 3 of them with ease. This made the remaining guys wary. This didn't seem to be Roman, the useless Dimitri they knew. Seeming to guess their thoughts, Roman just chuckled. I'm no longer the Roman you knew, he said, but the famous head of the heavenly demon sect in my previous life. Thanks to his mastery of martial arts, he quickly enhanced his physical strength in just a few short days. Although Roman's current strength is still not equal to his previous life, these flies are nothing to him. After Roman defeated the thugs, the innkeeper crawled to his feet. You woke up just in time. I just finished dealing with this bunch. Young master, why did you do that? Don't play dumb. You were the one who attacked me first. And here it's just you and me. There are some things that make me very curious. Let's talk. The wine seller had a feeling that the person standing before him now was no longer the Lord's young master Roman, but a real devil. That made him unable to control himself. His whole body kept shaking. Not long after, Jonathan led the guards into the tavern, but the chaotic scene on the ground made it difficult for him to calm down. What the hell is going on? Is this all the young master's work? While Jonathan was going around to check the situation, his subordinates had finished searching the second floor. There was only one person left alive, and he said that Roman had gone to Lawrence territory. What? Why did the young master come to Lawrence? Jonathan was confused. Didn't Roman just break off his engagement with Miss Flora? Oh, he said the Blood Fang Gang's lair is in Lawrence? Going back an hour, Roman had also used force to threaten the owner to tell the truth. At first, when he had cut off 2 of the guy's fingers, the guy was still very stubborn and refused to say a word. But this did not make Roman angry. On the contrary, he was very happy. For those who never open their mouths, no matter how much torture they endure, even death is the one who hides the most precious information. You're wasting your time. Just kill me. So what? Then let's do an experiment. Let's see if you can really keep your mouth shut no matter what I do. Force can't threaten this bastard, but blood can. Roman soon noticed the photo on the table. The person standing next to him in the photo, based on his age, can be guessed to be a boy. Roman used the boy as a threat, and it worked. The opponent was so angry that his hair stood on end, even though he had no hair left. Bastard! A noble like you uses your family to threaten me? The bald guy shouted angrily. Roman didn't answer. Instead, he took the photo and walked closer. Recently, I learned something very interesting about the Blood Fang state. Do you want to hear? Indeed, Roman has collected quite a bit of information these past few days. He knew that people in the gang could sacrifice their lives just for revenge, and they have one thing in common. That is, they are not bad people, but because of the debt to the Blood Fang gang, he was turned into a slave of the gang. That damn organization has driven people to the brink, using their families as hostages to threaten at any time. Therefore, they have a large number of members and are willing to sacrifice their lives for such an organization. The more Roman spoke, the uglier the bald man's expression became. He thought that even if he knew the truth, it wouldn't change anything. Because the Fang Huyet gang will definitely hunt down and destroy them to take revenge. Hey, think again. You have to be careful to place reasonable bets. Roman suddenly burst out laughing, then threw the photo frame in his hand down at the other guy's feet. The photo frame instantly shattered. When I said I would take your son's life, I was serious. We can do it by the name Roman Dmitri. He didn't even hesitate to describe the painful prospect of taking the boy's life. This made the prankster really rack his brain to make a decision. I should keep my mouth shut for the sake of the Blood Fang state and let my son go in pain. Or reveal all the information Roman needs. His final decision is probably known to everyone, because when Jonathan arrived, young Master Roman had already left for Lawrence, and at the Fang Hayet gang's acupoint, it was also in chaos, after hearing that his entire branch in Dmitri had been defeated. The most humiliating thing was that they were defeated by a young master who was famous for his incompetence, not even qualified to enter the Royal Sword Academy. Where is Roman? The leader asked. He just left the territory, Dmitri. I think he probably got the information from the pub. Is it alone? Yes, the leader found it very funny that Roman dared to come here alone. That means you underestimate their strength. He immediately ordered the assembly of all remaining manpower of the state to be ready for battle. It's best to get Roman's life before Dmitri's guards get here. As he spoke, he kept growling. Roman Dmitri, you dare to touch our Blood Fang gang? Today I must take your life and hang your body in the middle of the central square so that the reputation of the Blood Fang gang can be revived. While Roman is busy dealing with these gangsters, his father-in-law, Lord Lawrence, is also having a headache over another problem. He heard that the Barco family had recently borrowed a large sum of money from the bullion bank, and the only reason for this action is that they are preparing for war. Furthermore, the royal family seemed to be on the Barco family's side, so they let them do whatever they wanted. And if war breaks out, Lawrence will certainly lose. It must be said that the Lawrence family has always lived and ruled this fertile land well for many years, although there are documents proving that their ancestors mortgaged this territory to the Barco family. But the elders in the Lawrence family never accepted that. But it's useless to clarify that now when the Barcos are ready to choose each other. The only thing Lord Lawrence could do was to refuse to give his territory to anyone. If the Barco family was unwilling to compromise, then the Lawrence family would have to do their best to resist them. And that's why he arranged a political marriage with the Dmitri family. As soon as this name was mentioned, the nobles were overjoyed. They had forgotten this important name. Though the entire Dmitri clan descended from crude blacksmiths, there is no denying that they are now one of the richest families in the Northeast. No matter how much the Barco family borrows, it is not as rich as the Dmitri family. If he had the Dmitri family's backing, Lawrence's position would be much more solid. And that's why the Lord had to send his only daughter to the so-called idiot of the Dmitri family, Roman. All for the Lawrence family's legacy. Lord, please don't blame yourself. Yes, marrying into the Dmitri family was the right decision. Their meeting was overheard by Flora outside the door, but she didn't dare knock on the door because she didn't know what to say about breaking off her engagement to the young master of the Dmitri family. Her mood was very chaotic now. Part of me feels so guilty for not listening to my father. Part of me feels like I made the right decision for the happiness of my life. Flora kept walking back and forth in front of the conference room door. Just as she gathered enough courage to step inside and confess everything, a knight rushed over. "My lord," the man said, only having time to ask Flora briefly before storming into the meeting room. "Something big is happening, my lord." The big news he wanted to report was that Jonathan had led his army all the way to the gates of Lawrence. However, the Lawrence knights refused to open the gate unless Jonathan and his men put down their weapons. Jonathan was now burning with anxiety over Lord Romero's gold nugget. "Hey, if anything happens to young Master Roman, I won't forgive you. This name is annoying. How can we let you guys storm the city with weapons?" While the captains of both sides, one on the wall and one below, were arguing intensely, a soldier hurriedly ran over to report. Lawrence Square was in chaos at the moment. Roman, covered in blood, was grabbing the Bloodfang gang leader by the neck, dragging him across the square, ignoring the other's desperate pleas for his life. Just now, the Bloodfang leader thought this was just a simple matter. He thought his opponent was just a stupid noble with developed limbs, and the important thing was that he was alone. Meanwhile, our side had a lot of people and was fully equipped with weapons. Moreover, each of them was very aggressive, willing to sacrifice their lives for the organization. The leader believes that if he just uses his knees to reason, he will surely win. But that scenario is beautiful. Unfortunately, it did not happen. Roman single-handedly attacked the Bloodfang gang's lair. Then he quickly dealt with them all, right in front of the leader's eyes, leaving him so shocked that he couldn't stand up. As Roman advanced step by step with an extremely intimidating expression, only one thought remained in the leader's mind. "I'm going to die, even though I know that. I'm so scared that I can't move." Even though he didn't want to die, his body was completely out of control. In front of him was truly a fierce god. The result was anyone's guess. The guy was beaten by Roman until he was barely breathing and then dragged out into the square. He pulled him to the most crowded place and then let go. The once arrogant Bloodfang leader now knelt on the ground begging for his life. He said, "As long as Roman spares my life, I will do whatever he asks. I will even become a loyal dog serving him until the end of my life." "You're going to be my dog?" Roman sneered in response. "You should have said that before you bared your fangs." Saying that, he kicked him again fiercely, sending him flying to the cold ground. Roman stood up straight, declaring to everyone the true identity of this bastard. The people all know the cruelty of the Bloodfang gang. When they heard Roman expose the leader's crimes, they were all shocked and angry. All the crimes of the Bloodfang gang are too obvious, so in front of everyone today I will tear apart the evil seed within them. With that, Roman raised his leg again. People with weak nerves did not even dare to look at this scene. Jonathan had also urged his horse to chase after them by this time, but all he saw was the bloody corpse of the leader. The soldiers immediately reported this to Lord Lawrence. They opened the city gates to allow Roman into the territory, since he was the fiancé of Lady Flora. But what no one expected was that, about an hour later, he dragged a bloody man to the middle of the square. After revealing the man's identity as Ben Millet, leader of the Bloodfang gang, Roman executed him in front of everyone. The elders, who were discussing with the Lord, were suddenly in an uproar. Their reaction, like everyone else's, was that this was absurd. How could a loser like Roman Dmitri capture the leader of the Bloodfang gang and even execute him? More importantly, Roman publicly murdered a man in Lawrence territory without the Lord's permission. This is an act of tyranny, and the elders of the family will not ignore it. But Lord Lawrence did not think so. The only thing he cared about right now was that his future son-in-law was able to single-handedly take down the entire Bloodfang gang. This made the Lord curious, and he wanted to see Roman immediately. Not long after, Roman was summoned to the conference room. Roman appeared with a majestic appearance. Beside him was Jonathan, his loyal assistant. As soon as he saw them, Lord Lawrence immediately guessed part of the story. He thought that Roman must have received support from the Dmitri family's guards to be able to take down the Bloodfang gang. "Hello, Baron Lawrence. I am Roman Dmitri." Roman stood up straight. Even though he greeted his superior, he did not bow his head. Lord Lawrence did not bother with formalities either. Instead, he wanted to hear Roman's own account of what had just happened. He wanted to know why Roman had come to Lawrence territory to commit such a violent act. "A few days ago, the Bloodfang gang attacked an innocent citizen on my territory, and I dealt with them on the spot." Roman began to recount the events from the moment he met Kevin. The conference room door was closed. Flora was now lurking outside, watching curiously. She called a guard over to ask, "Why is Roman here, and why did he go into his father's conference room?" "Miss, don't you know anything?" The guard sighed. "Then tell the story that happened on the street." In the meeting room, Roman had just finished recounting the entire process of capturing the Bloodfang gang. The more he told, the more Lord Lawrence's face became displeased. "I want to know who gave you the authority to do that. You have no right to execute anyone on this Lawrence territory." "I understand. But can Sir Lawrence thoroughly handle the Bloodfang state? That is what I highly doubt," Roman replied coldly. Ben Millet, the gang leader, was neither a stranger nor a mystery. He was notorious in Lawrence for his numerous crimes. Ben even went to jail countless times but was always released on bail. That's what Roman learned from the tavern owner. So he decided to personally take care of this gang because he didn't trust the Lawrence family. As soon as Roman finished speaking, Jonathan turned pale with fear. "I want to ask you something, Baron. Did I really do wrong?" Lord Lawrence was silent for a few seconds, then raised his head and asked the person sitting nearest him, "Do you know Ben Millet?" He is a criminal, but I really didn't know he was the leader of the Bloodfang gang," the man replied confusedly. "Okay, then there's no need to dwell on this, because none of this would have happened if the Lawrence family had handled it more properly. Actually, Roman did the right thing, albeit a bit over the top. Lord Lawrence understood that well, so even though he lost face a little, he could not blame him. He had to let Roman and Jonathan leave, not forgetting to promise to reward them later. The study door opened. When Roman's figure disappeared, Lord Lawrence burst out laughing. "So that's Roman Dmitri? He's not bad?" Another noble still did not ignore Roman's abuse of power. But unfortunately, Lawrence was pleased with this daring son-in-law. He was willing to forgive Roman, even though he was blunt and uncaring. Lawrence even anxiously called Flora over. He wanted to tell his daughter that her future husband was not an incompetent man, to reassure her about this marriage. Meanwhile, Roman obediently mounted his horse and followed Jonathan back home. On the way, Captain Jonathan couldn't help but ask, "Young master, do you really have to mock Baron Lawrence like that? We are lucky to leave here safely, but what if he gets angry?" Even though everyone thought Roman had just done something daring, he remained calm. He knew that what he did only further confirmed the Lawrence family's carelessness and irresponsibility. Furthermore, judging by the Baron's attitude, he probably doesn't know about the annulment yet, so he could not punish his daughter's fiancé. Jonathan got goosebumps seeing Roman suddenly become strangely wise. Not only was he stronger, but he was also more calculating when he dared to confront Lawrence and cause trouble. This made Jonathan and many others suspicious. Is the Roman Dmitri in front of them still the idiot of the Dmitri family they once knew? On the way back, Roman was lost in thought, suddenly recalling his childhood memories. Born as the son of a demon, he was not loved and protected by his parents like other children. His father threw him into a world where only the strong could survive. Roman grew up beaten, fought back, and rose from the bottom of society. It was getting dark when they reached Dimitri's mansion. The first thing Roman did was take a shower to wash away the smell of blood. He felt his body was exhausted. It seems that living in Roman's body makes him tired more easily. However, since waking up in this new body, Roman has experienced many new things. Most of those experiences were related to the Blood Fang state. To destroy them, Roman destroyed everything in his way, not hesitating to use the most brutal means. But despite that, he has no regrets. When he was Bok Joon-hyo, he was also such a person, a man willing to tear apart, torture those who stood in his way, and destroy anyone who had bad intentions towards him. That was his previous life, and this did not change even though he had become Roman Dimitri. After this event, Roman temporarily did not want to cause more trouble. He had yet to discover all the rules of this world. Furthermore, his current strength had also significantly decreased compared to before. As Roman was contemplating how to increase his power, the servant announced, "The Lord wants to see you." Roman quickly showered and changed, preparing to meet his father. Meanwhile, in the study, Jonathan told Romero everything he had witnessed in Lawrence. The Lord could hardly believe his ears. "Up until now, Roman has always been my special child. He is the only son without any outstanding talent. But when Romero was a simple blacksmith, Roman was the one who loved him the most. He even went all the way to the blacksmith shop to give his father a candy because he was afraid his father was working too hard. That's why Romero always wants to give Roman a happy life and tries to pamper him. But he did not expect that it was that love that made Roman go astray. In fact, he had long since given up hope on his eldest son. However, in recent days, when hearing the news that Roman had destroyed the Blood Fang gang, the hope that seemed to have died out flared up once again. As the two of them were talking, Roman knocked on the door. Hearing his son's voice, Romero was a little moved. He didn't care what method he used to defeat the Blood Fang gang. As long as Roman actually achieves something, Romero is willing to do anything for him as atonement for being a flawed father. "Roman, I heard you took care of the Blood Fang gang by yourself. Is that true?" Romero's expression at this moment showed that he was very much expecting his answer. If you tell the truth, he will look at you with completely different eyes. But these kinds of overachievement could backfire on you later. So at this stage, Roman wanted to hide his talent a bit. The original intention was to keep the truth a secret, but childhood memories kept flooding back. While other children are loved and protected by their parents, he was pushed into a world where only the strong rule all. He asserted his power and superiority. So, in this life, Roman wants to be loved and recognized. Finally, in response to Romero's question, he frankly admitted his achievements. "Because I am the devil who never hides his outstanding talent." Soon after, Romero and Jonathan took Roman to the guard team's training ground. The soldiers here were all confused when they saw Roman suddenly appear in the arena. They were even more confused when Captain Jonathan announced that Roman would be practicing swordplay here today. He asked the soldiers who wanted to spar with him to step forward. The crowd gulped, tense. To them, Roman was just a weakling. No one wanted to duel him. "If I can't control my strength and hurt the young master, I might lose my life. The reason Lord Dimitri brought his son here had to return an hour ago. That's when Roman claimed, 'I defeated the Blood Fang gang myself.' Although this was the answer Romero expected, he still couldn't help but wonder, how can I defeat the Blood Fang gang? Roman's mind began to race to come up with a reasonable answer that wouldn't arouse Romero's suspicion. He lied and said that he had been secretly practicing swordplay for a long time. He added, "I want to prove to my father that the one everyone calls Dimitri's idiot can also create achievements by himself." Roman then detailed what he knew about the Blood Fang clan. He described how he lured the leader out and took him down, leaving Romero more and more amazed the more he listened. The story showed that his son not only improved in swordsmanship, but also had the ability to calculate carefully, as well as brave when daring to rush straight into the enemy's lair. Romero was silent for a long time. He was used to thinking of his youngest son as a useless person. Now he had changed so quickly that impressive was not enough to describe it. Romero had to use the word extraordinary to describe what had happened in the past few days. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Son, can I ask you a favor?" "Just say it, Dad." Lord Dmitri expressed his desire to witness Roman's swordplay with his own eyes to see how his son has changed. That's why Roman suddenly appeared at the training ground today. However, even though Jonathan called for the third time, no soldier dared to stand up and fight the young master. Jonathan felt a headache. He needed to choose someone good enough to suppress Roman, keep the honor of the knights, and prove the young master's talent. Jonathan is perfect for this. But as captain, he couldn't draw his sword just because of something like this. So he appointed one person, Chris, vice captain of the Dmitri House Knights. Hearing his name, Chris immediately turned pale. His impression of Roman was not good. The first time they met was last year, when he was sent to deal with a drunk who was causing a disturbance, hindering the business of a restaurant on the street. This wouldn't have been a big deal if the drunk guy who was mumbling and throwing things around wasn't Roman. When Chris stopped Roman from causing trouble, he received a slap in the face. At that moment, Chris realized that this young master had never trained seriously in his life. His strength was even less than that of a normal person. It was too pathetic. From then on, Chris completely considered Roman a useless person, living only to take up space, and now he had to fight Roman one-on-one. This made him both uncomfortable and embarrassed. Chris was about to protest, but Jonathan didn't give him the chance. Young Master Roman can single-handedly confront the entire Bloodfang gang. That is a rare talent. And for the match to be fair, you are the most suitable person here. Chris understood the captain's personality well. He had no right to refuse, so he had to take the wooden sword and enter the training ground. As Jonathan gave the signal to get ready, Chris suddenly made a request. "I was taught that when using a sword, even in a sparring match, one must fight as if on a real battlefield. No matter who the opponent is, no mercy is allowed. If you accept this request, I would be honored to spar with young Master Roman." Chris's words were provocative. He was certain that Roman could not wipe out the Bloodfang clan by himself. If they had to spar, Chris also wanted to take this opportunity to teach Roman a lesson. Captain Jonathan looked towards the Lord and young master, as if waiting for Roman to speak. But Roman didn't tense up. On the contrary, he gave a mischievous smile that drove Chris crazy. Jonathan understood this smile as an acceptance of Chris's request. So he signaled for the two to get into position. Chris still couldn't understand how a weakling like Roman dared to confidently fight him. But looking at Roman's confident look, the one who started to worry was Chris. As soon as the starting signal was given, Chris charged towards his opponent. His speed surprised even the other knights. This was the first time Chris went all out. On the opposite side, Roman's eyes suddenly became strangely sharp. Roman blocked the first blow to the surprise of Captain Jonathan. Chris was knocked back a few steps by the recoil from the block. A look of doubt appeared on his face. The force Chris felt from the block just now, along with Roman's defensive stance, both are extremely solid and powerful. Is this really the weak young Master Roman he once knew? Chris frowned, trying to calm his emotions. He didn't understand how Roman could block his attack, but now only defeating Roman would satisfy him. Chris once again took the initiative to attack. This time, instead of blocking, Roman quickly dodged to the right. Chris's reaction was also very quick, immediately changing the direction of attack. But because he was too hasty, he showed his haste. Meanwhile, Roman remained calm. When Chris thought that he would finally be able to relax, he heard a loud crash from the other room. "What was that?" he wondered aloud, rushing to investigate. "It sounds like something broke," he said. And the missed attack left Chris vulnerable. Roman counterattacked fiercely. It was unclear whether it was intentional or not, but the tip of his sword was only a hand's breadth away from his opponent's face. Chris was frightened and immediately stepped back, gasping for breath. That move just now was really too dangerous, he thought. If Roman had just used a little more, I would have been hit. Observers could not contain their astonishment. Roman, who was attracting attention, remained calm. Chris gritted his teeth. The Roman in front of me is not like in my memory at all. From defense, dodging to attacking, he showed no weakness. At this rate, Chris was worried he would lose. Just thinking about this, he silently scolded himself a few words. What are you thinking, Chris? Your opponent is that idiot Dimitri. And since his opponent was Roman, Chris couldn't allow himself to lose in front of so many people. Before Chris could adjust his emotions to continue the match, Roman spoke first. Looks like that's enough of a warm-up. This statement was like a slap in the face to Chris. He had it so hard just now, and for Roman it was just a warm-up? Roman had barely finished speaking when Chris felt his sword approaching his face. This speed is really amazing. He unconsciously raised his sword to block, but it was still very difficult. Roman had absolutely no intention of giving his opponent a chance to react. He began to attack continuously. This extraordinary sight left the other knights gaping in amazement, while Chris struggled more and more. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and try to defend against Roman's attack. On the other hand, Chris kept looking for opportunities to counterattack. Just then, he saw Roman's exposed chest. Seizing the opportunity, Chris took a step back to gain momentum and then charged forward. But unexpectedly, the sword missed, and Roman smiled smugly. At that moment, Chris realized something. Roman had deliberately left an opening to lure him into attacking. In that moment, the fear of losing made Chris lose control. He only saw the sword in his hand emitting a dazzling blue light. Even Jonathan cried out in alarm. Chris stopped with a bang. The training ground shook like never before, and dust filled the air. Lord Romero panicked, his eyes searching for his son. When the dust cleared, Roman was still intact and had even blocked the opponent's one-star halo just now. The victory and defeat were decided. Chris was almost exhausted, falling backward under Roman's triumphant gaze. To be fair, Chris's abilities are not lacking at all. When he was appointed as the vice leader of the Knights, he surprised the whole team because of his young age. Chris is also a student trained by Jonathan himself. After only 2 years of sword training, he was able to sense mana, and it only took him 3.5 years to become a 2-star Aura Knight. There are rumors surrounding Chris that his swordsmanship is superb. These rumors are not wrong. Even Jonathan was pleased with his student because Chris had both natural talent and a strong work ethic. He believes that in the future, he will go very far. Yet today, in front of everyone on the training ground, Chris was humiliatingly defeated by the so-called Dimitri's idiot. The moment he fell, everyone there was stunned. Romero couldn't believe his eyes because Jonathan always praised Chris as the best 2-star Aura Knight in this Dimitri land. Jonathan couldn't believe his eyes either. Just a month ago, Roman was still a troublemaker. A person who has only been practicing for 1 to 2 years cannot have the advanced skills like you just showed, let alone in just 1 month. Looking at the way Roman performed his moves, Jonathan felt that those moves must have been practiced for decades. My lord, please don't be too surprised. It seems the young master is a genius in swordplay. Jonathan trembled as he spoke his thoughts at the moment. Meanwhile, Roman was seriously observing his defeated opponent lying flat on the ground. There's no denying that Chris knows how to take the initiative and fight fiercely against his enemies. His concentration in battle is also very sharp. With this level, Roman affirmed that Chris was completely capable of destroying the entire Bloodfang gang without leaving a trace. No wonder Captain Jonathan is so proud of him. By the standards of the Knights here, Chris was already an elite warrior. However, by Roman standards, Chris was the weakest. But the final move, with the special aura he released, took him quite by surprise. Before Roman could think further, Romero's loud laughter pulled him back to reality. It seemed that the Lord was immersed in joy and pride for his son. Captain Jonathan himself confirmed that his son was a sword genius. Romero waved, calling Roman closer. Now the Lord believes he can take on the entire Bloodfang clan on his own, and he wanted to praise his son for his first achievement in life. So Romero decided to fulfill one of his wishes. Hearing this, Roman was overjoyed. Dad said I have to go to the battlefield within the next half year, right? Because we are no longer on good terms with the Lawrences. Hearing this, Lord Romero guessed that Roman did not want to go to battle. You mean you don't want to join the army anymore, right? No, I want you to let me choose my own person. Romero was surprised. There was still half a year until the battle. He thought his son would bargain, but he frankly said he wanted to go to war. Feeling like my son has grown up overnight. Romero agreed to his wish and allowed Roman to decide his own life. While his father was happy, Roman asked for one more thing, and of course he agreed. This made him very happy, but there was one person who was not. That person is Chris. After waking up from a long period of unconsciousness, the first thing he heard was that the Lord had personally assigned him to teach aura to Roman. Chris strongly objected because he felt very humiliated. Just now, Chris had to use aura to fight Roman, yet still defeated by conventional swordsmanship. This made Chris want to crawl into a hole and be done with it. And now the Lord wants him to teach aura to Roman. What an insult! At first, Chris was strongly opposed, but Jonathan convinced him himself. I want you to teach Roman and consider his differences. If he can do this, then Jonathan will pass on all his secrets to you. Chris was so excited that he jumped up, even though his whole body was aching. What is this? This is a great deal. If you accept, your master will teach you the secret to becoming a 3-star aura knight. Although he didn't like facing Roman at all, the terms were so attractive that Chris finally agreed. That night, Roman returned to his room to enjoy his luxurious life. Hans was surprised to see the useless young master he served defeat the best 2-star aura knight in the region. Since defeating Chris, Roman kept hearing people talk about aura but didn't understand what it was. He asked Hans about it, but he was not very clear. Isn't that the power to use mana? Roman pondered. It seems that in this place, that thing is called mana. He was certain that what Chris had just shown in his ultimate was some form of explosive energy. However, the way people here use their energy is very different compared to Roman's world in his previous life. And about what they call aura here, Roman felt it was not very effective. He didn't understand why they used the energy source that way. But from that moment on, Roman had another ambition: to teach people in this world how to tap into the hidden power within their bodies. So, the next morning, Chris went to see Roman with a fresh wound on his face, and not a very happy attitude. Before starting the training, he briefly explained aura to Roman. Simply put, aura is how knights use their mana. If mages use mana by storing it in spells, the knights keep mana running through their bodies. The first person to create the concept of aura was Emperor Alexander. Unlike mages who store mana in various objects, he was the first to discover that storing mana in the body would help strengthen the body. And aura is the way to release the mana stored in the body to the outside. Mana normally flows throughout the body, and humans can absolutely increase their strength by focusing and releasing that mana. However, Chris thinks that learning about the history of mana is not very important. Because only a select few can use mana in this way, only 1 in 1,000 people becomes an aura knight. And in tens of thousands of people, only one person is qualified to become a magician. So it is most important to check whether you have the right capacity or not. The minimum requirement that aura knights must achieve is the ability to sense mana. Chris also had to warn Roman that most people fail at this step. Even he, a man considered a genius in swordsmanship, took half a year to sense mana. For normal people, this process usually takes more than a year. The more Chris spoke, the more Roman felt like he was bragging about his genius title, and that made him very impatient. Let's start trying to feel the mana. Can someone explain to me what you did then? Of course, Chris replied with a hateful look. He felt that Roman was very smug and arrogant for defeating him. But it had always been known that swordsmanship talent and mana control talent were completely different. Chris was looking forward to Roman being embarrassed by his failure to control his mana. But what Chris didn't expect was that Roman already knew how to sense mana. Who said he wasn't the original Roman Dmitri, but the reincarnated Baek Jun-hyuk? In his previous life, Roman was a magician, and because of that, he can store a small amount of mana. However, if we only rely on what we have, It will eventually be difficult to avoid decline and decay. Roman wanted to try learning how people in this world do things first. So for now, he just obediently did as Chris instructed. Roman focused his mind to the fullest, doing exactly as Chris instructed. His whole body began to emit a brilliant golden glow. When the light was so bright that it was hard to ignore, Chris opened his eyes in shock and said, "I'm extremely surprised." Roman's aura was so bright that it almost blinded people. Roman slowly opened his eyes. "It was just as I thought," he murmured. In this world, the way of utilizing ki is completely different. Ki in the martial arts world from my previous life would completely remove all impurities in the body to achieve the ultimate goal of storing ki in the purified body. However, in this world, there is a completely different energy system. They focus mana and expect it to flow naturally through their bodies without restricting or controlling it. The martial arts world's kai is rare, dry, but powerful. The mana of this world is full of pressure and lightness, making it easier to leave the body. If one had to differentiate, the way people here utilize aura is similar to martial arts training in the martial arts world. Roman also did not need to waste effort comparing these two methods, because practicing makes the body stronger. But it only supports the body physically and does not help the practitioner store mana. If he used the aura method of this world, Roman would never reach the same heights as in his previous life, even if he trained for hundreds of years. "What? How could you do that?" Finally, Chris couldn't help but exclaim, "Just now, that thing that came out from you was aura, right?" Because he was so noisy, Roman remembered that there was someone else next to him. Chris couldn't accept the fact that it took him nearly 5 years to activate aura, while Roman did it the first time he was shown it. "Tell me the truth. Are you lying to me, pretending not to know how to use mana?" The more Chris spoke, the louder his voice became, expressing anger and resentment. He said with tears in his eyes, as if he had finally discovered the reason why he had failed miserably against Roman yesterday. "If it weren't for you hiding your power, everything would be absurd." Roman just laughed at Chris's indignant question. This made him pause for a few seconds, tears flowing more. Chris's hands clenched into fists, as if ready to strike because he thought Roman was laughing at his efforts. "Let me ask you this. As you work hard to achieve your goals, have you ever wondered about the training method you are using?" Roman's unexpected question was like a slap in the face to Chris. It is Blood Demon. Blood Demon is a person who, in the past, could destroy an entire sect instantly, a person who has great influence in the martial arts world. In his previous life, Roman and the Blood Demon had a long and intense battle. In the end, Blood Demon was defeated by Roman. Today he seemed to see the shadow of Blood Demon in Chris. Both accept humiliation to be taught, accept putting aside pride to become stronger. That was the moment Roman wanted to help Chris become stronger. Speaking of this, Chris seemed eager. His thirst for progress was undeniable, though. However, Roman was not the type to hold hands and teach thoroughly. He just wanted to remind Chris that sometimes it's not always necessary to go the traditional way. "If I teach you with all my heart, you will be no different than you were when Jonathan taught you. However, if you want to find out for yourself, then watch and observe what I do." Chris was surprised, not understanding why the two people's positions changed so quickly. He was originally sent here to teach the young master how to sense mana. So now, Chris is the one who has to follow Roman to study. In the next 6 months, as we enter the army, watch how we fight different enemies and become stronger. If you can still hold out after 10 years, I believe you will find the answer. Those were Roman's last words before everyone went home. That night, Chris sat in his room and thought for a long time. He recalled the first time he met Jonathan and every moment with his master. And Chris suddenly realized that what Roman said made sense. After a sleepless night, he finally made a decision. The next morning, Chris went to Jonathan early to express his wishes. "I want to go to the battlefield with Roman to become stronger." Jonathan did not press for a reason, because when he looked into Chris's eyes, he knew he was determined. So Jonathan agreed, but he also reminded Chris of a few things. "Yes, from now on you are no longer part of the Dimitri Knights, but I hope that when you go out there, you will still pursue the goal of protecting your master. Yes, thank you, sir, Chris replied firmly. His eyes were extremely determined. That made Jonathan feel reassured. It seems that Chris is no longer the child who cried bitterly over his mother's death on the battlefield years ago. Having been with Chris for quite a while, Jonathan didn't want his student to suffer any deprivation. So he decided to take him to choose a secret weapon before going into battle. While Roman and Chris prepared the necessary things to join the army, Roman's reputation was spreading throughout the alleys. The story of Roman personally destroying the Bloodfang gang still made many people skeptical. But the important thing was that this reached Kevin's ears. Those who don't believe it, but Kevin believes it. After all, he had seen Roman destroy the entire Bloodfang group with just a dry branch. Therefore, he believed that the young master could completely wipe out the entire Bloodfang society. Thinking of this, Kevin's tears suddenly flowed. Did he do that just to keep his promise to me? No, there's no way he would do that for someone like me. But he really did destroy those thugs, Kevin muttered and secretly wiped away his tears. Kevin, what are you doing? If you want to go home early, then focus on your work. A loud shout brought Kevin back to his senses. Today, he had also gone to work as a porter to earn money. But after hearing about Roman, Kevin couldn't concentrate on his work anymore. It seems like you just found your life's purpose. He also wanted to become someone like Roman, a person who has enough strength to protect those around him when needed. The dangerous people out there are not just the Bloodfang. Kevin wants to become strong to protect his family. But in what kind of strong way, he did not know. Kevin bowed his head and walked away, wishing he had the chance to meet young Master Roman again. And it is true that God never fails good people. Kevin walked a few more steps when he heard someone calling his name. When he raised his head, the person in front of him shocked him so much that he dropped the bucket of potatoes in his hand. Because that person is Roman. Long time no see. Roman took the initiative to say hello first. Kevin was extremely confused. It took him a few seconds to realize the situation before him, then he quickly knelt down. Thank you very much, young Master Roman. It is thanks to you that my family was able to survive this. Indeed, after Roman destroyed the Bloodfangs, Kevin's family was able to live in peace. He also found this porter job with the help of Hans. That made Kevin even more grateful to Roman. Of course, Roman didn't come today just to ask a few simple questions. He wanted to make a deal with Kevin. If you agree to Roman's request, you won't have to worry about poverty anymore. You will have a roof over your head, food, and even a decent life instead of doing this hard work. The premise of that is that Kevin has to go and serve Roman. If you show loyalty to me, I won't spare anything. Kevin didn't need to think long, immediately banging his head hard on the ground. The blow was so hard that his forehead bled. But Kevin doesn't mind. I swear loyalty to the master. If you want me dead, I will die on your command. And if you ask me to kill, I will kill whoever it is. As long as you protect my family, my life will be yours. Kevin's blood oath reminded Roman of someone else. He also only took orders from one person. As long as that person gave the order, he was ready to fight against an army of hundreds of people, and he would never stop until he completed his mission. Roman watched Kevin for a long time. He was sure that this young man would be like that person. Okay, from now on, you will be mine. Kevin was led back to Dimitri's mansion. Hans is in charge of helping him get used to his new life. From the moment he entered the mansion, his face lit up, perhaps because Roman's wish to become a servant had come true. After handing Kevin over to Hans, Roman headed to the library. He searched every book that contained information about the Aura Knight, the thing that concerned him the most at the moment. Most books contained similar information about the path of an Aura Knight. It is a sign that you have become a 1-star Aura Knight. To become a 2-star Aura Knight, which is Chris's current level, one must use aura to cut hard steel. The intensity and power of the aura will determine the knight's rank. As a 3-star Aura Knight, you will be beyond common understanding and receive special treatment from the kingdom. That's Jonathan's current level. The book also states that there is currently a 6-star Aura Knight on the Salamander continent, and there has never been an anecdote about anyone reaching 7 stars. In the top 10 greatest knights today, not all of them reach the 6-star level. Reading up to here, Roman was really curious. He had no idea how powerful a 6-star aura knight would be, when the power of a 2-star knight like Chris was like an ant to him. Even Jonathan, who was currently a 3-star knight, was only as strong as a second-rate gladiator. Roman continued reading the book, which said that those who reached the 6-star level would have outstanding abilities. The aura flames launched from their blades have a range of up to 10 meters, and their destructive power is on a whole other level. Currently, only 12 people are believed to have reached the 6-star threshold. They were treated as royalty, regardless of nationality or race, and were dubbed the 12 Swords of the Continent. Roman's eyes were fixed on the phrase, 12 Swords of the Continent. From all the information he had learned, it seemed they were the strongest. The fact that they were able to reach this level without knowing how to use ki effectively is a testament to their talent. The book also mentions mages. Their level is not calculated by stars like knights, but by magic balls. Those who reach the 7th level will be awarded the title of Archmajor. These Archmajors are considered demigods. They can move around the battlefield and create disasters with ease, waiting for an opportunity to strike. One of their spells can level the earth and cover the sky. And when fighting in a team, they are even more dangerous than 6-star aura knights. Compared to the aura knights, Roman was more interested in mages. Magic is an ability that does not exist in the martial arts world. It seemed he knew what he needed to do next. It is necessary to confront these people to understand better. However, Roman has no specific direction for the future. You can't predict what will happen, which makes things even more dangerous. Still, Roman didn't want to stand still. He wanted to gain experience to ensure he could live a successful life in this life. And so, Roman quickly outlined his plans. First, he asked Hans to find him a suitable place to practice. He then led Roman to the workshop that Romero used. After becoming a noble, Romero strictly forbade outsiders from entering here, so Roman could spend the next week practicing without being disturbed. No food or drink required. However, no one is allowed to enter here unless our life is in danger. Remember, unless we are in danger. Otherwise, no one is allowed to come near me. Just a few simple instructions, but Hans felt a terrifying pressure emanating from his young master. Then Roman entered the workshop and closed the door. It seemed that Hans had spread blankets on the floor to keep warm. Although Roman appreciated his thoughtfulness, this actually just made the ki flow more erratic. He cleaned up the mess and sat meditating on the floor. Roman has only been able to tap into a small amount of mana so far. To use the Heavenly Demon Taoist's technique perfectly, you have to start from scratch. It is to remove all impurities from the body. Roman concentrated and began to use his energy. Not long after, blood flowed out from his 7 orifices. The feeling was certainly not pleasant, but Roman endured it. He could feel that the mana flow in his body was being blocked. This body contained more impurities than that of a normal person. But he had expected this, so he was mentally prepared. Since Roman decided to live seriously in this world, he had to restore the power from his past life to protect what he had. And this is just the beginning. A week later, Lord Lawrence brought his daughter Flora to Dimitri's mansion. He was eager to meet his future son-in-law, but the servant informed him, "The young master is busy." Lawrence sighed. "They really don't want us here. Looks like we'll have to wait, sit down." With her father's permission, Flora sat down beside him. Lawrence couldn't help but remind his daughter, "Be careful with your words. We came here today to apologize for the mistakes we made." Flora's complexion is not good today. Actually, it hasn't been good since yesterday. When her father found out, she arbitrarily asked to cancel her engagement with Roman. Although Flora tried to calmly explain everything, she still could not stop her father from getting angry. "It was in vain that I really thought you were a smart child. I can't believe you acted like that. Do you know what's happening in our territory?" At that moment, Lord Lawrence felt extremely disappointed in his daughter. He didn't want to tell her that the Barco family had borrowed a huge amount of money, for fear that she would not understand, but things have come to this. Lord Lawrence could only make it clear that the Barco family was ready to start a war. And marrying into the wealthy Dimitri family was the only way to counter the Barco family. but the daughter he expected the most made everything go to hell. Our Lawrence family is not weak, father. Without the Dmitri family, don't we still have a chance? Flora still wanted to salvage the situation, but her father just shook his head in disappointment. It's true that if it were just the Barco family, the Lawrence family would still be able to resist. But the royal family accepted their shady orders, and the act of lending money to their family without requiring any collateral proved that this was not just a war between two families. Daughter, the people who are putting power in the hands of your uncle are the ones who want our family to collapse. Now they have a legitimate reason and will do everything to take over everything. Our territory, our honor, even our children, the one who is considered the flower of the Lawrence family. The cruel truth appeared before her eyes, leaving Flora unable to refute. Actually, she had already realized some of the situation of her territory and her father's thoughts when deciding to get married. However, she still decided to put it all aside for her own selfish reasons. As she rode in the carriage with her father to Dmitri's house, Flora forced herself to give up her unrealistic thoughts. Now, even if I refuse to marry Roman, I will lose everything in the future. That was why the father and son were present at the Dmitri mansion on the last day of Roman's seclusion. They came early in the morning, but by afternoon Roman still hadn't shown up. Hans was very impatient while Lawrence and his father began to show discontent. But Hans did not dare to disobey the young master because he had given careful instructions. He kept walking back and forth and finally heard the door creak open. Hans was overjoyed, but the look on his face as he walked out made him look terrified. But still he could not stop shaking. The blue veins on his forehead were throbbing. After a moment of mental struggle, Lord Lawrence stood up and headed straight to Lord Dmitri's study. Roman's father was also busy handling business at the moment. When he heard footsteps approaching, he didn't even bother to look up. The study door burst open, and Viscount Lawrence stormed in like a whirlwind. Baron Dmitri, what are you doing keeping your guests waiting so long? If you are not satisfied with us, just send us away. I didn't expect Mr. Dmitri to be so cruel. Under the questioning of Viscount Lawrence, Romero was silent for a few seconds, then calmly dipped the brush into the ink. I understand your anger, but did you make an appointment with me before coming here? I know it was wrong for us to come without notice. But we talked about meeting him a week ago, and we had no choice but to come here ourselves because he refused our request and kept quiet. It is true that a week ago, Viscount Lawrence sent a letter requesting a meeting with Roman but received no reply. Because he was so impatient, he brought his daughter without telling her in advance. The result was a half-day wait without an explanation. Lord Lawrence felt seriously offended and thought that Lord Dmitri should have refused their request to visit in the first place. Viscount Lawrence's attitude became increasingly severe. His words were like pouring cold water in Baron Dmitri's face. Did you come here just to say you're angry about having to wait half a day? After a moment of silence, Romero suddenly asked. His cold tone made Lawrence and his father swallow nervously. Romero is no fool. On the day Flora arrived at the Dmitri mansion, Roman took the initiative to ask him about the annulment. Even without asking why, even a child could guess what happened. Lord Dmitri guesses that Flora's death note is the reason why Roman wants to cancel this arranged marriage. What angered him most was that the person who arranged this political marriage was Viscount Lawrence. And the person who proposed canceling the engagement was also his beloved daughter. This incident was like a slap in the face for Romero. Or rather, it was the Dmitri family that was deeply offended first. And yet you, Viscount Lawrence, do you still think your anger is justified just because you had to wait so long? At this point, Romero could not contain his anger. He slammed his hand down on the desk, causing the ink bottle to spill. We didn't want to meet in the first place, and you forgot your mistake and decided to come here to complain. The room was silent. Flora didn't even dare to breathe heavily. Viscount Lawrence also began to feel that his move was somewhat wrong. Because the other party remained silent, Romero continued to speak. He recounted, "About a month ago, the Barco family contacted me to propose a marriage alliance with the Dmitri family, just a little after the Lawrence's offer. They promised to help the Dmitri family connect with the royal family and gave him a portion of his territory after capturing Lawrence. But Romero refused, even though a marriage alliance with the Barco family would be much more beneficial for one reason only. It was the Dimitri family that had enough money. Solid power to decide as one wishes, and deeper down it was because his son liked the Lawrence family flower, Miss Flora. So Romero decided to confront the Barco family. Yet shortly after the marriage was decided, Miss Flora came here again and poured cold water on him by breaking off the engagement with her son. Romero spoke for a while. Viscount Lawrence began to blame himself non-stop. That's why I lost my temper and made such a big mistake. Lawrence's flower and Dimitri's idiot, Romero said in a self-deprecating tone. It's true that the two are not a good match, but who should remember what the Roman surname means? When the surname Dimitri was added after the name Roman, its value changed. Romero's words were full of dismissiveness, but he wasn't wrong. Furthermore, the one who really wanted this marriage was not the Dimitri family, which is actually Viscount Lawrence and his family. Faced with Lord Dimitri's harshness, Flora could only remain silent and bow her head low. Suddenly she remembered her childhood days in the academy. It was where the children of nobles came to learn and build relationships. At that time, there was a small clan whose value was doubted by all that caught Flora's attention. That's Joel's kid. In a world where children think they are treasures, Joel's son is the exception. One day, he made a small mistake. If it had been other noble children, it would have been fine. But because he was from Joel's family, the academy opened a disciplinary committee for the boy. When Flora saw the teachers scolding Joel for his tiny mistake, a man who appeared to be his father appeared and apologized. He bowed his head deeply, asked for their forgiveness, and promised to teach his son a lesson. The other children secretly laughed at Joel and his father through the glass door. Only Flora felt sorry for them. Years passed, and now she and Viscount Lawrence found themselves in the same situation as the Joel family. This irony made Flora feel ridiculous. Her father, beside her, bowed deeply to apologize to Baron Dimitri. Flora felt that young Master Joel had been so weak back then. Now her family was the same. Flora had been silent all this time, but just as she opened her mouth to speak up for her father, the door behind her swung open. The servant announced that young Master Roman had arrived, and his new appearance made Flora gasp in surprise. After a week of training, Roman seemed to have grown significantly taller. His brown hair had turned silvery purple, and his eyes had turned dark purple. In him, it's easy to see a bit more coldness, but I have to admit he's much more handsome. "I'm coming to see you," he said. "Dad, I'm done practicing." Even Baron Dimitri was amazed at this drastic change in his son. But this change in appearance was not as important as the problem at hand. Romero wanted his son to be personally involved in the marriage discussions. Since Roman had changed, he was willing to listen to his decision as a father, as well as the host of the Dimitri house. "I understand what you mean, father," Roman replied indifferently, then glanced at Flora, making her extremely nervous. Roman had lived a long life. He was smart enough to understand what the connection between the two houses would lead to. With the Barco clan threatening the Lawrence territory, the Dimitri family's power would guarantee Lawrence a way to live. Romero hoped his son would change his mind and want to continue this marriage, but Roman remained as cold as before. He took out a delicate handkerchief and said, while wiping the ink bottle spilled on the table by his father's hit, "The very first day I met Flora Lawrence, my intentions about this marriage changed. They must have heard the rumors about the Dimitri fool, and maybe she thought she couldn't marry someone like that." Roman's words were calm, but they were like a knife piercing through Flora's last remaining composure. His stance was also very firm. No matter how others judge Roman Dimitri, he still hopes to live with someone who only judges him after direct contact. Flora failed to do so, so Roman wanted to end this unwanted marriage. As soon as Roman finished speaking, the whole room seemed to be immersed in a gloomy atmosphere. The most desperate person at this moment must be Viscount Lawrence, because that arranged marriage was his last card to save his family. But his daughter disappointed the Dimitri family. Perhaps after that, no family would accept to be in-laws with Lawrence anymore. His family will have to confront the Barco family and the power behind it with the little resources they have. This battle was originally quite balanced. But if the Dmitri family cooperates with the Barco family, Lawrence will only have to eat bran. To prevent that, Viscount Lawrence decided to endure humiliation to the end, bow 90 degrees, and say the final apology. He wanted to make up for his daughter's mistake with a sum of money. But for Romero, a man with an abundance of iron, he had no interest in that bit of money. Romero understood well Viscount Lawrence's purpose in offering this compensation. You don't have to do that. As the head of the Dmitri household, I will not mention your decision. When discussing issues that may arise in the future, we will inform the public that Flora Lawrence has broken off her engagement for personal reasons, and if we do that, we will have no reason to cooperate with Barco anymore. Viscount Lawrence breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, Romero. After thanking Romero, the father and son also left. Before leaving the study, Viscount Lawrence couldn't help but glance at his son-in-law. Knowing that he was so valuable, he was more careful when telling Flora to preserve this marriage. Even though I knew I had made a serious mistake, I can't save the situation anymore. He waited until the study door closed for a long time. Baron Dmitri had time to express his confusion. He wanted to know what had happened to his son during the past week and why he had come back with this look. Indeed, it would be strange if others saw Roman like this and weren't surprised. For a whole week, he stayed in the warehouse and trained his body. Remove all internal impurities to reach the mortal state. In the mortal state, it is necessary to thoroughly prepare the body to become a celestial demon mage. Although this is not impressive in the martial arts world, it is with the absolute energy that exists naturally in this world. The amount of impurities in Roman's body is very important. Even when preparing the body's foundation, the effects are extremely significant. The changes in Roman's appearance are the clearest evidence of the complete difference compared to before. But explaining these things out loud to Romero was not easy. Roman then said vaguely, I don't remember all the details of the training process, but I believe energy has begun to circulate throughout my body. Romero was even more surprised when he heard him mention the phenomenon of energy circulation. From the natural energy in the body to improve physical capacity, this only happens to a few people. Yet Roman, who was always called Dimitri's idiot, was able to do it. His development began to surpass Romero's understanding, causing him to have some doubts. But even so, he couldn't change the fact that Roman was his son. So he could only continue to trust and support him. Never forget that your name is Roman Dmitri, and I am Romero Dmitri, your father. I will always help you with anything you need. Those words were so ordinary, but they moved Roman deeply, because in his previous life his father was cold and domineering. Now Romero is embracing and supporting Roman unconditionally. This feeling is wonderful. After talking with his father, Roman left the study. Unexpectedly, Flora was still waiting outside. She seemed hesitant, but Miss Lawrence did not stay to try to persuade him about the marriage. She just wanted to send a belated apology to Roman for judging him so quickly and causing so much trouble for both families. Roman, from beginning to end, had no feelings for this beautiful young lady. He also had no intention of continuing that marriage, so there was no need for that apology. But Flora continued to follow and explain the reason for unilaterally canceling the engagement. At the social gathering held by the noble families of the Northeast, Flora had heard rumors that she was engaged to a member of the Dmitri family. It would be nothing to talk about if the rumor hadn't spread and turned negative. She could accept marrying a useless playboy. But the most important thing is, in the rumors, it was said that young Master Roman was a drug addict, and Flora felt, I couldn't live with that person for the rest of my life. As she said these things, Roman's expression remained very cold. Whatever the reason, it cannot change the current relationship between the two. After that, Roman coldly left. But really what Flora said back then also made him pay attention. Drugs are corrosive to both the physical and mental health of a person. The original Roman Dmitri had a body as weak as noodles. That would be quite understandable if he were really an addict. But since coming to this world, Roman has not felt any drugs in this body. Although he did show signs of using drugs to end his life, the drug had completely left his body by the time he completed the week-long training. Thinking for a long time without an answer, Roman directly asked Hans about his concerns. "Hey, have you ever seen me use drugs, or been in any situation that made you suspect that I was using drugs?" Hearing this, Hans was startled by the young master's sudden question, but Roman insisted that he wasn't joking. Of course, he couldn't say outright that he was a time traveler and wanted to learn about the past of this body's owner. So Roman made the excuse that he was looking back at his own actions from an outsider's perspective. Hans did not understand why the young master changed his mood so quickly. But thinking back, even though I haven't seen it with my own eyes, there was actually a time when Hans felt Roman's actions were very strange. It happened about a month ago, when Roman had just returned from a social party. At that time, his state was very strange, looking both restless and scared. After that, Roman seemed to lose all will to live and just stayed in his room. Every night he asked Hans to bring a large amount of wine. This made Hans really doubt whether the young master was using drugs or not. Roman listened very attentively, and, coupled with what Flora said earlier, he also gradually became skeptical. "Hans, do you know who is hosting that party?" "The eldest son of the Barco family, young master. His name is Anthony Barco, which makes it even more suspicious. The original Roman was arranged to be married to Flora Lawrence, and after attending a social party hosted by the Barco family, his spirit changed suddenly, eventually choosing to end his life. The reason why Roman committed suicide kept bothering Hans's mind. In the will he left behind, the only thing mentioned was his fear of the battlefield. But at that time he was already engaged to Flora. In fact, there were quite a few ways for nobles to avoid going to war once married. So did Roman really choose to commit suicide just because he was afraid of battle? This is so unreasonable." "Well, Hans, it seems like Anthony Barco and I are quite close, huh?" Roman continued to ask. Hans shook his head. The two were not close. But since Roman got engaged to Flora, Anthony seemed to pay more attention to him. This is understandable, because the political marriage between the Dimitri and Lawrence families was a major obstacle for the Barco family, who wanted to control the Lawrence territory. And the easiest way to solve that problem is to destroy this marriage. Maybe they did everything they could with Roman, and that led to his suicide. Speaking of this, Hans suddenly remembered another thing. A few days ago, the Barco family sent out party invitations here, but it coincided with the time Roman was in seclusion, so he hadn't decided what to do with it. Roman could not help but admire the tyranny of this family. They tried to destroy the opponent once but failed. Now they want to attack again. Coincidentally, Roman is someone who is never afraid of anyone. This party will take place in 2 weeks, and he asked Hans to send a reply to the Barco family that he would definitely participate. The next morning, Hans took Kevin to see Roman. He also did not forget to remind him not to be too surprised when seeing the young master's new appearance. But when he saw him, Kevin was still stunned for a few seconds. Not only had his appearance changed, but Roman's temperament had also increased by a level, making Kevin unable to help but be surprised. "How are you doing?" Seeing Kevin arrive, Roman stopped practicing his sword and took the initiative to speak first. "Ah, yes, young master, I'm used to everything here." At this point, Kevin looked tense. "But I always ask myself what I am here for. I'm not sure if I can help you." This is something Kevin has been wondering about all week. Before, he swore that his life would belong to Roman if the young master protected his family. But after arriving at the Dimitri mansion, Kevin began to doubt again. Does an ordinary person like myself have anything to contribute? Coincidentally, Roman also called Kevin today about this matter. This was the day he decided what role Kevin would play in his life. However, he did not want to decide his path himself. Instead, Roman gave Kevin 2 choices. First, if you are afraid of holding a sword and shedding blood, then there is no need to become my sword on the battlefield. Instead, Kevin can follow Hans and learn how to be a perfect servant. Just hang around working in the mansion. Second, Kevin will become Roman's sword and protect his master. This seemed difficult since he had never held a sword before. Furthermore, if he decides to embark on this path, Roman will have to test his will through torture. The first is the method of crushing the limbs. As the name suggests, this method causes extreme pain as if bones and muscles are being crushed. If he can get through this, Kevin will prove himself worthy and worthy enough to stand next to Roman. The second method is for him to take Roman's sword and cut off his own limbs. In situations of extreme self-harm, strength is unleashed. Kevin can become strong and possess unmatched speed. In his previous life, the inner demon also transformed from a street wanderer into one of the 4 heavenly kings through his own will. Now, Roman wanted to use that method to test Kevin. The person he saw had some resemblance to the devil. "Whatever you choose, we will make the most of your value. How I use you is up to you." Roman's words rang out, but Kevin's ears were ringing. When faced with this dangerous and important choice, many memories from his childhood flashed through his mind. Kevin was born in a dilapidated house that could collapse at any moment, near Dimitri Castle. As a child, he had to do everything with his father to survive. So, as he grew up, Kevin learned how to do almost everything. However, his life remained stagnant, and he even faced bullying from stronger ones, like the Bloodfang gang. Kevin had long understood that this was a life for the weak. That's why he never dared to forget that fateful day, the day when young Master Roman Dimitri used a dry branch to defeat a gang of Bloodfangs on the street. That incredible power completely captivated Kevin. He shakily picked up the sword from the ground. Kevin didn't understand how cutting off his own limbs would help him. But as long as it can make you stronger, help him escape his current miserable life, and possess powers like Roman, he will do it. The shining blade in his hand made Kevin extremely nervous. To say he wasn't afraid would be a lie. He took a deep breath and then, with almost all the courage he had in his life, raised his sword. "I will do it." In another development, there are also people who are restless. That's Chris. He decided to leave the Night Order and follow the young master. But Roman responded to this decision by disappearing for a week, leaving Chris very worried. Today, when he caught Hans, Chris eagerly asked, "Where is the young master?" As a result, Roman was found talking to Kevin and was told not to let anyone in. Chris's mood was not very good, as if a concubine had suddenly fallen out of favor. "Who is Kevin?" At that moment, Kevin's scream came from the sword practice area. Blood splattered on the blade and he fell to the ground. That night, Hans was horrified to see the blood-stained sword. "Young master, when were you injured?" "It's nothing to worry about, I'm fine. Because it's not my blood." For the first time, Hans saw a satisfied smile on his young master's face. Of course, Roman doesn't have the magical ability to make Kevin's arm grow back, so he won't let him cut off his own hand. At the moment Kevin was about to cut his own arm, Roman brought him into the illusion through the demon's charm spell. In the illusion, everything happens as if it were real, including the pain. But in reality, those things don't happen. Kevin's recklessness was witnessed by Roman firsthand. He swung his sword and touched his wrist before entering the illusion. If Roman's spell weakens a bit or a little later, Kevin would have cut off his own hand. Through this event, his worth was affirmed. Roman now has 2 very valuable cards in his hand, Kevin and Chris. There are 2 weeks from now until the party and 6 months until the war breaks out. He had to take advantage of this time to teach them lots of new things. The next day, when Kevin had calmed down, Roman taught him the magic of mana enhancement. This is not an ordinary technique, but magic that the angry demon used. While powerful, it is also very dangerous, as it can corrode the user's soul. Those who master the magic of mana enhancement can exert incredible power in the midst of extreme pain. And Roman gave Kevin such a test. In his previous life, the angry demon was Roman's right-hand man. He mastered this magic despite enduring extreme pain. Now he has found someone like him, young Kevin. But before teaching him the mana enhancement technique, Roman did not forget to remind him of a few things. As this spell progresses, the pain endured becomes more and more intense. Of course, he also had his own reasons for teaching Kevin this magic, because this is the fastest way to teach a teenager who knows nothing about mana from the basics. If he masters mana enhancement, Kevin is completely capable of protecting everything around him. Hearing that, Kevin's eyes lit up. To him, Roman was like a god descended from heaven. Not only did he save him from the beatings, he also destroyed the Bloodfangs and protected his family. Now teach him magic." Kevin's gratitude was so great that it was beyond words. But along with that came great concern. "Master, why do you trust me? I swore to give my life for you. But I have not shown you anything. I can run away after learning this magic." Kevin would be wondering, which was understandable. But Roman didn't reply, instead giving him another day to rest before officially training. Thinking back in his previous life, the inner demon also asked him a similar question, and he did not answer either, because Roman knew that Kevin would never betray him. Just like the previous inner demon, when it became stronger, they would learn the price of betraying the devil. The next morning, their first class began. But strangely, Roman had not taught Kevin anything advanced. Instead, he taught him basic swordsmanship. This made Chris a little uncomfortable. Chris didn't know where a strange kid had appeared and taken all the young master's attention. This made Roman ignore Chris and not teach him anything. Chris followed Roman because he wanted to get stronger quickly. But with Roman treating him like air, Chris started to feel impatient. Swinging a sword beside a master is even better. Should I beg my master to accept me back? Chris stretched tiredly. But thinking about what Roman had said to me earlier, he felt that he should wait a little longer. So Chris swallowed his anger. The next day, he still went to see Roman teach Kevin swordplay. And then the next day, and the next day, and many days after that, Roman still showed no signs of teaching Chris. Finally, he exploded. "Master Roman, I have been following you for 2 weeks now. The first week, I spent in seclusion. Then you pushed me aside to train this brat. If you did that because I was rude to you in the first place, I sincerely apologize. So please teach me too. I am confident that I can learn anything you teach." Chris poured out his frustration like a rap. Roman, however, remained motionless. "Didn't I tell you, just watch me and learn?" Chris gasped. Roman had indeed said that, but he didn't think it was literally true. Turns out Chris had been ignored for the past 2 weeks because Roman had actually appointed him to observe and learn from me. Seeming to understand Chris's concerns, Roman explained first before he could say anything more. "I know. Everyone has a different way of learning. Like Kevin, he doesn't know anything. So until he achieves a certain success, Roman needs to guide him from start to finish. But Chris was different. No matter what he taught him, Chris would just force himself to memorize it without trying to understand it. So you want me to continue observing you?" "No," Roman replied, then threw Chris a wooden sword. While he was still confused, Roman made an even more shocking request. It was Chris having a match with Kevin. This request left both of them gaping. On top of that, this felt like an insult to Chris since he was already a 2-star aura knight. Kevin is just a kid who knows nothing about swordsmanship or mana. In this match, even though Kevin was my opponent, is your opponent, I will teach him how to defeat you. Basically, Kevin is my clone. If you still think you're right after this match, I'll personally teach you." Chris tried to contain his anger. A series of curses began to ring out in his head, all aimed at Roman, of course. But because he wanted to prove himself, Chris finally accepted this match. "Go ahead. Right here. I will prove to you that I am not someone to be defeated." So a 2-star aura knight and a young apprentice entered the arena. Roman stood behind Kevin as expected. As soon as he got on the stage, this young man's limbs were trembling. Roman then chose his words to encourage him. "I know you are at a disadvantage, but if you lose this battle, what do you lose? Nothing. There are countless people in this world stronger than you. The pirates who oppressed your family by force, or Chris, who is eager to defeat you to get my recognition. They are no different. So you're just going to stand there and take it all every time?" Roman's words seemed to have hit Kevin's weak spot, instantly activating his fighting spirit. Kevin raised his sword, taking a defensive stance, which only made Chris more annoyed. "I never dreamed that I would have to fight a newcomer like this." Moreover, the opponent's eyes were full of vitality, as if he had a chance to win. If Roman wanted to tame him with this match, then Chris decided not to let him have the chance to do that. As soon as the first 2 words were shouted, Chris, carrying a strong anger, charged towards the opponent. And against his overwhelming speed and strength, Kevin was no match. This was clear as day. However, this is only true when 2 people fight alone. In this match, Kevin has Roman supporting him from behind. Just before they started fighting, he heard a voice in his head. "Defend yourself in front with your sword. Chris is going to strike a blow." This is Roman's voice. He was pointing out every move of the game to Kevin. With this guidance, Kevin successfully blocked Chris's first attack. Roman continued to instruct him, "Take a step to the side and aim for Chris's chest as the opponent prepares to kick." Roman predicted the move Chris was going to make, but Kevin couldn't react in time. In the end, he still got hit by Chris and fell backwards to the ground. Roman told him, "Stand up and continue fighting. Meanwhile, I will continue to use sound transmission to silently guide him. Jump to the right quickly." Kevin didn't have time to think. He immediately did it. This dodge to the right helped him avoid Chris's next attack. Chris also seemed surprised to see Kevin escape. Turning around, he aimed straight for the opponent's left chest. Kevin obediently followed suit. With Roman's guidance and the basics he learned over the past week, Kevin's attack also made Chris wary. However, here, Chris is still the one with much more combat experience, so Kevin just counterattacked and got kicked again. He held his chest, trying to hold back the pain. Chris had indeed exposed an opening just now, but unfortunately Kevin's sword was swung too slowly, so it was counterattacked. Blocking the blow from above, Roman's voice echoed in his head again, and Kevin reflexively raised his sword to block. Under great pressure from the opponent, Roman instructed him to dodge to the right to escape. But before Kevin could follow, he received another knee straight to the face. The nosebleed kept pouring out, and the pain made him dizzy. As for Chris, he was also quite exhausted. Chris didn't know anything about Roman using mana to transmit sound to the opponent, so Kevin's resistance surprised him. Roman watched attentively from the side. He also knew that Kevin was no match for Chris, as his body could not keep up with his instructions. Meanwhile, Chris reacted quite quickly, but this situation was also very interesting. On this side, Kevin was struggling to get up again. Despite the painful beating, he was quite excited to see that young Master Roman was in absolute control of this match. Because even though the opponent was a 2-star Aura Knight, Roman could still grasp every move precisely. Kevin also quickly realized that the problem was with his body. And if I can do exactly as Roman instructed, defeating Chris is entirely possible. Chris is now nothing more than a puppet being held in the palm of Roman's hand, and Roman is controlling him at will. As for Kevin, this young man has the most tenacity. Even though he was beaten to a pulp, he still had the strength to stand up. Each time, Kevin felt himself adapting a little more to Roman's instructions. This gradually drove Chris insane. Despite trying to defeat his opponent, Kevin continued to dodge attacks, even counterattacking at crucial moments. It would be hard to believe if this was just a coincidence. On the other hand, Kevin was very happy. Even Chris, who is considered the most outstanding genius in the Dimitri family knights, is not immune to Roman's superiority. Experiencing the class of his master, Kevin felt even more that following Roman was absolutely the right thing to do. At that moment, he swore, "This will be the person I will forever worship as my master." And no matter what nonsense Roman says, he will blindly listen. Kevin's desire to become the sword in Roman's hands grew stronger. He understood that the key to doing that was to have a will stronger than anyone else. Kevin clenched his sword in his hand, continuing to rush into this unequal battle. Of course, the lack of speed cannot be made up in a day or two, let alone in a few hours of this match. Despite Roman's guidance, Kevin was still far behind Chris. The two of them struggled like that for a long time until Kevin was beaten to the point of blackening his face. Chris really didn't want to fight anymore because if he continued, part of Kevin's body might be disabled. It's just a pity that the opponent is so reckless that he risks his life. Even though he was seriously injured, Kevin had no intention of stopping. In the end, Kevin's stubbornness only made Chris more angry. "If that is really your intention, I will give you what you want. From now on, every time you look at your deformed arm, you will regret it." Chris lunged forward, aiming straight for Kevin's left arm. But the moment he rushed forward at full speed was also the moment he exposed his chest. Roman didn't just guide Kevin to dodge the attack. Instead, ask him to charge straight forward and attack with all his might. Chris was completely unaware of the other party's boldness. He staggered to the side, barely avoiding the blow, but because of that, Chris lost control of the situation. Everything was not over yet. While Chris had yet to regain his balance, Kevin continued to attack aggressively. In Chris's eyes, it was just a crude attack full of openings. With his rich combat experience, he naturally missed the attack. Chris wanted to counterattack, but Kevin blocked it. The current position inadvertently put Chris at a disadvantage. Just when Roman thought Kevin had succeeded, Chris guessed his opponent's next attack direction. He put all his strength into one final blow. The sword in Kevin's hand was sent flying, and he was officially flat on the ground. Roman's mood was quite complicated, seemingly somewhat satisfied. Chris guessed that Kevin's second attack was just a feint and successfully counterattacked. "You win. As promised, from tomorrow I will personally teach you." "This is your choice," Roman said, then carried the unconscious Kevin away. Late that afternoon, Chris returned to his room in a very bad mood. "Why did I decide to fight that trainee?" Chris muttered. Winning that match was useless. Not only was it a waste of time, but it was also lost at the last minute. Yes, Chris felt like he lost, even though he had knocked Kevin out. But Kevin's final attack was identical to the one that had cost Chris his sparring match with Roman 2 weeks ago. It was a day he would never forget. Without that experience with Roman, he felt he would have had a hard time beating Kevin in that situation. It was a funny story, but thanks to a sparring match with Roman 2 weeks ago, Chris was able to beat a rookie. Ha ha ha. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. Did he grow up just from that experience? The next morning, Chris arrived at the training ground very early, even though he had barely slept the night before because he was so busy thinking. After thinking about it, Chris made a decision and wanted to come early to tell Roman that he doesn't need any teaching. Instead, Chris wanted to find a way to get stronger by simply observing Roman. Chris felt like he had really gotten it just in yesterday's practice match. He had thought Roman wouldn't help Kevin. But thinking back, it was impossible for Kevin to be able to skillfully execute strikes and blocks on his own. Come to think of it, Roman, guiding Kevin in that practice match also created an opportunity for Chris to cope and grow on his own. Roman was no longer the failed master Chris once knew. Although it is not known exactly what happened, Chris knew that Roman had now reached a realm that even Captain Jonathan couldn't reach. To observe and learn from him is to enlighten oneself by watching him. Anyway, what you learn by yourself will be remembered longer than what is taught by others. That's why Chris made this decision. Roman also seemed happy to see that he had understood. So, he continued his career of teaching Kevin by hand. Chris continued to stand to the side and observe the two. Time passed again, and the day of the social party hosted by the Barco family arrived. A long trip to return, but almost gone. This time back, it looks a little different. A week before the social, everyone was talking. Hear about Roman Dmitri. I heard his engagement to the Lawrence family was broken off. A snort of laughter rang out. It was clearly the Lawrence family's fault. A young man continued, according to the Viscount's announcement, that was just an excuse. Maybe he felt sorry for his precious daughter after seeing that fool Dmitri. Elsewhere, a lady holding a cup of tea said, "But breaking off the engagement when the war with Barco is so close?" Another guessed, "That only means the eldest son of the Dmitri family is worse than the rumors say." The servants also gossiped. I also heard that he defeated the Bloodfang gang. But that's just their way of saving face after being rejected. Elsewhere, a loud laugh echoed throughout the mansion. Anthony said loudly, "I can't believe Roman actually broke off this engagement. He's too easy to manipulate." He raised his glass. "Has Roman accepted the invitation to the upcoming party?" His servant replied, "Yes. We have received the letter of participation from Dmitri." Anthony smiled slyly. Good, good. Everything is going well." He pursed his lips. "I'm really looking forward to next week. It's been a long time since I've been this excited about a party." On the day of the social party, Roman thoughtfully called Hans. "Do I really have to wear this?" Hans explained, "This is the first formal meeting party since you broke off the engagement. I can't let you dress casually." Hans spoke at length. Roman could only remain silent, but Hans's expression became serious. I am sure you will not ignore this masterpiece. Hans asked seriously, but where did I put all my effort into it? It looked like he hit the nail on the head for Roman. Roman was helpless and said, Okay, I'll wear it. This made Hans happy. I knew you would say that. Elsewhere, Chris seemed to be getting annoyed. He asked with a serious face, Why is he late? At this rate, the young master will arrive first. From afar, Kevin shouted, I'm sorry. He quickly explained, I'm not used to wearing armor yet. Chris shook his head helplessly. How did you become like this? Kevin replied, confused. That's because no armor fits me, even in the forge. Chris sweated, thinking, even though he had the young master's help, I still can't believe I almost lost to such a guy. Kevin complained about the helmet. Chris saw that and could only be dissatisfied. He said seriously, Listen carefully. Chris warned, We are both the Lord's retainers and also Dimitri's face. His reputation will be decided based on our actions. Don't be reckless. You have to be careful with your words. Kevin quickly obeyed. Okay, I will keep that in mind, Sir Knight. This made Chris feel a little happy. Okay, just ask me if you don't understand anything. Kevin thanked. Thank you, Sir Knight. Chris angrily reminded, Your helmet is tilted again. This made Kevin startled and scream. The scene changes to a castle. Melodious music is everywhere, mixed with the chatter of people at the banquet. A man sipping his wine asked, Is Roman really coming today? I can't believe he'd join Barco's party after breaking off a political marriage he was trying to hang on to, he said smugly. He did so knowing full well that Barco was targeting Lawrence. A girl standing nearby spoke up. That's why people call him a fool. If he had any sense, he would have stuck with one of the two families. The other person continued, Dimitri's position was shaken because of Roman. Although Dimitri is the most powerful family in the Northeast, they are still greedy in wanting to maintain their relationship with the Barco family. But at least he would join in to make up for his mistake. There was someone on that side who was watching them. Sophia wondered, What kind of person is Roman Dimitri? The person next to him answered, You'll know when you meet him. He's a terrible sight, not worth looking at because he's so short. He sneered, and the way he smugly claimed to be the eldest son of the Dimitri family. The person opposite also criticized, Even I would find every way to break the engagement if I were a woman. Suddenly, the butler cleared his throat and interrupted the crowd. The eldest son of the Dimitri family. The door opened and Roman walked in. He walked into the party, his face full of confidence. Everyone in there turned their eyes towards him. They were all talking, Is that Roman Dimitri? He's so different from before. This is unbelievable. What happened to his hair? Sophia looked at him intently for a moment, then moved closer to Roman. Sophia said, It is my honor to meet you. She bowed her head and introduced, I am Sophia of the Grisel family. Humbly, she said, You have probably never heard of our family, although we are not an outstanding family. But my father, Baron Grisel, pledged his life to the Cairo Empire. Roman smiled and replied, I know the Grisel family very well. This surprised Sophia. You really know the Grisel family? Roman replied, How could we not know a family that has existed for centuries? He recalled the butler's words. This is the information of all the clans in the Northeast that you requested. Then Hans wondered, But why do you suddenly want to see all this? Roman replied, Since I will be attending the party as a representative of my family, we should at least equip ourselves with some basic courtesy. We must remember the background of each person we meet, as well as their heritage. To win the hearts of others, one must put forth a commensurate effort. He thought to himself, That is especially true of me, the so-called fool of the Dimitri family. On the surface, he said, Isn't that the family that has had influence in the Northeast for a long time? The Grisel family's wood is famous for its high quality in the Cairo Empire. I heard your brother succeeded in sensing mana. Roman expressed his sincerity. I sincerely congratulate your brother on that achievement. The two happily chatted. surprising others. "What is this?" A man quickly approached and started a conversation. "Hello, Lord Roman Dmitri. I am Mana of the Vol family." Roman smiled lightly. "I am greeted by the eldest son of the Vol family." Roman praised. "Didn't Baron Vol have glorious achievements in the last war? I was very touched when I read about it." Mana blushed and replied, "I am very grateful that you think so. Others also want to be friendly." A girl approached and greeted, "It's been a long time, Lord Roman. You've changed a lot." Roman smiled. "Compared to me, Miss Eris is still beautiful." Roman got to the point. "How is your mother? I heard she hasn't been feeling well lately. Dmitri has benefited greatly from our agreement. The hero's family also received a lot of support from Dmitri about 10 years ago. I am truly grateful for your goodwill towards us." Both sides chatted quite smoothly. A young man spoke up. "Lord Roman, it seems I have misjudged you. I used to think you were unapproachable because you were always distant." Roman smiled. "I want to drink some wine too, but it seems I have to abstain a bit." The party butler approached and called out, "Lord Roman!" He passed on the message. "The young master invites you to the back room." Hearing this, Roman's face darkened slightly. He thought, "Looks like it's time to find out who's been messing with me." Scene changes to outside the palace. Chris looks around, noticing that other families had many knights as their retainers. Kevin wondered, "Sir Knight, what is a social party?" Chris reminded, "We'll never get a chance to go in there, so don't worry. Hey, your helmet is crooked again." Some people around noticed them. "What's wrong with him?" Another spoke up, "I heard he was Roman Dmitri's retainer." They looked at the two while Chris calmly told Kevin, "Don't mind them, but they make jokes. It's funny." One person was harsh. "I heard that Roman Dmitri was the neglected eldest son, but unexpectedly he brought along a man who couldn't even hold a sword properly as his entourage." Chris calmly told Kevin, "Ignore them." The others sarcastically said, "What do you expect? That was all Dmitri was capable of." Kevin couldn't take it anymore. The party took place in a bustling and aristocratic atmosphere. Roman stood among the crowd at the party. His eyes stared blankly ahead. It turned out that what caught his eye was a beautiful girl with golden hair, smiling and chatting. Her smile was really beautiful, as if it lit up the surrounding space. Anthony came up and put his arm around him, asking meaningfully, "Who are you looking at so intently, Roman?" He was a little startled and turned to greet, "Anthony?" While standing nearby, Roman asked softly, "Do you know the blonde lady over there?" Anthony was a little surprised. "What do you mean? You don't know her?" "She was Miss Flora." Yes, the blonde girl with the bright smile that made his heart flutter. Roman remembered the name Flora Lawrence, his face red, his heart pounding. That was Roman Dmitri from many years ago. But now Baek Jung-hyuk in Roman's body has changed a lot. The door to the room opened slightly. Roman, with platinum hair and royal noble clothes, walked in, hearing his friend's call. "Over here, Roman!" Anthony was sitting on the chair, looking unchanged when he saw Roman. He excitedly called out, "What have you been doing while I'm gone?" Finally meeting the person he was looking for, Roman secretly rejoiced, "So this person is Anthony Barco." Anthony sat across from Roman and invited him to sit down. "I heard you've changed, but I didn't expect you to change so much. Sit down here and tell me everything." Roman looked around before sitting down and noticed there were still a few half-finished glasses of wine and fruit juice. He silently assessed, "There are still some traces showing that someone has been here." An empty bottle of wine lay at the foot of the table, further reinforcing the belief that someone had just been there. Roman thought, the real reason he chased them away before I arrived was because he had some secret he wanted to tell me. Roman chuckled. If that's the case, I should make him more comfortable. Then he replied softly, "I'm not sure either." He sat down on the chair, comfortably resting his arms on the armrest, and chatted with Anthony. "I spent a lot of money to change myself, and now I change every day without doing anything." Roman's face broke into a slight smile. but I'm glad to be able to see you again." Anthony did not reply, his emerald eyes flashing with an unreadable strangeness. Then he quickly regained his mischievous look, poured a glass of wine, and kept talking. "I guess I just couldn't think positively. Honestly, I don't know what you were thinking back then." Roman took the glass of wine, softly repeating his words. "Back then?" Anthony chuckled, recalling the unpleasant story. "Back when He was forced to choose between a political marriage with the Lawrences and our friendship, was caught with my cousin in the warehouse. Really?" He recounted the story, adding in some vague comments that made Roman a little uncomfortable. While Roman remained silent, Anthony continued, not hiding his contempt. "Indeed, secrets are kept at social parties, but I still didn't expect you to go this far before your wedding." Anthony smiled slightly and asked Roman's opinion. "So, would you accept my invitation to this party as a confirmation that you agree to my proposal? I will keep this matter confidential." Without waiting for Roman's consent, Anthony assumed that he was just making an announcement. Then he directly suggested, "So let's discuss the marriage between you and the Barco family." Roman's purple eyes glinted in confusion as he tried to recall memories related to these events. In his mind, he thought, the marriage with the Barco family? Memories from the past seemed to replay before his eyes. An image of young Roman Dmitri standing in front of Anthony's room appeared. He stood there for a long time, looking down at his shoes and asking himself, "Did I betray Anthony Barco?" Roman looked up into the door that separated him from the truth he was about to face and prayed before entering into a political marriage with the Lawrence family. Roman gathered his courage, grabbed the door handle, and encouraged himself. "I can't avoid it forever. I will use this opportunity to mend the relationship between our two families." Roman opened the door and walked in, seeing Anthony sitting on the chair looking happy. "You're late, Roman. Come here and sit down." Sitting next to him was a younger girl. Anthony quickly said, "Let me introduce. This is Emily Barco." My cousin Emily said hello. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Roman." He was a bit surprised and stammered, "I'm Roman." Anthony politely suggested, "Wouldn't it be okay if she had a drink with us? This is her first time here, so she could only walk around by herself." Emily sat beside him, her hands clenched in tension, and Roman readily agreed. "Of course, she is part of your family." Emily timidly poured wine into her cousin's glass. Anthony corrected her. "Emily, you have to pour wine for Roman, too." Roman heard that and quickly waved his hand. "It's okay. I can pour it myself." Hearing that, Anthony glared. "Bastard. Are you bragging about getting married?" Roman mumbled, "Anthony, about that." But Anthony quickly interrupted in a bland voice, "Don't worry, the Barco family will have nothing to do with the Lawrence family from now on." Roman immediately believed it when he heard it. His face lit up, his voice excited. "Really?" Anthony smiled as if comforting a younger brother. "So you don't need to force yourself anymore, just drink comfortably." Roman, naive and thinking that all misunderstandings had been cleared up, happily accepted the glass of wine from Anthony's hand. He closed his eyes and drank the glass of wine in joy and excitement. His eyes closed with joy but gradually darkened. In the darkness, vague sounds rang out, and Roman suddenly felt a splitting headache. Trying to open his heavy eyes, he wondered, "Where is this place?" Roman woke up to find himself lying in bed next to a girl with her back turned. Both of them were naked. He had not yet formed his thoughts, only feeling confused and bewildered. "No, wait, what the hell is going on?" Roman was still in shock when Anthony's scream came from outside the door, causing him to jump up in surprise. Anthony looked at Roman with angry eyes, as if he wanted to eat him alive. "What did you do?" Roman panicked and stammered, No, this." He looked at the girl lying still beside him and remembered the last scene before losing consciousness. The glass of wine. He muttered like a lost soul, I can't remember anything." In the dim light of the candle, the room was plunged into darkness, and Anthony said slowly, "Listen carefully, Roman." Anthony sat on the chair, his hands clasped together, his tone dangerous. Who you have an affair with is none of my business, but you touched Miss Barco. Roman sat cowering on the opposite side, listening to every threat. I can't let things go like this. Facing the trembling Roman, Anthony arrogantly said, I'll give you two choices. Either I'll expose the truth so you can be at peace, or... Anthony emphasized the second option, making Roman pale with fear. You must marry a descendant of the Barco family to restore our relationship. Anthony threatened. What you just did made me very angry, but if you become a member of Barco, I will calm down and forgive you. Roman sat trembling as if he were on trial for his mistakes. Anthony continued, his voice menacing. Now, what will you choose? That was the past that Roman experienced, and now Baek Jong-huik was recalling that memory. He thought to himself, so that's all that happened. All the pieces are in place. If the marriage broke down because Roman had tarnished the Barco family's honor, then the honor of the Dmitri family will fall to rock bottom. Both families have received public criticism. Roman seemed to lack the confidence to face his father's wrath, but he could not choose another path. Because he truly loved Flora and didn't want to give up the marriage he had worked so hard to establish, nor did he want to tarnish her reputation. Roman looked at the glass of wine in his hand pensively. In the end, he chose death as an escape, hoping that his death would solve everything. Thinking of that, he tilted his head back and drank the glass of wine. He thought to himself, a weak person never accomplished anything in life. That is Roman Dmitri. In Roman's body, he secretly felt pity. How miserable and pathetic. Seeing Roman remain silent, Anthony urged, Why are you hesitating, Roman? The connection between our two houses could shake up the entire Northeast region. Anthony spoke more and more enthusiastically about his ambition. No one can stand against us. You can utilize the power of the Barco family in the Northeast. There is no reason to refuse. At the climax, Roman suddenly interrupted with a provocative sentence. Is that all? Anthony was suddenly interrupted, slightly surprised, and only had time to let out a gasp. Roman put the empty glass down on the table and asked again, Must I accept a political marriage just for that reason? Anthony jumped up angry. You misunderstood. This is not an option. If you refuse, I will announce the incident in the warehouse to the whole world. How do you think the Dmitri family's reputation will be affected? Think carefully, if you want to live with your head held high. As soon as Anthony finished speaking, Roman slammed his foot on the table, making a loud bang, silencing Anthony. Anthony was surprised by Roman's attitude, completely different from the timid boy he had easily intimidated before. Roman crossed his legs and said arrogantly, How many times do I have to say it until you understand? There was no need for the Dmitri family to accept the Barco family's offer for such a pathetic reason. Outside, the party was still in full swing. Everyone was chatting happily, and the atmosphere was bustling. Miss Sophia was chatting happily when she suddenly saw Roman. Roman walked out leisurely, and she called him back. Mr. Roman, where have you been? Roman smiled. I just need to attend to a few things. I might have to leave early for it. Sophia felt a little regretful after hearing that. What? Really? The party has just started. You should stay a little longer. Roman tactfully refused with a smile. Sorry, this is urgent. Everyone around heard this. Each one of them said politely, Mr. Roman? Really? I'm sorry, I still have a lot to tell you. Roman replied, Me too. We'll talk more later if we have the chance. Then he quickly said goodbye to everyone and walked out. Just outside the party, he heard shouting, Take back what you just said, you bastard. He immediately paid attention to that sound. Noise came from the area crowded with knights following the young ladies and young masters of various families. A loud argument made Roman turn around. A knight had his helmet knocked off his head. A loud scream rang out, Kevin! Causing a red-haired boy to fall to the ground. A sarcastic tone aimed at Kevin. What do you expect? That's Dimitri's level. Kevin turned back with an annoyed look. Chris, beside him, spoke up. Hold on, Kevin. The two Barco knights glanced at each other, then took turns mocking. What was he thinking, making a brat like this his bodyguard? His helmet didn't even fit his head. They stood around Kevin, laughing. It looked like the kid had just picked up a random hat and called himself a bodyguard. How funny. Chris, beside him, angrily protested. Are the Barco Knights trained in verbal combat instead of swordsmanship? The other arrogantly replied, Who knows? He said as he pressed his hand on Kevin's head. Even without training, my swordsmanship is still better than this kid's. Kevin pursed his lips at the knight's mocking words. That's why everyone calls your young master Dimitri a fool. Kevin bowed his head and ordered in a firm voice, Take back what you said. Young Master Roman doesn't deserve to be called that. He grabbed the knight's hand and shouted a warning, Take back what you just said, you bastard! The knight was angry and slapped Kevin hard in the face. How dare you! Kevin's hat was blown away. Chris shouted anxiously, intending to draw his sword to deal with it. But he paused, filled with unease because his opponent was a Barco knight. The Dimitri family is currently in conflict with the Barco family. Chris's face showed obvious worry, thinking, If I cause trouble here, the young master will be in trouble and the entire Dimitri family will be implicated. Kevin slowly sat up, raised his head and said, I am Sir Roman's knight. His face was red from the slap just now. He gritted his teeth and said, I don't want to fight with you fake knights. The knight clicked his tongue and laughed, then raised his hand to slap Kevin again. Well, let's see how long you can keep that pride. But a hand appeared and held his hand tightly. The knight was surprised, Kevin was surprised, and Chris beside him was equally surprised. Roman held the knight's hand tightly, and Kevin exclaimed, Young master! Roman turned to look at the knight with cold eyes. Before he could react, Roman slapped him hard across the face, stunning him. He touched his face, which had just been slapped, dazed. What was that? Did I just get slapped? I didn't even have time to react. He hadn't finished his sentence when Roman slapped him again. A fool like you! The knight couldn't believe it, tried to stand firm, and was about to say something. But before he could open his mouth, Roman slapped him again. This time he only managed to mumble a few words before Roman hit him square in the head. His face was burning with pain and he had not yet regained consciousness. As if about to cry, Roman ordered, You, his eyes cold, raise your face. At this moment, Anthony sat in his room, his face pale. Damn, what the hell happened, Roman? Anthony recalled the conversation between him and Roman. What I'm talking about is that you have to take responsibility for your actions towards our young lady. Wouldn't proposing to marry a Barco descendant be a much better option than having to mortgage your assets? This is the last mercy I can give you. If you don't accept it, you've made an irreparable mistake. Roman just smiled sarcastically. Do whatever you like. I've been called an idiot too. Even if there were one or two false rumors about my evil, it wouldn't change anything, and maybe you should behave yourself. Anthony couldn't believe what he had just heard. What? Roman said sternly. I chose to break off the engagement because I wanted to, not because I was afraid of your threats. Anyway, he got his wish when the Dimitri family turned their backs on the Lawrence family. But now you're threatening me. How should I react? Roman continued, his voice cold. Should I help the Lawrence family cause trouble for the Barco family? Anthony's face turned pale and Roman pressed on. To relieve my hatred for you? Roman had calculated carefully, knowing well about the Barco family, understanding their links to the central government and their undeniable influence. But that power is only because of that connection. In terms of real wealth and power, the strongest family in the Northeast is Dimitri, not Barco. Roman looked Anthony straight in the eye, making him tremble. Now, what are you going to do? Anthony bowed his head, not daring to look up. If this matter ended here, you won't interfere in matters involving the Lawrence family anymore, will you? Roman replied, Exactly. Anthony stammered, Well then, let's end this here. Thinking back to that conversation, Anthony still couldn't believe it. Roman had changed. He trembled in fear, clearly feeling that not only Roman's appearance, but also his actions, eyes, and tone of voice were terrifying. Roman was no longer the idiot he once knew. He had become a completely different person. What happened to him? While he was thinking, a voice rang out, "Young master," startling him. "Don't bother me now." The man outside hesitated and then reported, "But sir, Mr. Roman and his knights are—" Outside, people were bustling. The knight was kneeling before Roman, begging profusely, "Please, sir, please forgive me. I will never do it again, please." Kevin stepped forward to advise, "Young master, I think you've beaten him enough." Chris also spoke up. "That's right. Please consider your relationship with the Barco family and end this here." Roman's expression didn't change. "I'm the one who decides if he's had enough. Even if he died, that was the price he had to pay for his words and actions." Suddenly, Anthony's loud voice rang out. "What does this mean?" Anthony criticized, "Roman, although he is the eldest son of the Dmitri family, I won't forgive you if you don't apologize for your rude behavior just now." Roman glanced at him coldly. "Why should I apologize?" He looked at the knight with a swollen face. "This guy has slandered me and touched the people of the Dmitri family." Roman turned to Anthony and asked, "Anthony, do you really think I'm the one who's wrong?" Anthony reproached, "Even so, you've gone too far." Roman replied without hesitation, "Too much. Didn't I tell you? My personal grudge could destroy our relationship and both families." Roman's words made Anthony pale. "From today on, you should reconsider your behavior." Roman leaned close to his face and threatened, "I don't have much patience. Now decide what you will do." Roman's threat echoed in his head. "Roman, should I help the Lawrence family to hinder the Barco family?" Anthony's heart was filled with hatred, but on the surface, he still bowed his head and admitted, "Okay, you did the right thing." Roman laughed smugly, listening to Anthony continue, "I will let him receive the appropriate punishment." Roman turned back, smiling kindly. "We are really good friends, aren't we?" He stepped in front of the knight, then waved his hand and coldly ordered, "Grit your teeth!" A loud bang made the knight faint, and everyone rushed to carry him away. Everyone admits that Roman was a fool who didn't deserve respect before, despite being a member of House Dmitri, the most powerful family in the Northeast. Roman turned back and called, "Chris, Kevin, let's go home." Everyone looked at him in horror, but now there is no choice but to accept the truth, that the idiot they once knew no longer existed. After they left, it was getting dark, the sun was setting. In the carriage, Kevin and Chris sat next to each other, both with worried looks on their faces. Kevin bowed his head and spoke first. "I sincerely apologize. It's all my fault that you're being insulted like that." Chris also said, "I am also at fault. The honor of the Dmitri family was trampled, Kevin was beaten too, and there was nothing I could do." Roman sat across from them, silently listening to their apologies. Then he spoke up. "To be able to endure like that, it must be very uncomfortable for both of you, right? Thanks for putting up with me until I get there." Chris and Kevin suddenly looked up at him. He continued, "Hot temper only brings trouble. Your decision has helped prevent a terrible scenario." Then he stopped, his face cold. "But this is not the answer I want. In this entire Cairo region, no one has the right to touch the people of the Dmitri family." Roman's eyes turned cold. "Even if I have to endure, you must also remember that person's face. Never forget your anger." He was stern. "I can't stand the feeling of being looked down upon by others. If you want to follow someone who lives a life above everyone else like me, you have to adapt to this way of behaving." Kevin and Chris were surprised to hear that, but seemed to understand what they needed to do. The carriage continued to take them back. Early in the morning at the mansion, Hans reported, "This is all the information about the Barco family that you requested from the Black Moon News Association." Hans reported, "According to the report from the Black Moon Association, the Barco family's actions have been very unusual recently." Roman was thinking as he reviewed the documents. The Barco family has settled in the Northeast for over a century. With several members working for the central government, the family began to rise to regional power. Roman finished reading and agreed. "Just as we learned, their military strength is not great." Hans also expressed, "Actually, I was quite surprised. I thought their military strength was as great as their social status. Roman asserts, that shows that their power comes mainly from the central government. There are 2 empires and 6 kingdoms on the Salamander continent. The Cairo kingdom is the smallest and weakest of them. Cairo's borders run along the northeastern mountains and are connected to all other kingdoms, so the country has experienced many invasions. As a tasty morsel always eyed by powerful enemies, the Kingdom of Cairo has no choice but to unite its army with the central government in order to survive. If the noble families refuse to do their duty, they will be immediately considered rebels and arrested by the soldiers. Once the rebels are subdued, their lands will be confiscated and turned into state property. Part of their land will be given to the lord of the neighboring region as a reward for helping to quell the rebellion, and the rest will be given to new nobles who submit to the central government. It is this system of influence that gives the Barco family invisible power when associated with the government. Hans was surprised to hear him explain, "I didn't expect it to come to this extent." He continued, "Just like the government, the Barco family can borrow such a large amount of money from the bullion bank." He looked at the Barco family information sheet. If the Barco family borrowed this money on credit without any collateral, then maybe that money was invested in the BG Mercenary Group. The BG Mercenary Corps is a collection of hundreds of A-rank mercenaries from all over the world, with the core being in BG. This group of people mainly earned money from fees for participating in fighting in colonial wars. Mr. Hans immediately reminded, "Considering the number of soldiers that the Barco family has been mobilizing recently, then maybe they plan to attack Lawrence within half a month?" Roman was quite surprised. It turned out that Barco had already completed all the preparations. Butler Hans hesitantly asked about the battle. "The Lawrences don't seem to be winning, do they?" Roman replied firmly. "No matter how hard they tried, they would probably only last a month at most." Roman thought to himself. He had told Anthony that he would no longer interfere in matters related to the Lawrence family. But if I want Roman Dmitri to continue living, I must eliminate the threat to myself, the Barco family. No matter how powerful the Barco family's army was, they would never be able to defeat the Dmitri family. He said with his eyes shining, "If we borrow the power of the Dmitri family, then making the Barco family fall would be a small matter, but it's useless to do so." Indeed, Dmitri was one of the first great families in Cairo, but they were no threat in the eyes of other clans in the northeast. What needs to be done now? This is the chance to restore the family's position. He sighed and stood up. "I need to see my father immediately. Now it's time to pay up for the promise we made last time." In another place, at a busy market, everyone was startled and looked in one direction. Gradually, a figure approached. It was a man wearing iron armor covered in blood. The man slowly took off his helmet. It was Lucas, a mercenary who was already complaining that Dmitri really hadn't changed at all. Arriving in front of a blacksmith shop, his armor was already taken off and placed on the table. Someone said, "Look at your appearance." It was Hendrik, a blacksmith of the Dmitri family, who asked Lucas warmly, "Was this battle difficult?" He sighed in frustration. "Don't mention it anymore. I almost got killed by those reckless bastards with brains like grapes." He didn't ask any further, but looked at the sword in his hand. "The quality of this spear is so poor. Where did you buy it?" Lucas lamented, "At the first store I saw. It was because of it that I almost died." Hendrik got angry when he heard that. "To buy iron and weapons, one must go to Dmitri's shop. Who would be stupid enough to ignore such a top-notch manufacturing place?" Lucas didn't argue back. He stood up. "That's why I'm here, thanks to you." Hendrik was enthusiastic. "I'll make you a whole outfit, but it'll take a while." Lucas handed it over to Hendrik and turned to the door. "It's okay, I'll probably go back to Dmitri's house to rest while I wait." His face was pensive. "The battlefield made me so tired." On the way back, he saw a crowd of people gathered together. He was curious. What was there that made them gather so much? Lucas wondered to himself, what other battlefield is going on at the ministry? I don't intend to take on any more work, but... Out of curiosity, he cut into the crowd. He couldn't help it. He was so curious. It turned out that people were gathering around to read the notice board. He read it and saw recruitment notice on the newspaper, recruiting soldiers, prerequisites, healthy, ambitious to become stronger, number of recruitment, 30, salary, 3 silver coins per month. Lucas looked at the notice and thought, on average, a family only needs 5 gold coins per month to live. So all things considered, this job isn't bad, but I wish it didn't have that. At the bottom of the notice, it says, special conditions. You will work for Roman Dmitri only, not the Dmitri family. Keep this in mind and only apply when you are ready to give your life to Roman. A man standing next to Lucas advised him, don't even think about signing up. You can't compete with the hundreds of other people. He turned around firmly. No way. I may look like this, but I'm a B-class mercenary. At least I need 50 silver coins every month to pledge my loyalty to the nobles. Lucas suddenly realized. Wait! He turned around and asked, you said there were hundreds of people applying? The man nodded. Yes, he was quite surprised. Is this job really worth that much? He said clearly, no matter how good the conditions are, it's not for the Dmitri family, it's for the idiot of the Dmitri family, Roman Dmitri. Who knows what trials one will have to go through as a soldier under his command? As Lucas finished speaking, everyone there turned to look at him. The atmosphere gradually became silent. Seeing everyone like that, he was confused. The other man heard that and knew for sure that he didn't know anything about what was going on here, so he slowly explained, you're an outsider, so you don't know. Sir Roman is no longer the idiot he used to be. Not only did he destroy the Blood Fangs, but he also treated everyone very well. Lucas was surprised when he heard that. That person also understood why he had such an attitude. At first, we didn't believe it either, but after hearing Clark say that, I started to think again. Hearing a stranger's name, he asked, who is Clark? He introduced, after Clark's son became Sir Roman's subordinate, his family's poor life has become much better. The man vaguely remembered, let's see, what was his son's name? It must have been Kevin. Remembering a while ago, at the Dmitri mansion, Kevin wondered, what? He asked with a puzzled face, a vacation? Roman smiled and replied, from tomorrow, I will allow you to take 3 days off. Rest is also a way to train, he said, and then slowly left. You've worked hard, so just rest assured and spend time with your family. Kevin still looked bewildered and quickly replied, yes, young master. And then he returned to his room to prepare his things, but he still couldn't help but wonder. Vacation? He had finished changing his clothes, but he still couldn't get rid of the thought. I'm a little unfamiliar. Back then, if I didn't work, I would die right away. I haven't seen my family since I entered the castle. I wonder what they are doing now. Walking out the door, still lost in thought, he heard the butler Hans call, Kevin? He was startled and replied, Sir Hans? He happily gave him the clothes. You've been gone for so long and you're going to come home looking like this? Sir Roman has prepared some clean clothes for you to wear, so go change. You didn't have time to react when your hand took the things the butler gave you. Not only that, he also put a small bag of money on top of it. You also need money to buy gifts for your family, right? From now on, you will receive 30 silver coins every month. Mr. Hans kept chatting cheerfully. Just enjoy yourself. It's okay to buy gifts or splurge a little. Hearing the butler's words, Kevin received the items with a blank expression, so he immediately changed into new, clean clothes, happily bought a bag of bread, and returned home in a good mood. Putting on his new clothes, he was excited. He couldn't believe how soft clothes could be. He thought, just wearing them makes me happy. He praised the loaves of bread in his hand. I also bought a lot of bread for my family. The hot bread smells so good. Kevin kept walking down the street. He was so happy that outsiders could see the flowers around him. I'm sure Mary would be delighted. She said her lifelong dream was to eat ice cream in a loaf of fresh bread. After saying that, he thought back to the past. Every day, Mary had to complain about the family having to eat stale bread. He also thought to himself, I can't even afford to buy a loaf of toast for it. A freshly toasted loaf of bread costs twice as much as a stale loaf of bread. With that, there are always creditors with knives and swords coming to the house. Thinking of this, his hands clenched. No matter what, he was determined that he would become stronger under the guidance of young Master Roman. When he got home, Kevin's face was even more bewildered than when Roman announced his leave. The scene before his eyes was his father and mother leisurely drinking tea and chatting, while his little sister was happily admiring the flower garden. He was surprised. What's going on? Kevin looked at the peaceful scene. He wondered, this is strange. It feels like I'm being asked to go to the outskirts of the castle instead of the slums. But while he was confused, Mary noticed and called out loudly, Big brother! Kevin's parents heard and turned to look. They were also surprised when they saw him. His mother rushed to hug him. Oh my God, how long has it been? Mary was excited. It's my brother. It's really my brother. His father, Mr. Clark, also ran to ask, Are you okay? Kevin hugged his mother and asked, Mom, Dad, this house... Dad just explained. Sir Hans came and gave us this house to live in. He also gave us a piece of land to farm. I heard it was young Master Roman's order. His mother added, Not only that, the people at the castle also helped us a lot. Now we can feel life in this slum. His eyes lit up. Now everything is clear. I understand, Mr. Roman. He was moved to tears and exclaimed, Thank you very much. His father suddenly noticed and asked, Son, who is your mother? His mother heard this and let her son go to see. Clark immediately questioned, Did Sir Roman hit you? Kevin was confused and denied, What? No, it's not like that. His mother put her hands on his shoulders. You can tell us the truth. If they treat you like that, we are also willing to... Kevin immediately pushed his mother away. Mr. Roman is not that kind of person at all. His mother was confused. What happened to your face? He slowly told them, Mom, Dad, the truth is... After that statement, there was a voice of doubt. Are you seriously asking us to believe this? The men sat around talking. Clark, Kevin's father, convinced his friends, Come on, how else are you going to explain our new house and land? His friend also somewhat agreed. That's right. Clark still persuaded, Don't believe those rumors. According to Kevin, he slapped the damn Barco knight to protect his knight. What noble would protect his subordinates so much? The man was surprised. Gradually, people started spreading rumors about Roman. Unbelievable. Was that stupid young master the one who did it? Word of mouth has it. You see Clark and his family's current life, right? I heard that Sir Roman gave them those things because their son Kevin became his subordinate. I also heard that he gave them houses and land, and he even slapped the Barco knight, all because of Kevin. Clark's close friends heard him say it himself. Just yesterday, I felt sorry for the boy every time I saw him, but I saw him making a fuss about something in the store before. Are you sure you're not seeing things? The children also kept talking. I heard that Mr. Roman treats his people very well. I also want to be like Kevin. I just need to gain Mr. Roman's trust, like Clark's family. As those rumors spread, Roman's reputation also improved greatly. Roman Dmitri is very considerate towards his people. If you can gain his trust, you can live a completely different life. The scene changes back to where people are gathered, reading the recruitment notice board. The man said for a while, That's why so many people applied to become his soldiers. Lucas was shocked when he heard this. What was going on? Destroying the Bloodfang gang, and then the incident at the social party? Did Roman do all of that? He remembered the scene from before. The Roman Dmitri he knew wouldn't do something like that. I even saw him making a ruckus in the casino because he lost all his money 2 years ago. He said to himself, What happened to this world in just 2 years? The man beside him did not understand what he said. He laughed with delight. That's interesting. I want to see for myself. It was dark now. Jonathan reported, "The testing phase is going pretty smoothly. We only need to provide the minimum number of soldiers for entry. The rest of the overall process will be in charge of Sir Roman." Romeo asked, "Haven't we wasted too much time?" Jonathan advised, "This is your last chance to get everything back. Are you okay with this?" Jonathan still argued. It was too dangerous to form an army for an individual. At least ask Mr. Roman's purpose first. Suddenly, Romeo interrupted. "Jonathan," he recounted, "when we heard that Roman would be attending the Barco family's social party, I thought he was planning to marry into the Barco family to push back our second generation. But Roman stood in front of all those nobles, slapped the Barco knight, and even resisted Anthony's intervention. Even if Anthony could join forces with our second-generation military to apply pressure that would be fatal, then gain the right of succession and complete the goal of revenge." Romeo pushed his glass of wine. "But Roman, who had been labeled a fool for over a decade, has started to live its own life after the Blood Fang incident," Romeo said proudly. "As a father, I am completely happy for him." Jonathan understood his words. Romeo asked about the military recruitment. "So how many people have applied? 50? 100? With its reputation, getting over 50 people would be a blessing," Jonathan calculated. "It's estimated that there are over 500 people." Romeo was shocked when he heard that number. "What?" The scene changes to the city gate. Everyone has arrived to participate in the recruitment. Chris entered the tent, called Roman, and announced, "The testing process is complete." Roman was now pensively waiting for something. Another day before the audition, the full moon high in the sky, the sounds of commotion coming from the building. Lucas, inside the bar, took a sip of beer and smiled contentedly. "Dimitri's stout is definitely the best." Lucas's cheeks flushed slightly. "But I still can't believe how many people gathered before the audition like this. The number of people who signed up was even more than I expected. The people in the building continued to talk. Not only that," Lucas looked at the group of 3 men sitting in the position in front of him. 3 people sat there, belts dangling from their waists, laughing and making loud noises. Continuing to look into the building, Lucas glanced at the group of 3 men sitting in the position in front. In that corner, they were definitely C-rank mercenaries. Done. He looked towards the 3 other people who were in front of the bar, and 3 more people at the bar. They don't look like mercenaries, but they must be experienced in combat. Finally, Lucas concluded in his thoughts. Other than this place, there are very few employers in Dimitri. In the cramped setting where there are 5 to 6 people per square meter, like now, the number of subscribers actually exceeded his expectations. I wonder, but why is that? If they have enough combat experience, they should do better in other jobs. Surely not just out of curiosity like me. Not wanting to think further, Lucas slammed the cup down on the table. "I give up, I don't understand." Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard a young man ask another person, "Henderson, why are you here? Didn't you say you were going to join the Lawrence family?" Lucas heard it, which caught his attention. Looking at the two's conversation, Henderson replied, "At first it was true. Lawrence is my hometown, after all." Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly became sad. "But after witnessing Roman Dimitri destroy the Blood Fang in Lawrence, I thought about it. Those who weren't there wouldn't believe it." Back to that day's memory, he stood in the crowd, completely amazed at the sight before him. That day, I saw in the square Roman Dimitri covered in blood. "The scene of Roman grabbing an old man's hair," Henderson continued, gripping the Blood Fang leader's hair and dragging him along. "Can you imagine?" he asked, answering himself. "A young master of a noble family punishing Blood Fang for abusing his people." The scene of the man stomping hard, blood splattered everywhere. "Go to another territory to smash the leader's skull." Henderson suddenly stared ahead, looking frightened. "I can't get that image out of my mind." Suddenly, 3 people who were supposed to be C-rank mercenaries turned towards him at the same time. He continued, People kept doubting and denying the incident in Lawrence. The three supposedly capable men at the bar were also listening to him speak on this side. But I am the one who witnessed and felt it with my own eyes. Roman Dmitri is not the weakling he is rumored to be. Henderson slammed his fist on the table and shouted, "He is truly a great leader, able to fight for his people." The two men in the distance smiled in agreement with his words. "This recruitment is a rare opportunity to become your subordinate. I will definitely pass the selection round, receive permanent residence in Dmitri, and live under the command of Sir Roman Dmitri as a loyal vassal." Lucas repeated the name in his head. "Roman Dmitri is the man I deserve to sacrifice my life for, that's clear. Overview of the building exterior. I think this great commotion is probably not accidental. Early morning, outside the tower, right at the audition area at Dmitri's training ground. Lucas followed the crowd into the tower. Everyone laughed and talked about their plans to celebrate after the audition. He was lost in thought. If all he heard was true, so how should I choose? He continued to look at the people beside him, Lucas thought. Everyone here had the same thoughts as him. The doubters filed their applications after hearing all the rumors. The decisive moment will come when we see the real Roman. Suddenly, his eyes looked down, wondering what was going on, as everyone fell silent. Lucas's footsteps changed direction. Everyone bowed to the approaching figures. That was the young master of the Dmitri Lord's house, Roman Dmitri. The crowd still bowed respectfully and parted into two paths for Roman and his men to pass through. Lucas thought to himself, without being asked, but all the people here unconsciously bowed their heads to make way for him. And in Lucas's mind, that idea gradually reasserted itself. Those rumors were true, in front of Roman's huge back. He walked up the stairs under everyone's gaze. The air pressure around them dropped. Roman told them, "Raise your heads." He stood before them with a voice as clear as the information on the announcement. "Today I will choose 30 brave warriors to fight for me. But before we begin, I have a few things to say to everyone." Roman raised his voice and began to express his ideals. "I, Roman Dmitri, have no intention of living in seclusion in a remote territory." Glancing at the surprised faces below, he continued, "We will never stop fighting to achieve a higher position than we have now, and in the process, it is inevitable that your lives will be in danger. Those who are uncertain about following me may turn back immediately," Roman continued. "What you have to think about when you get your head cut off on the battlefield. Don't resent me for putting you out there, but regret not being able to stand by and witness your leader." The majestic and powerful figure of the ruler appeared in his words. Standing high as the most powerful monument on the continent, the people in the crowd all had looks of surprise on their faces. Lucas was a little panicked. Questions arose in his mind. What is he talking about? Forget the most powerful person on the continent. Isn't your position in the family at stake? He should be more humble. However, seeing Roman's serious and trustworthy look, Lucas felt again, for some reason, maybe he can actually do it. The vice captain of the Dmitri Knights spoke. "Okay, now I'll walk you through your first round of auditions." Chris looked towards the man holding the crossbow and arrow. "The selection process is simple. The participant will stand in the designated position, and this archer will shoot 3 arrows towards everyone. The arrow may just graze, or it will hit the target behind. Or even stab people straight, causing sudden death." Chris's eyes flashed coldly as he declared, "Only those who remained motionless when the 3 arrows were shot passed the first round of selection." They had different looks on their faces, worried and emotionless when they heard Chris's words. The vice captain's voice echoed loudly, making the atmosphere tense. "The screening will be conducted in the order of call. Dirk, move to the designated location." Next was Morrison, standing next to Dirk, the archer ready to shoot. Morrison stood beside him, slightly frightened, wondering to himself, he says so, but are they really targeting people? No one in this world uses death to select soldiers for themselves. As soon as the arrow is raised to the bow, he thought, this archer must be a very skilled person. Seeing the sweat rolling down the cheek of the bowman, he kept telling himself he would never make a mistake. The bow was drawn, the arrow flying in the wind. It was embedded in the tombstone just centimeters from the standing man's neck. Seeing Dirk's panicked expression, Morrison encouraged himself. Okay, this is just a psychological battle. The archer continued to raise the second arrow. This time he tried to stay still, believing that everything would be okay. He was sure the arrow would miss again, but what happened was contrary to expectations. The arrow pierced through the right leg of the person standing there. Morrison was stunned, while the others, including Lucas, were also silent in shock. He screamed in pain, clutched his bleeding leg, and collapsed. Chris ran over, screaming for help. He told the soldiers to bring something here to take him away quickly. The quick man immediately obeyed. While lying on the stretcher, the young man kept groaning in pain. The crowd remained confused and scared. Is the mental preparation to get shot by an arrow that he said earlier true? It's unbelievable. Chris coldly called the next person's name. Hearing his own name made him extremely scared. Morrison. His eyes were fixed on the blood still on the wooden target. The arrow was still deeply embedded in the boy's thigh, carrying traces of pain. If the location had been anywhere else, he would have died instantly. Morrison panicked and said what he thought, "Damn, this is crazy. I just signed up for the chance to become a knight." Chris coldly explained. This was exactly what the young master said. At the same time, he said, "I will say it again for those who choose to give up." Chris looked at Morrison, scared to the point of crying and bowing his head. "If you are afraid of being shot by an archer, then give up now." With a stern look, Roman still the same, Chris spoke up to remind them, "If you can endure to the end, even if you are hit by an arrow, then everyone will have the honor of receiving a certificate confirming that they have passed the first round of selection." Chris reinforced his words. "Cowards still in this training area, leave immediately." Back to the day before the audition, Roman said, "I will explain your roles again." 4 people stood in a row listening seriously. The first screening session was tomorrow. You will be hit by an arrow. The archer is an experienced archer of this region. He will only shoot areas that do not cause fatal wounds. The archer boy clapped his hands in front of his chest and smiled authoritatively. "I won't miss, so don't worry about it." Looking towards Chris, who was walking towards him with a chest, Roman said, "This is your reward." He opened the chest, and inside were a lot of gold coins. Seeing the sparkling light emanating from it, everyone laughed out loud in joy. With emotionless eyes, he continued his offer and asked the question, "You won't be in much pain because there will be a doctor on duty. But you will still get hit by the arrow. Do you still want to do it?" 4 people shouted in unison, "Yes!" A reply rang out in the room. Roman said that if there was nothing else, they could go, and they obeyed. The room fell silent again. Chris asked suspiciously, "My lord, why did you have to go to this extent?" He was sitting on the chair preparing to deal with other paperwork, so he replied, "We can't find the right person by just threatening. We have to show them that they are risking their lives. Although the chance of being hit by an arrow is 1 in 100, most candidates will be defeated by the fear of that 1% chance." Hearing this, Chris continued to wonder, "So what conditions must they meet to become your subordinates?" He replied, "I want someone with a strong mentality. In other words, one born with the heart of a beast," Chris repeats. "Heart of the beast," Roman explains why. Yes. Those born with the hearts of beasts will quickly grow stronger. Even if they start from 0, only those with that quality can walk with us. Back to the current Round 1 warrior selection session. Someone shouted, "What kind of crazy audition is this?" Following that, a group of people discussed and decided to leave under the city gate. "Are you going to take responsibility if I die? Is he a noble holding a position in the royal court? I don't want to risk my life for Roman Dmitri. I give up." "Me too." Chris looked at the situation and counted. About 100 people gave up. He looked towards Roman and called out, "Roman!" Roman was thinking about the heart of a beast right now. It was an inborn talent. He remembered Kevin's face then, like Kevin, who did not hesitate to swing his sword and cut off his wrist at his command. Then came the memory of the vice captain of the Knights of the Dmitri or Chris house. the one who asked how to become stronger from the one who humiliated him. He concluded with a sentence, "Those kinds of people can be said to be born with the hearts of beasts. Those who do not have the heart of a beast, no matter how strong they are, cannot win against those who are different from birth." Roman thought, I have to filter out those types of people with this selection. He said loudly with determination, "Keep going." The blue sky and white clouds covered the building, and a man was panting from exhaustion. Lucas looked on and thought to himself, that guy is in the inn, so he didn't give up. He saw Henderson, now trembling, leaning against the wooden target. I guess he was telling the truth then, even though he's shaking like a leaf now. Henderson cried, biting his lip and saying to himself, "This is my chance to pledge my allegiance to Lord Roman." He looked straight at the archer who was drawing his bow. "I can't give up without doing anything." The arrow flew, hit the target, and was a few centimeters away from his temple. He breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the dark atmosphere enveloping the young man holding the bow and arrow. Henderson wondered, "No, should I give up? If I die, it will all be for nothing." The arrow flew quickly past his shoulder. The thought that came to his mind at that moment was, "I still have time." The archer pursed his lips and released the arrow. Henderson's whole body trembled. The arrow flew between his legs. Just a little more and it would have meant the end of his family line. Chris announced, "Henderson has passed," and he fell to his knees, seemingly unable to shake off his panic. Lucas laughed. He was about to give up, consider himself lucky, and so the selection continued. It went smoothly, except for those who dropped out. There were about 400 candidates. The number of candidates who passed the first round was 120 people, along with the ready faces of those who stayed. Roman thought, I have selected those who can prove useful through the first round of selection. Looking at the group of people, including Henderson, he assessed that there were people who, despite their trembling, still made it through. Then he turned to look at Lucas, as well as the others who had passed without any fear. Roman concluded, both groups were not that different from their standards. They were both brave enough to suppress their fears. Looking at the crowd, I had to realize that these hidden gems in the gravel pile might have appeared for a reason or had an ulterior motive. I have to distinguish between people who will look at me with respect or fear. He clearly stated, "You all passed the first round. This round of selection proves that you are warriors. But I will only accept 30 people, so I will test all of you again through the second round," he said with confidence. "If you pass this selection round and become my subordinates, you will be able to live the life of a hunter." Lucas was surprised. The life of a predator? Roman walked down the stairs. "Now, let's start the second round of selection. The rules are very simple." He stood before a series of swords in a wooden crate. "As you can see, there are different types of wooden swords prepared for you. Type or quantity is not important." He picked up a sword. "Choose the sword you like." Roman slashed the air. "Prove your worth by dueling me." Henderson was stunned. He intended to duel. Lucas smiled incomprehensibly. "Just him and 120 of us?" Roman's eyes narrowed slightly. "You guys don't need to win. For those who can last a minute against me, they will pass and receive better conditions than those stated on the notice." A villager opened his mouth. Vulcan spoke first. "I will fight first." He spoke with an expressionless face, the crowd making room for the two people facing each other. Roman asked, "What is your name?" He replied immediately, "I am Vulcan." Looking at the sword in Vulcan's hand, he asked, "Are you okay with that wooden sword?" He insisted, "It's no problem." Vulcan looked at him thoughtfully. Roman Dimitri's confidence was overblown. "Is the rumor that he has subdued the Bloodfang gang true? But even so, there's no way he could defeat me in under a minute." Chris shouted, "So get ready." Vulcan continued thinking, "I will pass if I last a minute. But whatever. Even if he's the one I'll be serving from now on, I'll take this chance." Chris turned the hourglass and shouted, "Start!" The thought in Vulcan's mind grew louder than ever to engrave in his mind what kind of person he was. He took his sword and rushed forward to make a big slash. Vulcan's eyes immediately froze. Roman dodged. His legs twisted together, and Vulcan immediately fell. That surprised him. At that moment, Roman's sword was pointed right at Vulcan's neck. His cold eyes called, "Next person." Lucas observed and judged. He was in another class. He dodged the attack quickly and moved very lightly. "I didn't expect it to move like that. This round of admission will be 100 times more difficult than the first round." A strong, murderous aura gradually erupted around Roman, creating fear in many people. The moment Vulcan lost to Roman, Roman's image stood tall with his sword pressed against Vulcan's neck. His eyes seemed to want to eat me alive. Everyone around was thinking one thing, in his contemptuous eyes looking at the enemy at his feet. Everyone understood that Roman was too strong, but they thought that as time passed, one by one, the others would duel Roman, even though they were having a hard time fighting against such a strong opponent. But they believed that he would get tired and his stamina would gradually decrease over time. An hour had passed since the start of the second selection round, after 60 matches. Many candidates fell to the ground, their faces filled with pain. 60 people had lost. Roman's face was cold. He opened his mouth to call the next person. He held his sword in his hand, pointing it straight at the man in front of him. "Oh no, it's the loser sitting scared at your feet." Roman showed no signs of fatigue after those 60 games. The spectators around the arena were all amazed, remembering what he had said before the selection round. "If you pass this selection and become my subordinates, you will be able to have the life of a predator." It seemed at this moment they understood the meaning of this saying. Roman is a predator with an overwhelming aura, like a huge beast ready to pounce on any prey it sees. A predator can live the way he wants in a world where only the strongest survive. The people around looked at him in amazement, feeling like his words would come true. They thought to themselves, even now Roman was still considered the fool of the Dmitri family. This could be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Looks of shock and fear appeared on the faces of those standing around the arena. They were determined to become Roman's subordinates, but a train of thought interrupted. "But how can I fight that monster?" In the eyes of everyone at that time, Roman was like a devil risen from hell. A dark aura covered his entire body, making the people below shiver just by looking at him. Roman said slowly, "If one contestant doesn't step up, then everyone here loses." Hearing this, they began to push each other forward. Hardly anyone dared to go up and fight the man standing there. At this moment, a voice said, "Okay, I will go." A face appeared, a small bag on the belt. A blue-haired man stood out, towering like a savior in times of trouble. He introduced himself. "I am contestant number 61. My name is Lucas. The sky is blue. The wind blows across the city." In Lucas's mind, he thought, "Monster. Roman Dmitri is a monster." Roman stands in front of Lucas. That murderous aura was still there. The two stood facing each other, waiting for a new battle to break out. Lucas's train of thought did not stop. Besides his superior martial arts, he thought, the fact that he could cause such a stressful atmosphere, Roman's eyes were as cold as the air around him. Roman was completely different from before, just as he said he wouldn't stay in this remote place forever. Roman's figure stood tall like a giant monument in Lucas's heart at this moment. He was certain of one thing. The person standing before him would conquer this entire continent. Lucas raised his hands and sword, ready to fight. "I don't care about the 8 silver coins. I will know if what Roman said is true or not in just a year." To do that, the hand holding the hourglass started to turn upside down and count the time. The command began to sound. Each grain of sand falling down signaled that the time to fight had come from this moment. Along with the flowing sand, Lucas's determination became more evident. He was determined to pass this round of selection first. He held his sword and rushed forward like the wind. Roman thought to himself, he didn't hesitate to charge forward, except for the first person, No one else made the first move. Not only that, his tactics, thinking of this, Roman couldn't help but sweat and be surprised. Because Lucas, at this moment, he wanted to slash his opponent's head with his sword and swing his dagger into his heart. A scene unfolded. Roman stepped back, blocking Lucas's sword as it rushed forward. Lucas thought. He dodged the spear and blocked his sword, then he changed tactics. How about this? He continued to swing his sword, his feet also moving forward to close in on Roman. With each slash, Roman raised his sword. A powerful impact made Roman's eyes widen, but he still parried the sword strike. He swung the sword in his hand, knocking his opponent away. Lucas was also sent flying, taking several steps back. It seems that this is still not enough, Lucas thought to himself. Normally, there would be openings when moving quickly continuously, but Roman was like an impregnable fortress. Lucas gripped the short sword tightly in his hand, telling himself that he couldn't give up. If you hesitate for a second, you lose immediately. To hold out for a minute, I must keep the initiative. Lucas continued to grip the sword tightly, trying to rush forward to find the upper hand. Roman smiled coldly when he saw that. It seemed like he was admiring Lucas's courage. Roman analyzed that the way Lucas charged was not suitable for the battlefield, but was suitable for a duel. His eyes flashed as if he had found something interesting. He knew Lucas did it to keep the initiative. But along with that enjoyment, Roman began to counterattack. He stepped forward, his intention not just to let Lucas hold out for a minute. Roman rushed into Lucas's sword fight. At this moment, the two of them really looked like a match. Every minute was a milestone, an opportunity for them to feel how powerful the Lord they serve is. The two continued to fight. Lucas swung his sword and Roman dodged. In return, Roman swung his sword and Lucas blocked it. Roman's real purpose in holding this selection round was to engrave it in people's minds. At this point, Roman thought, it was time to end this match. An unexpected situation left Lucas unable to react. A fatal blow landed and Lucas fell back. It seemed the match was over. A B-rank mercenary can only go so far. An ordinary person can reach B level if they work hard and risk their lives. But if they can't use mana, they will never reach A rank. A level possesses the power to subdue anyone. Lucas was now sitting on the ground, bewildered. And the first thing that determines mana awakening is... A lonely image appeared, a figure standing alone among the pile of corpses. So Lucas had reached his limit. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get past level B. Even so, Lucas gritted his teeth. Even so, I survived. On the battlefields where countless people lost their lives, the raging fire seemed to devour everything, over and over again. And from that, he realized one thing. His hand tightly gripped the small bag hanging on his side. To survive, to win, you have to make the most of everything. Lucas grabbed the bag and threw it straight at Roman's face as he approached. A dust flew past Roman's face, and he pressed his lips together. Is he throwing sand? Outsiders wondered suspiciously. He just said to hold out for a minute. There were no other rules. But before their eyes, Lucas had fallen, and Roman was standing still, motionless. At this moment, Lucas picked up his sword and rushed towards Roman. He shouted loudly, gained momentum, and rushed forward like the wind. But then his eyes widened, as if he saw something terrible. Roman stood there, sword raised in hand. His eyes lit up, devoid of any emotion. His eyes were cold, never leaving me, his gaze sharp as a knife. At this point, Lucas seemed to feel everything was falling apart. His figure appeared clearly in Roman's eyes. His gaze was so cold that Lucas trembled. A laugh rang out. The short knife in Lucas's hand fell to the ground. He sighed and said, I surrender. His hands clenched, memories flashing back because of the demon sect. Before the sect began to show goodwill in teaching martial arts to its disciples, the first thing they had to learn was how to keep their eyes open. In case of a slight change, even a blink of an eye is enough to kill. Trained scenes flashed through Lucas's mind. It is a strict requirement because when breathing, the internal energy will be circulated. Even a blink of an eye is an action that needs to be carefully considered, so we were trained to keep our eyes open, no matter how strong the enemy was in front of us, no matter how damaged the eyes were or how close they were to being lost. Even if the enemy holds a short sword and swings it straight at the eyes. Or even though the blade was close to the pupil in all situations, Roman was the same, his eyes still wide open, staring straight at his opponent. "I surrender," Lucas said helplessly, his hands clenched in a bow. The weather was clear, the sky with clouds in that castle. A man handed Roman a small bag of water. Roman took the bag and poured water into his eyes to wash away the sand. Lucas stood behind, hands still clenched, head bowed thoughtfully. He thought to himself, "If I had known this, I would not have used sand." Lucas pursed his lips in regret. He blamed himself, having tried every way to pass the qualifying round, but only received disappointing results. The image of Lucas standing there, clenched his fists, head bowed in self-reproach. A fleeting thought. He must be looking down on me. No, maybe he didn't expect anything from me in the first place. Lucas looked at Roman, whose face was wet, looking at him. Is Roman angry? I deserve to be punished. Lucas wondered what his punishment would be. But before he could finish his thought, Roman spoke up. Next. Lucas was surprised. Roman did not punish him, but just continued calmly. The people around were also surprised. Not angry? Roman didn't even ask why Lucas played dirty. Roman just tilted his head slightly, looking at Lucas. Obviously, he knew Lucas's plan and thought so. Roman saw Lucas grab a sandbag as he ducked away from the sword strike, but he decided to ignore that, letting Lucas fight with all his might. Roman thought, the hell Lucas has been through, I don't know how much bloodshed he's witnessed. Roman understands that Lucas's past is filled with life and death battles, and he lets him struggle to realize his true strength. While thinking, Roman looked at Lucas, who was confused and didn't understand what was going on. But I had no doubt. A pool of fresh blood covered my feet. Roman continued to be lost in his thoughts. The amount of blood I've seen as Big John Hughes is enough. To turn into the ocean here, the scene of blood up to the knees appeared before Roman's eyes. That's how a demon is born. Roman snapped out of his thoughts and said calmly, "There's no one else." The hourglass had also run out. Another one shouted, swinging his sword towards Roman. But he missed, and Roman dodged the attack. The guy picked up a rock from the yard and threw it at Roman. He just had to tilt his head to avoid the rock. Lucas set the precedent. Now, all the candidates are using all their tricks to get to the last minute. The guy rushed forward with his sword but was kicked straight in the face. Lucas thought to himself, playing dirty was not within the rules of elimination. However, he stopped, looking at the scene before him. The moment they went too far, I lost my mercy. The scene in front of Lucas now was the guy from earlier lying on the ground. Holding his face in pain with both hands, he screamed, while Roman just calmly said, "Next person." A terrifying thought appeared. If I don't surrender, I will definitely be like them. Anyway, what's going on here? It makes no sense. This is the 100th match, and the qualifying round has been going on for 2 hours. Except for a few drops of sweat, his breathing remained perfectly steady. Roman's eyes were still determined. His expression couldn't be calmer. A mountain full of corpses and a sea of blood on the brink of death. No enemy will show you mercy just because you tried. The movements will stop once your breathing is no longer steady, and that's when you yourself become part of the mountain of corpses at your feet. That is why one has no choice but to become a master of fighting. Roman, at this time, inhaled and exhaled. Natural energy can be achieved through this series of actions. It circulates throughout the body to restore the fatigue that has been stored in the body. Plus, ideal body management and skeletal strengthening. The body has reached its optimal state. Another man swung his sword at Roman, but he blocked it again. Back to the time when I was conquering martial arts. At that time, I fought for 3 days and 3 nights. That's why my stamina will never run out. Roman held the sword tightly in his hand, rushing towards the opponent at the fastest speed in a light test like this. All the candidates gathered, and a command rang out across the fortified citadel. Chris clearly stated the number of people who passed the second round. Amidst the heavy mood of the crowd, Chris continued, "No." He stood on the training ground and continued speaking. "However, it is not that no one can go on. 30 out of 120 people were selected. The list will be announced later." Then Chris shouted, "Well done, everyone. Dismissed." In the evening, light shone through the window, reflecting on the grass. Roman held the list. This was the list of successful candidates. From now on, these 30 people will be trained by you. Chris took the list and nodded. "I understand." He looked at each name. So these were the successful candidates. Vulcan, the first to challenge the young master, must be very brave and respectful to the young master. And Henderson, Chris was full of questions, because the person just mentioned in his impression was a rather shy person. There is nothing outstanding. Did the young master find any outstanding points about him that I couldn't see? Chris doubted himself. Except for them, everyone else could understand. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, surprised. He asked Roman, "Was Lucas also chosen?" Roman just sat there and coldly replied, "Yes." Roman put his hands on the table and asked Chris again, "Is there a problem?" Chris just said again, "I admit that Lucas is more talented than other B-rank soldiers, but he also played dirty in the qualifying match." The image replayed in Chris's mind as Lucas and Roman fought each other. He decided to surrender as soon as he realized he couldn't win. He did not fight until the last minute. "People like this will only bring us harm on the battlefield," Chris seriously affirmed to Roman. "Putting aside his honor, he is the type of mercenary who would abandon his comrades and do anything to survive. If I were the one responsible for these soldiers, I really couldn't accept it." But before he could finish, Roman interrupted Chris. "So he chose him," Roman said, looking very comfortable. Chris asked doubtfully, "What do you mean?" Like the person said, Lucas can be a coward who doesn't care about his own honor. But while people don't think of playing dirty, he had the practical mindset of coming up to me and acting like that. This type of person will usually shine on the battlefield. They are constantly looking for ways to survive and find a way to escape, no matter the cost. Roman asked again, "Let me ask you this. How are you so sure Lucas would abandon his teammates just because he played dirty?" Hearing that, Chris seemed to come to his senses. He stood still holding the selection list in his hand. The memory flashed when Jonathan had gently called, "Survivors on the battlefield. Unlike you and me, true warriors cannot use light energy. Only those who can keep a calm face in every situation and act based on what is happening, only the one who can survive to the end." He continued to Chris, "So remember, no matter how strong a knight you are, you can never escape being killed by those who hide behind the knight, waiting for their chance to change." Chris calmed down and thought, yes, Lucas's decision was indeed very practical. His vision was still so limited. Chris's eyes were a bit sad. But then he continued, "Young master, please explain one thing to me. There is still something I don't understand clearly." He still had 5 months to go before he had to go to war, and the nobles were not forced to go to the front lines by conscription. "So why did you train the soldiers so early?" Hearing that, Roman's emotions sank even further. He just quietly replied, "I will announce it soon." The next day was the official announcement of the Baikal family. "We have been waiting for the Lawrence family's decision on the treaty that was signed in the past. However, they betrayed their honor as nobles as well as their treaty with us. So, after much patient waiting, we decided to raise our swords." The Lawrence family's crimes were obvious. Not only did they not pay the debt owed to their ancestors, they also enjoyed the luxuries in magnificent villas and expensive delicacies. And they also arrogantly declared that their family would not give up the land that had been mortgaged. Therefore, we will make an announcement to the people of the Cairo Empire through this report. If the Lawrence family does not pay off their debt or return the mortgaged land within a week, then the Barco family, which had the permission of the central government, will wage a territorial war against the Lawrence family. Chris suddenly realized something important, only to see Roman calmly reply, "Yes, starting now." He gave a meaningful smile. "We are about to enter the battle between the two families, Barco and Lawrence. Miss Flora, we have to part ways from now on, so we have to decide our own things. The Barco family borrowed a huge sum of money from the bullion bank. Do you know what that means? It means war is the only thing left for them to do. The ones who suffered despair because of political marriage were not us, but the entire Lawrence family. No matter what society thinks of Roman Dmitri, I still want someone to believe and follow things that they personally see and experience. Therefore, I wish to get out of this binding engagement without any further changes. This is her fault. He is the one who brought this family down." Flora's face was filled with confusion and fear, her eyes wide, her pupils constricted. Flora screamed. She had just woken up from a nightmare, she gasped, surrounded by the dark room with a little light from the moon outside. She sat up, putting her hand to her forehead. Flora was bewildered, wondering to herself, "What have I done?" 3 days later, under the clear sky and drifting clouds, a voice rang out. "Was it because of the broken engagement?" 2 servants came over. The one beside her said, "The young lady has locked herself in her room since returning from the Dmitri family." The other person replied, "I heard that the broken marriage was Miss Flora's fault, right? What could she have done to make her fiancé break up with her? Besides, are we okay? I heard we're about to have to fight the Barco clan." The Lord's mood, meanwhile, in the room, Flora was now sitting absent-mindedly at the table. She thought to herself, "I always thought I was so smart." Her long hair fell down, her eyes dreamily looking into the void. "I completed an advanced course in the academy with very good grades. From the bright smiles that my father always showed me, I thought I was a good daughter. But really, I am nothing without my family, no different from flowers in a glass cage. How ridiculous is Dimitri's child? That child is me, the figure of Flora sitting alone, so miserable. I don't have the confidence to face my father anymore. What would that man do in this situation?" She closed her eyes helplessly. Thinking back, Roman was the complete opposite of me. There was absolutely no one who depended on him or felt any desire for anything from him. He conquered Nakyu with his power and did such a terrible act to his own family. Could he really do that without remembering to ask for help? Since when did he get so strong? Flora sat on the edge of the bed, wondering how he could do such a thing. "No." She pushed the thought away, putting aside the possibility of doing so. First, the fact that he could find a way to work it out. Compared to that, Flora bit her lower lip, unwilling. Outside the room, the butler gently knocked on the door and called inside, "Miss Flora, the meal is ready." A servant pushed the food cart behind. Feeling no movement, the two of them looked at each other and sighed. Suddenly, the door opened. Flora walked out, and the butler was shocked, speechless. The butler stuttered and called out, "Miss Flora?" She only saw him tie her hair up, her face carrying an indescribable sadness as she walked out. Flora coldly told the two of them, "I have to go to the study. Father is trying his best to seek help from other families, but I'm sure in this situation, no one will help." She flipped through the book as if searching for some information with determination. Just like how Roman Dmitri conquered Nakyu, we must also find a way with our own strength. That morning, a call was made to the Lord. "House Martel has refused our offer." The urgent voice came. "Then we will sign with Vastra." But the next sentence made the Lord lose all hope. "The Vastra family also refused our offer." Although we agreed to set up the distribution system they had always requested. But they had made it clear that they would not help us on this matter, and the urgency made him put the book down hard. The close servant quickly dissuaded the Lord. No matter how you look at it, asking for help from a neighboring country is also very difficult because of the oppression of the Barco family. He continued to reach for another book and flip through it. It is rumored that they will retaliate against anyone from the northeast who interferes in this battle. He quickly took another book, and the messenger's voice rang out again loudly. "If Lawrence fails to pay the debt or surrender the mortgaged land within a week, Then the Barco clan, with the permission of the central government, would declare territorial war on Lawrence. Finally, the book was closed. Flora sat absent-mindedly at the reading table. She held her face helplessly. Only 1 week left until the battle. The best thing Lawrence could do in this situation was... An angry voice rang out, hands clenched into fists, and he punched the table. Damn it! Every single bastard, after all, is just a bunch of people who are holding us back from this. Now treat us like we don't exist. Lord Lawrence gritted his teeth in anger. Have you contacted the Gold Bank yet? He asked his confidant, who replied, Yes, they said they would investigate the issue of land mortgage, but it looks like the investigation won't be over within a week. Considering the huge amount of money they have invested in Barco, I think they decided Barco's side would have the advantage. The Lord raised his hand to rub his forehead, his face darkened. So, after trying everything possible, we have no solution left. Everyone was silent in the meeting about this issue. No one has any good suggestions to offer. A voice said, Maybe it's better we surrender. A bearded man said, All help from neighboring countries was blocked by Barco. The difference in our forces is as clear as day, so I think surrendering and giving them what they want will protect our innocent soldiers, as well as protecting more land instead of letting them take it all. Everyone who heard this was excited and scared. They all understood that this was the last thing they could think of at the moment. The Lord was silent for a moment and helplessly said, The speaker was right. At this moment, the servant's voice rang out. Lord, Miss Flora requests to see you, the Lord asked in surprise. Flora, I'm busy right now, so... But before I could finish my sentence, Flora pushed the door open and entered. The Lord and his courtiers just sat in silence, unable to utter a word. He just whispered Flora's name. Flora's eyes were filled with determination. Father, I have something to say. On this side, an angry voice also rang out. What do you want to say? At another meeting, Roman spoke up. This is exactly what I wanted to say. He calmly repeated what he had just said. I intend to personally participate in the battle between Barco and Lawrence under the name of Roman Dmitri. He sat in his chair, his hands clasped together, and his serious look as if he was not joking. Romero held a cup of tea and asked, Do you know what that means? He replied that he knew. But then he slammed the cup down on the table, spilling tea. He shouted, You know and still say that. The battle between Barco and Lawrence was a legal battle, approved by the central government. His face changed color, his eyebrows furrowed in displeasure. Since you have now broken off your engagement to the Lawrence daughter, there is no reason for us to interfere in any matter. If Dmitri intervenes, the northeastern nobles will cut off all ties with us, and in the worst case, the central government might send soldiers to punish us. If you're going to help Lawrence just because of a small wavering in your heart, don't, for God's sake. I think you're all grown up. His father put his hand on his forehead in helplessness, and Roman only called out, Dad. Then he said, Is that how you want me to live from now on? His father shouted angrily, What the hell are you saying all of a sudden? He replied calmly, I don't interfere in the battle just because of a small wavering in my heart. To tell the truth, I was recently threatened by the eldest son of the Barco family. He did that because the engagement between his son and the Lawrences might hinder their plans. He told his father seriously, I have no evidence to prove what really happened that day, but I just had a thought. People say Dmitri is the true power of the Northeast. This statement shook the entire mansion, but he calmly continued speaking. The Barco family thought we were under their command, and father does nothing with the power and wealth he has. I'm sure your father is satisfied with the current situation. Hearing you expose him, your father was also startled and panicked. At this moment, his eyes flashed with ambition and a gloomy aura. But I, Roman Dmitri, am different. I want power and will not stand idly by. Faced with his son's expression, his father also felt a little guilty. He continued, because Dmitri's name had been tarnished, whether by Barco or anyone else. You have many reasons just like the Barco family declared war by creating a reason that doesn't exist. The reason is just child's play between the powerful. A new life, but it feels like I'm still struggling in the middle of an endless ocean. But one thing is certain. The identity of Beachdung Huyet is changing. I must live a life of domination. I'm not asking you to lend me your family's power. We only intervene in this match with the ability of Roman Dmitri, Roman said in a low voice. So follow me. The path we are about to take is the path we want to live from now on. The origin of each person's birth cannot be changed, no matter how great that person becomes. Romero clasped his hands behind his back and looked thoughtfully through the window. No matter how much success you achieve, how rich you become, or even become a lord ruling over a territory, the truth is that I am just an ordinary person, and that never changes. Mrs. Lihana sat on the velvet sofa and said softly, I guess something happened to the other nobles when you came to the royal palace. He smiled gently. It's nothing. Romero slowly walked over and sat down beside her. Just look at their eyes to know how they look at us. His eyes suddenly became dangerous. Not how one noble looks at another noble like them. Lihana looked at her husband tenderly, so he wanted to change it. He smiled slightly, not satisfied with his current life. We don't want to destroy it just to get some extra benefit. In the large living room, there were only the two of them sitting and talking. We hope our son will be different. Outside the palace it was getting dark. Mr. Romero's voice to her still echoed evenly, unlike mine. He was content with ruling over a small, remote land. We want them to transcend their original boundaries and reach higher. At this moment, Roman was sitting solemnly on the chair. Seeing his son's seriousness, he was a little startled. Those eyes. Yes, his eyes reflected the steadfastness and integrity of a mature man. Mr. Romero thought to himself, the eyes of a man cannot be shaken. As a father, more than anyone else, he was the one who felt extremely happy. Yes, I always dream about this moment. The child that always made us worry has grown up to be what he is today without us even realizing it. Roman sat in front of him, his cold face showing an unapproachable look. He sat quietly, listening to Father Romero's encouragement. Do what you like, and tell me if you need help. He clenched his fist and said loudly, You, Roman Dmitri, are my son, and I, Romero Dmitri, am your father. He firmly declared, no matter what the child did, there is no need to take responsibility alone. Hearing this, Roman couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. The next morning, the gate of the forge area echoed with all sorts of metallic clanging sounds. He just stepped to the gate, looking around. No one was there, but it was very noisy. So this is the place, Roman thought as he looked up at the sturdy gate. It seems they weren't exaggerating when they said the Dmitri family's forge is the largest blacksmith in the Cairo kingdom. Inside the forge were all strong craftsmen. These facilities were places where many blacksmiths could work at the same time. Each person takes on a different position to ensure the highest level of professionalism. There are about 30 such establishments in this blacksmith district. Roman thought any doubts about Dmitri's wealth were answered just by looking at this neighborhood. A look behind the palace that houses the largest number of officials in the country, and the Dmitri family blacksmiths were able to sell the iron mined here at exorbitant prices. For that reason, the nobles of the northeast of Cairo never dared to oppose Dmitri, besides being afraid of Dmitri's wealth. If they cannot receive the Dmitri family's weapons supply throughout the kingdom, that would be a serious problem. Roman looked around and realized, so he was here. The man he was referring to was the man known as the symbol of the Dmitri house, the master blacksmith. He slowly suggested to his father, I intend to solve this on my own, but I really need your help, Dad. Necessary equipment for the army. Mr. Romero crossed his arms in front of his chest to show that he understood. Armed, he said, and took a cup of tea. Go see Hendrik. Holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, he looked at his son and slowly said, I used to handle everything in the forge myself as the boss. But Hendrik, who used to work beside me, took over that job after I was ennobled. As the family master, he oversaw the entire production of iron equipment. Seeing his son so enthusiastic, he was also quite happy. "If you say you came at my request, he will give you what you need." Roman nodded happily, thanking his father. He also did not forget to remind him. "However, there is one thing you must keep in mind when you get there. The blacksmiths of the Dmitri house are extremely arrogant. They are not people who will show loyalty just because the child was born with the name Dmitri. Only those who can distinguish the quality of iron and are capable of handling it can win the trust of blacksmiths. Indeed, father did not lie to him. The people in the forge looked at Roman as if he were a burden. If it wasn't for the obvious contempt I showed for him, they didn't even bother to look at him and continued to do their daily work. Roman witnessed it firsthand, so he quickly understood. It was exactly as his father had said. He clenched his hands into fists and walked nervously under the contemptuous gazes of some people. Considering Roman's previous foolish actions, it was no surprise they behaved this way. He soon arrived at his destination. Just as he reached the gate, he heard an unfriendly greeting. "Look who's here." It was the voice of Hendrik, a burly man with a bushy beard. Seeing him just arrive, he sarcastically asked, "What business do you have that you're here?" Roman straightened his back and said clearly, "I believe my father sent word to him about the reason I am here." Hendrik approached with his hands on his hips. "Oh yeah, armed for 30 men, right?" His voice was filled with hatred and contempt. "And I thought he came here to steal because he ran out of pocket money." Faced with Hendrik's attitude, he pursed his lips in annoyance but absolutely did not respond. Then he pointed to the pile of clutter in the corner of the workshop and said, "Take whatever you want from the pile in the corner. It's more than enough to arm 30 soldiers." Roman said slowly, meaningfully. "He was telling me to take them." "This is your best, Mr. Hendrik," he sarcastically added. He didn't mind muttering and cursing. "If you're not satisfied, you better get out of here." Roman walked to the corner of the room and picked up a weapon. "Sir Hendrik." He raised his sword and looked at him questioningly. "It seems that Cairo's praise of Dimitri's iron gear being the best was all bragging. I didn't think you'd call this soldier equipment." Hendrik was extremely annoyed with his words. "I will ask again." He gritted his teeth in anger at Roman's interrogation. This was truly his best, Master Hendrik. Unable to hold back any longer, he roared, "Dimitri's iron gear is proudly the best in Cairo, but you, a man who has never broken a sweat in front of a forge, dare to judge the equipment of the Dmitri family." Roman held the sword and looked at him as he was venting. "If it weren't for Romero's offer, I would never have given you anything. While your younger brother, Rogel, spent years as my assistant to inherit the family. You, the eldest son, spend your time flirting with women on the street." He kept talking, constantly scolding him. "Do you understand what that means? Compared to the things on the ground, you, Roman Dmitri, are a piece of trash that cannot be recycled." Hendrik pointed at him and scolded, "You are just an eldest son who doesn't know how to do anything. No, you are trash that can't do anything." Roman thought to himself, "This scene again, you are probably already familiar with it." After he finished speaking, you spoke up. "It's not that I don't understand your anger." With that, he held out his sword and explained, "However, this sword was not hammered evenly during the casting process, to the point that it changes color with just sunlight hitting it. It must have been the product of an inexperienced blacksmith who did not master the use of a hammer." Roman looked at him calmly and disapprovingly. "So this thing is not worthy to be called Dmitri house equipment." And because he, Master Hendrik, could not deny that fact, he said, "You really look down on me instead of calling it trash?" His firm and clear words really surprised him. "What are you talking about?" Roman swung the sword testily and continued his comment. "Master Hendrik, every word you speak is like that of a real blacksmith, both commenting and blaming me. Just now, one of my soldiers died because he couldn't cut his opponent with this junk sword. The blade was so blunt that it could not cut through flesh cleanly, and that soldier, unable to pull out the sword stuck in his opponent's muscle, had his head fall off with a bewildered look on his face. Hearing his words, Hendrik gradually became thoughtful. He continued to question, "What do you think about that injustice?" He tried his best to survive, but had no choice but to die because his trash master used trash to equip him. He frowned. "What the hell are you talking about?" He continued to pick up a piece of armor on the ground. "Sir Hendrik, why do you think soldiers wear armor?" Roman lifted the armor to look. "If it could protect the body from the opponent's attacks, even if just once, the weight of the armor is worth bearing." Hendrik watched silently as he threw the armor to the ground. "But another soldier wearing the armor I gave him was betrayed by the very thing he trusted and lost his life." Looking at the armor on the ground, Roman felt pain. He believed that the steadily woven pieces of iron could protect him. But a scrap of an unknown blacksmith's wares could not stop the enemy's attack. It punched a hole in his armor, causing his organs to shoot out from the middle of the plate. Hendrik still scowled in defense of his hatred. "What the hell are you talking about?" Roman asked without asking. "You still don't understand what I'm saying?" In his heart, he actually understood Hendrik's psychology. We can understand his resentment at bringing his eldest son only when he needed something. Started judging the pile of iron equipment while having no interest in forging. I understand your thoughts and feelings, but you've gone too far. Roman was furious, stabbing his sword down on the nearby armor. "If we do not realize that the things littering this earth are all waste, my soldiers will trust their lives to this pile of discarded armor without knowing anything." The armor on the ground was torn apart with a light force. He constantly attacked him with words. This matter is not simply his revenge on me for his own personal feelings. It carried the lives of 30 people, and even knowing that, he, Master Hendrik, still turned his back on the truth. Facing him, Roman was not afraid at all, sarcastically. "Do you really consider yourself a proud craftsman representing the Dmitri house?" He looked him straight in the face, loudly speaking because of the pile of trash he intended to give me because of his own emotions. Those who did nothing wrong faced death. Hendrik was startled. "I didn't mean it." Roman quickly interrupted. "His intentions don't matter." He gripped the sword tightly in his hand. "The purpose of weapons and armor was crystal clear, and I especially recommend you, in honor of Baron Romero, my father." But he responded by giving me this armor. His eyes gradually became sharp, and he accused, "Your actions, Sir Hendrik, can we consider them as disobedience to my father?" Roman questioned Hendrik. "I know that you did not deliberately disobey my father's orders, and he just didn't want to give me anything. However, this action is like he is resisting." His face was serious, constantly questioning Hendrik. "This is not just my personal request. This is an order to make good weapons and armor for me and the landlord. The moment the line between landlord and slave becomes blurred, the class system will collapse immediately. Loyal slave and slave whom you call your friend. The moment they cross the line of slavery, they should be punished accordingly." Roman did not see him answer. He asked in a harsh voice, "I will ask you again. Is your action towards me against my father?" Hendrik immediately refused. "Objection? Absolutely not," he asked without any concession. "If not, then explain. Why do you give me this rubbish?" Suddenly someone spoke up. "That's so noisy, what's going on?" Hendrik's students took turns blaming him. "You bastard, what are you doing to Master Hendrik?" "I don't know what's going on, but I cannot bear to see this bastard Dmitri defy you any longer." Someone pointed at his sword. "That bastard is still holding a sword." Seeing that, people became even more aggressive. "Hey, what are you trying to do to Master Hendrik? Hold him back." Roman looked at them with cold eyes. Hendrik could not stand the scolding any longer and shouted, "Stop!" The person next to him immediately turned around. "Teacher!" But he interrupted. "I said stop." Everyone was silent. He said, "I'm sorry." Hendrik admitted, "This is entirely my fault." He recalled his youth. At that time, he was slapped in the face by his boss and cursed, "Hendrik, you bastard! A useless person like you still dares to stay? I told you it was too early for you to make your own sword, didn't I?" He cursed more vigorously. Throw that trash away now, and get out of the forge if you ever want to do something like that again. Outside the workshop, someone was complaining. That pig, Hendrik, both stubborn and reproachful. He is not very likable, even though he is the master of the forge. Hendrix was chopping wood and scolding. He taught me nothing, even though he was the master of the forge. He made me do all the errands and even punched me. When will I become a blacksmith like that? Suddenly, someone said loudly, "Do you think we are a charity or something?" The young man held a gold coin and trembled as he begged. "We know that this is absolutely not enough to buy a sword," he awkwardly explained to the owner of the blacksmith shop. "But this is all I have, and I promise to return it to you if you give me another sword. For someone like me who has nothing but good health, I really need weapons to make a living." Hendrix was eavesdropping on the conversation inside. "If you just want to look around, then go away, please. I beg you, I have a family to feed," the boss shouted again. "I said go away." The young man left dejectedly, but Hendrix called back. "Hey!" the young man suddenly shouted. "Huh?" Hendrix replied. Then, holding the sword in my hand, was given. "You will give me this sword for free?" he continued. "I heard your situation in the store. If you need a sword, take this one." "I am so happy to thank you. Thank you very much. Please take this coin." But he refused. "No," I said, "I don't need the money. It will be thrown away anyway. I just need the sword I make to help others." He smiled happily. "Thank you." Making Hendrix also embarrassed, he kept thanking, thank you very much." But not long after, he was scared. The young man died in a pool of blood. He died with his eyes open. Hendrix put his hand on his chest, then ran away from the crowd in fear. People around were gossiping. It was said that he died while escorting a merchant, poor thing. If the sword doesn't break when fighting robbers... Hendrix fell to the ground listening to the gossip all about his sword. The others are fine, right? That's why we need good weapons. What about his wife and kids? He trembled with fear, and tears kept flowing. It was as if I had killed him. Back to reality, he clenched his fists, shaking. In my heart of regret, that day I swore that I would not let that happen again. He couldn't help but blame himself in his heart. "Hendrix, what the hell have you done?" he thought. "I can't believe I tried to make that happen again just because I didn't like him. How could I be so evil?" Then he spoke. "I will pay for my actions." Roman continued. "If you want to atone for your mistakes to this extent, then I won't pursue it further." Then he threw down his sword. "I know you are a good blacksmith, Master Hendrix." He turned back to look at him and continued, "So I will leave the preparation of equipment for my 30 soldiers to you. Like I said, I don't think you deliberately disobeyed my father. Maybe it's just your annoyance with me, I completely understand that. So I think we should forget about each other's mistakes. I only want weapons and armor to protect my soldiers," he continued. He thought to himself, "After punishing me so much, you finally gave me a way out. I heard the rumors, but really, how can a person change that much?" He suddenly understood. I understand. He is no longer the Roman of the past. Then he promised him, "I will say it again. I am really sorry. I swear this will not happen again." He promised to make him laugh with satisfaction, and in return, the armor and weapons for your soldiers will be of our highest quality. Hendrik ordered, "Everyone back to the counter. We will start now." Everyone replied in unison, "Yes, sir." The forge was immediately ignited. Everyone worked at full capacity to quickly forge the best quality weapons and armor. "I stole Mr. Hendrik's sword?" he asked suspiciously. A blacksmith who was forging a sword replied, "Don't you remember? You were drunk at that time." Roman wondered, "What are you talking about?" Then he explained, "That was about 3 years ago because I was in dire need of money provided to me by the Lord of the Forest. I sneaked into the blacksmith's shop, stole Master Hendrik's sword, and sold it to some merchant for a pittance. The sword I stole at that time was Mr. Hendrik's masterpiece." Then he looked at his teacher. It was a masterpiece that took 6 months to design and 3 more months to complete without leaving the forge a day. Such a thing is sold for cheap. He listened silently as he continued. You will never understand, young master. A masterpiece he made himself was sold and never returned. In his heart, he knew that the one who crossed the line was Roman back then. After he finished listening, he left the forge. Someone called him back. Roman Dmitri. He stopped and looked back. It was Hendrik. He called him back and said, I still haven't completely forgiven you for that. I accept your request because this time I was wrong. But I still cannot accept that the eldest son of the Dmitri family completely ignores the forge. Remember, the foundation of the Dmitri house is this forge, he stressed. If one day you can create even one trash sword yourself, we can look at you with different eyes. Roman smiled in agreement. Then it won't be long. I'm going. I'll be back when I'm done. After a while, he came to a door. He opened the door, smiling. It's been a while where I trained myself. Roman looked around the house, which was arranged to his liking. All the tools are here. Now let's get started. The forge in the house started to burn, and Roman remembered the past. When I was in the martial arts world, I decided to forge my own sword at the age of 18, when the devil had not yet won. The brothers are often at odds. I must always sleep with my eyes open to guard against assassination. My 11th brother, Baek Chang-hyun, ambushed me. It was a life-and-death battle, but my sword broke, making us unable to resist Baek Chang-hyun's attack. The image of the battle at that time appeared clearly. Baek Chang-hyun rushed forward to hit the person on his side. 2 pairs of eyes looked at each other tensely. A loud noise rang out. On the ground appeared a broken sword covered in blood. He thought again. When I slashed my brother's face with a broken sword and narrowly escaped death, I thought I needed a sword that would never break when fighting and reaching my full potential. Roman was determined. I need a sword made just for me. Remembering his past self working hard in the forge, but that day he was not like his brothers. I jumped into the forge and learned to forge swords myself. And before every decisive battle, I would forge a sword suitable for my situation. The flow of memories began to run faster, and after hundreds of thousands of battles, my sword continued to change. Back to reality. Each hammer blow hits the iron, but the memories still do not stop. And the 39th sword I made was called the Heavenly Demon Sword, a priceless treasure. And now he strongly hammered each blow on the red-hot iron. His face was covered in sweat in preparation for the coming war. Thinking hard, it's time to make a new sword for me. Roman immediately set to work forging weapons. He continuously struck the hot sword, repeating the same motion. While using the same tempo and power, the moment when a person is completely absorbed in an objective object. The idea rang out in his mind. He was so absorbed that he struck the piece of iron he was forging with great strength and certainty. His eyes were filled with thought. What do we live for? I must survive in a world where only the qualified can survive because my father is a heavenly demon. Then become the one considered the strongest after overcoming countless hardships that fell upon me. I never thought it was a bad thing. Now, too, we just live in our own reality. He continued to train while telling himself, however, my current state is not enough to deal with every change, so we need to practice to become tough. The world of Roman and the powerful forces within it, we still have not clearly perceived. The loser deserves no mercy. He breathed a breath of fire. Fire vapor surrounded his body. Flame fire, divine art. Roman should be crazy about forging weapons, a martial art created by people called the flame demons. Use burn power to quickly store mana. It is the most optimal ability for the useless me at present. Our lungs and other internal organs will be damaged if used too often. His eyes now burned with determination. But right now I crave the power to face all odds. The next day, a beautiful day at the palace, we are present. Flora continued, having reached a dead end. She was serious. The people around refused to help, and the military strength was too obvious. There were talks of surrendering to preserve at least a small part of the clan's territory. but we believe that is something we cannot do at any cost." Flora's father slammed his hand on the table. He stood up and spoke. "Instead of sacrificing the lives of innocent soldiers for a war that was destined to be lost, surrender is the best option for all. Barco used its cabinet connections to get a loan from the warehouse. If so, the loan may be considered an unsecured loan." The people below heard and were confused, discussing what to do. No mortgage. Flora continued, "Father, unsecured loans usually have very high interest rates." Barco wasn't the only one who benefited from this battle. Her father stood listening. Flora continued to explain. Barco was the one borrowing the money. The gold vault is the one that lends money to receive rewards that both benefit. They will dissect this land as soon as they invade Lauren. Everyone looked at her in silence. Her father calmly sat down after hearing this. "So what should we do?" She replied, "There is only one solution. Fight to the end." Flora insists, "It is the only way we can survive." He clenched his fists, fighting back. He bowed his head, feeling disappointed. For a moment, I was looking forward to Flora's speech. I thought that Flora, who could take advantage of any situation, would tell us a brilliant countermeasure. But it turned out to be just ordinary words. He asked Flora, "Is permanent closure the only way to survive that you speak of?" She replied, "I did not say we just hold out, abandon the entire year's produce and burn the fields. We will also stockpile as much food as possible to sustain." When winter came, he wondered, "We just need to hold out until winter." Flora replied, "Yes, although Barco could borrow a large sum of money thanks to his cabinet connections, but that's it. Interest rates will increase over time." Her eyes were sure of what she had just said. The force that holds enormous power with influence spreading throughout the empire. The gold mine. If the war continues to drag on instead of ending quickly, they will put pressure on the Barco family with the profits. She continued, "The gold mine is not a force that can be easily threatened with just cabinet connections. Merchants on the move needed money, and that money came from the gold vault. When winter came and the siege strategy no longer had any advantage. Here she emphasizes that they will be inseparable from offering themselves as dessert." Flora's father seemed to understand. Everyone was surprised and happy, unable to believe there was such a way. "Very reasonable. She is right, this is a battle of time, I think so too." He sat silently in the noise of the people. "Because of the incident with the Dmitri family, I think I raised my daughter to be immature. But that's not it. My daughter has grown up like this since then." He put his hands on the table and stood up. He spoke up. Flora was right. "From this moment on, we will prepare to defend. We will endure and protect the Lauren family bloodline. Even if every city collapses and we all perish, we will fight patiently until the last moment." Flora looked at her father with determined eyes. On this side, Roman was equally determined. He focused on continuing to craft the sword. Outside, it was a beautiful, sunny day. The surroundings were quiet. He slowly walked out, holding the newly forged sword. No matter what it is, a person's first time is very special. "My first sword. This sword is perfect for the current me." He held the sword in front of him, the name of the person who would be given this sword. Fire Dragon, the messenger, walked slowly to the front of the castle. A strong wind appeared from somewhere, making the atmosphere even more tense. "The soldiers on guard couldn't help but feel tense," he chuckled. "Then take the paper and read. With the authorization of Viscount Barco, I will give you 3 choices. First, leave the castle and surrender unconditionally." The messenger warned that surrender was the only way to save all of your lives. He said loudly, "Secondly, local war with us. We will have a fair and equal fight in a desolate open area," the messenger continued reading, witnessed by a judge from the cabinet. "You can also choose to fight one-on-one," he shouted loudly. "The form of war will depend on the choice you make. We will follow whatever decision is made." Lord Lawrence stood and watched with raised eyebrows. He spoke up, "We don't believe Barco's reasons." Lord Lawrence slowly stepped forward as he declared, This war is legal. The records of our ancestors' debts are fabrications, moreover. He suddenly shouted loudly, I also have no intention of betting the lives of the people of Lawrence. Lord Lawrence said sternly, So tell Viscount Barco that Lawrence will never. The messenger ignored it and continued speaking. The third option is to give up your honor as a noble family. He looked up and continued to struggle hopelessly inside the castle. The messenger continued, From this moment on, Barco will respect all your wishes. His face darkened, and blood would be shed on this fierce battlefield. Making the guards tremble, Lord Lawrence's face revealed anger. The war has begun. Soldiers, draw your bows and shoot, they shouted. Go forward, no retreat allowed. The soldiers quickly ran up to fight. A voice rang out, Damn it! Lord Barco cursed, Those bastards. The soldier behind thought, Barco was under 3 times more pressure than Lawrence. However, he was sweating profusely. I had thought the battle would come to an end within an hour, but the direction of the battle went against expectations. The soldier frowned and said, It seems Lawrence has completed his preparations for this war. My lord, he reported, they have dug a ditch to prevent our soldiers from reaching the walls. The soldier's name, along with the number of arrows fired, did not hesitate from the beginning. It seems they have arranged a relatively large amount of war aid, he said. This made Lord Barco extremely angry. What the hell happened in that week, he thought. I can't believe Lawrence chose to stay put. Lord Barco looked at the map, pondering. According to our calculations, Lawrence would surrender to retain as much territory as possible, no matter how little. But in fact, his face was pale. They risked being wiped out and the gates closed. Where did it go wrong? The soldier asked. What should we do, my lord? Lord Barco ordered, Whatever it is, use that thing. He visibly tensed, obeying. He suddenly smiled. Viscount Lawrence was not a man of strong will. Lord Barco's face showed cunning and calculation in his heart. He sold his precious daughter to the Dimitri family. When unable to withstand pressure from Barco, he guessed that he was the type of person who would cower like a turtle and cowardly avoid it if he encountered a difficult situation. The scene changes to the castle. Lord Lawrence orders, Quickly move it! The soldiers immediately obeyed. We don't know when Barco will continue to attack, he reminded. Raise your guard and prepare your weapons, they said in unison, obeying orders. Lord Lawrence turned his head and said, Flora, you are right. He looked at his daughter. Barco was probably confused and ordered his soldiers to retreat. How could I even think about that? She walked up to me, and I realized that I had to be strong myself. Flora said seriously, Instead of waiting for the problem to be solved, that was the path I would take in this life. Her words moved Lord Lawrence. Flora, he said, I feel guilty. I apologize for forcing the marriage between you and Dimitri. At that time, I thought that was the only way for my family to survive. Lord Lawrence said, but he continued, From now on, no matter what the circumstances, I trust you will make good choices. She said gratefully, Father. Flora's face became panicked. A bomb flew out of nowhere and exploded in front of the 2 people. The wall was punctured by the bomb. She thought in panic the wall was destroyed. Could it be? Flora speculated. Is this fire? A soldier was shocked. Crazy! Barco's side had prepared fire. The guy standing next to him was also surprised. What? No way! The fireball is a giant magic launcher aimed at the wall. It is a magical weapon. Each shot will cost a lot of gold because it is a strategic weapon. Therefore, it cannot be used without permission from the cabinet, no matter how much money the owner has. Flora clenched her fists in thought, ignoring the money they had borrowed. It was unbelievable that Barco had the connections and wealth to borrow fire. She was sweating profusely. There were only 2 ways to stop that thing. Flora couldn't hide her panic. Counterattack with a magical weapon of the same level, or get out of the city and destroy it. Both options were impossible. She closed her eyes and told herself, We can't give up. The servant appeared from somewhere and reported, Miss, we just received a magical call. Flora was confused and didn't understand what was going on. Magic. Roman Dmitri told me to tell you I have a way to help, so pick up the phone. She was surprised. What? Flora could hardly believe what she had just heard. Roman Dmitri, by any chance, Flora Lauren wanted him to clarify, exactly what he intended. Looking at Roman in the magic remote calling device, she continued, "How I rescued Lauren from danger." He replied, "Let me be frank. I have a personal grudge to avenge against the Barco family. This is my decision, and revenge is just a matter of time." She looked surprised when she heard that answer. Roman continued, "If the Lauren family complies with my plan," Flora listened seriously to the next words, "then we will speed up the progress and solve the Barco house." Flora immediately expressed her doubts. "So what role do we have in your plan?" He said very simply. He bowed his head and looked at her in the magic circle. "If the Laurens agree to set the stage for us first by making a small sacrifice, then I will use all my strength to help you. I swear on the name Roman Dmitri." The word sacrifice made Flora think. Clenching her fists, she thought to herself, he must have known her situation to make such a request. But we have no other choice, even if he is unreasonably asking us to be sacrifices. Thinking, Flora said, "I promise you, as long as you can protect my family, you can do anything you want me to." Raising his index finger, he added one more condition, and one more thing, giving us an excuse to intervene in this war. Outside the city, the enemy troops were preparing to invade, Roman explained. "Since our engagement is broken, I'll need another excuse." She looked a little worried. What kind of excuse was that? He opened his mouth. "Anthony Barco," he said he had molested her. The girl was stunned when she heard that excuse. Roman continued to instruct. She just needed to say it, even though nothing had happened between them. But she also had no choice but to cancel her engagement with Dmitri because of such harassment. Followed by the other guy's sinister smiling face. He analyzed the future after that. Her value in the nobility would be zero. Flora knelt down before the crowd of onlookers, and her title, the flower of the Lawrence family, would be shattered. In conclusion, Roman emphasized, however, if she gave up all the things that a noble's daughter had given her, she would have an indispensable excuse to solve the Lawrence family's danger. Flora is imagined as a blue bird freed from chains. His eyes looked at her calmly. That is the excuse we need to intervene in this war. Her hands were placed on her chest, her whole body trembling. He offered a word of reassurance. If the time of harassment was before she broke off the engagement, then she was still mine. Roman asserted that he would not forgive anyone who touched his person. Flora was surprised by what he said. She pursed her lips, repeating in her head, "My man." Outside at that moment, enemy artillery flew in, exploded, and a huge fire broke out. The wall collapsed from the explosion like a person being swallowed by fire. The soldiers guarding around shouted and announced to each other, "The wall is collapsing! Prepare the barricades!" Back inside the room, the two people's conversation continued. Flora agreed, "I will satisfy all your conditions." She closed her eyes and screamed, "So please kill all those Barco bastards!" Facing the enemy attack, the soldiers discussed, "The enemy is approaching. Don't let them near the wall." And Lord Lawrence immediately commanded, "We must defend the wall. Continue to hold out." Done. An enemy has climbed the wall. He rushed to the Lord with his sword. The soldiers saw that the situation was not good. "Master, be careful." The situation was dire. The blade was only centimeters away from his face. Fortunately, at that moment, an arrow carrying great power flew over, sending the man flying backwards out of the castle. And the one holding the bow and shooting the arrow was her. He turned his head to look at his daughter Flora, who immediately replied. With a determined gaze, Flora looked into the distance. "We must open the gates and confront the Barcos head-on." Lord Lawrence was shocked. "What are you talking about?" Opening the city gate, her tone filled with certainty. "Roman Dmitri has promised to help us." Roman's image appeared, followed by a group of elite soldiers. She gave a solution. If we distract their attention by opening the city gates, then Roman Dmitri will be able to command his troops to destroy their cannons. Her father wondered, Roman Dmitri? But why? Flora said hastily, I don't have time to explain, but I know for sure. Saying this, she smiled confidently. Roman Dmitri is a man of his word. The magic stone used for communication suddenly went out. He stared at it. His eyes seemed to be thinking about something. The vice captain asked, Shall we attack now? Roman replied, No. Chris didn't understand and worried, If we hesitate any longer, the Lawrence family will lose. Chris cited evidence to support his words. Cannons are powerful siege weapons. If you really intend to thwart the Barco's plans by aiding the Lawrences. Looking at the distant citadel that was gradually being destroyed by bullets and fire, the vice captain said the obvious. Then we must attack their camp immediately. Roman looked at Chris with a cold face. Why do we have to do that? Seeing his still confused expression and way of speaking, he explained. Whether the Lawrences lose or not doesn't matter to me. Roman called, Chris. A pile of corpses appeared before him. He assessed, instead of the deaths of hundreds of people we don't know. Making sure our people don't bleed is important. After the death of a soldier, Lawrence will lose many men because of this. Then, to the other body, he said, but that's partly because they chose to support an incompetent master. In the end, Roman concluded with himself, and unlike them. I do not intend to make anyone who has sworn to support me become a meaningless sacrifice. Hearing that ideal, Chris said with sweat pouring down his face, Yes, sir. Looking at his back as he walked away, he stood still. I understand. The wooden gate shook. Someone shouted, Open the gate! That piece of wood fell down. Those evil bastards of Barco must be punished, Lord Lawrence ordered. Where are the troops? The soldiers ran out with swords and shields, shouting loudly and full of spirit. The enemy general sneered, You guys don't seem to know your place. He used his sword to break one man's arm with the first strike and cut off the soldier's neck with the second strike. He created a scene of blood splatter, laughing loudly. They were the BG mercenary group. The army had just entered the battle when they saw their comrades' bodies were not intact. All the soldiers looked scared. I don't know who shouted first, We're going to die! The soldiers ran away in panic. Flora stands on the command tower. Must hold out to the end, cannot retreat. She fell into deep thought. If we don't prepare good bait, he won't appear. The sound of horse hooves running on wet ground echoed, the sound reaching the group of soldiers. Lord Barco turned his head and asked, What is that? What is? It turned out to be Roman and his army riding towards them. He thought to himself, War, the moment his soldiers had to risk their lives sooner than expected. The army, including Lucas, rode up. Hesitation was present on Chris's face, and concern appeared on Kevin's face. Roman opened his eyes wide, the reality that they had to face. If you survive as my soldiers, I promise to give you a life. He held his sword and led his soldiers to run, but in the end, your strength and will is what determines whether you can survive or not. Roman clearly directed, Our priority in this operation will be to attack Barco from behind and destroy their siege weapons. He offered both a prediction and a reassurance. It's likely that Lawrence won't be provoked by my actions, so we don't expect too much from you guys on this trip. With an expressionless face, he declared, I will take the lead myself. In the voice of a supreme commander, Roman continued, We will slaughter the soldiers in front of our army to clear the way, so what you need to do is follow me and wipe out the remnants. Remember, though, our main priority is destroying the siege weapons. In the present, Barco's army looked at the cavalry galloping towards them. He was angry. Did they really think they could do it with just a few soldiers? Lord Barco ordered a soldier, prepare quickly to welcome the crazy new guests. Immediately, he raised his sword high and replied, Understood. His soldiers lined up with shields, spears pointed outward. A seemingly solid defense stopped his horse. But no, Roman took his sharp sword and slashed down. Break through the defense and slash those soldiers, he recalled. The people of the Orthodox martial arts sect once had a saying. At the same time, the spear pierced the horse. Roman stepped on the saddle, continuing his train of thought. The devil is always the vanguard of the demonic sect. He flies high. He slashed down with the first blow. The demon king was invincible. The blood of the soldiers splattered on Roman's armor. Facing him alone was no different than suicide. He said to himself, "People have wondered, why did he take on the most dangerous role, even though he had already become a demon?" At the same time, he faced the frightened army. Then he answered himself, "There is always only one reason, because the strongest must be the vanguard to completely destroy the enemy's spirit." The troops began to show fear. A powerful aura surrounded Roman. "If you guys won't come forward, then leave it to me," he announced loudly. Seeing this, Kevin clenched his teeth and shouted, "Charge! Follow the Lord!" Chris held on tight, looking at him, as did the rest of the troops. Everyone started attacking, opening a path of blood. An enemy on Barco's side stabbed his horse. Kevin's eyes were bloodshot. He swung his sword to slash that enemy. "I must..." The slash ran from the neck to the heart. The voice was crazy. "Follow my lord!" His eyes widened. Chris gripped the sword tightly in his hand, reminding himself, "Just a little more." He also slashed a curve at the enemy's side. "Just need to get a little closer to the Lord." At this moment, the Barco army gathered in many rows, shouting their encouragement, "We have to stop this monster!" Not letting them finish their sentence, Roman continued to slash. His eyes were fixed on the front. That was our target this time. He slashed in a zigzag pattern, then charged up to the top of the fortress where the flares were. The BG mercenaries couldn't believe their eyes. "What is that? Is that Roman Dmitri?" Han thought of the gold-filled. This mission had a great reward, but was full of risks. Because the fate of the BG Mercenary Corporation is in danger of bankruptcy. Surrounded by aura, BG drew his sword. "I must finish him off myself." The ground still held the cold force of the air as he flew. Roman flew straight towards him. He analyzed in his mind, BG, the A-rank mercenary known throughout the Empire. Two great powers from two men collided through swords. Unlike B-rank mercenaries, A-rank soldiers know how to use aura. The air emitted from the two swords continuously clashed against each other. While he was using all his strength, he still leisurely assessed his opponent. BG was a 2-star aura knight. He looked at him in surprise. "Not moving at all?" Roman smiled lightly. The sword energy from his side began to weaken. The battle was probably over. He swung his sword up. BG was stunned. "Impossible. He is too strong." He swung his sword. Roman's sword rushed forward, piercing through his body. 5 seconds later, BG's body collapsed. That was the time a rank A mercenary could persevere against Roman. His body fell to the ground, headless. And Kevin smiled brightly. In contrast to their army, the BG Lord had a face full of anger. He shouted and pointed forward, "Kill him! Kill that bastard for me!" The enemy stopped him. "It's dangerous. We have to take you to a safe place." Roman didn't care about them. What he was thinking about right now was the flares, a product of magic that does not exist in the martial arts world. A glowing magic circle hanging high above was in front of Roman. He kept thinking over and over in his head, "Celestial magic, celestial demons." Suddenly, he brought the sword in front of him and shouted, "Heavenly demon sword form! First move!" The immense power from the sword extended, penetrating the magic circle. The BG crowd was stunned, seeing the scene appearing before their eyes. The so-called flare was broken into pieces. It was falling. The whole thing collapsed, leaving only broken pieces of wood. He declared loudly to everyone present, "Listen, Lawrence, I, Roman Dmitri, right hand holding sword pointing straight up to the sky." The eloquent tone destroyed Barco's siege weapon. Everyone raised their hands and swords in celebration. Flora covered her face with her hands. "I can't believe it, he actually did it." After taking down BG, the A-rank mercenary, Roman Dmitri stood right in front of the shattered remains of Barco's siege weapon. The fire burned fiercely, sending up white smoke. His red cloak fluttered under the enemy's rubble. At this moment, Barco lost its key weapon, leaving him with no choice but to retreat. The remnants of the army looked utterly miserable. In the distance, white flags symbolizing undeniable defeat fluttered. Those defeated people fled, without any face left, leaving behind Roman Dmitri a thick cloud of dust and dirt. Something a little strange happened, and that was Chris. After the battle, his silver armor was covered in fresh blood, and what's different here is in this battle, Chris used a different aura than before. He lifted the sword in his hand, and from his whole body to his sword, it was emitting a deep, shimmering blue aura. The blood-stained sword of the vice-captain of the night squad continuously emitted that blue aura. He tried his best to control the aura as strongly as possible, like Roman had done. As a result, the amount of mana he consumed wasn't too much. Even though he was fighting fiercely, he had once been laughed at by everyone for following Roman. But what was the scene that appeared now? Chris's mighty back stood firmly there. Behind him were scattered the miserable corpses of Barco's dead soldiers. His power was radiating strongly. Chris was getting stronger and stronger. Against the backdrop of victory, his lips drew a confident smile. I had no choice but to admit. Blue eyes lit up, and a mouth smiled bravely under the bright sunlight. Chris! He sheathed his sword, deciding that his lord's method was correct. Then, in a split second, he returned to reality, looked around, and let out a hum. Before him was a group of allied troops panting and breathing heavily. Everyone was wearing sturdy armor and had blood all over them. In that moment, Chris suddenly realized and thought, I get it. All of them. The scene narrowed to just Chris and the soldiers, his thoughts continuing. To avoid being isolated, they chased after the Lord in anger, clearly exhausted. A proud smile appeared on Chris's bright face. He was satisfied. And even so, not a single soldier out of the 30 was left behind, and none of the injuries were too serious. Looking at the determined warriors, tired and exhausted, Chris was sure that was why the Lord chose them. The soldiers were still breathing heavily, and Chris kept talking to himself. There's only one reason why we can be safe. Speaking of this, the image of a brave warrior appeared, with a crimson cloak and silver hair flying in the smoke and fire. He turned his back on the shattered remains of the battle, step by step, majestically walking forward. It was Roman Dmitri, and in Chris's mind, he is a monster that defies logic. The soldiers were shocked at this sight, their eyes wide as they looked towards Roman. At this moment, the face of the demon magnified before the soldiers. Silver hair shone under the bright sunlight. The person bowed his head, opened his mouth, and said, Everyone did a great job of surviving. At this point, everyone was convinced that their survival was thanks to Roman Dmitri. A sigh of relief rang out. We have completed the mission. The stone gates of the kingdom appeared before the victorious returning army. A wooden bridge, secured with chains, was lowered, opening the way for the army. Leading the way was Roman Dmitri in his majestic red cloak, followed by soldiers in shining silver armor. They walked with great energy on the wooden bridge and entered inside. The sun was shining. Everything seemed to welcome the victorious warriors back. It was the aura of victory permeating the surrounding atmosphere. As expected, right behind that seemingly silent stone gate were all the people of the kingdom. From men to women, from old to young, they have been waiting there since who knows when. Everywhere there was the sound of cheering. Lawrence's hero, Roman, thank you very much. Lawrence will never forget what Mr. Roman Dmitri did for us. But in the distance, Lawrence's lord looked at Roman and sighed. What a pity. His expression remained pensive, and his blue eyes stared intently at Roman. I knew he was no ordinary man from the moment I met him, but it was hard to believe he could destroy the enemy team by himself. Roman Dmitri now appeared before everyone's eyes with a brilliant halo shining around him. As the Lord's train of thought continued, talent beyond imagination. Lord Lawrence envisioned Roman Dmitri as a war beast, a white tiger with a majestic aura emitting a strong purple-blue light. He imagined himself standing before that white tiger, confidently asserting himself but with a hint of regret. Dmitri was born a tiger. If there was no mistake, that tiger would be my son-in-law. He regretted and clenched his fists. It was unfortunate, but that was in the past. In contrast to the deep inner turmoil, the Lord was extremely happy and rushed towards Roman with excitement. He smiled kindly and raised his hand. "Oh, hero from Dmitri." Lord Lawrence reached out his hand, intending to shake Roman's hand, his smile slightly forced. "I'm so glad to see you again." Facing the Lord, Roman just smiled, his sharp eyes looking straight at him. They shook hands blandly amid cheers from the crowd. Scene changes to inside the royal palace. The light illuminates every architectural detail of the palace. Roman's figure turned to face the wooden door with its distinctive carvings. Behind him, there was a figure. That person spoke a little timidly. It was Flora. She was wearing silver armor, her expression a bit timid. She said softly, "Thank you." Facing Roman, he seemed to intend to leave, but Flora, with her armor standing at a distance, still persistently continued to thank him. "Even though we didn't completely complete our decoy mission, you still didn't ignore it and helped Lawrence to the end." From Flora's perspective, Roman turned his head, looking straight at her. Flora continued, "So I want to thank you very sincerely." Roman didn't take her words to heart at all. He frowned slightly, his face remained cold from beginning to end, and he spoke calmly. "I just did my duty as promised." Without waiting or giving Flora a chance to respond, he continued, "Lauren has done more than I expected." Hearing that, Flora understood, but she continued, "I understand, but I still want to repay you anyway. Maybe you don't need any gratitude, but as Lauren's representative anyway." Roman heard that without any expression. Just silently listened to Flora continue. "If you have anything to say, please say it at the meeting." Her expression was determined, her eyes shining with determination. "Whatever it is, I guarantee you'll get it." As if a thought flashed through his mind, Roman's lips slightly curled up. His mouth smiled, but his eyes did not. He looked straight at Flora and said, "If you are still so determined, then I will not refuse." Having said that, without further hesitation, Roman placed his hand on the conference room door handle. He smiled coldly at Flora. A strong arm pushed open the door, letting in blinding light. Roman's voice rang out, "Let's go to the conference room." The conference room was large, with a long, shiny wooden table in the middle. The officials sat on either side, and Roman sat at the head of the conference table. Roman's face was pensive, listening attentively to the words of those present at the meeting. If we suggest ending this, they should accept it. Agreed, since Barco still had many soldiers. Instead of continuing to get into danger and trouble. At the other end of the table, across from Roman, was the Lord of Lauren, with Flora standing beside him. The voices of the ministers continued to ring out, continuing the previous words. "We should let go of the past and look towards peace." Hearing this, Roman seemed to take it a little lightly. He pursed his lips slightly, his eyes lowered, thoughts starting to run through his head. "Lauren, you are such herbivores." In response to the discussions of the ministers, the Lord frowned slightly, his face serious in approval. "I agree with everyone's opinion. Even though we can stop their attack with help, there was a limit to Lauren's ability to block Barco's attack with just his strength." His voice continued, "So I will send the message immediately." At this moment, Roman's face flashed coldly. He opened his mouth. "Can I intervene?" His sudden words rang out, causing the air in the room to freeze for a moment. Everyone was motionless. No one said anything. Finally, the one who broke this heavy atmosphere was the Lord. He spoke up, "Go ahead. Just wait for that." Roman stood up and said in a formal voice, "Thank you." He stood up and walked, making the official beside him tremble slightly as he spoke. Barco is currently facing economic pressure. With each step he took, he swept his eyes over each face at the conference table. His voice still unchanged, he said, "To pay off that huge debt, they had no choice but to invade Lauren. That won't change even if their siege weapons are destroyed." He paused for a moment. At that moment, his entire body exuded an aura that could not be ignored. What we get back is the messenger's head. Hearing this, some officials in the room seemed to have their own thoughts. Some cleared their throats, others were silent, but their hands and feet couldn't stop shaking. The Lord heard this and became thoughtful. Sweat poured down his cheeks, but he didn't know how to respond. Just listen to Roman calmly continue. Soldiers are still dragging dead bodies outside. Don't you feel empty looking at that scene? That scene immediately appeared in everyone's mind. Images of brave soldiers rushing into the battlefield, seriously wounded. Covered in blood, they helped each other to survive. And there are also living people supporting the dead. Roman's voice continued to ring out, "Barco cannot be forgiven. We must show the world." Standing in the middle of the conference room, he shouted, "How we will avenge those who dare to touch Lauren." In response to Roman Dimitri's resolute words, the Lord felt a little scared and confused. "It's not that we don't know," he said, "but what can we do with this little strength?" It seemed that right after the Lord's question, the young man immediately asserted firmly, "There is only one way." At this moment, his expression and demeanor were like a real tiger. The fierce tiger looked down at the Lord like a small creature, smiling slightly. "There is only one way." Faced with Roman's image, the Lord was truly terrified. His eyes widened as he looked at him, his face turning pale. He understood what Roman meant. Herbivores have no choice but to fall prey to wild animals. Elsewhere in Barco's stronghold, an angry clang of steel rang out. Lord Barco's figure appeared, grimacing. His face darkened, his mouth wide open in anger as he roared the other man's name. "Roman Dimitri, why is he interfering in this?" His face was dark, as if a fire was burning fiercely. He muttered, "To reverse this unfavorable situation. There is no other way but to—" The two faces of Lord Barco and Roman Dimitri seemed to appear at the same time. One side was extremely angry, the other side cold. Their eyes all lit up with danger. Their voices rang out almost at the same time. "Dueling. You must organize a duel." When Roman Dimitri proposed a duel, it aroused an explosion of anger in the Lord of Barco, and not only in Barco. His proposal also made the Lauren region really concerned, the great battle itself. Back to the meeting scene, after his face turned pale, the Lord of Lauren regained his composure. He frowned deeply, expressing his concern. The great battle not long ago has now degenerated into a battle of relationships and resources. But his deep concern remains that the opponent is Barco. The fearsome Lord Barco immediately appeared in Lord Lauren's mind. He is a powerful man holding unlimited gold in his hands, with connections to the central government, thanks to the huge amount of money he borrowed from the gold bank. This is what the Lord of Lauren is deeply concerned about. He thought of a giant-sized man with eyes that glowed orange-red. The Lord was troubled, not knowing which master he would invite. Outside, the sky seemed to be turning to evening through the glass windows. The orange sunlight shone through the glass onto the distinctive tiled floor. Roman Dimitri's words clearly rang out, "I understand." Before the eyes of the courtiers and under the bright sunlight, he opened his mouth and smiled with complete confidence as he assured them, "From now on, we will give you guarantees." At his words, the whole room suddenly fell into silence for a moment. The Lord pondered for a second. A moment later, as if pondering and doubting, he expressed his feelings through an uncertain tone. Assurance? Unshaken by the attitude of the Lord and his courtiers, the boy with platinum hair still maintained his own confident demeanor. He looked down at the Lord with a confident yet cold smile at the corner of his lips. "Then there is no better way than the great battle." The ministers at the meeting table did not know how to respond to this, but perhaps they had no right to respond. And so, Roman's strong voice continued to resound steadily. "First of all, Barco is a level 3 swordsman. This is probably his first time participating. His face was still glowing with overwhelming energy, confidently and firmly asserting, 'I will represent Lauren and participate as the first contestant.' His pale purple eyes lit up brightly, staring at the Lord. Whether the opponent is a Barco knight or an outside expert, I am still confident that I will win the #1 position." Hearing this, the Lord's whole body shook slightly. He looked up at Roman, and his words still echoed throughout the room. "I don't know how strong the person in his hand is, but if you win the first time and lose the second time, it doesn't mean anything." Speaking of this, the figure of Chris, the vice captain of the night squad, appeared in Roman's thoughts. With a strong blue aura radiating from Chris, Roman's train of thought only now began. In the third match, my man Chris will complete the match. Although he is only in secondary school, he has genius qualities to be able to face a level 3 knight and still win. At this moment, Roman Dmitri looked towards the conference table and spoke loudly again under the attentive eyes of many people. "So this match is very promising, right? If he wins the Grand Temple battle, Lauren's reputation will be restored." The meeting ended. Stepping out of the meeting room, Roman immediately faced Flora. For a moment, neither of them knew what to say to each other, but that silence did not last long. Roman regained his arrogant attitude and glared at her. "Please decide." That sentence immediately ran straight into Flora's mind, and the memory of standing at the conference room door appeared. She said, "If you want something, say it in the meeting." She thought at this moment, could it be? Could this be what he wants? Flora's face turned a little pale at this point. The bloody scene of the arena had already appeared before her eyes. Was he going to attend the grand ceremony? Could he be whispering that Lauren would be responsible for unforeseen variables? In her eyes, Roman Dmitri, he was indeed a dangerous man. She closed her eyes tightly. "I agree to join the Great Temple battle." With the agreement of both sides, the grand battle was decided. The battle would be fought within a week of the letter being sent. The scene changes to the arena. From somewhere, a voice echoes, "I am Count Otis." A man in a black cloak is called the referee of the grand battle. Count Oates shouted in his booming voice. The Great Battle Temple is a sacred place blessed by Valhalla. On one side of the main arena were the lords of Lauren, Flora, and Roman Dmitri. Count Otes's voice still rang out steadily. Whatever the outcome, both families had to accept the result. If either party violates this, the Cairo Kingdom will judge with honor. On the opposite side was the figure of the Lord of Barco region, grinning arrogantly. Count Otes then shouted again, "Now the 12 families nominate 3 swordsmen and submit their competition boards." Seemingly to represent confidence, in the kingdom of Barco, at this time they still leisurely poured each other wine. Roman looked over and was speechless, his eyes flashing with unprecedented coldness. As if thinking of something, he immediately looked at Lord Lauren and made a suggestion. "Maybe we should change the order of play." He wondered, "What do you mean? We decided it a week ago." But that 1 week is actually the problem. As time passed, Barco became more and more pressured by interest rates. He replied, "It seems the Barco family was deliberately stalling for time." While the others were still laughing and talking as usual, they were now not in any hurry at all. As if realizing it, Lord Lauren looked to the opposite side. Did they find a very strong outside expert during that time? A chair in the group of lazy Barco people moved. A rather dusty-looking man was lying on the wooden chair, sleeping. Roman's attention had turned to him at some point. Lord Lauren looked up at Roman in horror. "So what should be changed?" Because Roman Dmitri was originally going to be the first to go into battle to ensure the first victory. Second would be Lauren's knight, and finally, Chris would go into battle and finish things off. A decision was made in a flash. Chris would fight first. Hearing this, both Lord Lauren and Flora were surprised. Roman Dmitri suddenly lit up with enthusiasm. "We will play second and face the cards that Barco has prepared." And so, the plan was changed at the last minute. Cheers echoed throughout the arena. It seems many people are curious about the warrior who will fight first. On the field was a Barco warrior. The other one was none other than Chris. Barco's soldier, a level 3 Halo swordsman, introduced himself. "I am Ianson of Barco." In response, Chris also spoke. "I am Lauren's Chris." After the introduction of both, A commotion arose from the audience. Jonathan's disciple, Chris? Isn't that the genius from the Northeast? Why send a level 2 swordsman to fight? What a waste of young talent. Ignore those gossips. Chris said to himself, to become stronger, one must feel danger. That's why I escaped the well and followed the Lord. The grand ceremony flag was raised at the same time as the loud shout, "Begin!" Seemingly immediately, both Chris and Ianson charged at each other. A fiery sword strike from Barco's warrior Ianson swung down towards Chris. Chris's thoughts were now clear and ringing. The first time I fought the master, I realized a truth. He quickly dodged the sword from that body. Got away! Chris's aim was pointed straight at Ianson, no matter how strong the aura was. Another fire blade slashed past Chris, who continued to dodge. His face was filled with anger, his eyes fixed on the swordsman Barco. It has to be hit to be meaningful. Just take the chance once. The other guy still blindly swung powerful but mindless sword strikes towards Chris. He shouted, "You mouse, how long do you plan to run?" The red aura flared up and he madly charged towards Chris. Die! The blood-red halo spread out widely. Was it a broad-spectrum halo? At this moment, Chris opened his mouth in panic. I can't avoid this thing. What should I do? At this moment, Dimitri's voice rang out as if to guide him. Chris, throw away morality. His eyes lit up and his powerful aura instantly radiated. He charged straight towards the enemy. Well, pouring mana indiscriminately won't maximize the aura's potential, like how the Lord shows off his power with just a small amount of mana. From side to side, from line to point, concentrate the power of the aura. Both people in the arena lit up their eyes, pointing at one point. There was a loud crash and blood splattered everywhere. Ianson's head fell off. Immediately, the shout of Chris's name shook the entire arena. Chris gasped. The level 2 swordsman that was me had defeated the level 3 swordsman. Backstage, Roman Dimitri's satisfied smile was evident. Okay, next, the referee's voice rang out. The level 2 swordsman won against the level 3 swordsman. The stands were in an uproar. Impossible! Oh my God! Someone clenched his fist, his voice trembling. Ianson lost again? Lord Barco gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, in the second battle, I think it will all be over. Now the final match becomes important. He consoled himself. It's okay, I don't need to worry about the second match. Looking at the waiting area for the competition, Barco felt certain in his heart. Because I spent a large amount of money to get this winning card. After being informed that it was his turn, Homeros was immediately suspicious. Is it my turn already? He slowly walked up the stairs, yawning deeply. Homeros scratched his head and introduced, I am Homeros of Barco. This is Homeros, level 4 swordsman. As soon as they saw his appearance, Chris, Lauren, and Flora's eyes widened in surprise and they exclaimed, Homeros! The entire audience started to stir. That wandering swordsman? Why is he here? Is there still a chance to see a swordsman of this level in this life? Homeros, ranked 49th. He let out a frustrated sigh, thinking, if it weren't for the guildmaster, then... The swordsman rank originated in the Bangala Empire, which was a holy land where swordsmen fought and died with honor. They risked their lives to reach Bangala and wanted to prove their strength. The results of the victories would be recorded, and the names of the strongest would be noted in the records, which was the origin of the swordsman's rank ranking. Ranking was once a Bangala culture, and after the Bangala Empire expanded its power, it spread throughout the mainland. The ranking selection up to the 100th position is done by Bangala. Lauren thought in panic, I didn't expect Barco to bring Homeros, a great swordsman of this rank, into battle. Thinking back on his achievements, he couldn't help but sigh. There was no one in Cairo who didn't know that person's identity. He traveled around the kingdom, enjoying the thrill of dueling the strong, so everyone called him the Wandering Swordsman. The chatter in the stands continued. I once heard that he fought a level 4 swordsman ranked 30th. He just reached level 4 recently. He might have to give up this time. They only won one match. What a pity. Down below the arena, Homeros yawned in boredom. Someone just smiled. Roman thought to himself, Level 4 swordsman? Through the guild's information, I investigated Barco's whereabouts, but what I gathered was only peripheral information. Looking at Homeros, he judged, the information that Barco is hiding is this big card? Roman was extremely interested. It's really worth looking forward to. Just like how the other party hides their strength, they also cannot guess what kind of person they are. This is their chance to see the battle of the strong that only exists in books. Seeing Roman walking up to the ring, Flora immediately grabbed his hand and shouted, "Are you crazy? Give it up!" She said loudly, "The opponent is Homeros, ranked 49th. On the Swordmaster level, when rank 1 is a legend, then that person is a strong person who is expected to climb to rank 30 in the future." Flora anxiously said, "Do you really think you can win against a swordsman of that level? Give up to save your life." She kept praying that her team would win the next match. Homeros turned his head, his eyes becoming sharp. Meeting Roman's eyes, Homeros exclaimed, "That determined gaze, I don't like it at all." Flora was still advising him, "With this huge difference, we have no choice but to give up. Let's skip this match." She screamed, "This match has no chance of winning. There is no reason for you to trade your life." Roman shook Flora's hand away, then replied to her in an annoyed tone, "I don't like having to explain to anyone." Roman's robe fluttered in the wind. He proudly stepped onto the stage, loudly introducing himself. "I am Roman Dimitri." Roman pulled out his golden sword. On the other side, Homeros also pulled out his sword and took a defensive stance. Looking at his opponent, Roman silently assessed. With his ability, he is too small. Level 4 swordsmen are considered high-ranking throughout the continent. Let's see how strong he is. On the other side, Homeros was also extremely upset, thinking to himself, "I should have fought Fernando, who was ranked 30th in the rankings. But I have to participate in these unattractive matches." He shouted, "Finish it quickly!" Immediately, he rushed towards Roman like the wind. Chris was horrified. That's speed! Surprisingly, Roman's golden sword quickly blocked Homeros's sword strike. He gently moved his head to the side, avoiding the sword tip. He then quickly turned around, causing Homeros's sword to deviate from its trajectory. He saw that and got excited. Look, what an interesting kid. 3 consecutive sword strikes were launched, Roman firmly holding his glowing sword. Homeros went crazy and shouted, "How did you block my sword move?" Roman thought dejectedly, "I was expecting a decent duel, but he is looking down on me and is not fighting with all his might." Homeros began to release energy, launching his third move, the sword kick. He said loudly, "How interesting. I will fight you with all my might in this match." The entire arena seemed to be oppressed by the countless thunderbolts Homeros created. The crowd in the stands cried out in horror, "His power is too terrifying! Hold on tight!" Roman commented in disgust, "A person like this is ranked 49th? What nonsense." He made up his mind. There was no reason to prolong the match any longer. Stepping towards Homeros, Roman called. The hand holding the sword had been enveloped in an eerie light. He growled, "Try blocking this move of mine." "Demon sword technique, no trace, no shadow," he said. Homeros stood frozen before that sword move. This sword move. He was terrified as it was about to touch him. Was he really that refined in his swordplay? Truly, the battle was merciless. The sword move had no name. Roman coldly held the sword. It was only called by order. He observed for a moment, closed his eyes, and thought. Heavenly Demon Sword Technique, 3rd form. Returned a few days before the match. The president is sitting in the room talking. "Homeros, I know you're looking forward to the match with Fernando, but this time consider our stance." He sat at his desk, looking at him lying on the chair, reminding. "This is the great temple battle between the border clans. Think of it as a chance to rest." Homeros rested his head on his hands, sighing in thought. In fact, after receiving his A-rank mercenary card, he refused all missions. Travel throughout the kingdom, still not able to fight the strong. He grinned wickedly. There's no reason to refuse. Back to reality, the match was already underway. Miss Flora had a look of shock on her beautiful face. In the stands, everyone witnessing the match was also very surprised. Looking at Homerus lying face down on the ground, everyone had the same question. He is a strong player, climbing the rankings before reaching 4 stars. The contrasting image between him and Roman standing proudly made people admire. He was ranked 49th and was knocked out immediately. Roman glared. A person who couldn't climb to the top but was quite arrogant truly deserved to die. He put his sword away. This was not a world of life and death competition, according to Roman's standards. Thinking back to my previous life in the martial arts world, it was completely different. At that time, there were elite martial arts masters. That's a dangerous world. You could lose your life at any time. But here, it's like a garbage dump. Roman blandly turned to urge, "Hey, referee!" The referee flinched when he mentioned himself. Roman had to say something to him first. "Declare the result." Then the referee remembered his duty and shouted, "Winner of the second match, Roman Dmitri!" All the soldiers were shocked and in disbelief after hearing the announcement. "What is this?" The 2 soldiers who had just witnessed it were also shocked. "Homerus is dead. Did I hear wrong?" Chris clenched his hands, trying not to show too much emotion. He thought in surprise, is this really his true strength? From surprise to concern, Chris looked puzzled. Since I fought the young master, has his strength reached this level? If not, would he have improved so much after fighting me? Chris suddenly remembered that time when the 2 fought each other, young Master Roman at that time. Obviously, there is no one who can defeat Homerus, and the time is very short. Unbelievable. He looked at Roman slowly walking down the field, his mind still filled with thoughts. Could this be happening? He became more and more worried. In the first match, I defeated my opponent with 2 moves. I thought it wouldn't be long before I surpassed him. Chris frowned thoughtfully. My thinking is too narrow. The family flag fluttered high, announcing Roman's victory. The Battle of Dai Dien Temple has decided victory or defeat. There is no reason to waste manpower. It is unacceptable to change the list. Mr. Oates loudly announced that the 2 sides had determined the winner. The Lord heard the news, his hands clenched, his head bowed, his whole body trembling with anger. He stared blankly and muttered, "It's over." Random thoughts kept running through his mind. After all, Homerus had failed. Homer is a level 4 swordsman. He is far from the lowly people of the north, is a rare swordsman in the entire kingdom. The more he thought, the harder it was for him to accept the truth and came up with a stubborn hypothesis. Could it be that the mercenaries brought a fake Homerus? His subordinates came forward to announce, "Lord, we will present the grand ceremony. We can't lose any more," he protested. The Lord commanded, "Take Benson away." The other guy was surprised at his decision as soon as he heard it. He lost Barco's honor at a social party, then he knelt down before Roman and begged cowardly, "Please let it go this time. This battle is your chance to save that." The other bowed his head in obedience, thinking, Benson, an unknown knight, turned out to be telling him to seek death. On the podium now was a big but timid guy. He trembled as he held out his sword. "I am Benson Backle." Everyone below saw him and whispered, "Who is that?" This knight is met for the first time. Chris and Kevin fell silent as soon as they saw each other, and the sound of footsteps echoed. Kevin quickly ran in front of Roman and suggested, "Young master, I will confront him." The boy's eyes looked straight ahead. His face was immature, but his eyes were very determined. Roman looked at him, saying nothing. In the world of big fish eating small fish, the loser is destined to die. The nameless knight is also quite difficult for Kevin. He wants to prove himself. Looking at the way he stands, he looks very confident. Roman chuckled and reminded, "Be careful." "Just waiting for that," he quickly replied to him, then turned and walked away. "Yes, I will not let you down." On the podium at this moment, Benson was trembling and wondering, why am I being punished in this situation? He was so scared that he had to grip the sword tightly with both hands. "Thanks to my Night Father, I have no worries." Benson gritted his teeth. "Even if he is a useless Knight of Barco, I will still do my best for Barco. But the price of this loyalty is death in a warrior's battle, damn it!" He looked up at his opponent and paused for a moment. Kevin's small steps slowly approached the podium. Kevin just looked up at him and asked silently, "Could he be my rival?" Thinking of this, Benson smiled strangely as if he had just escaped death. "God, thank you." The two started fighting. At first glance, one could tell that this was a completely unequal match. He laughed happily. Benson threatened, "Kid, want revenge?" Whether willingly or forced, we were abandoned by our Lord. He was secretly happy, but for me, it was lucky. Kevin ignored what he clearly said. "I am the sword that protects the Lord," Benson shouted as he swung his sword and charged towards him. "Arrogant name, go die!" The sharp sword aimed straight at his head, but Kevin quickly dodged it. Taking advantage of his small figure, he swung his sword from below as he jumped. The sharp tip of the sword almost pierced Benson's neck. He was angry, cursing and kicking. "This bastard!" Just one kick was enough to send Kevin sprawling on the ground. The helmet on his head was also kicked off. Fresh blood dripped onto the tiled floor. He leaned on his sword and tried to stand up. Chris stood from afar watching the match, his heart filled with worry. The gap in strength is too great. He looked at Roman, who was still standing silently, watching. Even more confusing was what the young master was thinking by letting Kevin join the battle. Kevin had just managed to stand up when Benson continued to attack him. He threw consecutive blows that made him unable to control his anger and curse. "He is strong! Kill! Kill! He wants to kill you! Take revenge quickly. It seems this has increased your power many times over." In his head, Roman's stern voice echoed. "From today, cut down all obstacles yourself. The demonic spirit has taken root and awakened the demon within you." Kevin's whole body seemed to contain a new source of power, ready to burst out. His eyes flashed a blood-red light. A voice in my head reminded me to think carefully. Just then, Benson attacked head-on from above. A powerful sword slash came straight down, but Kevin quickly dodged to the side. Benson seemed a little surprised by Kevin's quick reflexes. A strange laughter echoed in his head. "It almost broke my head. I would have torn that bastard to pieces." Kevin gently rubbed his head and wondered, "Why is my head so noisy?" Deep inside him, a strong motivation was surging, constantly pushing. "I want to be a useful sword for my lord, more than Chris." Kevin felt his body getting hotter and hotter. The guilt, loyalty to the master, and the emotions in his heart were as chaotic as a whirlpool. He held the sword tightly in his hand. The time had come. It was the devil's spirit's attack. The devil in him rose up strongly, laughed wildly, and killed. Kevin turned into a demon. His eyes were cloudy as he held the sword and rushed straight towards Benson. He stood there, stunned. What was this? The sword tip stabbed straight into Benson's chest, piercing through his armor. The slightly stiff armor made Kevin stop for a moment. He loudly swung his sword. "This bastard!" Kevin continued to aggressively attack. This made him even more afraid. Tears fell down. He exclaimed, "You're crazy!" Kevin said nothing. His eyes were red and scary. As expected, the demonic power within him allowed the sword to pierce through the rock-hard armor. Witnessing this, Chris was startled. Even the audience below could not hide their surprise. On the platform, the battle seemed certain to be Benson's victory. But now, he was lying under Kevin's blade. He grinned, a devilish grin, then pulled out his sword, fresh blood spurting out like a waterspout. In the dark scene, combined with the red rain of blood, the stadium was filled with an extremely gloomy atmosphere. Miss Flora and her father were scared stiff. Fresh blood splattered everywhere, covering his armor. Kevin stood tall, admiring his work. Then he hurriedly left the stage. Kevin came before Roman, knelt down respectfully, and reported, "I'm back." Roman smiled at him with satisfaction. "Kevin, you've worked hard." Kevin raised his head, smiling brightly. After the match, The demon inside gave way to a docile and loyal boy. The grand battle between Lawrence and Barco, 3-on-3, Lawrence won overwhelmingly, and in the center was Roman Dmitri. Like a heroic legend passed down from generation to generation, rumors mixed with truth and falsehood, people began to praise Roman's achievements everywhere. In a tavern between tables full of snacks and large glasses of beer, people were talking excitedly about a new story. Have you heard the story? The two men sat together and talked animatedly. The great battle from there. Barco must have been very angry, causing a commotion everywhere, but in the end, he lost to Lawrence. The man at the next table loudly joined in the conversation. You know my relatives are all Lawrence natives, right? They told each other that Roman was Lawrence's savior, able to single-handedly slaughter hundreds of Barco's rearguard soldiers in an instant. The blond guy raised his beer mug, took a generous sip, and added, "Furthermore, even the player was defeated with just a single blow." People everywhere were praising him. If Roman hadn't appeared, Barco would have planted his flag on Lawrence land long ago. The red blood of the 49th general of the Cairo kingdom, Han Rose, covered the sky, putting an end to the great temple battle. On the streets, children impersonating him shouted, "I am Roman Dmitri of Lawrence. Your fame has spread far and wide. Roman Dmitri is a hero. The Dmitri family has finally risen." This is the golden time for Roman to leave his mark in people's hearts, collecting every anecdote about himself. In contrast to the joyful atmosphere, Barco City was now covered in a gloomy atmosphere. In the study filled with books, the Lord was disappointed. "It's all over," he said, holding his head sadly. "It's really all over." The article in front of him made him even more confused. The document urged the principal and interest payments from Golden Bank. Hanros from the Mercenary Association must take full responsibility and compensate the workers. Too angry, the Lord slammed his fist on the table, cursing, "Damn beggar!" The papers on the table fell like trash. He recalled the days of public praise with regret during the time when Barco was influential in the Northeast region. Every day we are mentioned about Barco, now we pretend not to know each other. He was angry, damn it, if only that Roman Dmitri wouldn't interfere in this. He suddenly stopped.
Chợt ông khựng lại một chút.
Now the name Roman is engraved in memory, all because of Roman Dmitri. Roman Dmitri did something unacceptable in aristocratic circles. The Lord comes up with a sinister plan. This is the last chance to save Barco. A few days later, Lord Barco held an important roundtable meeting. He solemnly announced, "Before we begin, I would like to sincerely thank the nobles for coming to Barco. Thanks to you, we believe in a bright future for the Northeast." An impatient noble from Georgia interrupted, "Let's get straight to the point." Mr. Barco continued, "Then let me be frank. Just as Barco used a legitimate name to attack Lawrence, reputation among the nobility is also very important." The guests listened in silence, and the Lord began to get to the main point. "This battle is to repay the debt of the ancestors. The central government thought this was the right thing to do and even sent judges. But Roman Dmitri had no status to interfere in this war. He angrily accused him. Because of his surprise attack, Barco lost the player. Even Lawrence's warriors in the great battle were all gone. He banged the table loudly. "Does this sound reasonable? After all, what qualifications does Roman Dmitri have to help Lawrence?" From start to finish, he blamed Roman. If the two families are related by marriage, there is no problem. But we all know Dmitri and Lawrence are broken off. To Lawrence, Roman Dmitri was just an outsider, without any status. He sat down solemnly and came to the final conclusion that this was an act that went beyond limits. The room was silent for a moment. Then everyone spoke in agreement. "You're right. Roman Dmitri has no title, that's right." The first step was successful, he chuckled. "Okay, that's enough." The evil lord secretly calculated and pushed all the responsibility onto the Dmitri family and received a huge compensation, settling the debt to Golden Bank. Suddenly there was a loud noise outside. Roman unexpectedly walked in to say hello. "So everyone is here," he smiled slightly. "I heard that everyone is dissatisfied with me. If so, then—" He looked at him in shock. "Roman, What was he thinking, daring to appear here? Roman looked at him dangerously, discerning every word. I will personally talk to Viscount Barco. Return a few days ago. Chris exclaimed worriedly, Are you really going to Barco? Doing so would be no different than committing suicide. Viscount Barco would definitely not leave his lord alone. Roman cut him off, adding, Chris, have you ever thought about the relationship between me and Barco in the future? He explained slowly, in Barco's mind, the master was his sworn enemy. If possible, I think you two should avoid each other, Roman said coldly. No, if you don't start, then you don't know, but what has begun must end. Then he jumped on his horse, emphasizing the sentence. It is a very clear fact that Barco has a grudge against us. Chris was stunned. He continued, If so, this is the right time. To avenge them, Roman smiled. Goodbye. I will go alone. Chris just stuttered. Master. He entered Lord Barco's room, where he was meeting with everyone, and asked the question. I'm also curious, what title does Barco have to get this position? He gritted his teeth, looking down on him in his heart, his eyes bloodshot. Just a brat from the Baron's family, but has not inherited the title. How dare you look down on my rank? He showed his contempt. You're here. Perhaps because of your humble origin you do not understand the laws of the nobility, he said. He clenched his fists and continued, No status, but dare to intervene in war, is an act that is not allowed in the kingdom of Cairo. We are given titles according to the law of nobility. By the central government before taking action, declare territorial war. His voice was full of challenge. You think nobles are stupid to have that procedure? It is to keep each other's honor. He banged on the table. Not understanding the law of nobility is stupidity, he shouted more aggressively. Now do you know how stupid you have been? Because of you, the Dmitri family is in serious trouble. His face was expressionless. He was even more angry at the crime his son had committed, and the northeastern nobles blamed him. He finished speaking and sat down. The whole room fell silent. He calmly asked him, You done? He looked around. He began to tell, Lawrence and Dmitri were originally two families with a marriage contract. But now I have become the fool who broke the engagement between the two families. What do you think is the reason we broke off the engagement? Is it my reputation, or is it our love story? All those rumors are false. Then he pointed towards Lord Barco. Truth is Barco's eldest son, due to the intimidation of Anthony Barco. He stood up, stunned. He continued slowly. Now it's time for Barco to return to the cult. Someone who was close to Anthony Barco, like me, joined his side. Before he got engaged to Lawrence, I fell into his trap. When I woke up, I found myself in a room with Emily Barco. Anthony threatened that, then asked to cancel the engagement with Lawrence. He said coldly, This is the perfect trap to eliminate Lawrence and Dmitri. Everyone immediately started talking excitedly. Threat? So that is the policy of the Barco family. He laughed triumphantly. It's time to show your weakness. It will no longer be a weakness, he shouted. You think I will listen to your nonsense? We all know you've been living like a piece of trash. To hide the truth, you dare say any disgusting words. He smiled faintly. I knew you would say that. He turned to look at him. I will give one more reason, causing us to intervene in the fight between Barco and Lawrence. He doesn't believe it. Another reason? Anthony Barco has crossed the line. Flora was engaged to me, but she was harassed by him. Affected by that, Flora decided to cancel the engagement. His face was solemn. Is this true? Try asking Flora Lawrence again. In his heart, he was determined to take revenge. Lies trapped me. If so, I would do the same. He clenched his fists in anger. If we had intervened in the war with only our strength, without dragging the whole family into it, it was the only revenge I could do for her. You insist. I want to ask Viscount Barco and all those present here. Is there really no status to intervene in the war? And Roman twisted Barco's argument like this. To get status, he began to panic. No other way. Fighting for the truth of identity no longer has any meaning. Must buy more time. First of all, we must avoid this situation and find a solution. He was calm. I don't believe what you say is true, but I will confirm whether they are true or not. You go home today. He called him Viscount Barco. Now make your choice. You chose to make Anthony pay the price for his personal problems with me to end this, or cause trouble for the whole family just because of this. His eyes were full of menace. If you don't make a choice now, at this location I will go home and tell my father everything. Lord Barco turned pale, stunned. What? Absolutely cannot choose to declare war on Dimitri. Already fallen to rock bottom and still involved with the Dimitri family. Then Barco will be destroyed. His hands trembled unconsciously. Cruel name, he made the conditions. I don't want to turn your and Anthony's matter into a family matter. With my authority, I will make my eldest son Anthony kneel before you to apologize, okay? He immediately refused. When did I tell Anthony to kneel before me? He couldn't believe what he had just heard. What do you mean? After everyone left, Anthony pleaded with him. Father, Father. But he just shook his head. Sorry, son. He knelt down, hugged his legs, and cried, not believing. Absolutely, absolutely not. Judgmental duel? Dad, would you really put my life in someone else's hands? He screamed even more miserably. He will definitely kill you. Please refuse Roman's offer. He grabbed his hand and shouted, Wake up! I am the eldest son of the Barco family. From the moment I became the heir to the family, your life is tied to the fate of your family. He gritted his teeth in anger. So let's face it. Don't forget this hell and accept having to give up an arm. He walked quickly, passing by the boy kneeling on the ground. In his heart, he could only cry for help. Father, Father, please, Father. Everyone was amazed at the sight before their eyes. Lord Barco stared, making the surrounding atmosphere even more tense. Anthony held the sword with trembling hands, his face turned pale, his mouth stammering. Mr. Roman, you know I like Flora very much. When I heard the news that you two were together, maybe I was out of my mind then. Anthony quickly apologized. I'm sorry for everything I did to you. His voice trembled. I don't mean any harm. Aren't we friends? Anthony was visibly nervous. Roman, he shouted, are not owner? Please spare my life this time. If you spare my life, then Anthony, this Barco, willing to spend the rest of my life to make amends. People around whispered, It's ugly. Lord Barco gritted his teeth, secretly cursed the barbarian named Roman's face darkened. Your whole life? It doesn't make any sense. He took a step. Did you borrow money from the gold bank? Roman approached Anthony with his sword in hand. Even your relationship with the government cannot wipe away your sins. The Barco family is finished. He questioned, Reason do we, someone you despise to such an extent, again got trapped in the scheme of appealing for mercy and forgive you? Lord Barco suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait! Roman stabbed him through the body with his sword. Right, no reason at all. He looked at Anthony. He was hit by a sudden slash and coughed up blood. Roman, in his previous life, was in a life-and-death battle with his brother. Every night, he had to be wary of assassination attempts by his brother. Then one day, he stabbed him straight in the heart. To end life, Beek Hoyle asked, Jung-hyuk, you know what your problem is? He sighed, then said, That is, you do not know how to compromise. Beek Hoyle rested his chin on his hand. From the moment you see someone as an enemy, you always want to destroy them immediately. Jung-hyuk was silent and said nothing. He was continued by the herd. Even have any sympathy for your enemies. One day the problem will turn around and hurt you. Although cold on the outside, he admired Hoyon very much in his heart. He is awesome. Not only does he have terrible power, but he also has forgiveness, Jung-hyuk thought. How can I conquer enemies after defeating them? He looked up. I see what you mean, but crush anyone who hates me. It's the way I choose to live. Jung-hyuk's face became scary. That's how I survived from the bottom of the devil's sect. And I will continue to live like that. Back to reality, he thought. Death is the only way to end it all forever. Roman swung his sword and slashed once, the death of Anthony Barco. It was an outcome no one wanted. Lord Barco ran to stop them, but it was too late. He shouted, Arnott! Lord Barco screamed in vain. Roman calmly turned back and asked, What's the problem? He smiled softly. Dying in a duel is a common occurrence. He tried to scold. What the hell are you doing? How dare you kill the eldest son of the Barco family? Kill without mercy like that! Everyone around was horrified by the scene before their eyes. They discussed, "Monster how?" Lord Barco's eyes began to fill with tears. Play with the Barco family from the moment that Anthony Barco guy treated me like that. He turned his back. Look at everyone. And this is the end of him. Roman warned, if anyone is unable to give up his relationship with the Barco family, one eye of his will be shining. Then I am the one you have to face. Lord Barco shouted, "Are you really going to give up that easily?" He still coldly replied, "Say those nonsense words, what does it mean?" Roman turned and walked away. From now on, I say goodbye. I go first. They all had the same thought. We have bumped into someone we shouldn't have bumped into. A few days later, Viscount Barco, who could not pay his debts to the bank, tried to avoid them, but then was found dead on an unnamed hill. The Barco family once expanded its power in the northeast, now dies so tragically. The moonlight shines on the castle. Hans called, "Roman, young master," he wondered. "Where are you going in the middle of the night?" He made an excuse. "The moon was too bright, so we watched it for so long." Hans noticed something unusual about Roman's clothes. He pretended not to see anything. "Everyone is very worried, young master," Hans reminded. "I would be happy if you were known by many people, but if you keep putting yourself in danger like that..." He was sweating profusely, making us unable to stop worrying. "Please be careful." His face remained cold. "Hans, didn't I say it before?" Roman repeated, "You are mine." Hans raised his head to look at him. "Yes, I still remember, young master." Roman in his previous life had massacred many enemies, to the point of blood flowing like a river. But there is one rule that makes him capable of becoming a demon. That is to protect your subordinates. Roman thought, one of mine is more important than hundreds of enemies. Hans looked at him blankly. Young Master Roman suddenly smiled. "I will try my best to make sure my subordinates are not in danger." That's enough. Although the Barco family affair was still very tumultuous, the family still held a party. Lady of the Moloch family, Helena Moloch, held her fan and chuckled. Even the ladies who supported the Barco family, always flattering them, were also present here. Her eyes were full of thought. From now on, Dmitri will be the central family of the Northeast. This is the perfect opportunity for the Moloch family. He has always stood by Dmitri. Looking at the woman coming, Helena said in an excited voice, "Oh my gosh, welcome. I've been waiting for you." The woman smiled slightly. Helena continued to praise, "Oh my God, why are you getting more and more beautiful, lady of the Dmitri family?" "Lihana?" Dmitri smiled gently. "Thanks." Seeing this, the other noble ladies also rushed to say hello and chat. "I have prepared a special bottle of wine for you, Lihana. It's an honor to meet you here." Mrs. Lihana, Baron Dmitri's wife, put a hand over her mouth and smiled tactfully. "Me too, madam." She often interacted with noble ladies to build up support for Dmitri. She has incredible political talent. Occasionally, Baron Romero had to give in. Without Lihana laying the foundation first, the family, when Barco interrupted, will collapse before it can enter the aristocracy. She stepped forward lightly. "Thank you, everyone, for joining this gathering." Lihana placed her hands on her chest. "The presentation is why we are here, because we think that people in the same area as us need to understand each other and start getting to know each other from now on." She looked back at the family members who once supported the Barco family with a slightly worried look. Of course, not everyone has been on the same page. Then the woman looked at the crowd present and declared, "But now it's different. We need a different bottom line than before." What does Lihana mean by saying these things? Perhaps she was secretly threatening Barco's followers. While showing his generosity and accepting them on her side, the tea party was still going on. Helena walked up to the table where Romero's wife was sitting, making an offer. "Lihana, what do you think about our Veronica?" She smiled brightly, matchmaking. "I think she's a good match for Roman." At the same time, the lady sitting next to him with shoulder-length red hair appeared very surprised. Helena added to the persuasiveness, "Roman is 25. He has to get married." "And get married." Finally, she concluded, "I don't say this just because she's my daughter. But Veronica gets along well with Roman. Him, he immediately interrupted. Come on, isn't Veronica engaged? With another family? At the same time, she thought to herself that she was so greedy. Helena continued, while Lihanna closed her eyes, leisurely enjoying tea. They continued to discuss. Those girls, right? Roman's marriage partner must be carefully chosen. Listen to the ladies. Come visit us next time. She opened her eyes, put down the teacup, and the sound of a clatter could not stop their voices. My daughter told me that she fell in love with Roman at first sight. My cousin's daughter is quite smart, always top of the academy. Lihanna stared at her reflection in the teacup. My daughter is still young, but the future will definitely be a beauty. Then Roman's figure appeared through the teacup. She pondered, for the past 6 years, Roman had always been considered a nuisance among the nobility. The fact that he was the eldest son but did not inherit held him back. But his 4-star knight potential is enough to promise a bright future. And if the boy is entitled to the inheritance, then there is no son-in-law more valuable than him. The door to the future is wide open. This is when the boy went from being a nuisance to being a star. Thinking so, she said, I am glad that you appreciate my son. Move the teacup a little. But Roman had been deeply hurt before. Lihanna refused their offer. Instead of following the wishes of the two families, I want Roman to find someone he truly loves. She then emphasized, so don't mention marriage anymore. The ladies looked startled. However, they are still full of hope for the future ahead. In other words, the girl who wins his heart first wins. It's dark. The crescent moon and the stars above shine softly, with clouds covering the castle. Flora sat in the study, turning the pages of a book. In my opinion, power is necessary to survive in this world. Continuing that train of thought under candlelight, the fact is, Lawrence lost the match against Barco. I thought if we could hold out until winter, we might have a chance. But everything came as fast as a flash flood. There are too many variables, she exclaimed. But Roman had predicted all those events. Deal with them bravely and save Lawrence. Flora's mind was filled with admiration for him at that moment. How can I become like Roman? Her face was burning. She shook her head, brushing away the thoughts. No, I hate that Roman Dmitri. Why am I blushing? Flora fell into deep thought. He is an arrogant and selfish man, only cares about his own interests. But how can he be so strong? What kind of person is he? She closed the book in her hand. Definitely. I just want to know a little bit. Flora ran down the hallway looking for answers. She suddenly stopped, held the railing. We have to go get some fresh air. Yeah, even though I am curious, but we have no contact with each other anymore. The engagement is broken. Looking up, she felt a little sad. I have no choice, because I will definitely not see Roman again. Suddenly, someone shouted, Sister! Flora was full of doubts. Huh? The girl laughed. Long time no see. Her eyes sparkled. Flora. At the same time, she replied, Sylvia. Seeing Sylvia Lawrence's fake smile, sister, she wondered. Flora called, Father, wondering about the news she had just heard. The family is having a party at Dimitri's place? Questioning eyes. Why didn't you tell me? Lord Lawrence turned his head. He replied to his beloved daughter, Flora, We have learned a lot from this incident. She was stunned when she heard her father's comment. You have shown me the ability to judge right from wrong while we can do nothing. Lord Lawrence slowly approached her. And thanks to you, Roman Dmitri joined the battlefield, and we can win the battle. Having said this, he placed his hand on his son's shoulder. Affirm that I will not lower your value anymore. I will support all your wishes, and I will not force you to do anything for the family anymore. Lord Lawrence finally said, Flora, live your dream. And of course she was very happy to obey him, Father. Then her eyes looked away with dissatisfaction. She thought to herself, very touching speech, but I want to be the one to attend the party. The father does not understand what his daughter is like. Back to the main question she wanted to ask. Why did Dad invite Sylvia to the party? I'm sure you have other intentions, Dad, because she traveled quite far from the capital to here. He glanced at the invitations on the table and replied, It is only because of my personal greed. She immediately repeated in her head, "What is greed?" remembering her innocent and lovely face. Flora predicted, "Dad is planning to reconnect with Dimitri through Sylvia." Her face darkened. "If so, then I understand." Then she placed her hand on her chest and smiled radiantly. "Because we must repay Roman, I will go with Sylvia and guide her." He waved his hand to stop him. "You don't have to do that. I'm sure you have nothing to do with Roman anymore." Not letting his father finish, Flora clenched her fists, emphasizing each word. "I said I would guide, lead her." The Lord is really very confusing. Afternoon in the capital of Cairo, Temple Cairo branch. Someone holding an envelope in his hand asked the question, "Is it true?" He wore the robes of a monk, sitting in the room in front of the crucifix, analyzing. His son is only 25 years old, from a noble family in the outback. Killed a 4-star knight with just one sword stroke. That is really impossible, he thought for a moment. But if this is not just a rumor, then a terrible prodigy was born. Monk, rated from Valhalla ranking. Willa smiled wickedly. "We have to confirm it ourselves." Dressed in royal attire, they gathered together in one place. They met, chatted, and laughed happily. Everyone was dressed in beautiful clothes. "And the most expensive, sparkling jewelry," a blue-haired girl said softly. "This is Dimitri, is the second daughter of the Lawrence family, Sylvia Lawrence." She looked around for a while, frustrated. "It is as gloomy as the rumors say." The crowd walked happily, chatting and laughing. Because this place is famous as a metallurgical area, it's mostly around coal bins and jet-black iron ore. "And boring, simple houses," the ladies commented as they walked. "Oh, this place is so exciting. This is, after all, the land of the miners. Most ladies like colors. I don't understand how it is possible to live near a place like this." In the capital, even ordinary people are concerned with basic aesthetic principles. Hearing Sylvia's complaints, Miss Flora thought to herself, compared to the capital, Lawrence and Dimitri are just rural areas. In the distance, a group of miners was faintly visible. Sylvia exclaimed, "Oh my God, are those miners?" The group of people just finished work and came back. Hands and feet covered in mud, but still smiling and talking happily. They noticed the appearance of the ladies coming from the opposite direction. Some workers looked back. The ladies tried to appear noble as they passed them. "Oh, my beautiful dress is getting dusty." A miner crossed Street A. They laughed louder and louder. This is what got Dimitri in trouble. Flora was the only one who kept silent among the dramatic ladies, and also did not mean to look towards the miners. Suddenly, she passed by a very familiar person. Not sure if that was the real person, Flora quickly turned back to look, wondering, was it really him? It was him, Roman Dimitri, in his dusty miner's clothes. But with that muscular figure, even just passing by was enough to attract attention. From afar came the sound of running footsteps. Mr. Hans ran in a hurry and shouted, "Young master!" He quickly ran over and helped him use a towel to wipe the dirt off his body. "With my mouth constantly complaining I could not stop you from entering the mine, you even take care of yourself while working?" Hans kept talking. "Look, I just wiped a little bit, but the handkerchief is already dirty." Roman's face was distorted by his father's wiping. He helplessly said, "Okay." He was like an old father feeling sorry for his child who had just come home from playing dirty. He is covered with dirt every day. I think Hans's heart is about to break too. His voice attracted the attention of the ladies on the street. The girls' eyes lit up when they heard the name Roman Dimitri. Sylvia was no exception. She was excited. He was even more handsome than she thought. She secretly admired his strong body. Oh, his body. Sylvia liked him so much that she licked her lips longingly because he was so attractive. She secretly calculated. There were rumors that the second son would likely lose the right to inheritance. But what noble family would let their son work as a miner? He is definitely the successor. Recent moves show that Roman's status has skyrocketed. He was officially in Sylvia's sights. She immediately suggested, "Let's go meet Roman Dimitri. Saying hello before the party sounds great." Meanwhile, the remaining ladies were still hesitant whether to go or not. Roman had just taken off his miner's cap when he heard a hello. Sylvia led the group of young ladies to chirp and ask, "Mr. Roman Dmitri, am I not mistaken?" She put on her most polite and lovely appearance to greet. "My name is Sylvia from the Lawrence family. Thank you for helping us. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you." Sylvia smiled and gave him many compliments. "You are indeed an extraordinary man, just as the rumors say." In response to her joy, Roman replied very politely, "Oh yeah, I know." Then he said to his close servant, "Let's go, Hans," leaving Sylvia standing behind, stiff from being ignored. Miss Flora also knows Roman well. Seeing this scene, I can only laugh with tears. Short-legged Hans hurriedly ran after to remind, "Master, you still have to go to the party. Don't you want to rest a bit?" He walked and took the opportunity to put on a clean white shirt and said, "We will associate with worthy people, but they mock the Dmitri mining business." Hans wondered cautiously how long he would be working in the mines. Even though the king did not order it, he had been working hard there for many days. Roman said sternly, "Dmitri's roots were in blacksmiths, and it was an iron mine. The iron ore that the blacksmith excavated with blood and sweat melted in the furnace fire and turned into iron. That is the nature of the Dmitri house." He explained as he adjusted his clothes, "Words cannot coexist with the people of this region. We just want to experience and empathize." Hans was moved to see his figure moving away. He hugged his miner's cap with tears in his eyes. "Young master, since when has he matured to this extent?" Hans encouraged himself, shouting loudly for the young master to hear. "I, Hans, will not cause trouble for the young master anymore. I will make everything perfect." In the private area of Dmitri's house, the sound of practice 1-2 echoed. The soldiers were being trained in swordsmanship. Everyone was highly focused. Captain Chris shouted loudly once again, looking at his soldiers training enthusiastically. Roman said to himself, his prestige in the last battle with the clans having inspired loyalty and fueled the soldiers. "I know that the soldiers who followed me in the last battle learned a lot. With the training methods that I have accumulated before, along with swordplay and the ability to forge unique swords, I can unleash the potential of soldiers and help them become skilled warriors on the battlefield. It is truly a treasure trove of valuable knowledge." He watched their every move on the training ground, calculating carefully, and realized that we had an army of our own. But that was not enough. The new soldiers had little combat experience. "I need my own elite army." Roman crossed his arms over his chest, standing pensively. "The problem is that to form an elite force, we need both financial and human resources that we currently do not have the capacity to provide." He called out loudly to the deputy captain, "Chris, he ran back quickly, calling me sir." Roman asked about the situation and how the training was going. Chris happily reported, "They are all passionate and learn very quickly. I think we can expect their progress soon," Roman announced softly. "Chris, I will now teach you a new sword technique." Hearing this, Chris thought in surprise, "A new sword technique for me?" He recognized the ability of this vice captain and frankly commented, "You're different from other beginners." Roman assessed that he had made progress and gained experience after the recent clan war. "It is the foundation for you to be able to absorb advanced sword techniques. Although it is difficult, I think you can do it." For all these reasons, he decided to propose to Chris. "I think you are ready to take on something new now," Roman began to teach. "The sword technique I will teach you is called Thunder Break. It is a sword technique with great damage and extremely fast attack speed. Its owner is called the Sword Saint, and that will be Chris's next step." The glowing ceiling lights exude luxury throughout the entire space. People were dressed in their finest, and whispers of conversation filled the air. The main door slowly opened, followed by a solemn announcement. "Young Master Roman Dmitri has arrived." The shout immediately attracted attention, causing everyone to turn around and wait for his appearance. Roman, with a gentlemanly demeanor and a bright smile, stepped inside. All the girls in the room blushed at his radiant beauty. He was surrounded by them. "After leaving early this morning to go to Dmitri's house, We would like to have a chat with you before the party. He smiled politely at them. I just finished work. Please understand me. I also want to look a little neat. They were quickly convinced by him. Oh, I see, of course. Sylvia gently started a conversation with him. He was indeed as wonderful as the rumors said. Her face lit up with admiration, unable to believe that the heir of a noble family would work with minors like this. She opened her sparkling eyes wide, wondering, would I be better off if I had someone like you as my husband? Roman bowed his head and politely replied, You compliment me too much. He began to chat with the noble ladies. His gift of gab made the girls swoon. The party continued and everyone raised their glasses to celebrate. His hand rested lightly on the balcony outside. Roman was a little tired. He went out to get some air. A soft voice interrupted his train of thought. He really is a good actor. Roman turned around and saw Flora walking towards him. His voice was low. It had to be done. She moved closer, using a bland tone to reply, surprisingly. Flora looked at him. I thought he didn't care about relationships. Roman replied coldly, Usually not. He began to explain to her, but at this party, parents and their guests were invited, which was different from the usual parties. He hesitated a bit. The first time we met was like this, so it's no surprise. His words surprised her. Flora lifted her hair, smiled, and thought, then realized he was right. Actually, I was the one who acted rashly. She confided in Roman, who was always very steadfast. That's why I'm more and more curious. How did you live your life to be able to maintain such principles? Flora couldn't help but wonder, but why did he become a minor? Aside from forging, there's no reason for an heir to do any of that. Roman did not answer but asked her back, How did you think Lawrence got this position? She was a bit surprised because he asked her back. Huh? He went on to explain that people think Lawrence achieved what he has today thanks to fertile land and abundant resources. According to him, the history of the family is told. Family made their fortune through trade, selling or bartering their goods, and to reach his current position, that was also the reason why Viscount Lawrence's younger brother became a merchant in the capital. Flora's face showed surprise. It was amazing. In her heart, Flora was very impressed with him. He also knew what she had only recently known with absolute precision. However, she still acted like she didn't understand what it had to do with mining. Roman patiently replied, The origin of the Dmitri family lies in iron mines. He expressed his views. If not for the miners who dig up iron ore buried in the ground every day, Dmitri would not be here today. His eyes were steady. I'm sure he spent time working in the mines. We'll help understand and empathize with them. Flora was stunned by his noble words. I believe it is the duty of a person with the surname Dmitri. It was late at night. Roman said goodbye. I've been standing here for a long time. I'm leaving. Flora hesitantly replied, Oh, okay. Roman's words made her think to herself. She had made a decision. Immediately, Flora smiled beautifully. Her mind was clear, still dusty from my battle. Finally, order and clarity again. Flora said happily, I knew meeting him would be the right decision. And a few days later, Flora went to the capital. It was the time when Flora Lawrence's flower in a glass cage left her family to explore the world. Elsewhere, Jacob raised his beer bottle, laughing heartily. This is great. The person opposite asked, How are you today? He replied, As usual, the mine just keeps going on no matter how much is dug. Seriously, we've only dug the entrance to the mountain. Jacob was certain that even if the Dmitri family dug for several more decades, mine will not run out. I am sure of that as someone who has been digging all his life. Hendrik asked around. There were rumors that Roman had started working at the mine half a month ago. Why so quiet lately? Jacob heard this name and immediately reacted. Roman? Back half a month ago, a worker carrying goods announced, I heard that Mr. Roman will start working at the mine from today. Person was quite surprised to hear that, huh? Why? He wasn't sure, didn't know, Probably just pretending. A miner with an annoyed look said, Sir Dmitri is confused. He started to get annoyed. If he wanted to teach the air, he would have done it long ago. He only treats blacksmiths well and always abandons us miners. The more he talked, the angrier he became. 3 heirs learned to forge iron at a young age, he shouted, but they had never learned how to dig. This, he continued, was clear evidence that Sir Dmitri discriminated against us. Another person heard that and wanted to advise, isn't that saying a bit too much? He continued to spew out reproaches. You're talking about Dmitri's foundation being in the iron mine, but the blacksmiths get all the glory. He insisted, I'm sure he was forced to come. But I will not bow to him, he shouted. Let's show Roman what mining is like. A pair of legs appeared. He was introduced to the miners. From today, young Master Roman will work with us. Below, they yawned without caring. The other group laughed. Roman kept his face cold, emotionless. They were reminded, always remembering that in the mine, safety first, safety second, safety third, all said in unison. Understood. Everyone started working as ordered and moved away. Roman observed the miners' attitude. He secretly judged, they completely ignored me. I will not mind their attitude, he thought to himself. The mining city of Dmitri, the way the people of Dmitri lived. Roman was lost in thought. How much power do they have? And what can we do for this place, for our future plans? He made a great determination. We will find out all about Dmitri's problems down in the iron mine. Many people are sweating profusely and busy with their work. Okay, hurry up. There's still a lot left to fill today's quota. A pair of strong arms were supporting sacks containing raw iron. That is Roman Dmitri. He also joined hands with the workers to work hard according to the rules. He glanced around and saw everyone engrossed in their own tasks. I think the division of labor is very even, and the safety aspect is not bad either. The reason why Dmitri's ironware is so famous, an uncle with graying hair wiped his sweat and said to him, is not only because of the blacksmith's skill, but also because the iron ore is of the highest quality. That's why it has such high value. Other places are suffering heavy losses due to having to repurchase iron ore. He continued proudly, wagging his finger. But since Dmitri is self-sufficient, he can make a huge profit. Roman listened quietly to him rant. What other reason was there? After listening, he fell into deep thought. Because it is self-sufficient in raw materials, and it is also a blacksmith city, they can profit more than any other family. It's been like this for decades. The image of the Dmitri family mansion appeared in his mind. The assets are probably even larger than I thought. Suddenly a voice came from behind him. This is not the place for small talk, young master. Roman turned slightly, saw a worker standing there with his fist clenched, and said, If you don't want to work, don't bother others. The other guy was a veteran miner named Morkan. He said, as if ordering Roman, Get out. The two of them looked at each other for a moment. Seemingly beyond Morkan's expectations, Roman opened his mouth first and apologized. I'm sorry, I'll focus on work. Without saying a word, he immediately lifted a large bag of raw iron onto his shoulder. Morkan was a little surprised, and his eyes followed the young master's actions. A week later, on the plate was the standard ration of 2 loaves of bread and a cup of warm milk. Roman sat away from the other miners. He thought as he ate. Having worked together for over a week now, but they still haven't talked to me since I asked the last question. His eyes looked towards them while still chewing on the small loaf of bread. Perhaps this is how they mark their sovereignty. Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped in front of Roman Dmitri. It was Morkan. He sat down in front of him. May I ask you something? He continued calmly. I have been observing you all week and have a few curiosities. Now he raised his head and asked directly, Why did you come here to work? Morkan thought of the other children of the family, including Rodwell, the second son, and most successful heir of Dmitri. The person had never been to an iron mine, and the young master only pretended to come here to train after all this time. I thought he was looking down on mining. The veteran miner's train of thought continued. That's why I always pay attention to him, but he's more diligent than I thought. No, Not only is he hard-working, he is also more enthusiastic than other miners and always meets quotas. During the observation, many other miners came to talk to him. According to my friend who works as a servant in the castle, the master never ordered the young master to go to the iron mine to work. The others continued to gossip about it, and to Morkan's surprise, he came here voluntarily? His face was serious, and Roman smiled and asked back, "An ideal answer or a realistic answer, which one do you want to hear?" He looked at Roman. "Both okay?" Roman smiled and opened his mouth. "If so, then let me say the ideal answer first. Many people here work in iron mines for a living. Instead of trying to understand the people here through remote data," he continued, "we want to experience their daily lives for ourselves." Hearing that, Morkan immediately asked back, "Do you really need to do that?" And Roman replied immediately, "Of course." His face was serious. "As long as my name is Dmitri, then I must do so." Morkan secretly admired. What an ideal answer. That was what he wanted to hear from a ruler and noble figure that everyone admired. And then Roman immediately brought up a shocking truth. "The real reason is that I am not Dmitri's master. Even though Dmitri has a large fortune, it still belongs to my father." Speaking of this, his face became solemn. "That's why we came to the iron mine, to find something we can offer Dmitri and find a legitimate reason to ask for our share." Morkan heard that and immediately curled his lips, laughing softly. Then he burst out laughing. "So that's why. To ask for a share of your father's property, I don't think so." Roman was a bit stunned by that statement. Roman was a bit stunned by Morkan's cheerful smile. He continued to tell him, "I thought you came here just to compete for the throne." Mr. Roman built his foundation in an iron mine, not a forge. He clasped his hands, indicating that he understood the importance of mining. Morkan now puffed out his chest with enthusiasm, grinning at Roman. "Dmitri, I will answer all your questions." Morkan honestly answered my long series of questions. I gathered some surprising information from him. The size of Dmitri's iron mine is the largest in the kingdom. It's not wrong to say it's the largest on the continent, especially the unknown land at the edge of the kingdom next to Dmitri. Endless area. If it is possible to develop that area, Dmitri's assets will increase indefinitely. Morkan stroked his chin and said, "Actually, compared to the size of Dmitri's assets, product output is not very positive." Images of miners working hard appeared. Morkan's words continued. "Mining speed is reduced because of dangerous working conditions. As exploitation speed decreases, output also decreases. Of course, homeowner Dmitri has provided many safety measures, but nonetheless, mining is still very dangerous." He continued, his voice filled with concern. "The Northwest Mountains constantly have earthquakes. How can one person stop them?" The sentence was interrupted by a terrible earthquake, terrifying all the miners, not excluding Morkan and Roman. Morkan panicked and ran towards the source of the sound when a scream rang out. "Mr. Morkan!" In front of them, the image of a mine pit and a tragically collapsed ladder appeared. "Oh my God, what should we do? It could collapse further. Don't measure anything yet." While everyone was panicking, a strong voice rang out from Roman. "I will go." Hearing this, Morkan immediately turned pale and shouted in panic, "No! You are the eldest young master of the Dmitri family. Even though you're a knight, going down there is still dangerous. We need to confirm the situation first." Roman turned to look at him, his eyes dark. "Then it will be too late, Morkan." Morkan turned pale, but Roman's steady voice continued, "I told you. Those with the surname Dmitri must fulfill their responsibilities." Standing tall in front of the collapsed hole, Roman firmly affirmed, "I will return. Prepare to bandage." Having finished speaking, he rushed into the hole. Just a short time later, a hand clung to the edge of the hole. Everyone was surprised to see that scene. Roman slowly climbed up, carrying the person in distress. Loud cheers erupted. "Young Master Dmitri has saved people." At the same time, he shouted loudly, "Bring the splint and come here now." Roman began to treat the miner's leg wound. Everyone stood silently, watching him carefully bandage the wound. Only Morkan pondered, "First aid is not easy, yet he understands it so clearly." Finished, Roman turned to everyone and said, "I finished first aid and brought him to the doctor. If medicine is needed, we will be responsible." Everyone said in unison, "Understood." After that, they quickly took the injured person away. Roman pondered and then spoke. "Listen, everyone. Today's accident is the fate of the miner profession." Roman clasped his hands behind his back and said solemnly, "No matter how carefully we prepare, we still cannot resist sudden disasters." He frankly declared, "But even though it's difficult, there will still be a way. As someone with the surname Dmitri, I will solve everyone's problems." Roman continued, his eyes filled with determination. "At any rate, it won't take long." The next day, Roman's father called him into his room. He worriedly asked, "Are you injured?" Roman shook his head and replied, "It's okay." The casual answer made him angry. "What were you thinking, that you dared to do such a dangerous thing? Even if you are a swordsman of light, you cannot fend off disasters alone." He breathed a sigh of relief, but then slammed the table, unable to control his anger. "Your reckless courage almost caused me to lose my beloved son. I'm not saying that because you're the eldest son of the Dmitri family." His face was full of murderous intent, his voice deep like thunder. "If it were someone else, I wouldn't forgive. Two people risking their lives to save one person is unacceptable." Faced with his father's anger, Roman calmly replied, "I just did what I had to do." His father shouted, "Roman!" He remained calm and affirmed, "Even if I go back in time, I still won't change my decision. There was an accident at the iron mine. As a Dmitri family member, I believe I made the right decision." Roman emphasized each word. His father was angry at his son's stubbornness and ordered, "Stop working in the iron mine. I never asked you to work there. Why did you choose that? If you worked at the blacksmith shop, I wouldn't have stopped you." Roman slowly replied, "Father, I worked at the iron mine to better understand the Dmitri family. Dmitri is famous for its smelting techniques, but most people rely on iron mines to make a living. So of course you have to work in an iron mine, not a blacksmith shop." Father was angry and asked, "So what did you learn there?" Roman answered clearly, "I see the difficulties people face." He was surprised. "Difficult?" Roman continued, "I know you care very much about the safety of your workers, and everyone respects you." His father disagreed. "But mining cannot be without danger. Earthquakes can happen at any time. What if the mine collapses? I repeat, that place is very prone to landslides like yesterday. Disaster cannot be avoided, even with careful preparation." Roman firmly replied, "There is still a way, which is to use a magical artifact." His father pondered, magical artifact. Using them to ensure iron mine safety is also good. But do you know how expensive they are? Protecting the iron mine entrance with artifacts would be very expensive. Roman did not hesitate to answer, "I know, but it is necessary. Furthermore, the use of air shields is not always guaranteed." His father wondered, "You know that, but still do it? Do you mean you need to use it anyway?" Roman continued to present his point of view. "If the artifact is installed, not only will iron ore production increase, but there is also no need to limit exploitation in unused mines. This is a huge opportunity cost." He clenched his fists, showing his determination. "Although using ancient artifacts is very expensive, if we make more money than before, it's still worth it. Furthermore, we will organize a team of dedicated safety workers to reduce risks, then use the increased profits to pay their salaries." Listening to the intelligent and lucid analysis, Mr. Romero was extremely satisfied and proud. "You said it so clearly, you must have already thought it all out. So how much do we need to invest? If it doesn't work as you say, then watch out." In the world of martial arts, where there are only the weak and the strong, there are two groups famous for news gathering, Zibangwa and Haomun. Zibangwa gathered information through the world's beggars, listening to every story. Haomun relies on disadvantaged groups, always opening his ears to listen to people's stories. Roman closed his eyes and thought, choosing to work in an iron mine instead of a forge. I will catch all the news in the Northeast. Okay, thanks to my father's money and manpower, I will establish the Halmun group in this world, but that's still not enough. Roman returned to the study to continue thinking about strategy. The guild collects information, also known as tin hoi, cannot be limited to the Northeast. Furthermore, as information from across the continent was gathered, someone needed to organize it because the guild members didn't have enough expertise to handle news. The arranger had to be from Dimitri's upper class. He had an idea. There was only one suitable person. After the war, the soldiers heard shocking news. Vice Captain of the Dimitri Knights, Chris, declared boldly, "From now on, I will teach you how to use mana and swordsmanship. This is a gift from the owner. Practice with all your soul and strength." Everyone was surprised, couldn't believe this was real. It was absurd. What is mana move? It's a unique system of mana usage. If it is not something that is widely devalued, it is certainly a priceless treasure. Lucas, with a sad look in his eyes, clearly recognized its value. Even a father wouldn't teach his son how to use mana, he insisted. Surely he just wants me to roam the market, no matter how loyal you are to Mr. Roman. It's not enough to give that treasure, Chris solemnly announced. This move is called Kwang Nang. This move is also called Asura, the name of a battlefield ghost from a distant land. Lucas was shocked and couldn't believe it. It's crazy. I can already feel the mana. It's only been a few days and my senses have become extremely sharp. I even felt the gentle wind passing by. This is the light sword technique, compiled from 108 ways to fight enemies, a perfect move to take advantage of mental power. Chris kept wondering, casting blue mana from his body. What kind of person is Roman Dimitri? If I knew that Kwang Nang and Kwang Kiem were taking over this world, even with relatives, I will keep it an absolute secret, let alone with the soldiers. He happily unleashed his moves. That day I lost all my money just to learn how to use mana and endured the anxiety just to keep this Lucas happy. Lucas came to meet his master, wishing to live and die with him. Sorry, but I want to be with you, master. Roman looked straight at Lucas, thinking deeply and evaluating him. Don't refuse. Former mercenary, experienced, with extensive connections, high improvisation ability, having gone through many life changes, he is a very suitable person. Lucas said sadly and disappointedly, If I had to manage the Tin Association, then I will no longer be by my master's side, he said with all determination. When war with Barco, I have bet my life for you, master. Please don't push me away. Roman heard that and was extremely pleased. As I expected, everything is in my thoughts, he praised himself, then asked, What do you think? Why do I teach you light energy and light sword? Lucas was surprised by his master's question, not knowing. Roman said in a warm and majestic voice, I gave you that gift in return for your loyalty to me. He asked again, Lucas, what kind of person do you think I am? Do you think this guy named Roman would do anything just to gain the loyalty of his soldiers? Lucas seemed to understand what Roman meant. Roman continued to explain, I don't expect you to be absolutely loyal to me. This is just the price I pay for you following me on the battlefield, risking your life. He smiled meaningfully. So what else do you think I would give to someone more important than my soldiers? Lucas heard this and understood for sure. Is there anything better than Kwang Nang? It seemed like Lucas himself didn't know what it was, but if he is absolutely loyal to this master, surely he will achieve it. Please obey, master. I will create the best guild in this entire continent. Roman looked at Lucas thoughtfully, thinking, You are agile and thoughtful, truly the leader of the High Moon Guild. At the mine, where everyone was working hard, everyone shouted in unison, Mr. Roman is here, my master. All were overjoyed. Everyone came to his side one by one, thanking him with all sincerity. You really care about improving our safety, thank you very much. An old man was moved to tears. Young master, thanks to you, my only son survived. He knelt down at Roman's feet, thanking him. If you need us in the future, I will dedicate my life to you. Roman smiled happily. His eyes were satisfied and grateful. Thank you. I look forward to your cooperation." From that day, the people's feelings for Dmitri turned to Roman, and this made Baron Romero extremely angry. 1 month had passed since the battle with Barco. At the permanent meeting of the Dmitri family, one person presented, "The Barco family has collapsed. In the northeast, there is no longer any force that can confront Dmitri." The old man continued. The pro-Barco forces had also expressed their desire to ally with Dmitri. The old man looked towards the leader. "As you ordered, we have directly refused to negotiate with those who sided with Barco and caused tension with us." Looking down at the flyers, he asked, "How do you want to handle them?" Romero gave instructions. "Making peace with those who have seriously injured us is not noble but arrogant." He emphasized, "Do not negotiate with them. We will make them know the outcome of confronting Dmitri. Barco has shown us the variables that can occur when borrowing power from outside. Even though Barco and we have faced off, they are still a big threat, thanks to variables like Flora and Homeros." Captain Jonathan explained, "That's why I want to increase our military force to counter these variables and buy more magic weapons." Roman's father thought, "Military force, nothing makes us safer than it." The officials continued to discuss, "Thanks to young Master Roman, we have a lot of funds, even though we spent a lot on installing the artifact into the mine shaft." He pointed to the information written on the paper. "So the amount of iron has increased by 30% in a very short period of time." He turned around and said to the person next to him, "If this continues, I believe it won't be long before I reach 100%. Romero Dmitri questioned, "What about the cost of the antiquities?" Another person on this council immediately replied, "It's still okay if you count the increased profits." He began to make comments. Roman was right. By working at the iron mine himself, he recognized this problem and thought of the most effective solution. Then, looking at everyone's smiling faces, his train of thought continued. People's assessment of Roman was something that was always changing, but it was finally completely concluded in this event. Dimitri's knight captain interrupted his thoughts with a question. "Sir, what are you thinking? Inheritance." Romero's face lowered. "It's begun." Jonathan gave his opinion. 3 years ago, he chose young Master Rodwell as the new lord, because at that time, young Master Roman's actions and personality were not suitable for this important position. The sound echoed out the window, but everything had changed. But now he has proven his abilities. The battle with Barco, the safety issue of the iron mine, and his talent in swordsmanship. The crowd discussed and expressed their agreement. Young Master Roman's current actions showed the character of a ruler. Yes, we think so too. According to the opinion of the crowd, he stated his opinion. Since there has not been an official announcement yet, we think that equal competition is obvious. The inheritance battle between Roman and Rodwell creates a stir in the normally quiet Dmitri family. Romero repeated the names of his 2 children in his head and analyzed Roman and Rodwell. Although Roman had proven himself in a short time, Rodwell had shouldered the responsibility of heir from a young age. Then he sighed and wondered, is making them compete with each other after all this time the right decision? Finally, Romero declared, "We will continue to observe the situation first." His hand tightly grasped the edge of the table. The issues from the meeting earlier surround Romero. The inheritance requires the consent of a few key individuals, the vassals, the iron mine chief, and finally the forge chief, Hendrik. Close your eyes, lean your head against the back of the chair. Only with the consent of those 3 parties will you be allowed to participate in the competition, no matter how chaotic. He spoke up, calling Hans. Roman's close servant walked in, expressing doubt. "I don't understand what you mean." With a serious face, Romero repeated what he had just said. "I'm asking you if Roman is suitable for the position of heir to the Dmitri family?" He expressed bewilderment, but also answered seriously, "If you asked me that question 3 months ago, I would have said no. But young Master Roman is very different now." His eyes were shining. "From what I saw when I was around him, he became the right person for that position." Romero Dmitri said, "Explain." Immediately, Hans gave the reason for what he had just said. Young Master Roman told me that he came to work in the mine to understand the people of Dmitri. People humble themselves to understand how they feel. Remember the image of him holding a pickaxe and following a group of miners and facing Dmitri's reality when directly exposed to them, Hans said in an assertive voice. Young Master Roman is currently the one who cares about the responsibilities of the person named Dmitri. Hearing that, Romero expressed, "I understand. You go." Roman's father announced to the people outside the door, "Call the iron mine chief immediately. I want to ask him about the iron mine collapse." The iron mine chief entered with a man. Romero turned his head to look, showing curiosity. "Who is behind the skeleton?" He presented the matter to his superiors. "I heard you wanted to hear about what happened, so we brought people present at the scene." Having finished speaking, he slammed his hand into the worker standing behind him. He shouted, "My name is Morkan from the iron mine." Romero silently thought, Morkan. The name is very familiar. At the same time, he asked him to tell in detail what happened that day. The veteran miner began to tell the story. The incident happened when the young master worked for a week at the iron mine. The pillar collapsed, crushing a worker. When we wanted to take the safest option to avoid further collapse, young Master Roman said that he could save the worker. Although a bit scared, Morkan continued to narrate. He entered that place even though we stopped him and saved him. He expressed his true feelings. To be honest, at first I didn't have a good impression of the young master, but now I realize how stupid I was. The veteran miner reported, "In that accident, the young master said that he was responsible and must solve everyone's problems as the eldest child of the Dmitri family." Recalling the image of Roman at that time with a determined face, "I'll go. You said he was the one who wanted to save that worker." Mokan bowed low before Romero Dmitri. "If you want to ask me how I evaluate the young master, then I will say he is the heir I will trust and obey wholeheartedly." Although he asked the two people, Romero was still not sure. "Everyone says Roman is fit to be the heir, but I'm still confused. The most important decision belongs to the blacksmith." The sound of weapon repair echoed outside. The sign hanging the hammer signifies that this is the blacksmith's workplace. A worker went to ask for instructions. The furnace chief, young Master Roman, has requested many items to be repaired. What should we do? The forge chief said, "Take it." Then he couldn't believe his ears and asked again, "Ah?" Hendrik shouted loudly, "I said accept." Saying this, he immediately obeyed. He finished casting the sword furnace and thought to himself, "Honestly, I wanted to refuse, but after hearing what happened in the mine from Jacob, I feel guilty for treating him badly. It's really chaotic." On this side, looking at the pile of broken costumes and battle weapons, the workers exclaimed, "How much training did they have to get like this?" Standing out in the pile was a sword with golden light. He shouted, "What the hell is this?" Holding the sword in his hand, Hendrik felt it. The blade was so sharp. The weight was also very suitable, and the handle was gentle. This was also a masterpiece. And then he had to say to himself, "This is an excellent sword. Even in the forging land, Dmitri was hard to find." He was extremely curious. Where did he get this? Looking at the bright golden light surrounding it, which was no less than a flame, Hendrik appreciated it. Its mana sensitivity is excellent. The power from the sword continuously radiated. Without mana being put in, it was already so strong. When there is aura, the sword will be even stronger, so this cannot be ignored. His thoughts continued. "I claim to be the best in the continent in the field of iron casting, but raising the mana sensor is a completely different matter. I have to ask him myself." "All weapons have been repaired." Chris was surprised. "It's done? I thought it would take at least 2 weeks. The blacksmith's whole body exuded the feeling of living without regrets and replied, "Me too. It usually takes about 2 weeks, but Hendrik is having some sort of seizure. Should make the blacksmith's focus entirely on this." The vice captain slowly turned his head back. Hendrik's face was dark from working continuously without stopping. He shouted, "Roman, where did you get this sword?" He quickly wanted to know the answer. "Who made it? Tell everyone." He thought to himself, just as planned, smiling slightly. I didn't get it from anywhere. He was extremely confused and immediately asked again, Why, what do you mean? At this point, Roman raised his hand to his chest, smiled brightly, and replied, That sword was made by me, that's right. I made it myself. Hendrik then shouted loudly, his voice sounding like thunder, Do you think I will believe it, Mr. Roman, who stands before you? It's the blacksmith master in Dmitri, he said seriously. Even though you know that, you're still joking with me. The rumors saying that Roman Dmitri has changed are definitely not true. Roman still kept a calm expression on his face. I'm serious. The name of the only sword on this continent is Salamander. He was angry. Even now, His words were interrupted. I will show you. If you see it with your own eyes, you will believe it. You are confident. I believe that the master blacksmith representing the Dmitri family will have the right view, right? Two people were chatting in a house. Inside, there was a smithy. He walked closer to the table while recounting the process of making his sword. While preparing for war with Barco, I realized that I need a very good sword to be able to entrust my life to it. So I endured the hot fire of the smithy and worked diligently. It feels like the smithy is my hiding place. Hendrik listened silently, standing next to the smithy, his face illuminated by the light. I turned my head to look at him and said deeply, I think he also understands how I feel. Hendrik, you hold out your hand in front of the forge. We will soon need to defend, so I recently started making a sword that can replace the salamander. He stared at the table, making a decision. What I will show you is the process by which I made that sword. Having said that, he took off the shirt he was wearing. Hendrik stood behind him and observed, secretly surprised. Didn't he wear protective gear? He crossed his arms and sighed. I bet he doesn't know anything about blacksmithing. I have no other choice but to stand and see what happens. While he was thinking, a sound of metal colliding with the table rang out. He glanced over in surprise. His hands began to work. Each knock of the hammer rang out. In my mind, I constantly remind myself of the difference between the two worlds. Metal processing standards between the martial world and this world are very different. Because people in this world do not have complete control over mana, they invested more effort into their ability to use the sword. On the other hand, martial arts focus more on the speed of airflow. The sword has increased gas density. Only swords like this are considered superior in martial arts, and because I survived a life of war, I created valuable swords for myself. Roman's whole body seemed to be enveloped in firelight. He was currently in what Hendrik called a trance. In his heart, he kept screaming in disbelief, No way. Is it Roman Dmitri? Is that Roman Dmitri? Metal processing ability, iron forging speed. The sound of the hammer and the welding ability are perfect. He couldn't believe his eyes. He couldn't stop exclaiming in his heart. This scene reminds me of Romero Day, while in the prime of that day. I believe this feeling is unmistakable. The sun gradually disappears behind the mountain. It seemed he had finished the finished product and was currently holding a towel to wipe the sweat from his face. He bowed his head in recognition. He was truly the one who made that sword. I sincerely apologize. He slightly raised the corners of his mouth in satisfaction. Then make a decision. I will give it to Mr. Salamander. The words shocked him, and he immediately raised his head. He means the finished product he just created is lying on the table. You see, I just created a new sword. Furthermore, I sold your sword a while ago. You hold the hilt of the sword in your hand, so now I want to give it to Mr. Salamander as a gift. Going back in time to 3 years ago, a loud scream came from a large house. Please come to your senses. Hendrik is losing his temper. Is your eldest son so important that you would abandon the future of the Dmitri family? He never stopped persuading. If someone asks what kind of person Roman is, surely there would be dozens of people who would describe him as a bastard. Do you really want to make Roman the heir to this family? He felt confused. Wasn't there no alternative? Romero Dmitri sat with his arms crossed and eyes closed, listening to his questions. He slammed his hands on the table and said loudly, I'm talking about the second son. Only Rodwell was the one who learned blacksmithing from a young age. Isn't that enough to prove the value of this capital? Romero looked worriedly at the glass of wine he was holding in his hand. After 3 years, Roman has changed, but I'm still worried that Hendrik won't accept it. Hendrik laughed and couldn't close his mouth. Of course we agree. Mr. Roman is very qualified to become his successor. Romero asked again, Are you serious? Hendrik was sure. How could I lie to Master Romero? He recalled the image of Roman working hard, even though no one was watching. But he also worked extremely hard. His voice lowered. To be honest, when he asked me to give him some weapons, then I only gave him old things because I didn't like him. But do you know what he said? He said the act of giving those weapons to my soldiers is no different than murder. After the days when I thought poorly of Mr. Roman, I started thinking again. It's true that Mr. Roman always thinks about the interests of the Dmitri family. He recalled the image of Roman absorbed in his work. Not only that, I even witnessed him working in the smithy with my own eyes. Working extremely enthusiastically despite having to endure the heat from the forging fire, I cannot help but acknowledge his talent. He placed the sword on the table. This is the sword he made himself. Surely you will know its value just by looking at it. Romero pulled his sword out of its sheath to observe and was surprised. He looked at the sword and felt incredible in his heart. How could Roman make a sword like this? Hendrik stood facing him with a serious voice. As a master of blacksmithing, I think I need to reconsider my decision from 3 years ago. Romero opened a drawer with a letter inside. Rodwell's letter, Dad, it's Rodwell. Currently, I have been promoted to S level at the Royal Academy in the capital, Cairo. You will be able to skip theory classes and just focus on accumulating experience as a family manager. You will graduate with the highest score at this academy, so that father can be proud of his son. You will open a new future for Dmitri. He placed the letter on the table and turned away. He clasped his hands behind his back and stood looking out the window, thinking, both Roman and Rodwell are showing off their talent. But Rodwell, who is considered a genius, cannot compare to the current Roman. Roman is so talented that he is famous not only in the Cairo kingdom, but also on the entire continent. He seriously analyzed that, as soon as Rodwell graduates, Roman will carry out the responsibility of managing the defense army. At that time, I will declare war on the succession dispute. A few days later, Willa is a monk in Valhalla and a high-ranking officer. At the entrance to Dmitri, 2 people were riding horses slowly, entering. Inside were Romero and Hans, his close servant, waiting. Romero said hello first. I am Romero Dmitri. Are you from Valhalla Temple? The person opposite introduced me. My name is Zalas, a monk of Valhalla Temple in the Cairo area. I heard Roman Dmitri defeated Homer. He took off his hood and said, The fact that I personally came here is to further confirm whether the level ranking is a true reflection or not. It's just a coincidence, level ranking, even if that person is low level. It is also necessary to consider recognizing the level of the family. Romero smiled politely and offered, Take a break and see him tomorrow. Why don't you take this time to visit Dmitri? He agreed. Okay, he reminded. There will be a guide nearby. Hans guided the 2 around and introduced. The Dmitri family is famous for having the largest forge in the Cairo kingdom, as well as extremely high-quality metal products. Walking around here, you will see that the interior is all made of metal, he passionately introduced. Even the gate was no exception. At this moment, suddenly a simultaneous shout rang out from behind, 1, 2, attracting Lars' attention. He turned his head and saw a group of people practicing not far away, and immediately commented, Can we go over there and take a look? Hans stood behind him, smiled, and said, You can stand here and observe. He replied casually, Thank you. 2 wooden swords collided. The 2 people who were fighting were thrown far away from their opponent's attack. Warrior Bucky proudly encouraged his opponent, Can your body still grow despite such poor defense, Kevin? Kevin raised his sword into an attack stance. Don't say such meaningless words. Bucky laughed loudly and agreed, Okay, let's go. Both were filled with determination, their faces full of the will to win. Seeing the intense battle, Dallas couldn't help but feel confused and worried. He saw two warriors rush at each other, their two swords sparkling with light at the same time, making him surprised and stuttering. No, those new recruits are light swordsmen. Of the 30 people chosen to be Roman warriors, no one was a light swordsman. Roman crossed his arms over his chest and asked, "It seems like you have quite a bit of martial arts." He said a few more words to Bucky. He scratched his head apologetically. At that time, no one understood what he said. But one day, not even a month had passed. Bucky was able to activate his light energy. After that, the warriors' attitude towards training completely changed. To become stronger, to overcome that wall, they are willing to risk their lives. The test match took place. Bucky swung his sword. Challenge. Block this attack, and see. He slashed the sword straight without hesitation. Kevin blocked the attack without changing expression. Bucky shouted loudly, "Damn, those eyes are so scary!" Kevin pulled out his sword and stabbed straight. The tip of the sword was now in front of Bucky. Kevin, with fiery eyes, rushed forward. Bucky yelled, "Was it necessary to go this far?" Kevin said with a cold face, but pushed forward. Then the two rushed into each other again. Kevin put his sword to Bucky's neck and said coldly, "If this were a battlefield, your head would already be rolling on the ground." Zalas had been watching, a bit startled. What the hell was he witnessing? All warriors used the same swordsmanship. Furthermore, they performed it extremely skillfully. Truly warriors from a remote land like this. It's like a miniature version of the Valhalla Empire. They were certainly not ordinary warriors, but knights specially raised by Dmitri. He looked at the two of them arguing, filled with doubt, not understanding when Dmitri got this power. Indeed, Dmitri was the main resource of the Northeast, but this power was completely beyond the capabilities of a rural family. The person next to him also suddenly asked him, "Is Dmitri really a mining city, Father Zalas?" He didn't know how to explain it, and I couldn't believe my eyes. He was reluctant to say a single sentence. What we can be sure of is that they are not ordinary warriors. It was definitely Barco Romero's Dmitri Knights. Hans next to him heard it and explained, "Well, they're not Dmitri Knights. They don't belong to any organization." Then he chuckled. They were simply young Master Roman's private soldiers. After hearing this, Zalas was stunned. He was just a private soldier. He held Hans's shoulder tightly. He impatiently questioned, how could a light swordsman be just an ordinary private soldier? Hiring them must cost a lot of money, right? Or are they just apprentice knights? He slowly said, "I don't know why you ask that. If you're talking about Bucky and Kevin, they weren't light swordsmen before. Kevin was a commoner specially invited by the young master, and Bucky is just a sea-level mercenary. They only grew thanks to the docility of the young master. Isn't it great to be the successor of the Dmitri family? Young Master Roman has a great eye for talent. He is truly Dmitri's blessing." After hearing this, Zalas was rooted to the spot. Who the hell is Roman Dmitri? The next day he put the cup of tea on the table, mumbling to himself, finally able to meet him. He sat comfortably with his feet up, lost in thought. Roman Dmitri, maybe he's a genius in the human world who hasn't found a chance yet, or a hero who hasn't been able to fully develop his talent. The door opened, and the servant's voice rang out, "The young master has arrived." Zalas began to evaluate him. His gait was leisurely, his eyes confident but not arrogant, his attitude relaxed. He was used to the life of the strong. He stood in front of him and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Roman Dmitri." The two sat down together, and he began to ask. He had indeed defeated Homeros in combat, he affirmed. "Yes," he continued, "it seems like you still don't realize what you've done. Homeros is not simply the 49th ranked person, but also someone who is expected to become even stronger after reaching 4 stars. And he defeated that guy when he was only 25 years old. Do you know what that means? That is, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the greatest genius in Cairo history." After listening, Roman burst out laughing. "No need to beat around the bush like that. What we do is just impossible in theory. so why don't we get straight to the point? He looked at him and continued. I will tell you the ranking procedure after confirming the truth. A ranked match is divided into official and unofficial matches. In an official match, each person will have to defeat one opponent under the witness of an observer authorized by the Manhwa shrine. The results of an official match will be displayed on the leaderboard immediately afterwards, and you will be provided with a rating confirmation ID. However, in an unofficial match, when defeating someone on the leaderboard, that person's position will be replaced, and the current rank will only be promoted after 1 year. In any situation, it is impossible to take that loser's place, even if you win an unofficial match. He listened attentively to him. However, after assessing his strength, the final winner of all unofficial matches will take the lowest position in the rankings. Vermin understood in his heart. In other words, I would become the 100th ranked person if I could prove my strength. Zalus kept explaining. The Manhwa shrine only trusts its own eyes. Then he pushed a ball towards him. To verify the strength of the winner of unofficial matches, we use a solar power bridge. The verification method is very simple. If you pass the criteria that we have pre-selected in the solar energy test, you will be considered qualified and get the lowest position in the rankings. In such cases, it is not like the official match. We don't provide it. We just try to delay the time. Because the person ranked 100th will sooner or later become the challenger's prey. He wondered why he had to go so far to get his name on the rankings. He continued, so that your name would be known to the world as a swordsman, even though there's no special reward. He smiled slightly. Was it necessary to take such risks just for fame? Then he continued, give your opinion, if so. Wouldn't it be much simpler to just defeat a high-ranked person in an official match? Zalus was quite upset inside. What did he think was an official match? But there was some hesitation on his lips. Of course, participating in an official match is the simplest way to prove your strength, but starting a ranked match is not so simple. There are many procedures that need to be prepared for an official ranking match. Moreover, in the Northeast, no one has ever made it into the rankings, so arranging the contestants itself is impossible. Roman said shyly, I know it's a shame. Zalus doesn't care, so let's start checking. It's simple. The color of your aura will change based on the amount of mana you pour into it. Red is 1 star, orange is 2 stars, yellow is 3 stars, and 4 stars or more will be green. He stood up next to him and explained. He defeated a 4-star light swordsman, so at least his power must reach 3-star yellow. Roman nodded to show he understood. His hand was placed on the ball, silently assessing in his heart. It's not like martial arts. The development of this world relies on mana, a tool that can determine the skills of a fighter or a magician. What kind of existence is that? Are they like witches in martial arts or extraordinary humans who have attained divine power? I can't ignore the power of magic. Zalus spoke up. Please begin. Roman was quite excited. The logic of the two worlds was completely different. What will happen if I use this world's method to transfer mana? He smiled complacently. If I want to know, let's try it. After he transferred mana into the sphere, a powerful purple power radiated out. That flow of power is getting stronger and stronger. Zalus couldn't keep his mouth shut when he saw it, panicked, and said, What the hell? Roman placed his hand on the power ball. A ray of blinding purple light emitted. Just a few seconds later, it quickly turned orange. Zalus stood next to him, watching with great surprise at this phenomenon. Red? Oh no, oranges. Although the measurement time usually does not take more than 5 minutes, the ball did not stop at one color. Now it turned yellow again. He was puzzled. Even though he was a 4-star light swordsman, the color-changing speed was too fast like this. Roman smirked and looked at the sphere under his hand that was changing color dizzily. I guess this world's methods can only allow me to measure this far. Then I should try some of Vo Lam's methods, right? After that smirk, the energy ball glowed a blinding green. It was so overwhelmed with energy it swelled up, then cracked on the surface and lost its luster. Zalus gasped in surprise. It can't be, the light energy bridge is broken. Talking about the search for light energy, it was an item created from the culmination of the continent's greatest minds. It was a perfect product whose durability was created from the mana infused by the 6-star swordsman. The highest color it can display is green. Even if energy exceeds the input threshold, the radiosurgery bridge will still function without complications. Roman asked a question. Is it defective? Zalas faltered. Impossible. He found a reason to tell Roman. This has never happened before, so I can't give you a clear answer. Then I thought to myself, before it broke, the solar energy sphere must have emitted green light. Looking at the black orb, he was confused. Roman Dmitri is a 4-star swordsman. Remembering the moment when Roman touched the ball, he was no different from a demon. Zalas began to speculate. He is not some dragon that is too weak to fly, but a fully grown monster. I couldn't believe there was such a huge monster in Dmitri. He thought of an extremely shocking outcome, the appearance of an engine with the potential to reach 6 stars in the Cairo kingdom. Above all, the salamander continent will be overthrown by the appearance of Roman Dmitri. Zalas gently pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and said slowly, "That's unfortunate." He carefully collected the orb and explained, "This is the first time, so we can't make any judgments right away. We will send you the results soon." He hugged the ball incomprehensibly. Must complete the goal of finding out why the Empire built the Valhalla Temple in Cairo. Zalas said softly, "I'm sorry." He turned and walked away with a new goal in mind. Roman Dmitri, I need to learn more about him. Zalas had returned to his room, sitting in front of a desk cluttered with papers. He thought to himself, what's wrong with that Roman? He's completely different from before he turned 25. Can one person really change that much? He held the paper tightly in his hand and speculated. The subjugation of the Bloodfangs and the fight against Barco, he even handled his own work perfectly. A person with nerves of steel is willing to risk his life for his own goals and make them come true. Zalas raised his eyebrows and thought, human Roman not only has monstrous strength, he also has the intelligence to use it effectively. Holding the report in his hand, he read it again before sending it. There is nothing unusual about the optical fixation ball. The only reason why it broke that comes to mind is probably because the strength it endured exceeded its own threshold. Green is displayed under normal conditions. Zalas quickly pushed his chair back and stood up. As I thought, this must be reported immediately. Then he stood before the scroll and recited the incantation. I am Zalas from Cairo side. I want to raise Roman Dmitri's status to selection target. About the Valhalla Empire, not only do they fight together, but they also realize that the higher one's imperial status increases, the more cunning one must be. And they also know how to take advantage of the country's media on a ranking system to assess the outlook level of other countries. Because everyone with talent is hungry, and one day will rise to occupy a position of rank. Even though they were few in number, Valhalla still found them easily. In front of Zalas, in the bright light, appeared a pastor wearing a hooded cloak. He said slowly, surely this is someone who deserves a lot of hope. Raise Roman Dmitri's rating to A level and find a way to recruit him. He used a terrifyingly lifeless voice to give orders. Again, the most important factor when recruiting talent from other countries is confidence. You must be as natural as possible, gently manipulating him back to Valhalla. Zalas placed his hand on his chest and obeyed. He bowed his head respectfully. I will tell Dmitri that the optical bridge is broken. Roman Dmitri will be classified as a 3-star swordsman instead of a 4-star. This mission will be completed once we place him in the unofficial rank 100 position. It's just that his entry into the rankings will cause an uproar in Cairo. The next day, Zalas's declaration completely overturned Cairo's order, the birth of the youngest writer. In the capital of beautiful Cairo, this place had just received an announcement that changed the whole system. The nobleman's voice was surprised at the information he had just heard. Is that true? His close servant carefully repeated. Yes, Zalus of Valhalla Temple was defeated by Dmitri and confirmed he is a 3-star swordsman, and the rumor of Roman defeating Homeros also seems to be true. Mr. Marquette listened thoughtfully as he said, however, out there people are still talking about Homeros being caught off guard and thus losing without being able to use his 4-star aura power. He spoke up, "How old is Roman this year?" The servant replied, "Yes, 2 years." Marquette praised, "Only 2 years old, but already 3 stars. It seems that outstanding potential has emerged in the outfield." He suddenly remembered to ask, "How did other powers react?" The assistant immediately informed him about the situation. The great powers quickly began to act, especially the 2 empires, Kronos and Valhalla. Marquette was angry. "Those damn empire bastards! How dare they contact him before us?" While the place where he appeared was Cairo and not anywhere else. Currently, Cairo is divided into 4 factions. The royal faction supports the majestic king. The aristocratic faction gathered around Marquette Benedict, the pro-Kronos faction, and the pro-Valhalla faction are influenced from outside. Such is the situation of the small nation of Cairo. He quickly ordered, "Quickly send someone to lure Roman Dmitri back to our side before the other factions go." Marquette rubbed his chin and emphasized, "Especially the royal side. We must do everything to prevent him from falling into their hands." In the Cairo kingdom, on the western front, the city gate was empty. Cairo shares a western border with the Kronos Empire and the southern border with Hector's kingdom. Kronos was one of the 2 great powers of the continent, the birthplace of Emperor Alexander. It always tried to ask Cairo to merge and become their subject country, and attacked the border area for many years. Cairo's soldiers laid down more and more on the front lines every day. The citizens of Cairo surrendered to the enemies of their nation and family to follow Kronos, which also pressured them to surrender from within. Looking at soldiers' corpses piled up on the front lines, the sound of a soldier cursing rang out. "Damn royal scum," he complained indignantly, unable to believe we weren't even allowed to hold funerals for those who fought for this country. A concerned person asked, "Are you okay, Rodwell?" He said quietly, "I'm used to it now. It's not like the first experience anymore." That soldier clasped his hands behind his head in disgust. "I never thought the front line would be so disgusted. Every day I think about giving up my student diploma and returning home." They approached the spot near the burning candle, lit a fire, and threw it there. The 2 silently watched the fire burn the unfortunate soldiers until the funeral was held. Rodwell mused, "This is actually a small and weak country like ours, but the Western battle did not have a peaceful day, because those were aiming to target Cairo from the outside." Rodwell's friend leisurely said, "Did you hear the news? Your brother Roman has become a fraud." He frowned and thought of Roman. His fists clenched uncomfortably. "Did it really reach 3 stars? No, the younger brother I know couldn't possibly do that." Rodwell coldly rebutted, "It's just a rumor. I don't know why my family spread such rumors. But forget about cheating, you can't even take care of yourself." Standing in front of the crackling fire, he gently said, "When the right time comes, the truth will appear." At Dimitri's house at this time, the servant's voice rang out, "Young master, you have a guest coming to see you." Roman was surprised and then ordered everyone to go out. In the living room at this time, Envoy Bector sat opposite Roman with a conciliatory attitude. "I'll get straight to the point. I serve under the king of Cairo." He gave a fake smile. "The reason I came to see you, Dmitri, is to appoint you, Roman Dmitri, as the Royal Knight of the Imperial Seven." So the royal faction has also begun to act to attract Roman Dmitri, the dragon hidden at the border. Cairo's 4 factions have sprung into action. Roman chuckled in anticipation of their upcoming drama. Royal knights are people who directly serve the king. It became the highest position a knight could attain. Envoy Bector clasped his hands and explained, "Actually, directly nominating someone as a royal knight is very rare. Normally, he would have to go through an arduous selection process established by the royal family itself for the privilege of serving in the cavalry. He looked at him and smiled, but he was an exception. If you will come with us to the city now and swear allegiance to the king, you will be admitted without having to go through admission. Roman interrupted him. That's all. Vector was offended. Are you refusing?
I'm calm, isn't that obvious? I am the eldest child of the Dmitri family. I am not weak or have any weaknesses. So why do I have to become a royal knight?
The envoy quickly offered attractive benefits to invite. Once you become a royal knight, you will be given your own mansion, and the Dmitri family will be given a higher position. Roman was not pleased. Was that the best the royal family had? Vector was surprised by his question. The best thing? He slammed the table and said loudly, You are making a huge mistake. You can become a royal knight, get a new position, there's even a new mansion right in the capital. Those rewards are too great for him, Roman emphasized every word. You are the one who is delusional, not me. Vector is confused. What do you mean? He said slowly. 5 days ago, someone from Count Gregory's family came to me in exchange for my promise of loyalty to the family. They offered to give me a mansion in the capital. Thousands of square meters of land, along with gold and silver. In addition, they also want me to join the family through a political marriage. The envoy silently cursed. The bastards from the Konos territory acted first. Roman hasn't stopped yet from the Denver family 3 days ago. They want to be my patrons. Last night I met someone from the Benedict family. They offered us a more unusual condition. They offer 3 times the conditions of other families. Also, next month, I will govern the Dmitri family myself. Hearing this, the sky in front of the envoy quickly collapsed. It was really over. He clasped his hands on his knees and blamed himself. We're too late. But Vector still tried to convince him. Even so, there is still no reason why you wouldn't choose to be with us. As you said, they are traitors plotting to devour the entire kingdom. Thanks to the leader of the Royal Knights, Cairo's best swordsman, he stopped the rebellion. Seeing that Roman was silent, he took the opportunity to say more and completely controlled them. However, governing the country makes it difficult for the royal family because their eyes and ears are limited. The envoy became more and more worried, but he knew that Cairo was really a small country. Even the previous proposals were met with opposition from the nobles, so all I'm sure of is the position of royal knight for you. You urgently, however, I sincerely beg you, can you contribute your strength to the king? Roman secretly smiled. In just one kingdom there are 4 powers. I am used to this situation because I am the 12th son of Manhwa. He crossed his arms leisurely. The 3 previous offers, even from the royal family, did not convince me. Therefore, I have no intention of accepting any offer. The envoy just heard you say, I will not refuse everything. At this point, he breathed a sigh of relief, not yet in denial, but still hopeful. Roman stood up to invite guests. So you should just go back today. Vector also quickly replied, I understand. He bowed his head in greeting. I will wait for the day when you will dedicate your loyalty to the king. 4 offers, 4 rejections. Roman has no intention of contributing to any power. He smiled slightly. Anyway, they will confront us. We should buy time by making all 4 factions wait. One morning, the steady sound of a stick still echoed on the practice field. Roman had just finished practicing and stopped to rest for a moment when a greeting was heard from next to him. It turned out to be a waiter. He bowed politely. I came from Valhalla's Human Intelligence Department. He was a bit surprised. It was Valhalla, but he was wearing Dmitri's uniform. Your eyebrows are a bit high. What's wrong? His eyes became cold and threatening. Didn't I send a message to the Denver family a few days ago? Markin was startled, thinking about what was wrong with this person's eyes, but he quickly spoke. I'm very sorry for approaching you rudely. While bowing respectfully, he explained, At that time, because there were too many hands and eyes, I couldn't act properly. But for now, you can consider this as the sincere wish of the Valhalla family. The Valhalla family fully valued his potential. That fake waiter tried his best to convince him, but his background was a problem. Furthermore, leaving a quite wealthy family like Dmitri's is also a difficult matter. We are here to give you a position and a metal mine. We will also give you a fertile territory. to help you maintain your position in the family as a capable person. Roman was a bit surprised. My family's survival was indeed a strange proposal, Markin emphasized. And the most important thing for a swordsman is power. The Valhalla Empire owns the secret book, and that is also the gift he promised they would give him. Roman was really surprised. Valhalla specializes in things like mind magic, great sword skills, and kept all the records from their ancestors. They kept them in the family library. Mindfulness is most closely defined by the breathing, meditation, and mental management methods associated with Taoism and Chinese martial arts. Those records are classified based on content level, except for special records, or also the highest level. The remaining copies are all stored in the first class. Markin smiled. In the end, Valhalla will organize the main governing apparatus after conquering the 6 palaces. If you agree to follow them, glory, wealth, and power will be achieved quickly. He narrowed his eyes. So, on Valhalla's side, where the glorious future will belong to you. Roman silently praised. The level of persuasive speech rhythm struck human psychology. Any intelligent person would accept the offer, but you go against the majority and firmly say, I refuse. Markin was immediately surprised. Are you serious? Roman explained, the reason for my refusal was not because your offers were not attractive enough or because of my loyalty to the kingdom. He wondered, so why? He answered the call, we have received many offers. I'm at a crossroads in life, so it's not just suggestions. I want to carefully consider what's worth sacrificing for. Markin was completely surprised by the answer. Roman believes that the way to increase one's self-worth by not taking sides is to make oneself appear honest. Personally, I will make submitting to a certain force a difficult decision. So, to make any power want your services, Roman must somehow make people believe that once he pledges loyalty, he will devote his best to them. And Markin was moved by that expression without knowing that it was just a deliberate pretense. He couldn't know what he was thinking, so when he heard this, he smiled widely. I don't know how long it will take you to realize Valhalla's value, but we can't wait too long, Markin seriously suggested. Be careful not to realize it too late, so please respond to our offer at that time. Roman quickly nodded to show he understood. He turned around and walked away, but suddenly forgot something. Markin turned around and said, I will give you a gift as a symbol of our upcoming collaboration. He reminded, be careful of your southern defense shield. It's like a bomb that could explode at any time. In Dimitri's house, he and Hans said goodbye to Roman. Romero spoke and finally left. I am confident, Father. I will come back healthy, Roman said, then decisively turned around and walked away. Mr. Romero sighed worriedly. Mrs. Lihana held her husband's hand and gently comforted him. Don't worry too much. It's not the northern border, where we share a boundary with the Kronos domain. She smiled slightly. It was sent to the safe southern border. He frowned slightly. It will definitely return safely, I know. Looking at the back of him leaving, he sighed. But I guess worrying about his children is inevitable. Roman was ready to fight and called out to his soldiers. Let's go. Their voices echoed. They still did not know that Roman's appearance at the southern border would bring consequences as soon as he returned. At the last forest station before reaching the southern border, Roman ordered, we will rest here today and continue to the border as soon as we arrive tomorrow. The soldiers said in unison, obeying orders. The soldiers were busy moving their belongings to the roadside inn and happily rented an inn for us that day. I heard that other nobles forced their soldiers to camp outside, as expected of our lord. Roman had settled down in the motel room but heard unusual noises outside. He had just walked down the stairs when he heard a loud voice. Who are you bastards? Do you know who I am? An arrogant voice yelled. I am the son of the Anbeck family. It turned out to be a big, fat guy. His name is Henry Owlbeck. Roman read the contents of the letter. I heard you were on a national defense mission. I understand your contributions to this kingdom, but I can't let someone like you become one of us.
eye and health damage in harsh environments. I intervened so that you were sent to the southern front line. Remember this well. The Benedict family is always waiting for you." Roman finished reading the letter and fell into thought. During the past few months, he had continuously shown his goodwill. The Marquis who leads the noble faction must really not want to lose face. Besides me, there is no one more talented to fight against the National Knights. He thought of the southern front line, contrary to the Marcus's belief that it was safe there. The Van Halen news agency said that place was a time bomb waiting to explode. Surely once I get there, I will find out. A loud voice rang out. "I am the only son of the Albeck family." That fat guy proudly introduced himself. Henry Albeck. Chris looked at the guy arrogantly claiming to be a descendant of one of Cairo's holy clans who wanted to use this inn. "How dare a despicable being like you disobey me?" Roman saw the noise and came over to ask, "What's going on?" Chris had to explain the situation. "He ordered us to leave here because he wanted to use this inn. I said we booked the whole place, but he's still stubborn." Roman remembered what kind of family the Albeck family was and despised it in his mind. He was basking in his former glory, while now they weren't even a holy race anymore. But he didn't really care. It didn't matter anyway. Roman asked again, "Why do we have to leave?" Henry was surprised by that question. He asked, "Are you their owner?" He admitted, "Yes." Henry snapped, "So be a little more reasonable." He was arrogant in front of him. "I don't know where you come from, but do you understand that upsetting me will ultimately be extremely detrimental to you? Because we're all aiming for Southern training or not." "That," Henry arrogantly ordered. "I will give you 10 minutes. Take this trash with you and get out of my sight." Roman looked at Henry's behavior and understood. So this is how people treat members of a small family like Dmitri. He coldly said, "I will not leave this inn." His hand was placed on the sword, gradually pulling it out. There is a very simple way to solve the problem in cases like this. Roman pointed his sword at Henry and ordered, "Draw your sword." His eyes flashed fearfully. "If you win against me, I will happily leave this inn." That Henry was now angered by his brother's challenge. "Do you dare?" The soldier next to Henry suddenly realized something. Immediately, he stopped his actions. "Stop now." "Dear master," Henry asked angrily, "how?" He immediately said, "That name is Roman Dmitri. The swordsman recently became famous for becoming the youngest gladiator in history." Henry stopped when he heard this and panicked. "Is that bastard Roman Dmitri? Cairo's youngest fighter in battle with Baco, he killed their eldest son in front of his own father. The devil has no blood or tears. Is that Roman Dmitri?" Roman saw him standing still and asked, "Why did he suddenly stop there?" Henry's mind is now blank, the glue is stiff, and he feels like he's really broken. His mind painted the scene of Roman's eyes flashing with fire, looking at him enormously. Henry knew the outcome himself. He pulled out his sword, and the end result was his death. He sweated profusely thinking about that scene, pretending, "Oh, please excuse me. We forget that we are limited." But Henry still pretended, "Let's end this. Let's just pretend this is my fault, and let's pretend everything's been handled. You better be grateful. I want nothing more than to punish you for disrespecting the Albeck family." But in the middle of speaking, he opened his eyes and looked. Henry was startled to see Roman standing tall in front of him, not saying a word. He shouted and ran out of the shop. The soldier following him did not have time to call out. Roman looked at this scene and didn't know what to say. In his mind, he said to himself, "So the southern front line is like this." That day, up to 3 similar incidents happened, and all 3 of them ran away in panic after hearing Roman's name. At night, Roman went to the beer shop and told the owner the story. After listening, she commented, "This is so common here. Compared to the western front line, this southern front line has no real danger, for we have quite amicable relations with Hector. That's why the children of nobles, those who couldn't escape the clan's grip, tried their best to reach the southern front lines.
Also known as a resort, training is lax, and there is nothing here that makes one risk one's life. This is a perfect location for nobles to complete their duty to protect their country. At night, Roman looked at the map. He calculated that exactly 48 days ago, the Hector Kingdom's expedition team had crossed the border. Even if they only confirmed the movements of the southern front line and then returned, they also checked 3 more times on the southern front line. He stood in the middle of the room with only one light on, contemplating. Not sure if they are preparing for war or not, but only from such small pieces of information gathered. It also shows that the current southern front line is not a holy place. Roman flashed a dangerous smile. War. He expected, he smelled, a familiar smell of blood lingering in the air. The next morning, a man loudly introduced, "I am Viscount Ballet Frank, conductor. Southern Training Management is a place that provides basic training for soldiers sent to the southern front line. After 3 weeks of training, you will be added to the Reserve Corps and will spend the remainder of your service there." The soldiers below did not listen. Everyone yawned. Whatever your title was before joining the army, forget it all. Here, you are simply a soldier completing your military service. Roman was also there to listen. If any of you commit acts that violate the rules, then you will have to accept the punishment of being sent to the Western Front line. Roman breathed a sigh of relief. He felt normal with this punishment. He was simply sent to the Western Front lines. "I thought no one would be afraid," he said. But he looked around and saw everyone stiffen and become serious. The commander announced, "This evening you will be informed about the training schedule. Arrange the furniture in the assigned area." While returning, someone suddenly called Roman. That guy came to tell him, "The commander wants to talk to you privately." As soon as we met, I saw Barla smiling and welcoming him. He asked, "Was your trip to the south comfortable?" He politely replied, "Of course it's no problem." Barley also politely invited him to sit. "He shows affection for you. Do you know how excited I was when I heard you were being transferred here? Roman Dmitri, Cairo's youngest fighter. Just the news of the birth of the hidden dragon Dmitri already makes me very excited." Roman is still not very interested. Barley is now getting into the main story. "To be honest with you, I called you here to confirm something. Is it true that Marcus Benedict used his hands and feet to get you transferred to the southern front lines?" Roman did not deny. "Yes, I did not ask him to do that, but I heard he influenced that to happen." Barlow's face was sinister as he thought, Marcus Benedict is investing a significant amount of money in Roman. He made his own calculations. "If I build a relationship with Roman first, then maybe I will get the opportunity to enter the central apparatus." Barl's eyes lit up as he prepared to negotiate. "So I'll tell you frankly, I want to make a good impression on the Marquis. The southern training camp isn't bad either, but it cannot be compared to the luxurious life of a member of the central apparatus. Therefore, I will do my best to support you while you are here. In return, when you meet Marquis Benedict in the future, simply tell him, Viscount Barla Frank made my life at the southern training camp easier. That's all we ask for." Roman heard his request and thought to himself, what he said was so blatant. There's no reason for me to refuse what he voluntarily gave me. After talking with Barley, Roman returned. But as soon as he walked out the door, someone called and found you, you bastard. It was Henry from the inn last time, looking sweaty. It seems like he ran everywhere to find him. You've already caused trouble, do you hear what I say? Do you know who my maternal family is? The Frank family? Henry confidently boasted, "Viscount Barla Frank of the Southern Training Camp is my uncle. Do you realize your mistake now?" Roman heard this name and was stunned. He bent down to look at that short, confused figure and asked, "So, what do you expect me to do with that information?" Henry saw that he was calm and angry. "Do you really not understand how much you plan?" He angrily cursed, "Damn it, wait here." Henry ran into the room. To see if he could maintain that composure, he called out, "Uncle!" Barl in the room saw Henry calling and was happy. "Why are you so upset? My dear nephew, are you bold enough to scold me?" "Uncle, if my life was threatened by someone from the Southern family, what would you do?" Barl shouted angrily, "What? Who the hell dares to threaten you?" Henry led him out the door. He was furious and cursed,
How dare they touch my grandson? Even if we die, we must trample on them. Henry looked forward with joy. He's on the other side of that door. As soon as the door opened, Barley rolled up his sleeves and prepared to fight. The fist, originally intended to kill someone, now fell to his nephew. Looking at his tooth flying out, Henry's head was full of questions before a picture of Henry as a child appeared and called out, "Uncle Barl!" Barle Frank also happily loved him. My nephew. He remembered the scene of the little boy and happily thought, since childhood I have been close to Uncle Barl. He always obeys my wishes. Sometimes I even love him more than my mother. But the shock from the punch just made Henry hug his cheeks in joy. He tearfully called out weakly, "Uncle." Barl ignored his nephew and told himself, the opponent is Roman Dmitri, who is supported by Marquis Benedict and has unlimited money. He sweated and admitted his mistake. Oh God, please sympathize with my nephew. Barl tried to explain, I should have taught him better. I apologize on his behalf. Roman also does not accept these things, so in honor of you I will let it go. He didn't stay long and immediately asked permission to go home. Barley smiled and thanked him for not taking it to heart. As soon as he left, he immediately turned around and cursed his nephew. You idiot, Roman is the one who has Marquis Benedict's attention. What are you thinking opposing him? Henry's face was now filled with anger. But why did he hit me? Seeing that, he had to lower his voice. When will you grow up? If you keep behaving like you do at home, I won't be able to protect you. Barley suddenly thought of something and made a plan. Roman probably had a bit of a grudge against him, so from now on he would let Henry pair up with him all the time. No matter what, he had to create a relationship with Roman. Henry felt confused about what his uncle was planning to do. He even reminded him, remember, if you don't listen, I will send you to the Western Front. Henry's face turned pale when he heard that. Roman has now returned to his room to rest. I'm satisfied with these conditions, a private room. Viscount Barley is truly dedicated. Someone who openly shows his ambition is easy to control. I think in the future the time spent in the southern training camp won't be so bad. In a room in the training barracks, a man was looking at a piece of paper on the table and exclaimed, unable to believe that he had to organize war games for the nobles. That was the instructor at the southern training camp, Mark Burney. He thought back. 3 years ago, I was a veteran military officer on the Western Front. I volunteered to fight on the Western Front out of loyalty to the kingdom, and through countless battles over the past 10 years, I protected Cairo. I started as an ordinary soldier and became a commander, leading hundreds of people. But then, one moment broke everything. In a battle on the Western Front, I lost my right arm, the hand holding my sword. At that moment, it wasn't the pain, but the thought that my life of fighting had ended that made me suffer. After that incident, in recognition of my contributions at the front, I was made an instructor at the Southern Training Camp. I will have to leave the battlefield. They still try to comfort me that I can still contribute to protecting the fatherland. Even though it is painful, I still accept reality. But the training system at the Southern Camp was a disaster. There, everyone had to train equally, but the nobles were exempt from training. I have outlined a rigorous training system, starting with 3 weeks of basic training, but it's meaningless if the nobles who command don't participate in training. Then what's the point? He helplessly looked at the nobles. At least pretend to practice. One of those nobles boasted, next time you come to me, I will show you what true happiness is. I will always welcome you. Those nobles were resting happily under the trees, chatting. Mark Burney couldn't bear to look past them. He was upset. He couldn't believe they could relax like this. I can't stand it anymore. Suddenly, he was surprised. The sight of soldiers standing in line before his eyes stunned him. In the southern barracks, they were lined up neatly, and there was also a commander. He was surprised. Did they not know anything about this place? Walking up to Roman, he said,
The southern camp does not require nobles to train. Mark Burney smiled wryly. If anyone wants to rest, they can go sit there and watch others practice like them. Roman glanced to the side. What about them? Among those merry aristocrats, Mark Burney was warm. Yes, that's right. Roman darkly said, "The enemy will not discriminate between classes when attacking, and not all battles take place on the plains. Mountains, rivers, lakes. Commanders must always complete their missions in all terrains. So you must have good endurance to keep up with your soldiers. Therefore, commanders must also participate in training." He also understands very clearly the meaning of training. Roman told him frankly, "So don't fake smile like that in front of me. I'm ready to accept any form of training." Mark Burney was moved. This is the first time I've heard a noble say something like this. I've also heard that people will risk their lives for someone who doesn't recognize them. I was going to just compromise and start the training session, but it didn't work. He turned and walked to the podium. Determined, in these 3 weeks I will do the best I can. Mark Burney took a breath and shouted loudly to announce the start of the first week of physical training. Then, the gates of hell opened. Roman and the other soldiers began to run at high speed. Mark Burney commanded them. This exercise is to prepare for the harsh front zone. By training people to be flexible anytime, anywhere, Chris and Kevin ran at full speed to chase Roman. People will climb this mountain every day, no matter what the weather. The other guys who were left behind looked tiredly at those 3 people. These guys, they were surprised and confused. What the hell happened to them? In the evening before sunset, everyone was still constantly practicing. Mark Burney also commands enthusiasm. War is a psychological battle we don't know when it will end. By continuously swinging their swords without limits, everyone will surpass their limits. Those who miss the mid-swing will have to practice more. Even if they sleep, they still have to swing. Only when it's completely dark can we rest comfortably. There were a few people who cursed. They were liars, but they said training at the southern barracks was easy. They were next to the stream to bathe. 3 of them kept complaining tiredly. The first day was so difficult, I think it was someone's fault that the difficulty increased. A person not too far away from them said, "Hey, keep your voice down. Think about it for others." Another person agreed, "Yes, compared to you, we are just fools. If we were prepared in advance, it would be a piece of cake. But since we haven't trained for as long as you guys, of course there's a gap." Someone's back-assed, right? "It's Henderson," I asked the person who just spoke. "How long have you been training?" The other guy was startled by him and replied, "It's only been less than a year. Of course, we will be weaker than those of you who have trained for many years." Henderson immediately denied, "You are wrong. We have only trained for 3 months. Having said that, I'm suspicious. Don't you have time to prepare?" His cold expression made the other guy turn pale in fear. "Stop making excuses. You're just not trying your best." Back when Henderson read the recruiting announcement, he had made up his mind to become Roman Dimitri's subordinate. He clenched his fists, a bit worried because the position he chose would only be that of an ordinary soldier. So I guess I don't need to have special abilities to be recruited, right? However, that is a huge myth. Veteran mercenaries like Lucas, Pucky, and others gathered under Roman's command are all notorious people. Henderson quickly became a lamb surrounded by fierce wolves. He was extremely worried and scared. Would he survive here? Henderson then told Chris, "It's unfortunate, but I don't think I have the right to serve Mr. Roman." Chris didn't understand. "Why do you think that?" Henderson then explained, "As I'm sure you know, I myself am nothing but a useless person, unable to even swing a sword." He bowed his head in self-deprecation. "Someone who spent his whole life hoeing soil and growing vegetables like me, and then coming here to demand to serve Mr. Roman. What an arrogant act." Chris asked again, "Do you mean you will give up just because you are inferior to others?" Henderson nodded. "Yes." Chris then began to tell us, "The first time we met Kevin, he was just a kid with nothing but eyes filled with hatred." Chris shares, "Honestly, I don't even understand why he accepted such a brat here." Henderson also felt confused. He continued, "Even so, have you seen Kevin now?" In just a short period of time, he became a warrior that no one dared to underestimate. I used myself as an example. I used to be very arrogant. Chris remembered the painful beatings. With my foolish ego, I challenged him to a duel the first time we met, and in the end, my entire front teeth were almost blown out. He coldly looked at Henderson. I was once a frog at the bottom of the well like that. And then his guidance changed people like Kevin. Chris lowered his voice. Listen clearly, okay? He personally selected you to be his subordinate, which means you may be pathetic right now, but you have the potential to grow, just like Kevin and I. And it is the Lord we serve who will help you do it. Chris's words seemed to go straight to his mind, causing Henderson to freeze. Henderson clenched his fists and admitted frankly, "I'm not that confident in myself." However, Henderson imagined himself working hard. There must have been a reason for him to choose me among the countless candidates out there. I don't know how a farmer like me will get stronger, but his eyes became steadfast as you said. I will believe in our Lord. From that day on, my life began to change, Henderson said. I've been anchored in formal training for the past few months without caring how difficult it is. Even if I vomited or fainted, I still put all my strength into keeping up with my comrades. Then finally, I became who I am today. Henderson asked that guy, "Do you know what war is?" The other person's face looked at him with confusion. Henderson continued, "Maybe you guys will just sit there complaining that you can't fight because there's not enough time to prepare. At the boundary between life and death, in a place where killing is the only way to survive." He frowned, instead of trying to recognize and overcome his own weaknesses. Henderson looked sternly at the other man. "You guys try to bring others down to make yourself equal." Not only him, but everyone there heard what Henderson said. They were all speechless, not saying a word. "I don't want to stay there for long." After turning around and leaving, he didn't forget to leave behind a sentence. A bunch of pathetic people. Roman's army was ready to fight. The rigorous physical training continued, even though the difficulties increased day by day. They still gritted their teeth, trying to pursue their training until the end. The nobles did not train but sat and rested under the shade of trees, looking at them sarcastically. I don't understand how they can try so hard. If this were the Western Front, things would be different. Another guy immediately wondered, but isn't the Southern Front outside the war zone? One of them despised those people with innate minds. They are just wasting their efforts in vain. What other way could Dimitri's group get attention than to put their heads down and try their best? The others also joined in laughing. Henry also sat down to rest but did not participate in that conversation. You sat down and thought about how you could approach someone like him? He watched him ponder. He didn't realize that it would get better. What if we talk and form relationships with other nobles? Henry frowned incomprehensibly. This was an issue between commoners and nobles, huh? He couldn't think of anything, so he didn't want to think anymore and yawned. Forget it, everything will fall into place. In the royal palace, Head Guard Jackson was reporting to the king. He stated, last year, the Guard Corps infiltrated and investigated Cairo's 5 lines on the southern front a total of 48 times. Through preliminary investigation, we determined that their defensibility is moving completely to the western front. It was because the war against Kronos led to their southern front becoming more negligent. Therefore, conquering the southern front will no longer be a big problem. King Hector just listened quietly from beginning to end. The kingdom of Hector was once a power comparable to the empire of Kronos, a kingdom that grew rapidly thanks to its military capabilities, experienced a humiliating defeat in the battle with Valhalla, and gradually faded away. Hector's strength now relies solely on Cairo and is now just a kingdom that is not too different from the other 5 kingdoms on the continent. So the path of peace and harmony is the only choice. Edwin suddenly spoke up. Can I ask this, Your Majesty? I give you permission. Tell me. I give you permission. Prince Edwin said, Our Hector kingdom has suffered too much since the heaviest revenue loss in more than 5 years. He continued,
The money we borrowed from the treasury to solve that problem has left a large amount of profit, choking us every day. Our kingdom really doesn't have the capacity to go further, to this extent. He bluntly stated the consequences. Hector would no longer have anything to call a kingdom. King Hector, of course, understood, tiredly answering his son. It's not that we don't know this. This is the consequence of the wars left by our ancestors. Edwin continued. Our kingdom lost a lot in the war, so I also tried to separate myself from the war and that painful past. Do your best so that past mistakes are not repeated. He still didn't stop, even though he was starting to feel tired. However, everything must have an end. We have been constantly preparing throughout the years. He urged his father, for the sake of the miserable people as well as for this kingdom, make a decision immediately. War, a word I haven't had the courage to utter for a long time. My son doesn't seem as weak as his father. He looked at Edwin. He asked, Are you confident enough? He replied frankly, I would never mention this if I wasn't confident enough. King Hector now made a decision. Then okay. From this moment on, I give all authority related to the war to the first crown prince of Hector Kingdom, Edwin Hector. He finally met the person receiving the instructions. Edwin's face was full of determination, asking to obey. Meanwhile, at the Southern training camp, 3 weeks of training had also come to an end. Ballet conductor Frank smiled brightly and instructed, You will become a member of the 5th Line Reserve Army from today. Suddenly realizing that he seemed a bit ridiculous, he lowered his voice to a serious one. I'm sure you already know, but it's a place that everyone wants to go to. I had to use some of my authority to assign you there. Roman said, Thank you. Ballet laughed loudly and told him, Don't be polite. If you need anything, just let me know. Returning to the Southern Front, Mark Burney bowed his head, thanking him for everything. He spoke respectfully, and I realized that I had gone much further with him. And maybe tonight I can train my soldiers with all the enthusiasm I have. Mark Burney held out a piece of paper in front of him, and here it was. Although it doesn't have much value, I think it will help you, he continued. This is a summary of information and terrain characteristics of the Southern Front. I'm sure it will come in handy if one day fighting breaks out there. But I think you will probably spend 2 years peacefully there. I will pray for your safety. Roman smiled and thanked him. Mark Burney thought, my emotions were urging me to follow him. He looked at you, the Roman Dmitri we met these past 3 weeks. It is Roman Dmitri that I want to serve all my life. But he was still apprehensive even so. Mark Burney looked at the soldiers behind him. Mr. Roman already has many talented people under his command. So there will be no room for someone like me who has lost one arm and can't even swing a sword. Don't dare to be self-conscious, I will only be a burden to him. Mark Burney finally gave up that idea and said goodbye. Roman watched Mark Burney leave and opened the paper to see. I think I heard that Lucas had to work very hard to do this. He smiled slightly. His kindness is truly something worthy of our respect. At the Southern Front, line number 1, one of the 2 watchmen noticed something. As soon as he turned to look and discovered that the enemy was attacking, Henry remembered his uncle's words. I specifically let you join the reserve corps of the 5th defense line, where Roman will be, swear to me. During the next 2 years, he must create sympathy for Roman at any cost. At the 5th line of defense, the military district of the Reserve Corps, Henry followed Roman soldiers. He was secretly annoyed. Why did he have to be close to that bastard? But at least I can enter the 5th line of defense. While he was thinking, a very loud sound rang out. Henry was stunned and did not understand anything. The emergency announcement was repeated over and over again. The Hector Kingdom has declared war and the entire army is preparing to fight. Henry found it extremely difficult to understand. War? Fight? What the hell is this? When he turned to where Roman was, he couldn't see anyone. He wondered, Roman, where did he go?
The first line of defense will be the first team to fight after Hector declares war, but the fifth line of defense is the area that faces the risk of collapse after that. The city gate was now broken open by Hector's army. The soldiers guarding Hector were large. They broke down the city gate and stopped them. Along with the shouts of stopping the enemy, the sound of swords clashing resounded. The two kingdoms began a war of survival. The name of the commander of the fifth line of defense, Baron Brooks, stood from above and saw this scene and trembled. This place was born here. Defense line number 5 is considered the paradise of the Southern Front. The soldiers assigned there only had to eat and play and have long lost the essence of a front-line post. Mid-level nobles who participated in the military were provided with a luxurious life instead of performing their duty as soldiers, all because of a man who took bribes to fill his greedy, hungry stomach. It's the corrupt Baron Brooks, the supervisor here. Now, facing this scene, he could only stand and watch, panicking and thinking, protecting the current fifth line of defense is tantamount to suicide. Brooks shouted orders, held his position. The lives of innocent people will be in danger if they let them pass. He added, no matter what, don't falter. Brooks quickly ran away. The soldier noticed him and called out, Commander, where are you going? His face was confused. Please leave me alone. I will directly contact the royal family. Roman heard the news of the war and ordered the entire army. Our entire army will head to the fifth line of defense immediately. All soldiers seriously listened to orders. Roman led the army to run quickly. The southern front lacked too much defense capacity. There was only a mixture of degraded equipment, rotten will, and incompetent command. Roman, full of orders, rushed forward with a plan in mind. They placed a reserve corps in reserve for emergencies 2 hours away from the front line. Roman clenched his fists in determination. We have to get there within at least an hour. Suddenly, Brooks ran up and waved loudly. You guys must be the reserve army. He panted and ordered him, I'll tell you the details. You are the commander of these soldiers. Please escort me to the rear first. The commander's safety must come first. Compared to strengthening the 5th Defense Force, we must report to the royal family about this urgent situation immediately. Roman recognized the guy. This guy was Baron Brooks, commander of the 5th line of defense. He politely asked, Why are you here without soldiers accompanying you? When he heard him ask, he scolded him, This rude boy, how dare a member of the reserve corps speak to me like that? Roman's face darkened. There was no time to say more to him. I had enough talking. He grabbed Brooks by the throat with one hand, his voice close to every word. It means you're here. He looked at him with cold eyes. You claim to be the commander who left your soldiers behind and ran for your life. Roman moved closer, his hand squeezing his face, making him a bit scared. Do you understand what the law means? Deserters can be executed on the spot regardless of the circumstances. Even though he knew that, he still tried to threaten the contrary. You won't. Without listening to any further objections, a slash made his neck fall mercilessly. If you retreat with your soldiers, at least you will not die by my hands. That head fell. Roman and his army continued to advance according to his orders. In the 5th line of defense, soldiers' bodies were scattered everywhere. I didn't know who was the enemy or who was me. There were also a few curses nearby, damn it. Stephen struggled alone, gritting his teeth. I immediately knew it would be like that one day. He fought while angrily cursing at Brooks. Think of the commander abandoning the soldiers, you damn bastard! Suddenly, a sword slashed through his body. Stephen couldn't dodge in time and lost blood. Falling to the ground immediately, he let go of the sword and sat still, waiting for the enemy to come and see him off. But before they could get close, 2 swords were swung. Those 2 people could not react in time, so they surrendered their lives on the spot. A figure stood in front of him and asked, Are you Stephen? Roman informed him, Baron Brooks is dead. You will be the one in charge here from now on. Roman silently pondered, Stephen, he's one of the names Lucas sent me. At that time, Lucas said, The only person useful in the 5th line of defense is Stephen. Roman continued, Since I have been defending the fifth line of defense for many years, I will trust your judgment. Tell me how we will protect this place." Roman assured Stephen, "If you say this place is beyond repair, then I, Roman Dmitri, will withdraw all the forces of the Reserve Corps." Stephen was surprised. "So this is Roman Dmitri?" Stephen said, "The situation, actually the battle situation, now is very tense. Retreating would have been the right decision, but then the enemy would have occupied a favorable position. If Hector captures one of the 5 defense lines, they will have an avenue to receive aid units. In that case, the war will last forever." Roman and Stephen looked at each other. Both had the same thought. "Then there is only one way," Roman ordered. "We have to use the fence to block the enemy and force them to go through the gate. We will buy time to install the barriers. You will mobilize forces to prepare them." Stephen did not expect this. Did he accept such a dangerous plan? He spoke up a bit hesitantly. But Stephen worriedly expressed, "This plan is too dangerous. The enemy army is getting bigger and bigger right now. You will die if you are isolated out there." "Roman, calm down. I know what you're worried about." Suddenly, an enemy came from behind and swung his sword at him. Seeing this, Stephen immediately froze, but Roman easily dodged it. "However, I am not a fool to risk my life on a plan that I think is impossible." He turned around and slashed his sword straight at the enemy. Stephen's shock grew even more intense. He dodged without even looking at the attack. Chris and his army also ran to call at this time. "Commander, Roman orders them. We will open the way to the city gate." The entire army followed me. The entire force immediately listened to the command. It was clear. Stephen looked at them in surprise. They didn't have any questions. "I can't believe there is this kind of master-servant relationship." Roman turned to Stephen and reminded him, "Now do your job well." Hearing that, he quickly replied, "I understand." Stephen now understands. This is just the beginning. Their loyalty to him begins with respect. Roman silently pondered, "For someone like me who has no patriotism, is it necessary to risk one's life to fight to this extent? War, after all, is just where the weak are sacrificed to pave the way for me, who is respected by the Cairo kingdom. What I have is the privilege of the strong. There are many ways to avoid war, but in reality, for a small country without any power or money, it just makes my blood boil more. Yes, oh." Roman recalls his image while fighting, admitting he wasted his own life on the battlefield. All the soldiers shouted and advanced. Chris and Kevin fought with all their might. Wherever Roman went, death followed, and the sound of clashing swords and shields rang out endlessly. When Roman killed 10 people, Hector's army still attacked, regardless. When Roman killed 20 people, they just realized their opponent was much stronger than they had imagined. That sword was sharp and cold, stained with blood. And when Roman killed 50 people, terror covered the faces of his enemies. All of them witnessed that horrifying scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "Monster!" They pulled each other headlong and ran, shouting for everyone to retreat. Hector's commander, Baron McCleary, saw that his army suddenly retreated and was puzzled. "What the hell is this?" McCleary thought. "If we just broke the wall, our army would win. Why did the entire army suddenly retreat like that?" Then he noticed something. "What is that?" Before his eyes was the scene of Roman alone holding a sword and rushing straight into the enemy army. His eyes seemed to pierce through everything, looking towards McCleary. He was surprised. How could he come face to face with me? He rushed straight into Hector's army. McCleary watched in fear and gritted his teeth. "He came alone to take my head, arrogant." McCleary ordered, "Kill him now. Don't let him go any further." It seemed like he didn't know how terrible Roman's abilities were and screamed in belief, "He's the only one, stop him." Roman's eyes showed death. Notice, the commander was caught off guard. The war was coming to an end. He jumped up and flew straight into where hundreds of enemy soldiers were waiting. "Up to now, I have participated in countless battles, so I know very well that once the snake loses its head, the brats around it will also disintegrate." With just one swing of his sword, Roman beheaded a row of people. He looked at them with eyes full of determination. "I must kill that commander." 3 soldiers rushed forward one after another, demanding to kill him. Roman was now like a bloodthirsty demon, rushing straight in. Heavenly demon sword, second form. He swung his sword powerfully, like a death scythe. The ground was divided into 2 sides. In the middle was a deep abyss. The enemy army was scared to death by Roman. McCleary was shocked to the point of silence. Roman's footsteps approached. He was terrified, clutching his sword tightly. "I am Male General McCleary of Hector's army," he was halfway babbling. "I will," when suddenly a sword swing made his head fall off. Roman grabbed the head that had separated from his neck and fell up. He loudly called out, "Soldiers of the Cairo Kingdom, listen!" Roman held the head, raised it high, and said, "I chopped off the enemy commander's head, but if we spare the lives of the rest, one day they themselves will return and point their spears at us." Standing at the top, he declared, "Bathing in blood today is better than bleeding tomorrow. Brothers, fight with all your might. Destroy all of them." Henry's sweat was now drenching his body. He suddenly couldn't believe his eyes. "Oh my God, what's going on?" Only now did he realize it. He looked down at the chaotic scene below. "Now I understand why he told me not to touch Roman at all costs." After Hector's army lost its leader, they fled in all directions. Roman and his soldiers successfully defended the 5th line of defense. Chris, wearing bloody armor, reported that among the 30 soldiers, including me, on the opposite side, everyone stood seriously and listened. No one died. Roman saw that and immediately praised him. Very good. He told them to use magical water to heal the wounds. The soldiers immediately obeyed. Stephen was surprised and granted magical water to all the soldiers. Magic water is a healing medicine invented in the Magic Tower. Even the cheapest magic water has sky-high prices. He watched them pour holy water on the wounds. Stephen praised not only bravery, but integrity. He is also very generous with his subordinates. So even if he has to drown in a sea of fire, his soldiers are always ready. Roman now called out, "Stephen, please take care of the battlefield here and prepare for the next attack." He continued, "Also, I need someone who understands the terrain on the southern route." Stephen asked in surprise, "Are you planning to go straight there?" Roman coldly replied, "Yes, the war is not over yet." Later, Stephen took Roman to meet someone. "I introduced him. He is very familiar with this area. He will definitely help you." That person stood at attention and raised his hand in greeting. "My name is Kobe." Without further hesitation, Roman immediately showed him the map. "This is a topographic map of the southern region. What is the fastest way to reach the back of the barracks?" Kobe considered for a while. "What about this road?" Roman was not very satisfied. "This route takes 2.5 hours by road. We need a shortcut that can get us there in just 2 hours." Kobe found another way. "If so?" Suddenly, Kobe stopped. "Wait," he said, looking at him confused. "How did he know the mountain road would take 2.5 hours? Kobe secretly exclaimed, "Travel time is not that easy to estimate." Apparently, he already has some knowledge about this southern terrain. "I didn't expect you to know so much about the terrain here." "You started to feel suspicious, so what does he still need you for?" Roman immediately replied, "When Stephen came to him, perhaps you thought that I was completely unfamiliar with this terrain." Kobe quickly denied, "It's not like that." Roman didn't pay much attention and began to explain. "It's okay, who wouldn't think like that? To prevent unforeseen circumstances, we've learned more or less about this terrain in advance. But whatever you say, we can't know everything. That's why we need the help of someone who understands the terrain like you." Kobe was quite surprised when he heard that. He is completely different from the nobles who come to this southern region just to enjoy military benefits. If he could help me. A belief suddenly flashed in him. Maybe there would be hope in the south. The meeting only lasted exactly 10 minutes. Moments later, when Roman came out, he saw Chris standing there waiting. He reported that 30 soldiers, including me, were ready to depart. Suddenly, he noticed someone whose footsteps were gently approaching. He suddenly called, "Henry Anbeck, your face is still dripping with sweat. Why are you here?" Roman questioned, I asked, "Why are you here?" Henry thought, if I said I came here to make friends with him, surely he would tell me to go away immediately. He bowed his head and opened. I came here to apologize for what I did before. Henry bowed his head apologetically. I know I was doing a shameless act, but I really want to follow and help you. I am also a noble of Cairo, so I cannot just stand aside and watch. I wait for your orders. His face turned dark. Whether you want to follow me or not is your decision, but let me make one thing clear, Roman said seriously. If you hinder my plans, even if it's just a little, I will leave you alone without hesitation. Those words made him even more nervous. Roman stomped his feet on the ground, a group of soldiers chasing after him. Henry seemed to be unable to breathe. It was too fast. Kobe discovered someone lying on the ground. He looked at the person lying on the ground wonderingly. Over here! Roman also recognized that he was a soldier from the southern training area. He knelt down and asked, "What happened?" He replied, "The southern training area has been attacked. Soldiers asked for help. Please, help us, please." Roman pondered. The location that was attacked was not the front line, but the training area in the south near here. A soldier from the southern training area managed to escape all the way here. It's likely that the attack started at least 30 minutes ago. In that case, the Hater Kingdom must have attacked all 5 defense zones and must have used a fast and mobile army to attack at the same time. He rolled his eyes. Don't tell me. Then he immediately ordered, "Go to the southern training area first." Mark Burney held his sword trembling, his green hair mocking. It's basically over. Even if we let you, then you will all die. The remaining one will not fit. Give up. We will let you die painlessly. He cursed. Die, you bastards. Mark Burney provoked. You think I'll die alone? Even if it costs me my life, I will kill at least one of you. Go ahead, he thought. Damn it, I still have my right hand. Meanwhile, Mark Burney was also constantly worried, not knowing how things were going with Mr. Roman. He was the only one who didn't let down his guard on the southern front line when he heard he was moved to the 5th line of defense. I'm sure he will achieve something. He secretly exclaimed, I can't believe it. Standing on the brink of death, the person I was thinking about was him. Surely that means I still have a lot of things I want to do on the battlefield. Suddenly, the wall behind the 2 soldiers gradually cracked. Then it exploded, making them panic. What is that? Has Cairo sent reinforcements? Roman put his foot on the rock. The soldiers were in an uproar. Who the hell are you? Military convoy? How did you know to come here? Mark Burney looked at his face. That person is... Did you recognize him, Lord Roman? He also recognized him. Mark Burney, is he still alive? Chris spoke up to command. Quickly destroy the enemy and rescue the survivors. The soldiers quickly rushed forward, everyone surrounding them. The other soldiers intended to move closer to Roman and attack that bastard. He suddenly flashed off the ground. Roman quickly defeated them, capturing both of them alive. Purple flames burned on his fingers. He thought, since they've been hit, they won't be able to move for a while. The survivor then turned and ran away. Damn it, I need to report this to my superiors quickly. But he was grabbed by the collar by Mark Burney. I told you, didn't I? You chain his neck. I will kill at least one of you. The soldier's face turned pale, and Mark Burney's body finally fell to the ground exhausted. Roman approached. Hold on, well, leave the rest to me. Take a rest. He closed his eyes gratefully. Thank you. Not long after the battle, elsewhere, Chris reported, we have dealt with 12 soldiers from the Hector Kingdom and saved 5 survivors, based on what the survivors said. He continued, Viscount Ballet had been injured while fighting Hector's soldiers and helped the troops enter the mountain. Roman pondered. Hector's main force attacked the southern training area and left somewhere. At least the main force must have a few hundred soldiers. He asked, Where is Soldier Hector? Chris immediately replied, We brought them all together in one place. Roman continued to order, From now on, without my permission, no one can enter there. That's the command. The door gradually opened. He thought, surely Hector used dispersion tactics for a reason. His face was filled with color. Now I will find out what that reason is. Roman stood in front of the 3 tied soldiers and said, I will give you 3 minutes from now. He threatened, if you give me the answer I want, then I will let you die without pain. If not, you will experience pain and suffering until I let you die. One guy struggled and provoked, kill us, just kill us. Roman ignored his words and began, question number 1, what is the purpose of Hector's kingdom? The long-haired guy is still stubborn, interrogating himself, but he continues to interrogate. Question number 2, why do you guys stay in the southern training area? The other guy shouted loudly, I told you, kill us all! Roman lost patience. He brought his glowing finger closer. 3 minutes had passed. The long-haired man was in pain from Roman. His mouth was filled with blood. He glared and screamed in vain. Roman glanced at his finger and explained, I call this crushing corpses. Just experience the pain of my muscles and bones being twisted. You will die slowly. I am sure you have received torture training, but this is unlike anything you've ever experienced. The guy in black bared his teeth and immediately turned pale in fear. He shouted loudly, do you think if you do that, anything will change? Even if I tell you their tactics? It's too late for you to stop them. His face was gloomy, his expression full. I'm waiting for an answer. The guy in the loose black shirt trembled. What? Roman's eyes flashed. I never thought you would tell the truth. I just want to see your reaction. Looks like I guessed right, he judged. Your true purpose lies at the edge. After listening, his face turned blue. Roman pointed his index finger at him. When it was time to die, a loud scream rang out. After settling everything, Roman opened the door and walked out. They used dispersed tactics to attack the southern front line, confusing us. He thought, if their plan succeeds, it can be considered that the southern front line has been defeated. Roman Dmitri wears silver armor and a crimson hem. He stood by the woods. McBurney was bandaged all over. Speak up. Tell me what exactly happened at the southern training session. He immediately replied, the round of suffering. McBurney's eyebrows were now furrowed. He said thoughtfully, about 2 hours ago we were attacked by the Hector Kingdom. The scene rewinds to before, when McBurney's team was faced with soldiers from Hector. At that time, we were just preparing to practice as usual. But Hector's soldiers suddenly appeared to attack. We quickly gathered to counterattack. However, because the numbers were too different, only our side would suffer damage. We don't even know if the training commander Viscount Ballet is still alive. Hearing this, Roman Dmitri's face turned cold. He lowered his eyes and asked him again, did they bring anything special? McBurney slightly raised his eyes and replied, they only carry light equipment. He continued, furthermore, their commander's face was full of scars. After listening, Roman nodded, his arms folded as if thinking, they could be the Guard Corps. McBurney was startled. The Hector Kingdom's Guard Corps, its leader, whose face was scarred from the battles he had gone through, saw them as glorious victories. McBurney turned his face to Roman and asked, but I don't understand why they attacked the southern training session. He was a little tense, his voice was still fine, it rang out. If they wanted to occupy a more advantageous land, they should not have destroyed that place. Roman secretly guessed the truth. They came from behind and attacked the training session. He looked cold, bowed his head, and calmly continued to explain. That's because the southern training session is on the way to the back area. They have no choice but to attack you. McBurney slightly realized something. You mean... Roman still calmly said, currently, the Hector Kingdom is implementing a blind strategy. His purple eyes are cold. Attacking the front-line defense is just a trick to cover the eyes. Their real purpose is the whole dark face looking down from above, Roman Dmitri affirmed. It is the space gate. His words aroused a great deal of confusion in McBurney, who was still sitting on the hospital bed. "The space gate, the highest form of magic that can control space," he continued. "Because it has the ability to teleport instantly, fighting for it became a fierce battle. Not only can it suppress the enemy's additional forces, but the combination of gates can also move armies for combined attacks. Therefore, the space gate can self-destruct if an enemy uses it to attack the owner." Roman crossed his arms and continued. "Hector Kingdom is extremely steadfast in this war. If their plan succeeds, they will definitely win. It seemed like the plan was to occupy the space gate inside the back area." Hearing that, McBurney's face turned black. "Hector, so don't we need to quickly come to support?" Roman's next answer surprised him. "No, McBurney, have you received a request for backup from the rear area?" His hands tightened on the bedsheet. He was impatient. "Not yet?" Roman gently went over the situation with McBurney. "Hector's guards left for southern training about an hour and a half ago. Perhaps now they have captured the space gate. The enemy of the defense line and the enemy of the training area behind, as well as the southern forces, including ourselves, were completely isolated." Thinking of this, Roman Dmitri decided without hesitation, from now on, we must survive on our own without help from the kingdom. At the border area of Hector, a mound collapsed, and people shouted and reported. The prince of the Hector kingdom, Edwin, was standing on a dais. The entourage in front bowed their heads and reported, "Our army has passed the southern training area, and we're almost to the back area. The Cairo kingdom has gathered all its forces to stop our attack in the defensive zone and not realize what our real plan is." Edwin's red hair fluttered as he mused. Still can't let his guard down. Standing from above, looking down, he loudly ordered the other guy, "Let's make sure our soldiers in the Cairo defense area last as long as possible. The most important thing now is to destroy the city wall immediately. Once the plan is successful, the southern region will naturally fall into our hands." Edwin's face was cold, his lips pursed. "Security is at the core of this plan. We spent a year investigating the security of the southern front line. Jackson's soldiers also invaded that place." He continued to consider. Even if he attacked them with all his force from the beginning, then destroying everything in 4 hours is also possible. But the most important thing for us now is to pay attention to that gate. At this time, the image of the space gate also appeared. Edwin's brown eyes looked down sharply. "In case of the worst situation, we must be mentally prepared to destroy it." His whole body was filled with anger. "If the plan fails, we must destroy the gate and begin the second plan." Hearing his strong and decisive words, the retainer turned a look filled with admiration towards Edwin. "Extremely reasonable assessment. It is indeed the person known as Hector's shining star, Edwin Hector." The system where Edwin was standing suddenly produced a source of blue light. The retainer confirmed that that day, he was the one who revived the Hector kingdom. At the southern training camp, fresh blood was splashed. The leader of the Jackson Guard had just killed a soldier and thought, "From now on, we have to be urgent. Before the enemy detects us, we must connect successfully." He shouted, "Hurry up!" A year ago, at that time, Jackson was sitting at the table listening to Prince Edwin's instructions. "The Treasury's profits are piling up more and more under pressure from banks and bad debts. If next year there is a difficult harvest, even Hector's reserves will be depleted." Edwin, with a bright face, spoke fluently to Jackson across from him. "That's why I made this offer." Then he held out his hand, solemnly soliciting Jackson's opinion. "Do you want to destroy the front lines of Cairo Kingdom with me? There are rumors that the kingdom of Hector continuously suffers crop failures due to curses from the gods. In a situation where Hector could fail at any time, Edwin Hector, who is considered the best genius in history, smiled brightly and held out his hand in front of Jackson, like a savior hero. So Hector sent soldiers to scout the south of Cairo 48 times a year, then used spies to dig a hole to connect with and run behind. The Guardian Corps finally dug a secret cave and impacted the teleportation gate. Behind Jackson, Kobe loudly reported, The connection has been made. A dangerous blue electric current emanated from the space gate, and from within that light, Edwin stepped out like a god. Cheers rang out in all directions, greeting Prince Edwin. Looking at Kellen behind him, Edwin gave an order. "Kellen," he quickly replied. "Yes, sir," Edwin said. "You are in charge of the First Army and must destroy all the remaining soldiers. Also, build a strong defensive cave to deal with the enemy." After hearing this, Kellen immediately obeyed. "Yes, I understand." Next, looking down at Jackson, who was waiting for orders, he spoke. "Jackson, respectfully, I obey." Edwin continued, "We have lost contact with Baron Mark Leary, who is in charge of Defense Cave number 5. Do you know anything?" Jackson closed his eyes and replied, "We're still investigating, but I don't think we need to worry too much." Speaking of this, the image of Army number 5 also appeared in my mind. The Fifth Army is notorious for being troublemakers. Even if we had half an army, we could still defeat them. Edwin asked again, "But I told you not to put too many soldiers, right?" Jackson replied, "Yes, that's right." At this moment, Prince Hector's expression immediately became determined, his hands clenched tightly. "As soon as this is over, I will definitely punish Baron Mark Leary, regardless of the outcome." Edwin's plan was extremely perfect, but he did not know that two unpredictable events had occurred. In the First Defensive Army, Going's command rang out, "Reinforce the wall before the enemy attacks again." A pair of feet hurriedly ran away and called loudly, commanding. The commander of the First Defense Army, Earl Donald, turned to face the direction of the sound and was still reporting, "We have received contact from the southern camp." He was surprised. The southern camp? In the communication room, Roman Dimitri's image was projected through the system, and the voice spoke to Count Donald. "Count Donald, this is Roman Dimitri from the 5th Reserve Defense Corps." Donald immediately replied, "Why did you contact me in this situation?" Roman's face was serious. He continued, "I will get straight to the point. I have reason to believe that Hector's side is spreading smoke and has captured the space gate behind him." His voice still echoed steadily before being isolated by Hector's army. "We must abandon the city and withdraw our troops to the back of the mountain. Then gather the remaining forces to the south of that mountain range." Hearing that, Count Donald frowned. He pondered, "The southern mountain." Roman Dimitri's next sentence was interrupted in the middle of speaking when Donald decisively interrupted him, preparing for a surprise attack. Donald immediately declared, "We will decide for ourselves. I will cut off contact." The intercom was immediately turned off. Roman Dimitri was annoyed. Did he disconnect on his own? He waved his cape and turned around. "Things have come to this. We have to withdraw the remaining defense team." At this time, Roman Dimitri stood in front of his own force, led by the deputy leader of the Dimitri family knights. "Chris and Kevin, please pack your things." Roman's face turned cold. He announced, "We will enter the mountains starting today. The crystal still glows, however it cannot reconnect to the outside." Count Donald cried out in panic, "We can't contact the outside camp." He asked himself confusedly, could it be that Roman is right? A guard walked up to the crystal to check on the situation. Donald stood there, continuing to think, even though the southern front line and other areas have recently sent reinforcements, but it took half a month to arrive. Is there really no other way? He frowned and thought, if we stay in the city until reinforcements arrive, the chance of victory is still very high. Time passed quickly. 4 hours passed without any movement. At this moment, he was really scared. How could this be possible? We are completely isolated. Donald stood on the rampart, musing. Damn it, but they actually took over the ring gate and blocked the reinforcements. The front defense and both flanks were intercepted by Hector's army. He observed and reassured himself, calm down. The wall can still be repaired perfectly. The soldiers were ready at their positions, and all weapons were fully prepared. All soldiers were equipped with armor and weapons. He believed that this time the mistakes of the first battle would not be repeated.
Donald, after strengthening his confidence, loudly ordered, "All troops prepare to attack!" Standing on the high rampart, observing the group of soldiers lined up neatly, he announced, "First Defense Army, listen clearly. Hector has occupied the entrance gate. We are all completely isolated right now. Don't expect reinforcements from the kingdom." Donald shouted, encouraging his soldiers. "However, just like the first battle, I believe that Count Donald will lead us to hold until reinforcements arrive." As soon as his words ended, a loud noise rang out, surprising everyone. Thompson discovered something. Donald looked over, saw Thompson's panicked expression, and asked, "What the hell is going on?" From afar, the enemy's war horn rang out along with a loud shout. "It's an explosion!" Above, a fiery red matrix appeared, accompanied by a terrifying sound that terrified everyone. From the matrix, a fire projectile rushed out at terrifying speed. The fire bullet, with terrible destructive power, aimed straight at the city gate where Donald and his soldiers were standing. Just touching the city gate, the firebomb exploded violently, burning everything around. Donald now remembered Roman's warning. Before the front line and the fringes are completely isolated by Hector's army, we must abandon the city, take refuge in the mountains, and gather the remaining southern forces. In the flames, Donald regretted, "Roman, you were right." The fire was like a bloodthirsty monster. Donald also tried every way to escape, but very soon he was controlled. Hector's soldiers loudly threatened, "Your general is dead." When the task was completed, the fire dissipated, revealing a heavily damaged city wall. The flag of Hector's army was planted high, signaling that this position had fallen. Edwin looked around and commented, "Thanks to the fire matrix, we had the upper hand from the beginning, and we captured the city without suffering serious losses. If this continues, we believe we can control the entire southern front line perfectly." Edwin coldly concluded, "Time is on our side." The soldiers under Donald were all tied up. Kingdom Prince Hector ordered, "Lock all surrendered soldiers in one place to prevent anyone from taking advantage of the loophole. They will be bargaining chips in negotiations with Cairo. We need to stockpile as much ammunition as possible. Depending on the situation, we can even use hostages to reach an agreement." Jackson quickly knelt down to receive orders. Even though he won easily, Edwin still had doubts. "That's the perfect plan, but why am I so insecure?" He clenched his hands, his eyes clearly showing anger and frustration. Did I miss something? His suspicions were not unfounded. A soldier hurriedly ran to report the news. "Big trouble!" the soldier cried out in panic. "Baron Mark Leary was killed on the battlefield. Therefore, the communication port was cut off." Edwin's face turned cold after hearing the news. "Who transmits the news? Bring him to me immediately." A soldier with a bandaged head was brought in to explain the incident. He sat blankly, slowly recounting. Initially, the fifth line of defense did not seem ready to receive any attacks. Edwin stood before the wounded soldier, silently listening to the story. "When we started to attack, we were able to break through into the citadel. Southern official Mark Leary ordered immediate destruction. He held his head, remembering in fear. Just then the monster appeared. Edwin was surprised. "Monster?" The soldier trembled and continued. "He was so strong that, even though I witnessed it with my own eyes, I still couldn't believe it. That monster single-handedly slaughtered countless allied soldiers. Dozens of soldiers disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Hector's strongest knights could not withstand a single move from that monster. They all lost their lives in the blink of an eye." The wounded soldier just remembered. His eyes were dull as if he had lost his soul. "Just because of that monster's appearance, we lost. Monster." Edwin stared at the soldier, his hands clenched into fists. "Monster," he muttered. Even more doubts about the character in question. He turned and left. "I remember," silently thought. "I once heard that Cairo's youngest fighter was sent to the southern front lines." Prince Hector fell into contemplation. Although we spent a year carefully preparing, this unexpected event was truly unexpected. Roman Dmitri. As he walked away, he quickly said, "Jackson, report the current situation." Jackson immediately replied, "Yes, sir, we tested the fifth line of defense, but there were no longer any Cairo soldiers there." Edwin slowly sat down. He concluded, "It seemed they had retreated into the mountains. I will assemble a pursuit team immediately if you wish."
Edwin interrupted. Are not. We already have the upper hand. Having captured the southern front line, it was time to negotiate with the Cairo kingdom. At the magnificent Cairo royal castle, the red carpet stretched all the way to the castle door. Daniel was angry. When did they arrive? Daniel huffed in frustration. The butler just wiped his sweat and replied in fear, Please excuse me, sir. Because everything happened so suddenly, it took them a while to arrive. Daniel frowned, slammed his fist on the table, and cursed. Daniel is the king of Cairo, he muttered. But King Cairo cannot make decisions on his own. He must have the approval of the nobles before he can mobilize the army. At this moment, he was sitting in the room, waiting for them to arrive. The waiting made him frustrated. The footsteps outside the door grew louder and louder, causing him to raise his head and listen. The first to arrive was Marquis Benedict of the noble faction. He smiled. I arrived late because the carriage had some trouble on the way here. He was followed by two other figures, Count Denver, who supported Valhalla, and Count Gregory, who supported Kronos. As soon as he sat down, Count Gregory immediately asked, By the way, is it true that Hector Kingdom attacked the front line? Daniel sighed, full of anxiety, and replied, The Hector Kingdom has crossed the border and ambushed our camp. If this continues, the southern front line will be in danger. Marquis Benedict turned and asked, Can't we send reinforcements now? After hearing this, Daniel silently scolded him for being a shameless old man, then sarcastically said, If so, I guess you have agreed to send reinforcements to the southern front lines immediately. Benedict slammed the table loudly. What? Have they taken over the archway? In the end, the command system, being divided into 4 parts, became a big problem. Daniel slammed the table and blamed, How do you intend to take responsibility for what happened here? He angrily shouted, If you gave me the decision-making power that a king needs from the beginning, the southern front line would not have been in such danger. Daniel was angry and pointed straight at them. It's all your fault. At that moment, a guard ran in to announce, Your Majesty, Hector has just sent a magical communication. They stood in front of the glowing crystal, and Edwin's image appeared, accompanied by a voice. What we want is compensation for war losses. Edwin arrogantly declared, Send as much gold as you think is worthy to redeem the southern front line. After hearing this, they were extremely angry. Benedict grumpily said, The war hasn't been established yet. Don't you think it's unreasonable to do this? Denver was indignant. This is a blatant act of robbery. Edwin still slowly replied, I will give you exactly 3 days. If by then you do not meet our demands, your southern front line will become part of Hector. Edwin spoke in a threatening voice. If you're going to try some cheap tricks to buy time, don't expect anyone from the southern front line to return alive. Edwin sat alone in the room after sending the magical communication to Cairo's conference, deep in thought. He thought about Hector's national reserves, which were gradually depleted due to continuous crop failures, along with huge debts with delayed payments. He crossed his arms over his chest and silently calculated, for the sake of the civilians who are living in poverty. Even if I have to risk the reputation of Hector's star, his eyes flashed with sinister ambition, I'm also willing to become the devil of this era if necessary. I will do everything to save the lives of my people. In the palace meeting room, Daniel said with a serious expression, The enemy has already approached the city gate. We have no other choice. His hand gripped the paper on the table so tightly that it was almost balled up, his anger clearly visible. Compensation, as requested by Hector's kingdom, is the only way to reduce the damage. Marquette's voice rang out in protest. But if we give in, they will constantly demand new demands. Daniel couldn't hold back his anger. He frowned, rolled his eyes, and shouted loudly, Do we have any other choice? If you have a better plan, say it now. Count Gregory and Marquette could only bow their heads in silence after his scolding. Daniel gritted his teeth, realizing that these nobles, always fighting miserably for power in times of peace, now they appear helpless in the crisis. Finally, his anger subsided. Daniel calmly said, If there is no other plan, then follow Hector's request. As soon as he finished speaking, Earl Denver spoke up in protest. The atmosphere in the meeting room slackened. Everyone was surprised by Denver's objections. Count Denver, instead of being afraid, slowly said, "Roman Dmitri is on the southern front line." He presented, "According to the reports I received, Roman Dmitri successfully defended the fifth line of defense. If he can turn the tide, we will have a chance to win this war." Hearing this, Daniel was no longer angry. He seemed to agree with Denver. "I agree. Roman is a great swordsman. Only in his 20s he was already a 3-star knight. It was truly a blessing for the Cairo kingdom." However, contrary to his agreement, he frowned, his eyes slightly thoughtful. However, he could not make a significant impact in this battle, Daniel concluded. Marquette seemed to agree, saying clearly, "That's right. Roman Dmitri is the future of the Cairo kingdom. We cannot afford to lose such a talent just because of a reckless gamble. The priority is to find ways to minimize damage." Count Denver, with a thoughtful look on his face, thought to himself, "I see. These people don't know Roman's full potential. Anyway, as a high-ranking person of the Valhalla faction, I know clearly what they don't know." Denver continued to think, actually, he could be a 4-star talent or more. Roman is the mysterious factor capable of turning the tide, but there's no need to reveal this. Earl Denver's expression was slightly forced. He smiled and said, "If that's what people think, then I have no further opinion." He continued seriously, "But give Roman 3 days. If there is no change on the southern front line, we can accept Hector's request, okay?" Daniel, although not very willing, replied, "Okay. For now, the Cairo kingdom will prepare for options for negotiation or war with Hector." Meanwhile, a fierce scene of fire and smoke appeared before Henry's eyes. His face turned pale. He exclaimed, "Oh my God!" Henry was on the first line of defense. He watched the huts burn in the fire and the city walls completely collapse. He thought to himself, "It's really over. Cairo has lost." Suddenly, Henry turned sharply towards the soldiers and shouted, "We must retreat to the mountain." As he spoke, he thought, "War hero? I don't need those things." Henry ordered the soldiers to move quickly. The soldiers listened to the orders and followed them. Henry and his soldiers were scared and scattered, everyone running away. In his heart, Henry resolved, "We must survive first." Suddenly, a man jumped out from the bushes, his eyes flashing green, blocking the way. That person put his sword to Henry's neck. He was scared and gritted his teeth. Turns out it was Chris. He raised a finger to his mouth to signal silence. Henry recognized the person opposite. "Chris?" Chris, with a decisive voice, called Henry and led the way for the whole group of soldiers. Henry thought and wondered as he followed, "What are Roman's knights doing here? Don't they retreat to the rear? What is there in the middle of this mountain?" Henry's face showed surprise. He widened his eyes when he saw in front of him a secret base with sturdy tents. He exclaimed, "When did they build the secret base?" Chris slowly replied, "My commander predicted that the rear camp would fall. This is the base he prepared for this situation." At this time, Henry was angry and turned to Chris. "So why not retreat? What are you guys building a base here for?" Chris's eyes were serious and his voice was sharp. "The war is not over. We stay behind, hiding behind the mountains, waiting for an opportunity to counterattack to protect allies like you." Suddenly, one of Chris's eyes flashed, and his body radiated mysterious power, shining with blue rays of light. "If you had sided with Hector, you would have died long ago." Henry, with a look of surprise and fear, thought, "How could the Dmitri family own a monster like this?" Henry, still frightened, lowered his trembling voice and asked, "Where is Mr. Roman now? Why don't I see him?" Chris slowly replied, "He is destroying all the enemies." Henry clenched his hands, thinking, Roman Dmitri can lead people like this. He is truly a monster. In the forest, soldiers on both sides were fighting fiercely. The sounds of weapons and screams echoed throughout the space. In the distance, 2 men were fighting fiercely. That was Brent, the deputy commander of the first line, trying to dodge each sword strike of his opponent. Brent fought and thought, "Damn, Donald. It's because of his stupid arrogance that our soldiers are being massacred like this." Suddenly, Brent was knocked back by the enemy's sword. He plopped down on the ground.
watching his opponent prepare to deliver the finishing blow. Is this the end? Brent thought, as the enemy gritted his teeth and raised his sword to slash. At that moment, Roman appeared in time, saving Brent. He stood in the middle of a circle of enemies. The enemies shouted loudly to attack. In the blink of an eye, Roman defeated all his enemies. Brent, with a look of horror in his eyes, muttered, "Am I in hell?" When he regained his composure, Brent looked towards Roman and asked, "Who are you?" Roman, with a stern look, replied, "I'm from the 5th line of defense, the reserve team. I'm Roman Dmitri." Brent was surprised. Roman Dmitri? Who advised us to retreat? He came to save us instead of running away? Brent stood up, panting. The 1st line has completely fallen. Hector's army is preparing to attack the 2nd line. Can't last much longer. Roman, with cold eyes, asked, "Are you saying we should give up?" Brent replied, looking tired, "I admit that you are an excellent swordsman, but this is a war between kingdoms. We cannot fight Hector's army with you alone." Roman bowed his head. His eyes softened, as if understanding the situation. He replied, "I understand. But do you know, the reason Hector is rushing to attack the south is because they cannot prolong the war for long?" Brent wondered, "What are you talking about?" Roman explained, "Their intention is to use this war to resolve the internal crisis. They need to capture the southern front line to have an advantage in negotiating with the Cairo royal family. Besides, at the 2nd line of defense, Jackson drew a map of the magic matrix and pointed to the command to shoot. A large spark of fire crashed down on the wall, creating a thunderous explosion. Edwin stood from afar, smiling with satisfaction. Baron McCleary is still alive, and the 5th line of defense is the weakest link. But Roman Dmitri, Edwin muttered. His eyes became cold. Can he defeat Hector's army? We have endured many hardships. We can't let him destroy everything. At that moment, Stephen ran over in panic. "Prince Edwin, it's dangerous!" We lost contact with the 1st team dealing with the remnants. Not only that, both teams 2 and 3 were no longer moving. Edwin, with a surprised look on his face, thought to himself, "This bad premonition, is it all because of Roman Dmitri?" Returning to the base in the hut, Edwin ordered Jackson, "Report the situation immediately." He reported immediately after breaking through the 1st line of defense. We asked Team 3 to take care of the remaining troops, but an hour ago all communication with Team 3 was cut off. It seemed like they had been destroyed by the enemy. Edwin had a questioning look on his face. "How many soldiers have we lost?" Jackson replied, "About 300 soldiers." Edwin frowned, his face serious. "My worries have come true. This is definitely because of Roman Dmitri." At this moment, Edwin's fear was evident. He bit his lip and thought to himself, instead of crossing the mountains to escape, he chose to stay at the southern border to fight. Edwin spoke up. "If we let Roman Dmitri do this, we will be in big trouble later." "But Your Highness, Roman Dmitri is just a small variable," Jackson protested. "If the siege fails because of him, our plan will not succeed." Jackson continued, "The problem is not that Dmitri, but destroying the entire remaining enemy defense camp is the top priority." Edwin replied firmly, "No, the most important thing now is to get rid of him." Edwin's face darkened. His eyes shone with a terrifying threat. "Whoever dares to interfere with our plan, order the warriors in defense line number 2 to withdraw immediately." Jackson received the order. "Yes, Your Highness." In his heart, he wondered, why is he so obsessed with Roman Dmitri? Surely he is hiding in this mountain. Under the gloomy night sky, a group of soldiers lined up neatly, just waiting for orders. Jackson observed Edwin, thinking, he has checked the plan countless times. With sharp instincts, Edwin understands that Roman Dmitri is a serious threat. Edwin said, "I know what you are thinking, but as commander, I need to prepare immediately for the worst situation." Everyone listened attentively. Fighting the entire remaining enemy defense force is only the second worst-case scenario. But the worst scenario is the appearance of Roman Dmitri, who causes unpredictable events. Jackson thought to himself, Edwin Hector always acts with purpose and careful calculation. Everyone shouted in unison, "Obey, Your Highness!" Edwin turned away, his voice dangerous. It's time to hunt the rat that sabotaged our plans. In the southern mountains, a torch is lit. The voice rang out. If we search all over the area, we will lose sight of the enemy. Divide your troops from the foot of the mountain, gradually narrowing them down as you reach the top. A soldier shouted loudly, "As soon as you detect the enemy, blow the flute to signal. Put them in a corner, we can destroy them without much loss." Everyone shouted in unison, "Obey!" Suddenly, a soldier's face changed and asked worriedly, "How is the left side?" Another soldier replied, "Nothing unusual." But his face was pale, as if he had just felt something pass by like the wind. The commander turned and asked, "What about the right side?" A voice replied, "Nothing unusual." He thought to himself, "Everything is fine." Soldiers stood in the middle of the forest holding bright torches, but the feeling of insecurity did not go away. Fear was evident on his face. Holding the flute in his hand, he thought, "We must quickly blow the flute to signal." But just as he put the flute to his mouth, Roman appeared from the darkness, fast as the wind, breaking his neck in the blink of an eye. He fell down. The torch burned out in a corner. Roman looked around, thinking, "Hector has made a bolder decision than I thought. I intended to take advantage of it to gain profit, but they stopped attacking the defense line to focus on hunting us down." An urgent voice rang out. "The enemy has appeared! Check your teammates!" The soldier holding the torch shouted loudly, "Cut off the retreat! Put them in a corner!" As soon as he finished speaking, Roman rushed forward like lightning, cutting off the soldier's head. With cold eyes and a sinister smile, he thought, "It's been a long time since I've had this feeling again." Roman recalled, the 12 children of Thien Devil lived in the harshest of circumstances, always having to fight to survive. He remembered the heavenly demon's teachings. From now on, you will live as a night demon. Continuing the flashback, his first mission was to track down a low-level cultist who had once caused trouble within the sect and then withdrew. He successfully killed that evil believer in just 3 days. However, the missions became more and more difficult, and eventually he faced invincible enemies, making the missions increasingly complicated. Luckily, he found the Night Demon King's martial arts secret in a room of the evil cult. The Night Demon King was once a notorious thief, proficient in acting in the dark. He caused many robberies and destroyed many guilds that opposed him. From then on, his reputation spread throughout the world. In the end, the Night Demon King was tragically killed when the righteous gang organized a siege at Castrol Citadel. After that tragedy, his name was still circulated in the martial arts world forever after. He has mastered the skills of the Night Ghost King, thereby completing all the most difficult tasks. Continuing the flashback, 1 year later, he killed 38 masters of all sects in his missions, becoming an ecstatic Da demon, famous in the world with the nickname Thien Demon. Darkness is the biggest fulcrum for Thien Demon. Returning to the current situation, a loud, angry voice rang out, "Where is that bastard?" The commander of the siege team of Hector's corps shouted loudly, "Charge! We will go first! Everyone fall back!" Roman's eyes shone coldly. Roman said coldly, "Hector, I will make you regret ever entering this mountain, where the darkness is where I rule." An urgent voice rang out, "Commander, Team 1 is dead." Thompson looked scared, holding his head in both hands, tears welling up in his eyes. "I can't believe this crazy thing happened. I have to report it right away." He sat down on the ground, holding the sound transmitter and shouting loudly, "Commander, a ghost has just appeared. If this continues, we will all die." From the darkness, Roman appeared, his eyes flashing, looking down at Thompson. He cried, his hands trembling, and begged, "Please, help." From the communication device, Edwin reassured, "Thompson, calm down. The enemy is just taking advantage of the darkness." Thompson shouted in despair, "We can't fight invisible ghosts. Soldiers are dying, but we don't know where or how they attack." Edwin felt nervous. Thompson is an aura swordsman. His senses are sharper than ordinary people. How can he not identify the enemy? He gritted his teeth and thought, do they use magic? It's impossible. Magic that makes the body invisible cannot be used continuously. Next to Thompson, he remembered being suddenly slashed and told himself, don't let the darkness distract you. I'm bringing help. He shouted an order. Legion, listen. The enemy wants to take my life. Get into the defensive formation and counterattack now. He pulled out the sword from his waist, concentrated all his strength, and closed his eyes to feel. After orienting himself, he swung his sword but stabbed his teammate. Thompson was stunned. Damn it! They used their allies as a trap! His teammates barely survived and cried out, Captain! Behind Thompson, Roman's silhouette appeared faintly, whispering, I used to hunt enemies in the dark. After a while, they all thought the same thing. Thompson was startled, swung his sword behind him and shouted, Don't hide and hide like that! Another sword blocked his attack. In the blink of an eye, Roman slashed Thompson's body, causing him to collapse in pain, shouting loudly, The enemy is on this side! Roman coldly said, Screaming is useless. I used mana to block all sounds. No one can hear you. Having finished speaking, Roman stabbed Thompson in the back, slashing his legs and back again. He lay groaning on the ground. Roman took Thompson's communication device and said, Listen, I know what you're thinking. Roman coldly continued, Your people are starving due to the harshest drought. Why did Hector take over Nam City? And why do you have to risk your lives? There is only one reason, to solve the national crisis with war. You occupied the southern citadel to blackmail Cairo. The problem is that I already know all your plans. Thompson struggled to move on the ground, hearing every word Roman said. From the beginning, you couldn't endure 3 months due to lack of military strength. I've been interfering with the plan this whole time. Roman thought to himself, I have achieved my goal. They can't ignore me anymore. From the device, a voice rang out. Are you Roman Dmitri? Roman smiled. Edwin continued, I will not deny what you said. The Hector kingdom is indeed suffering from a severe drought to the point of having to borrow from outside. To escape this debt cycle, we have no other choice. Roman asked back with disdain, Do you expect me to understand your situation? Edwin's voice sounded pleading. Just to explain our urgency, the fate of Hector's kingdom depends on this war. Like you said, we don't have time anymore, but that doesn't mean we will back down. Our comrades cannot die in vain. Please pass this word on to the Cairo royal family for me. Edwin echoed the affirmation. If we don't get anything, we will release poison from necromancers everywhere and turn this place into a dead land. I am Edwin Hector. As the prince of the Hector kingdom, I will do everything to save my people. Roman quietly listened to him. Edwin continued, Roman Dmitri, what is your decision? Edwin invites him to join Hector in a situation where he can choose to negotiate with them. This decision will affect Cairo as well. Roman did not answer immediately, but silently evaluated him. Edwin Hector, a name I've heard many times while investigating Nam Citadel. Unlike his father, he is very outstanding and talented. As someone born to shoulder Hector, recognized both inside and outside the kingdom. He also led this war. Roman was secretly annoyed. Even though I admit that he is very good, how dare he threaten me? Thinking of that, Roman stabbed Thompson once more, making him scream. Edwin panicked. What are you doing? Roman calmly replied, I just stabbed this guy in the thigh. Edwin was angry. Just kill him! Even though he's an enemy, how can you torture him like that? Roman continued, How emotional. I'm not interested in your misery. Don't be mistaken. Then he stabbed Thompson again. The war has begun. The one who crossed the line first was you. His words made Edwin pale. You have no right to ask me to be kind. Roman threatened, I will do what I think is right. Don't try to rely on me. I will not forgive any of you. As he spoke, he stabbed Thompson in the thigh. Even if you raise the white flag of surrender and run away, Roman strongly affirmed, I will chase and thrust my sword into each of their backs. I am Roman Dmitri. His words echoed, his excitement scaring Edwin. If you want to resist to the end, I will see you soon. Edwin was now pale and did not dare to say anything more. The communication device was disconnected. Edwin suddenly realized in his heart, Roman Dmitri, he is much more dangerous than I thought. Jackson asked, "What do you plan to do next?" Edwin's face darkened. He ordered, "Mobilize all forces immediately. Create a siege around the location of the communication device. For the sake of the soldiers who died in agony, I will personally deal with you, Roman Dmitri." Jackson quickly obeyed. The scene changes to another place. The fire covers the whole forest. A voice rings out, "All soldiers continue climbing. Even if our comrades fall, we must cut off the enemy's retreat." Roman dashed their hopes. "Now you won't see anything anymore." He explained, "For humans, this is a very small amount of mana, but every rock and branch innately contains mana." Roman looked at the soldiers and added, "If I can control this amount of mana, I can bend space." Roman suddenly disappeared, leaving only a gust of wind. Chris's face turned pale. All 5 of his senses were deceived. A minute ago, he was standing right there. Before his eyes, there was only the forest, but it disappeared into nothingness, like a joke of fate. "This is called a visual trap," Chris thought to himself. A soldier shouted loudly, "Death to destroy the enemy!" It seemed he didn't notice Chris's presence at all. Chris jumped hard to the ground. He thought, just as the commander said, Hector's soldiers cannot detect us. So this is a visual trap? Chris gave the order to attack the enemy. They responded in a panic. Where did these people come from? Gather together to counterattack. After just one battle, he has become a completely different person. Training extremely hard to become stronger, Chris understood that he could not fully comprehend Roman's teachings if he lost even the slightest concentration. Even though I'm about to collapse, he thought, I still have to persevere and continue. As a result, Chris has mastered the swordsmanship of the top 10 martial arts masters. Lightning flashed as his feet skimmed the ground. Chris sat down on the ground, looking around at the results. We have defeated all the enemies according to the commander's orders before Hector's soldiers could provide aid. He shouted loudly, ordering the soldiers to retreat. We need to move to the next location. At the same time, a battle was also taking place in another land. A soldier shouted, The enemy is here! Stop him! Kevin's friends say he is a monster who grows quickly and becomes strong. Kevin thought to himself, I observed how the commander personally dealt with the enemy. I will do what he did. His face was filled with determination. The commander's path is absolutely correct. At the same time, on another front, Bucky and Vulcan completed their mission. They divided their army into 4 groups to attack simultaneously, and the plan was a great success. A soldier knelt down and reported, I'm sure Cairo's side has magicians. He shouted loudly, Even under the light, Cairo soldiers still suddenly appear and attack our army. It seems we have fallen into the enemy's trap, Jackson deduced. Edwin frowned. There is no magic that can teleport so many people, he explained. It can only happen if using a magic scroll. But the high-level magic scrolls were strictly controlled by the magic tower. There's no way the Southern Front would have that. He speculated, if so, the only possibility is that they have a magician. But why did a high-level magician appear in the South? Edwin shook his head in disbelief. This is ridiculous. Jackson also nodded in agreement. Mages are even rarer than aura swordsmen, as most of them belong to the Magic Tower, a neutral organization. The Magic Tower operates across continents, always searching for and recruiting people with a natural talent for mana. Due to possessing a huge treasure of knowledge, magicians have no choice but to join the Magic Tower. Edwin grimaced. So up until now, each kingdom has only had very few free magicians. This is not magic. I need to go there to find out for myself. But then Edwin pondered, the soldiers are risking their lives to fight the Cairo army. This is not the time. We need to wait for the right opportunity. Now it's time for Roman Dmitri to fall into my trap. On the battlefield, the sword pierced a soldier. The soldier groaned, his voice shaking. Finally caught you. His body suddenly glowed, surprising Roman. The light from the soldier's hand illuminated the entire forest.
Roman suddenly disappeared, but unfortunately he was discovered. "Roman Dmitri is here! He's over there! Quickly surround him!" The artifact exploded, shooting rays of light everywhere. Those rays of light covered Roman's body, revealing his position like a firefly flying in the dark forest. A soldier reported, "Roman Dmitri is moving north. He has run to the opposite side." A warning voice rang out, "Team 2, the mouse is coming towards you." They cheered, "Kill him! Avenge your comrades!" Roman recited the spell. "Heavenly demon sword form, second move." He stopped at one place, sat down and struggled, seemingly reaching his limit. A soldier trembled and said, "Do you think you can leave here alive? Thousands of soldiers are surrounding this place. No matter how strong you are, you will still die." Roman's face darkened. "Do you think I don't know this is a trap?" He was surprised. Roman stood up. "Countless soldiers are rushing around just to pursue me. They all rush towards me recklessly, hoping to stop me even for just a minute. No, in 30 seconds. Roman glanced at the soldier. "Don't you find it interesting? You guys are gradually letting down your guard more than ever. I can play with you guys any time. After all, there's still a lot of time before dawn." The enemies lay collapsed on the ground. Jackson walked up behind Roman. "It's over." Roman watched him with his scarred face and the light shining from his equipment. Roman thought, he must be the leader of the guards. This energy must be at the 4-star level. It seems Hector hid his information. Jackson suddenly rushed forward to attack. Roman didn't like it either and immediately responded. The two magic users fought fiercely. Jackson shouted loudly, "Finally caught you, Roman Dmitri!" According to Roman's assessment, Jackson is only a 4-star swordsman, not ranked among the elite of the Hector Empire. Jackson was overshadowed by his reputation. Everyone only knew him as the leader of the Guard Corps, but no one really understood his strength. When he crossed swords with Roman, Jackson realized his strength far exceeded expectations. He felt dizzy when his powerful blow couldn't push Roman back. Jackson looked at Roman's confident face and realized his mistake. "We underestimated Roman Dmitri. The report that he was only a level 3 swordsman was a lie." Jackson recalls the scene where Roman stood in the middle of the battlefield destroying the 4-star swordsman. A true walking disaster, he thought to himself. When the two blades collided, Jackson gritted his teeth. "He's too strong." The sword Roman was holding emitted billowing purple power. Roman swung his sword to form 2 diagonal lines to attack Jackson. He panicked. "Wait, am I being pushed back?" A small scratch appeared on his face. Pushed off balance, Jackson knelt down. He made up his mind. No matter how strong you are, you can't get out of your head. Jackson took out the command whistle and blew with all his might. Following the siren, reinforcements immediately rushed to support Jackson. "Surround Roman Dmitri! Protect the leader!" Jackson persuaded Roman, "Surrender, Roman Dmitri." Roman smiled arrogantly. "Surrender? That's interesting. It seems you still don't realize your situation." Roman said, "You guys are confusing a few things. First, how can these fragments compete with my ideas?" Jackson was surprised when the glowing debris fell to the ground. Roman continued, "Second, I am completely confident that I can escape any siege, even if you block me from all sides." Something moved very quickly. What remained was Roman's voice. Roman appeared like a bolt of lightning behind Jackson. He was startled. "It's moved behind me." Roman coldly said, "Jackson, the fact that the head of the guard like you has to come here shows that Edwin Hector has no one by his side." As if caught in shock, Jackson's face turned pale. When he turned around, Roman was gone. Jackson shouted loudly, "Damn it! Go after him now! Prince Edwin is in danger!" Roman used maximum movement speed. The only way to end a conflict when at a disadvantage in terms of force is to take the enemy general's head. He felt the right direction. If I follow the flow of mana Edwin Hector is using, I will find his location. At the foot of the mountain, a guard heard a strange noise. Roman rushed out from the bushes. The guards panicked. "What, Roman Dmitri?" Without many words, he took care of them.
He knew what his goal was. He captured someone. Roman jumped up, swinging his sword behind his head. Edwin Hector. Han smiled smugly, and a red-orange magic circle appeared in his hand. He noticed something unusual. He changed the way he used mana and exclaimed, "Is he a magician?" Edwin cast magic to create a strange, fiery seal. From his magic attack, countless sparks rushed out and enveloped Roman. He swerved to avoid it. Roman shouted loudly, "Don't try to run!" Cracks gradually appeared on the ground, and beams of light followed the cracks, streaking straight up. Next, countless giant tentacles rushed out to attack him. Roman quickly cut a few lines, causing them to break. "How can this cheap magic stop me?" Meanwhile, a sound rang out. "How dare you follow Prince Edwin?" The attack, as bright as the sun, hit Roman directly. "You arrogant guy, don't you know the limit?" Being attacked by another person made him a little skeptical. This man possessed such a powerful aura. He was definitely not an ordinary person. He was Butler, that mysterious hooded person, ranked second in the kingdom. Hector, the royal knight leader of the command team. Butler shouted, "Roman Dimitri, you can't hide anymore even if you want to." Roman thought, "You must have devised every plan to defeat me, Edwin Hector." In his heart, Edwin was not relieved at all. He was also extremely vigilant. "Roman Dimitri, no matter what tricks you did. He's confident and can't survive against a 5-star swordsman and a level 4 mage. This time I will definitely send you off in person." He used magic to create 2 streams of wind as sharp as swords and wind blades. The butler also slashed his sword at him. "Go to hell!" The attack from both sides surprised him. Roman is caught in the middle, with both sides of him in danger. He gathered strength, his eyes burning with magical fire. He used both hands to support the 2 sides. The colliding forces created quite a shock. The sword stabbed forward, the entire blade emitting a dazzling light. Roman was in a difficult situation, resisting with terrible power, when a loud explosion occurred. Roman was using his sword to support himself so he wouldn't fall. Even though I anticipated there would be traps, he was somewhat confused, but he did not expect that Edwin Hector was a magician. He had brought a whole army of soldiers, led by a 5-star swordsman disguised as a normal person. In a situation where his life was hanging by a thread, Roman smiled. "This is great." His whole body radiated extreme power. Only when standing on the brink of death do we truly feel alive. Butler felt a bit of admiration in his heart. He didn't expect that he was at a level that could withstand both his and Prince Edwin's attacks at the same time, and he was only over 20 years old. He wondered where this monster came from. Luckily, he's not on the same level as me otherwise. Seeing him stunned, Edwin shouted, "Butler, what are you doing?" Now he's exhausted. Roman was like a bolt of lightning, holding a sword and rushing towards the spot. He is cold, his swordsmanship is heavenly. Realizing the situation, Butler rushed over. "Don't!" The source of power from the sword technique, thirdly, Butler stood to block its destructive power. As soon as the attack dissipated, all that remained was empty, eroded ground. He turned to ask about his situation. Edwin stammered in response. "I'm fine. Roman vomited blood and blocked my attack. He's truly a 5-star swordsman on a completely different level. Using the Heavenly Demon Sword technique twice made it difficult for my physical strength to last anymore. It's really unlucky. I have to leave here." Edwin was still extremely frightened. In his ears, he heard Roman's voice. "Remember this, Edwin Hector." He still kept his cold expression. "Next time we meet again." Roman's figure gradually sinks into the dark night. Don't dream of being able to survive what you did today. The 2 people, Butler, expressed shock, and Edwin remained silent. Because of just one person's mistake, the army suffered a great disgrace, almost losing their commander. That truth was so harsh that, even though it happened right before their eyes, they still could not accept it. Edwin clenched his fists tightly, questioning himself. It was all my fault. I was too arrogant to think I could deal with Roman Dimitri easily. He remembered the scene of soldiers' deaths, the decisive moment in a war. It was when one side suffered the worst consequences that they could not have predicted. This was the defeat of Hector's army. He lowered his head, screaming in his heart, "No, this is my own failure." The sounds echoed in the sunset on top of the high mountain. "Let's bury our soldiers together. May their souls rest in eternal peace." Everyone looked at the burning fire. Edwin felt extremely hurt and regretful. "I'm sorry, it's all because of my hasty decision." Immediately, a soldier expressed his disagreement. "Why do you say that? How can this be your fault?" Jackson continued, "He's right. We don't think this is the prince's fault." Hearing him say, "It's only because our enemy is too strong," his eyes closed tightly. Finally, Jackson encouraged Edwin, "Please keep your head held high because we—" His body seemed to stop when he heard the next 5 words from him. "Still trust you." Seeing faces filled with trust from my subordinates, Edwin closed his eyes, smiled as if letting go of some of the burden of guilt, thought to himself, "Yes, Jackson is right," then spoke up. "Okay, but later on, if anyone feels that my decision will bring defeat to the entire army, you must stop me immediately. No need to be formal." The soldiers immediately obeyed the order. He declared strongly, "From now on, before Cairo's army comes here, we must quickly stabilize the frontline barracks. We have 10 days left." In his citadel, Edwin continued to order, "After arrangements are made, we will station troops on the outskirts and prepare to die." Butler wondered how he planned to deal with Roman Dmitri. Imagining the high mountains and hills, he replied, "Even though he is indeed a strong enemy, if we fight in the mountains, where we have many advantages over the terrain of the plains, then things will be completely different. He is serious and assertive both towards outsiders and himself. I will take advantage of that advantage. I lost, but Hector's army did not." Jackson raised the question, "If we strengthen our defense, will we be able to retaliate against Cairo?" In the voice of an arrogant leader, Edwin replied, "We must not only reclaim what we have lost from the Cairo army, but also reclaim it from the Kronos Empire. At the Cairo royal family right now, in the past, we used to pour a lot of money into the eastern border because of Kronos' provocative actions." Earl of Cairo Kingdom Arthur shouted loudly, "But with the current budget situation, it is impossible for us to meet all the conditions that Hector's army proposed." The old man complained, "If we satisfy all their demands, the current remaining budget will hit the bottom." King Cairo heard that and came up with a solution. "What about raising taxes?" Thinking of the people's protests, he said, "We just raised taxes half a year ago. If we raise taxes again now, people will riot." Daniel fell into deep contemplation. Now the only way was to use money from the Cairo nobility. But if we do that, it would be like we are creating conditions for them to disregard royal authority. His brain is currently a mess, but I have no other choice. Daniel instructed, "Quickly inform the nobles in the government. I want to hold a meeting immediately." Before he could finish speaking, someone came to deliver urgent news. "Your Majesty, there is news from the southern border. We have chased away the enemy." He was extremely surprised by this news. "What?" Daniel asked again to be sure. Count Gregory sat in the next chair, expressing his disbelief. "Hector has up to 10,000 troops. How can he defeat Hector's army with such a small number of troops?" Then he had to say something. "If this news is true, then we can let go of the burden." At the same time, the long-haired earl next to him repeated the name in his mind, Roman Dmitri. Sweat trickled down Denver's cheeks. "Really won against such a huge obstacle?" One of the people reached out to the sound transmitter. "I will contact the South immediately." The earls waited for someone to connect through the magic weapon. Then Daniel stared at the person across the screen and asked, "Who are you? Which army do you belong to?" He heard the answer immediately and clearly. "I am the second son of the Albeck family. My full name is Henry Albeck." Hearing that, everyone started chatting. "Albeck, which house is it?" Baron Olo suddenly remembered. "Ah, the Albeck family, which has been the birthplace of many outstanding people and also used to be a big family in the government." His face was covered in sweat. "Yes, that's true." He voiced his inner question, "But even so, why is this young master answering for Roman?" Henry first reported, "I have joined Roman's army." This was followed by an explanation of the reason for this. It should have been Roman who answered, but he said he wanted privacy. "I'm the only one here who is a noble, so I take the liberty to stand up for you. I was personally trained by Mr. Roman.
Receiving the task of deploying defense at line number 5, I went there and received intelligence that Hector's army would attack the southern border. Although I was a bit scared at first, I still rushed to line 5 with Roman and did my best to... Without letting him finish his sentence, Kahlo pointed. Wait, are you going to tell us everything from beginning to end? Looking at his slightly worried face, he said, Let's get to the point. And of course he obeyed, replying, Clenching his fists to cheer himself up, Henry thought, I'm sure that once Roman Dmitri wins the Cairo kingdom, his name will be honored throughout the continent. When the line of thought reached the point, I have to take advantage of him to make friends before others realize his true value. He used all his strength to explain, This victory is entirely thanks to Mr. Roman. Looking at the High King Cairo, he predicted that the Hector army would attack the southern camp, and their real target was the Ring Gate. So he immediately climbed the mountain and built a secret camp. Remembering Roman's face and outstanding ability, Henry lamented, if the commander in the south had listened to Mr. Roman from the beginning, the border would not have fallen so quickly. Just like that, Henry Albeck lowered the idiots to the abyss, and at the same time praised Roman to the top before everyone's stunned eyes. Henry was sure that the nearby soldiers under Roman's command would hear this. To make sure, he even spoke loudly as if he were afraid that everyone would be deaf. Like a talented orator under the blazing sun, he loudly declared, We stood together, and Mr. Roman led us to the light of glory. He stood on the front line when our army only had 200 people left, much fewer than the enemy army. Finally, Henry finished. And won a glorious victory. I and the warriors here are still ready to fight the kingdom of Hector. Everyone fell silent after hearing his report. King Cairo was the first to break the silence. We have been too soft. Daniel smiled brightly, full of hope. Even in such an unfavorable situation, Roman Dmitri still stubbornly defends. Meanwhile, we, the leaders, only think of surrender. Baron Carlo agreed. Your Majesty is right. As soon as Hector's army captured the arch, we all thought we had lost. He raised his right hand. However, Cairo's army has proven that they are not defeated. Cairo's heroes. Roman Dmitri is currently at the southern border. Our job is to take advantage of the advantage he just brought to counterattack. Carlo's words woke everyone up. Gregory slapped the table and suggested, Quickly send more troops to the southern border. We must teach Hector a lesson for daring to violate our territory. Daniel tossed his cloak and declared boldly, We will not negotiate with Hector anymore. From now on, our job is to regain the pride of the Cairo kingdom. King Cairo ordered, Quickly gather all the vassals and inform them of the situation on the southern border. The nobles had expressed concern about the southern border, but after the session, they turned their attention to Roman Dmitri. Prominent figures such as Baron Carlo, Count Denver, and Count Gregory decided to pull Roman to their side. The light from the transmutation crystal gradually went out, but in Henry's mind, thoughts did not stop. I'm sure that after the war is over, Roman will be promoted to the government. Turning his head to look at the soldiers, Henry continued to think. If we keep this momentum, if I become Roman's confidant, my life will flourish. Thinking so, he immediately took a few pieces of premium beef jerky and gave them to the vice captain. Hey, Chris, you're hungry, right? Eat this. He immediately refused. Henry ran and begged. Chris turned around and shouted straight at him. Do you think I don't know your intentions? He analyzed. If you really want to be recognized, then stop acting like it in front of us. Then, he emphasized, let's become someone we can trust on the battlefield. At this moment, Henry looked embarrassed. He repeated in his head, trust. Then he turned to give the dried beef to the guy next to him. Are you Kevin? Eat this. The royal army was sent to the southern line and was ordered to assist Roman with more time. Drag until Cairo's main force arrives. On the city wall, there were two people facing each other. Vasily seriously considered, with only 200 people, I could defeat Hector's army. Only 200 people. Are they too weak? The guard obediently replied. His subordinates also thought the same. I also heard rumors that Hector is facing a very serious famine, so it seems their army is not scary. He did not answer, just quietly pondered. I've been defending this shabby place for 3 years now. This is the opportunity God has given me. Vasily thought, helping Roman buy more time? Whatever that guy can do, I can also do no less. He ordered the entire army to gather for us. I will wage a guerrilla war to make Hector's kingdom remember forever. The defense points appear on the map. Hector divided his army into individual attacks so that he could quickly regain control of Cairo's lines. Among those lines, the army attacking Line 3 had about 3,000 soldiers. Because of Baron Vasily's crazy ambition to achieve success, they waged a guerrilla war aimed at attacking Hector's army. But he was stopped because Hector's army was not as weak as he thought. Vasily's face darkened. The situation between the two sides has big differences. Hector's army, after a period of passivity, reorganized and took control of the situation. Baron Vasily's army was always entrenched in the city, living a leisurely life so it could not resist Hector's army. Cairo's army realized, we can win the battle in this canyon. The truth is revealed. They are only defeated when Roman Dmitri is present. But before he could finish his words, Vasily was cut in half by a soldier. In the main hall, a soldier knelt on the ground and reported, Baron Vasily, commander of the soldiers in Line 3, has died in battle with the enemy, Your Majesty. Another guy ran in to report that Lines 3 and 4 were both being attacked by the enemy. The crystal rang out intelligence information. The second line is in a critical situation. The request was made. The situation is very dangerous. Line 2 could not hold for another 10 days in this situation. I hope Your Majesty sends troops to rescue me. Daniel sat on his throne, confused. Daniel sat on the throne in panic, meaning that all of our defenses could be breached in the coming days. He realized that it was not because Cairo was strong or Hector was weak. Then he realized the main problem. The previous overwhelming victory was only due to Roman Dmitri's presence. Daniel was angry. Our military side was too subjective. His hands clenched. Roman Dmitri, where are you now? A strange stone cave is emitting smoke. There are still many things on this continent that I don't know. A strange tree trunk appeared, magical. If in the past the martial arts world was a place that absorbed energy from nature, like trees using roots to absorb nutrients to grow. In order to increase his abilities, Roman's two egos appeared. He realized that this world has something different, which is magic. Roman was meditating. Billowing magic was circulating around. If Edwin Hector had been a magician with stronger magic at that time, it would have been difficult for him to escape. He was pondering the pros and cons. His strength had still not recovered compared to before. When I was still a devil, if I made hasty decisions, I might fall into tragedy right away. Just like a spider has set a trap waiting for its prey, Roman thought. Edwin Hector, he had predicted that I wanted to assassinate him and had spread a cunning net to lure me in. He opened his eyes. Then Roman felt a bit upset. It was an unexpected start. His attack has strong magical power. I need to think about future countermeasures. Roman pondered with sharp eyes if he still attacked recklessly. Lightning shot out from Roman's palm, like a whip straight towards Edwin. The light flashed past. The two swords collided, creating a huge impact. Roman realizes the sword has transformed into Butler. I'm surprised, Butler. Thinking about the battle, he exclaimed that he could not win against the combination of two magicians and a 5-star swordsman. I was pushed back by strength. But I still look forward to a battle that makes me try my best and put myself at risk to get the most dramatic victory. Roman tensed. It was a whole new challenge. He continues to rush into battle with the most difficult opponents, which is just like him. In his imagination, he saw his head cut off. I am someone who cannot live a comfortable and satisfied life with what I have. Roman swung his sword frantically, each strike containing enormous power. The sword stabbed and fresh blood flowed out from below the abdomen. The opponent in front of Roman's eyes collapsed. He was cold. He was ready. Elsewhere, Henry was speaking loudly. Chris, didn't Mr. Roman tell you when he was going out? You're in a hurry. I don't know what he's doing in there, but the royal family urgently wants to contact him. Let me go in and see him. Chris coldly replied. From now until he goes out on his own, no one can see him. Hearing that, Henry was a bit worried. What was he doing in there? What happened in the end? He suddenly saw someone's figure slowly approaching. Roman gradually appeared. Henry was a bit impatient. Why did he look so miserable? In the fighting tent, Chris reported that, as he had expected, Lines 3 and 4 had been defeated in just a few days. Line 2 had also just fallen. He continued to explain to Roman yesterday, after capturing all the private troops in those lines. Hector's army had gathered in the rear, behind those lines. As I see it. Chris looked at their determination. That rear was where they would defend to the end. Henry quickly interrupted. Now the Cairo royal family is all in chaos. They are looking forward to being able to contact him again. Your army has accomplished such a great feat, or from now on will your main force handle everything on its own? Roman's voice was cold, connecting me with the royal family. The crystal screen appeared. I was Roman Dimitri in the southern line. Daniel scolded. I heard that all 4 defense lines in the south have been destroyed by Hector's army. Meanwhile, what were you doing at that time? Roman immediately explained that this whole week he has been preparing to think about his own strategy. Daniel asked about Roman's own coping strategies. He immediately warned, I don't want to blame you for the failure of the 4 southern defense lines, but within a week it all fell into the hands of the enemy. Daniel asked him in a cold voice, Didn't you help them at all? Roman explained that, to be honest, it was only by luck that I escaped a life-or-death battle with Hector. He continued to explain that the royal army was too subjective and disdainful of the enemy. We cannot help them in that situation either. Roman's attitude is extremely serious. Hector alone risked his entire nation's life and everything in this battle. I also faced Butler, the second strongest swordsman of the Hector kingdom, in the last battle. Roman warned, and can also tell you that Commander-in-Chief Edwin Hector is a very powerful magician. Daniel was surprised. Are you saying that both Butler, the 5-star swordsman, and Edwin Hector are a magician? Roman expressed that surely everyone knows that on the battlefield, a magician is a person with outstanding strength and can turn the situation around. In my opinion, we should only confront their army when Cairo's main force is sent to the southern line. Marquette stood next to here and silently agreed. Roman was right. With the defending army in the south now, it seems difficult to resist Hector's army. Earl Denver was afraid, not thinking that Butler would also come to this battle. Count Gregory also pondered. It seemed like the Hector kingdom had bet everything on this war. Marquette spoke first. Your Majesty, I think that's enough. We don't need to interrogate our hero any further. Count Gregory shared the same opinion. Daniel has a bit of a headache because the situation seems quite troublesome for him, Roman. I have already dispatched the main military force to the south. He ordered. Hector's side seemed to retreat slightly behind the line, set up a base and defend there. I want you to join our main attack force and assist them in attacking Hector's army. Roman heard this and didn't feel much sympathy. Hector's side won't give up. If so, their efforts to negotiate favorably with the Cairo royal family will fail. He gave his opinion, the best decision their side could make. What is the worst situation that our army can suffer right now? Sorry, but the current times are very unfavorable for us. Daniel frowned. What do you mean? The answer was quickly given by him. We have at most 3 days after Cairo's main force reaches the southern line. Until then, if we cannot attack and defeat Hector's army's rear base, then they will definitely bring more allies, such as the Kronos Empire, to join this war. Daniel was scared. How should we deal with such a situation? Roman smiled confidently. There is only one way for us to get out of this situation, is a direct attack on their army. We must defeat Hector's army in those 3 days. On the other side, there are also 2 sides communicating with each other, said a voice. Beyond Cairo's southern gate? Hadid smiled cunningly. That's an attractive offer. He hesitated, but now it was difficult to accept Hector's proposal. Hadid put her chin in her hand, her voice questioning. It would be good to keep the southern border. But if so, wouldn't we have to suffer Cairo's wrath? Edwin was annoyed to hear him raise his voice at him. If we can maintain our rear within the next month, then I will accept Hector's offer. Edwin thought hatefully. He didn't expect that in this situation he could still take advantage. Hadid asked Edwin again about his decision. He gritted his teeth with an involuntary thought.
Even though we know it's very troublesome, we have no other choice. The agreement has been given, I accept. After contacting Hadid, Edwin turned and ordered, Jackson, quickly contact the Hector family. He advised us to preserve our forces and supplies. Jackson replied clearly. 2 magical portals appeared. They shot out many strange energy rays. Edwin silently calculated that Hector's loop gate had a connection duration of at least 3 days. He thought, if we can hold out, we will definitely survive. I will definitely bring hope back to Hector. Viscount Fadius and his subordinates stood looking at the city gate. He was angry. How dare you put the flag on Cairo's territory? He had a straight face, hated the enemy, the bloodthirsty army. At the temporary tent, the Viscount frowned. Viscount Brahim was equally tense. In the tent, all 3 people were silent and did not speak. Viscount Fadius was not satisfied, not expecting key figures in the government, participating in this fruitless war. Is it really so necessary to please Roman Dmitri? He walked in. Roman Dmitri was here. Viscount Fadius greeted, Please come in. It is a pleasure to meet the hero of Cairo. Roman's face was cold. Compliments were in his ears. He looks even more elegant and noble than rumored. The Viscount recalls that the Marquis once advised, what happens to the southern border is none of our business. First, we have to engage Roman Dmitri. He continued, if our side loses to Hector, all responsibility will fall on the royal family. If we let other nobles entice Roman, then the balance of power will collapse. Viscount Fadius learned your identity. Roman Dmitri, the eldest son of the Dmitri clan who has great influence in the northeast. In addition to the fact that the family is only a descendant of commoners, he is also only in his 20s. He thought to himself, if I can recruit him, I will definitely be promoted by the Marquis. He said to Roman, please sit down. Roman politely said, thank you. Viscount Fadius introduced, I am Fadius, a subordinate of the Marquis. It is said that the Marquis personally contacted Lord Roman at the southern camp. He tried to be friendly. He really cares about you, and told me to tell him how sorry he was that things had turned out like this. Roman calmly said, it's okay. No one expected this. Viscount Fadius asked, do you have time now? I have specially prepared a gift. Viscount Theo looked disgusted. He interrupted. Count Gregory is also anxious to meet Lord Roman. The Earl said he now has a lot of useful information. Viscount Brahim also contributed. Earl Denver also brought reinforcements from his family, hoping they would help him. Viscount Theo entered. So what? My family? Roman looked annoyed. What the hell are you guys doing? Viscount Theo was a bit scared. Roman warned, I know full well what you came here to find me for. But in a situation where the enemy's flag flying arrogantly over the territory like this, I don't think this is the right time to discuss aftercare. Roman stated his intentions. After destroying Hector, I will challenge the top experts and become Cairo's #1 swordsman. He was extremely determined. Wait until then, I will prove myself, and then my blade would only serve one person. The whole room was surprised by his integrity. Roman sat down in his chair. Why don't we take care of the problem at hand first? Roman's suggestion resolved the tense situation, and the new strategy meeting officially begins. This is a war where each side has to bet on their castle. Everyone has their own suggestions, but no solution is offered. The lights in the room turned on. Someone spoke up. Hector is using the link in the archway. We have at least 3 days. They also need a little time to counterattack us. Viscount Fadius continued his presentation. But if so, Hector's army would only be about 10,000 people. Our forces are all here now. Wouldn't it be more likely to win if we fought them head-on? Roman commented, if you have support, plus the advantage of numbers, we will definitely have the upper hand. But once Edwin Hector's side has magicians, it cannot be said that we are completely overwhelmed. Roman burst into spirit. But it's not impossible. On the city wall, the guards panicked. The enemy is here! Take position! Right below, the army of the Kingdom of Cairo lined up in large numbers. Viscount Fadius looked solemn. One person took the lead. Roman strongly warned, Hector soldiers, listen carefully. I am Roman Dmitri. He raised his sword. The representative knight of the kingdom of Cairo, I propose to fight your butler one-on-one. Edwin stood on the city wall. He was stunned, not knowing what Roman was planning. He continued his challenge. I don't want anyone to have to sacrifice in vain. I'm sure you want that too. Roman set a condition. If you win against me, Cairo will accept all of Hector's conditions. On the contrary, if I win, all of you immediately get out of Cairo. Edwin worried. Dimitri's current ability can't beat Butler, yet he still wants to fight one-on-one. Could this be a trap? Roman raised his sword. Under the honor of a swordsman, if you don't accept my terms, even if I die, I will destroy this camp. I'll give you 10 minutes to think. Roman's voice still echoed. Hope you'll make a wise decision. Edwin began to feel worried. Whichever path you choose, there will be problems. Butler uncompromisingly charged forward. Edwin stopped him. I won't allow it. Butler tried to persuade him. Please trust me this time, Prince. I will cut off Roman Dimitri's head and find a way for Hector's kingdom to live. Edwin lost his temper and shouted, It's not that I don't trust you, but we just lost 700 men from his last attack. Edwin's voice gradually became more emotional. The smell of cremating the soldiers' bodies still seemed to linger in my nose. He warned, I trust you, but Dimitri is definitely planning something. Butler, on the other hand, remained extremely steadfast. I can definitely destroy all of his tricks. He reassured Edwin, I have been with you all your life. Could it be that the prince thinks that I will be so afraid because of a trap that I won't dare to face it? Edwin knew he couldn't convince him, so he could only say, Promise me one thing. I don't want to lose you, so when you feel anything unusual, run away immediately. Butler was slightly surprised by that concern and replied softly to reassure Edwin. After receiving the order, Butler carried his sword and walked out of the main hall with the affirmation, I will definitely return. He stepped out of the gate, probing Roman with words. Having lived to this age, I have met many crazy people, but it's the first time I've seen someone like you. Butler's will was burning. He unleashed his magical power. I don't know what you plan to do, but I will fight with all my might. Roman replied in a respectful tone, By the time I hit you on the mountain, I really want to fight until the end. There are no traps. I want to fight you with my own strength. Roman became aggressive. So you should fight with all your might. If you kill me, you will have whatever you want. Butler coldly scolded, You're crazy. As soon as the conversation ended, both of them grabbed swords and rushed at each other. 5-star level. When one reaches this realm, they will be considered an extremely powerful individual within the domain, and that person will be able to turn the whole situation in battle. The general released his explosive light energy. Because now the fate of Hector's kingdom hangs in the balance, he originally had no intention of prolonging this battle. He delivered a powerful and decisive finishing blow. I will end this immediately. Roman was also not afraid. He blocked the attack with all his strength. A loud explosion echoed in the sky. The battle was fierce. There is still no winner or loser between the two sides. Everyone was surprised and shocked. The dazzling light emitted from Butler's sword grew stronger and stronger. He exerted all his power in the decisive blow. Immediately, Roman quickly jumped up to avoid his attack. As soon as he landed, he was extremely surprised. He realized that Butler had quickly come up behind him, leaving him with no time to react. An attack fell on Roman, but he was able to react and immediately block the sword. The sword grazed sideways. The blow stabbed straight into the ground. The terrifying force split the ground into two. The roar of the explosion echoed throughout the space. The atmosphere was filled with terrible pressure. Viscount Fadius was horrified at the scenes happening before his eyes. He couldn't believe it happened like this. I agreed to let this battle happen even though I didn't want to, just because I wanted to sing Mr. Roman's favor. But if Roman loses now, all the effort I put into recruiting him will go down the drain. Viscount Theo was similar to Fadius. He was so surprised that he stammered, speechless, Will he lose like this? The match continues to take place. The winner has not been decided yet. the balance is even. But from the moment Butler unleashed the full potential of a 5-star level person, Roman seemed to be just trying to block his attacks. However, his eyes still showed no worry or fear. On the contrary, he was even more determined to win this match. A group of soldiers stood on the citadel observing the earth-shattering battle, cheering in unison for their general. "Please avenge our fallen comrades!" The battle was still extremely fierce, with fierce echoes when the two swords collided. The magical aura glowed brightly across the sky. Butler was gradually catching up with Roman's speed with each attack. Butler attacked while silently analyzing his opponent Roman. Roman not only blocked those attacks, but he also gradually read Butler's sword movements. He realized, is he really just testing me? Roman was elated when he realized the hidden power within his body. I finally see where my strength stands in this new world. Even though I could easily take down Home Rush, a level 4-star, in an instant, I can't win against a 5-star swordsman. I myself now have to fight the general to win. I cannot clearly understand my own strength. Suddenly, the light on Roman's sword glowed strongly. He unleashed the final attack, breaking his limits and reaching an even higher realm. Butler was extremely angry when he was made fun of by a brat like Roman. "You shouted loudly, you shameless brat!" Light energy explosion, the weakness of indiscriminate energy explosion, is extremely obvious. The Light Knights do not focus on controlling the flow of energy. Instead, they let them erupt like an explosion. This means that not every location on the sword is enhanced equally. If a sword carries 120% light energy, the blade will only be able to use 80% of that power. Roman immediately caught Butler's weakness. He quickly aimed the killing blow. I will read the flow of light energy and attack their weak points. Without missing a single move, he aimed right at the center of Butler's sword. Butler hastily blocked Roman's attack, but he revealed a serious weakness. Realizing that, Roman decided to take his only and last chance. The time has come. The third heavenly demon-style sword technique. He unleashed an extremely powerful move, like a blow, lighting up the sky, hitting his opponent straight. Butler couldn't react in time. Even a 5-star knight was pushed back. Everyone from both sides was in shock. Not only were they surprised, they were also shocked, unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. All were speechless. How is that possible? Isn't Roman Dmitri just a 3-star swordsman? How could he confront the general on equal terms? Butler, a 5-star knight, was using his sword to support his injured body after the attack just now. Edwin couldn't believe the truth. His mind was now a mess of confused thoughts. Did he really just want to have a match to test his own strength without using any tricks? If the general loses to Roman Dmitri, then that would be the worst scenario. Not only have we lost the core of our fighting force, but also had to retreat to the edge of the camp. Now I can only put my trust in the general. That's right, he's still not at his full strength. Butler gripped his sword tightly, thinking that Roman was truly crazy. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but his appearance remained proud and strong. I thought he would use some trick in this battle as an excuse, but he really wants to defeat me right here. The reason our perfect plan is starting to fall apart, it's because a crazy guy like him exists in the southern front line. If we let Roman Dmitri escape intact now, Hector's kingdom would sooner or later face a monster they couldn't handle on their own. That's why I have to personally kill this monster right here, right now. Butler shouted with all his might. I will fight you with everything I have. His eyes glowed. His hands grasped the sword tightly and launched a finishing blow. Up until now, only 2 people have been able to block this attack from the general. One of them became the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. The other has entered the continental rankings. His eyes were fierce and filled with confidence. Secret technique. Anduong Ha Cham, an attack that shakes heaven and earth. The sound echoed. A ball of fire appeared, its light dazzling the entire space. Facing Butler's terrible power, Roman was full of excitement and anticipation. If I block that secret technique with just my current skills, I will definitely die.
If so, I'll focus on strengthening my defense. Suddenly, a ball of darkness enveloped him. If this is the general's strongest weapon, then the strongest shield of the heavenly demon that I possessed in my previous life would be the Tianma Iron Shield sword technique. At that time, the battle became increasingly fierce. The light from Butler's fireball grew larger and larger, as if wanting to swallow Roman's ball of darkness. A horrifying explosion rang out, rocks flying in all directions. Edwin was stunned. Everyone was looking forward to the outcome of this war. The ground became chaotic. The sky seemed to be torn apart, a battle without victory or defeat. Now the end has come, with both giving their all to fight. Roman looking more excited than ever. Let's see, who's stronger, your spear or my shield? The battle ended. White smoke covered the air. Edwin walked closer to the center of the fierce battle just now. He couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. How is this possible? After the battle, a deep black hole was created by Butler's attack. The dark light still surrounded Roman, protecting him from that attack. Even a 5-star swordsman cannot block this attack. Roman smiled complacently, even though he had a few wounds on his body. But as for Butler, he was struggling to stand firm, constantly worrying. I used too much mana on this attack. But his determination and pride did not allow him to fall here. He continued to rush forward. Roman also had no intention of letting the battle end. He rushed to Butler's location. The two swords collided, creating dazzling light. One moment of carelessness because his mana had not yet recovered, Butler was thrown away by Roman. He immediately blocked Roman's dangerous attacks, thinking to himself, "How the hell could this happen? I, who have gone through hundreds of life-and-death battles, was pushed back by a 20-year-old boy." But he told himself he couldn't give up, even if he had to die. Suddenly, Roman held his face tightly in his hands. With a decisive action, he slammed Butler's head on the ground, making a loud bang sound. In his last moments, Butler kept saying to himself, "I must take the monster that threatens the prince with me." Suddenly, his head glowed. Roman was surprised, but immediately on guard. Loud bang with bright yellow light. A deep voice echoed, "Butler, I will always remember your strength and strong will." Roman raised his sword into the air, preparing a blow to finish Butler. Butler couldn't help but be frightened, and Roman gave him a sharp look. Edwin saw that the situation was out of control and shouted, "Stop!" He cast the rune of fire, shooting a powerful beam of fire towards the arena. Roman realized the danger and immediately jumped up to avoid the attack of the kingdom's Prince Hector. Edwin ordered, "Save General Butler! That inhuman demon, stay away from the general!" Hector broke the rules of the duel. They gave up their honor in front of the entire two armies, choosing to save Butler. Roman's eyes suddenly flashed with a calculating light. To do that, they had to open the city gate. I must not miss this opportunity. During the strategy meeting, someone said, "Even if a miracle could happen, what would we do then?" Roman analyzed, "After confronting Hector on the mountain, I watched from afar. Even though they had to fight all night, they still carried all the bodies of their comrades before going down the mountain." The remnants of the army gathered at the southern front line and were in an urgent situation and had to retreat. They still cremated the body and then left after commemorating it. Being able to take time for soldiers to mourn and commemorate their comrades like that, it can be said that Edwin Hector was truly a benevolent commander. I intend to exploit this weak side of him. Viscount Fadius was surprised, gradually understanding Roman's plan. "Don't tell me." Roman continued to analyze and concluded, "Butler can make his judgment wrong. He is exactly what I need right now. I will take full advantage of his mistake." He said with a face filled with victorious confidence, "If I defeat Butler, that will be enough to take the first step. I will not finish off Butler in this match. Instead, I will make him unable to fight anymore." He smiled full of arrogance and complacency. The moment Edwin Hector decided to save Butler, it was time for the second step. Returning to reality, the soldiers were ready to risk their lives to attack Roman. They were not afraid of death. What they want most now is time. They must buy time to save their admirable general. Roman glanced at the army with scary eyes. Edwin Hector. He slashed quickly and killed. You are certainly a good king, but you are really not suited for war. Soldiers advanced on Butler's position, screaming, "Pull Mr. Butler out! Save him for me!" The archers on the citadel were helpless. "We can't shoot if he keeps blending in with the soldiers, damn it!" Viscount Fadius couldn't believe everything happened exactly as Roman said, like a miracle. Roman Dmitri is the most outstanding talent Cairo has ever had, which is why Viscount Benedict wants to recruit him. I understand why I must have him at any cost. The moment I have Roman, I don't need the weak king of this kingdom. We can wipe out everything in the two neighboring empires like trash. Seeing that the immediate situation was as planned, he ordered the entire Cairo army, attack! Another loud explosion rang out. Edwin stood and looked down from the castle. He felt that his stupid decision had led to this situation. A series of thoughts appeared in my mind. Comradeship. Idiot. As a general, I should have remained calm until the end. But I lost my judgment the moment Butler collapsed. He kept blaming himself. But no, it's not over yet. He determined to demonstrate his strength. We will save Butler and close the city gate. There is still a chance of victory. A magic circle appeared. Edwin put all his strength into launching the attack, violent fire. There was a huge explosion, sparks flying down towards Cairo's soldiers. Hector's magic team immediately cast magic, Fireball. Fireballs continuously pounded the ground, creating a cloud of smoke and dust. Barthius ordered the entire army, spread out and accelerate the advance. If we miss the opportunity when the city gates open, our soldiers will suffer many more casualties. One of Hector's knights, Cullen, was extremely restless and watched the battle helplessly. He thought, "We need to close the city gate quickly. Faster, faster." Suddenly, a voice echoed from below. "Mr. Butler is here. Close the gate quickly." When Roman heard that, he quickly turned around. "Now!" Without making a single unnecessary move, he rushed straight into the citadel like the wind, under the desperate screams of the soldiers. Cullen screamed in panic, "Stop him!" Roman's excited eyes seemed to laugh at his prey's efforts. All the soldiers at the gate shouted in unison, "It's Roman Dmitri! Activate defensive magic as soon as the gate is closed!" His eyes carried a purple light, and he rushed forward like a whirlwind, immediately using his power to summon lightning and strike straight at the city gate. From far away, behind a curtain of dust and smoke, a dark shadow approached. Roman shouted, "The city gate has been breached! All Cairo soldiers advance!" Viscount Fadius shouted orders, "All of you deal with the remaining remnants of Hector's army!" The army roared with enthusiasm. Hector's side anxiously defended, red blood soaked the ground. Standing in front of the city gate, Roman thought to himself, "The city gate has been opened." Putting on a cold face, he whispered, "Now we only have one goal left." He entered the ruined city gate, looked at the person standing in front of him and thought, "Edwin Hector, now you are the only one left." Edwin was not convinced. Where did I go wrong? He thought endlessly, all I've done is attack and occupy the enemy's rear base. I was confident that my decision was not wrong. My plan was clear. Thinking of this, he turned an angry look at Roman, until Roman Dmitri appeared. Edwin Hector was extremely angry and hateful. Yes, it's all because of him. Looking to the left at this moment, Chris was killing crazily. The plan to capture the 5th defense line is Roman Dmitri's. At the same time, looking to the right, Kevin was also destroying the enemy. Because of guerrilla actions in the mountains, we lost 1,000 of our army's elite soldiers. Remembering the deaths of the soldiers, he wondered, if God is here, I really want to ask, why was I born, a shining star carrying Hector's hope? Then why did you send Roman Dmitri to Cairo Kingdom? Returning to the present, Roman spoke first.
we finally meet again." Edwin replied, "Yes, we finally meet again." His eyes glowed crazily red. "If I die here today, I will definitely follow you into the next life." Here he shouted, "Roman Dmitri," and made a move to create a magic ball. Magic unlocked. The first move, Wind Dow. Wind rose from Edwin's palm. It rushed out, crushing the ground in front of it, heading straight for Roman. He slashed once, cutting off the incoming magic. Roman's face was serious. Hector's soldiers ran over. "We must protect the prince. We must stop Roman Dmitri." They jumped up, each holding a sword and slashing at Roman, shouting, "Die!" The corner of his eyes curled up in contempt. "Trash grass!" Roman's sword slashed straight, cutting into 3 people without knowing their strength. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning rushed in front of him. Behind him, tree branches curled together from the ground, rising up to engulf Roman. Edwin shouted, "Kill him!" Immediately after, he cast another magic, "Fire, fire!" The blazing fire surrounded the tree without leaving a single spot. The tip of the sword pierced the tree trunk and the burning fire. Roman cut the flaming tree stump in half. Not giving up so easily, Edwin turned to creating lightning magic in his hand, thinking somewhat cruelly, "I know you are not someone who can be defeated so easily. So how about this? Please try it!" He shouted loudly, threw his sword, and at the same time struck Roman with thick lightning. He smiled hopefully. "Have I defeated him?" The cold voice echoed like a demon. "Edwin Hector!" Fear appeared clearly on Edwin's face, while Roman coldly said, "I admit you are quite strong. But now it's time to end." Immediately the blade rushed towards Edwin's neck. Drops of blood splashed on his face. It was Kalen who blocked the sword for him. He choked out, "Prince!" Using all his remaining strength, he whispered the last 2 words of his life. "Run." Edwin shouted loudly, anguished, "Kalun!" The body of the loyal soldier who died for him fell to the ground. He bowed his head and screamed, "Are not!" Roman assessed while holding the blood-stained sword, slowly approaching. "It's pathetic." Then the tip of the sword was raised to Edwin's neck. "But I will soon let you follow him." Another group of people came running, the leader holding a sword and shouting, "Roman Dmitri!" The sword slashed towards the head, but was quickly blocked by Roman's sword power. Next, he slashed them one by one. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Jackson carried Edwin Hector on his shoulders and ran away. He begged, "Please calm down, Prince. Do you really want to die here?" Jackson said with worry, "Even if you're labeled a loser or a coward, don't let the sacrifices of those who died for you become meaningless." He ran and prayed, "You must survive." Then ordered Hector's army, "We must abandon the castle. Everyone retreat." On Roman's side, the remnants of Hector's army agreed. "Stop him! We have to buy time!" The remnants of the army screamed, "Prince, you must live! Prince, you must survive!" However, the soldiers were soon blinded by the magical power that Roman was radiating. Edwin was being carried, and when he looked this way, his eyes squinted. Roman's decisive sword strikes quickly dispatched the crowd. Edwin saw this scene and thought in fear, "He is a devil." A Hector soldier begged, "You have won this battle, please stop. I beg you, can you retreat?" He coldly replied, "Haven't I warned you before? The moment we meet again, I will kill you." Roman calmly said, "This is the battle you started first." With a look of disdain, he sarcastically said, "So stop whining and crying as if you were victims." As soon as he finished speaking, he cut off his head. A commander announced happily, "All of Hector's soldiers have retreated. This is Cairo's victory." Then the nobles led the soldiers. One of them wondered, "Where is Roman Dmitri?" Seeing the scene before them, both Viscount Fadius and the Count Theo was stunned. That was the scene where he sat on a pile of corpses. This existence reversed a lost war, a feat that had never been achieved, Roman Dmitri's reputation. After this war, it soared into the sky. Wearing bloody clothes and face, Roman smiled. Finally, everyone has arrived. Before Cairo's great victory, this was before news of the victory reached the capital city of Cairo. In town, people whispered about each other. Do you guys know? Know what? Then the Hector kingdom crossed its borders and attacked our southern border. In the bar, 3 or 4 young men gathered to chat. According to the accounts of the merchants in the south, the situation is very bad. The long-haired young man was worried. It's very worrying. I'm afraid that maybe they will force men to join the army to fight in the war. The person opposite held a beer cup in hand and protested, No way. Even if the Empire attacks, nothing will happen to us. Why are they now forcing people to become soldiers just because Hector's side is attacking? The people nearby were worried about something else. They won't raise taxes to fight, will they? I sincerely hope not. Just like that, in the restaurant there were whispers of all sorts of small and loud things and reproaches. Why does this district never have a peaceful day? Being born in this small country, I am truly unfortunate. What is the government doing? Really? At this time, at Cairo Royal Academy in Class D, the teacher's voice rang out, Next will be William Castro and Lorraine Dimitri. William Class D, muscular body, arrogant face, not very sympathetic. In contrast to him is Lorraine Dimitri, always shy, withdrawn, lacking confidence. The teacher shouted loudly, Begin! Immediately after the command, he jumped up. William slashed the wooden sword hard at Lorraine, causing him to tense his legs. He continuously attacked to back Lorraine towards the railing behind him. He looked at him with fear and confusion in his eyes. At the very end, Lorraine screamed loudly, closed his eyes tightly, mustered all his courage, put all his strength into the sword, and rushed forward. William sneered, just dodging lightly to avoid it. Lorraine followed his inertia and rushed forward. He laughed mockingly. Idiot! Then, while he was lying on the ground, William stabbed him in the back with a strong sword. Lorraine trembled and struggled to stand up on his hands and knees. The whole room echoed with praise. William is the strongest. Instructor Arthur stood with his arms crossed and criticized, Lorraine Dimitri, you are the one who wants to join the Cairo Royal Academy to learn swordsmanship. Yet not only can you not look directly at the enemy's sword, you also close your eyes. He frowned, dejected. What a pathetic thing. Lorraine sat on the ground, his face pale with fear as the teacher reminded him, If you continue to perform like that during the exam, prepare to be pushed down to Class E. He clenched his hands into fists, thinking to himself, Class E? I'll definitely be laughed at. That class is for 15-year-olds, and I'm 18. Lorraine sat alone on a wooden bench outside the campus, bowing his head sadly. At the same time, William and the others passed by and jokingly said, Here is our lovely Lorraine. He put his hands on his hips and said in a low voice, It's so interesting that even Mr. Rodwell of Class S would have been amazed. William looked at him and smiled. When I was young, I thought how wonderful the Dimitri family was, but look. Obviously, we didn't understand back then. He mentioned Rodwell in a different tone. Some people are just born that way. The fact that Mr. Rodwell was born into such an ordinary family was a miracle. William scolded the wolf, and how can a miracle happen a second time in the same family? Lorraine lowered his head, gloomy every time. That name, Rodwell, wrapped around me like a ghost. The 2 guys accompanying William also laughed and added a few words. I don't know what that is. It's really sad. That's right. I wonder if Roman Dimitri really defeated Homaroth, William affirmed. I can assure you of this. It is definitely a rumor spread by the Dimitri family, because they also have to do something to help the eldest son become famous for being stupid. He turned to Lorraine again and smiled. Looking at Lorraine, it's all clear, isn't it? The 3rd trash son of the Dimitri family.
Lauren quickly left the group of people. Each step was heavy. His mind could not help but think, I wonder if those rumors about Roman are true. Lauren walked thoughtfully alone on the thin road. Even in my memory, he has never been a bad person. But like William said, 483, I also don't believe he is strong enough to defeat Homaroth. Anyone who heard it understood that it was a blatant lie. He sighed deeply as he walked, then suddenly raised his head, seemingly discovering something ahead. In front of the city gate, people gathered in large numbers, chatting loudly as if waiting for something. Loren was curious. What's going on over there? The two people argued heatedly. Is it true? The other person raised his neck. I told you it's true! An uncle stood next to him. He interrupted. My relatives in the south said the same thing. The furthest layer of the southern border was completely occupied by Hector, but was suddenly taken back thanks to an unexpected surprise attack. But do you know what's even more unbelievable? He added that in this process, Roman Dmitri played an extremely unbelievable role. Someone asked, curiously, is that the youngest person to ever defeat Homaroth? The other uncle agreed, it was him. There was even a rumor that he defeated Hector with only 200 troops. That person quickly added in a slightly disdainful tone, but not only that, they even said he defeated Butler, a 5-star swordsman, with just one move. It sounds so stupid that I can't believe a single sentence. Lauren stood behind and heard everything and wondered, were they really talking about the Roman brother he knew? He naturally thought, defeating the Hector faction with only 200 soldiers and having defeated Hector's light sword master, those people are lying too much. A guard went ahead to open the way, shouted loudly, got out of the way, hero of the South. After the chant, the people simultaneously moved aside to make way for the army to pass. Roman, wearing a red cloak, rode his horse leisurely toward the palace. Wherever Roman passed, people looked up and admired him. Loren, standing far away, was able to see his brother passing by on horseback. His cold eyes looked at the people around him who were noisily coming with curiosity. Entering the palace, Daniel sat on the throne and looked at him with a satisfied smile. Roman Dmitri finally meets face to face. He respectfully knelt down on one knee and bowed. I would like to pay my respects to your majesty. In the room besides him, there were also 3 earls representing the families. King Daniel spoke. I want to represent this whole nation. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. You have truly shown the world what Cairo's indomitableness looks like. He beckoned, whatever you want. As long as it is within my ability, I will give it to you. Roman looked up and silently looked at him, talking endlessly. Actually, Cairo's strongest swordsman, captain of the musketeers, Viscount Nicholas, was looking for a successor. Daniel used all the poor benefits to lure you. If you agree, I will make you deputy captain and allow you to freely enter and exit the royal family's territory, and I will also release you from the remaining time of duty at the border. How do you feel? Roman mused. The king had revealed his plot. He had long guessed his intentions, secretly thinking, because the first emperor died too early, the current king ascended the throne at a very young age, the puppet king of Cairo, Daniel Cairo. He clenched his fists anxiously, waiting for his answer. If I can bring him to my side, then even the nobles won't be able to threaten me anymore. Daniel silently calculated, even though people always called him a weak king. But I can't be like that forever. At that moment, Marquis Benedict spoke up, interrupting his thoughts. Your Majesty, no one in this world challenges others by giving them more work. He intentionally exposed. To do that to a talented young man with such a bright future, it's obvious that you are forcing him to sacrifice himself. Please withdraw your proposal. The other 2 earls also nodded in agreement. He's right, Daniel raised his voice. I can agree to let him enter the royal family's territory, but we can't just make him captain. Benedict raised his eyebrows and looked at Daniel defiantly. Marquis, Benedict has already said the reward I want to give from this moment. He extended his hand towards Roman and said, deciding whether to accept that reward or not is Roman Dimitri's decision. The 3 noble factions suddenly fell silent, fearful of his decision. Roman thought to himself, it seems he still has royal blood flowing in him. However, there is no reason for me to help the Cairo royal family. He tactfully replied, This position of musketeer is actually an honorable position. However, before deciding on your future, there is something I want to say. Daniel looked at him worriedly, not knowing what it was. Roman firmly expressed, after the war ended, I realized that I was really just a frog at the bottom of a well, leaving this country. Going into the vast world, God is no one. He suddenly became serious and suggested, that's why I still need more time to prepare before entering that vast world. And when preparation is complete, I would like to ask permission to participate in the Cairo Kingdom's public ranking competition. I want to challenge everyone from level 99 to level 1. To truly test your limits, Daniel asked in surprise, is the ranking battle open? Roman nodded. Open ranked battle means it can include an unlimited number of challenges. Each individual will be able to fight until they are defeated, or until their opponents fall. If the challenger wins, they can take the place of the person they defeated. King Daniel doubted that if anything happened, there might even be people who died in the ranking battle. That's not something we can easily discuss here right now. Roman's face did not change. He calmly replied, I understand. He began to worry. In a situation where he could choose to pursue endless wealth or fame, he chose to abandon them and accept a new challenge, truly extremely confident. The people outside happily praised him. What a hero of Cairo. The right decision. Ranking battle? I've been looking forward to it. He was the one who defeated the leader of Hector's army. Who could stop him? Marquis Benedict thought to himself. He had refused the king's invitation to become a royal knight. Because he wants to prove his worth, there's no need to stop him. This idea isn't bad. Count Denver and Gregory neither responded nor objected, waiting for the upcoming results. Roman is still in his 20s. With the ranking battle, we will be able to see his true strength. Roman confidently affirms, My lord, soon I will prove myself in front of everyone. He hasn't said his decision yet, but uses actions instead of words. Once that happens, we will decide in what direction we take action. Roman chuckled. When the ranking battle is over, I won't become anyone's sword. Instead, I will become a rookie in this game. In another room, wine was just poured into a glass, giving off a beautiful plum-red color. Marquis Benedict picked up his glass of wine and commented, Life is truly full of surprises. He said slowly, I sent you to the southern front line for your own benefit. But yet Hector declared war at that very moment. Roman sat opposite, listening quietly to him, and yet you became the hero who stopped Hector. He said slowly, I had a good time. Benedict was surprised. Were those happy times? Roman was excited, of course. Through the battle with Hector, I realized that the world out there is much larger, and so I will join the open ranked battle. He shook the wine glass in his hand, thinking, to test how strong I was in the Cairo Kingdom. Once there is no one stronger than me in this place, I intend to travel the world and become the strongest person. He looked at you calmly, the strongest in the world. There was a time when I also dreamed about that. Benedict closes his eyes and reminisces about his youth, but when we realize how big the world is, then we have chosen to be satisfied with our current life. He cleared his throat. I have a daughter. Because her mother passed away very young, so we put more effort into raising it. He suggested, I will give it to you. Roman was a bit startled. Benedict continued, I heard Fabius say that you are not naive either. And even today, when I saw you offer to join the open-ranked battle, he paused for a moment and then said, You reminded me of the monsters of this world, people we met when we were young. About the people he met before are unforgettable memories. Benedict regrets. Even though I don't have the amazing natural talent like them, I can still confirm it. He looked at Roman with bright eyes, saying that you, Roman Dmitri, is someone who can become strong enough to compete with them. He continued, I already know about your cancellation of the engagement. I have no intention of forcing her to get married, but I will arrange for you and her to meet. Benedict expressed, What I'm trying to say is that if after you meet her, you both have a good impression of each other, then I will accept you. He gently explained, I won't force you to meet her right away, but I hope you can remember this truth, that both in the past and in the present, I am always a strong rearguard watching over you. Roman still hasn't spoken, waiting to hear him finish. Whenever you choose to say that you want to accompany me, then you will be able to receive anything you desire within this kingdom. Roman Dmitri. Existence has disrupted the balance of power. Whoever holds him will be the one who holds the power to rule the kingdom of Cairo. The four powers that rule Cairo, they all have the desire to own Roman. After that, Earl Gregory and Earl Denver also made unexpected proposals. However, Roman Dmitri, also the angel Park Jong-hyun, is someone who refuses to kneel to anyone. At Dmitri's castle late at night, a loud voice rang out, "Young master!" Mr. Hans shook Roman's body so hard that he wanted his head to fall to the ground, continuously asking, "Are you okay? Are you not injured anywhere?" He ran from the capital because he was worried about Roman. Hans clutched his shirt tightly, crying. "After hearing the news that you were on the southern front line, my heart stopped beating." "I'm really happy that you're safe," Roman replied calmly. "I'm fine." But Mr. Hans is still sobbing and crying. "Are you sure?" A few days later, in Roman's office, a cup of hot tea was placed on his desk. Although Hans cautiously held the teapot, he said, "Young master, maybe I'm a bit too involved." He asked, "But have you ever met young Master Loren?" A few days after moving in, at the Dmitri family's capital mansion, Hans asked in surprise, "Young Master Loren, as soon as you saw him, your face was as bright as a flower to greet him." The two of them just met again after a long time and chatted endlessly. He thought to himself, I, the person who raised both young masters since childhood, could find out at one look. Young Master Loren was in trouble, so I waited for him to speak up. He kept scratching his head hesitantly. Mr. Hans smiled gently. "Please just speak naturally." Loren was a little worried and asked him, "What's wrong with Roman?" "Not long ago, I met him returning to the capital with a group of people surrounding him to protect him. He recounted that people said that Roman defeated a general of Hector's army. Hans explains, when he is not here, a lot has happened in the Dmitri family. Lauren's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Mr. Hans say, "Have you also heard the rumors about what happened?" "It's all true." He narrated everything to him with pride. The engagement with the Loren family was annulled. The battle with the Barco family defeated Homaroth, and recently he has played a huge role in the victory on the southern front line. Loren suddenly became more scared, thinking, "Isn't it a rumor but completely true?" Mr. Hans remembered the happy smiles of Dmitri and his wife. There seemed to be a change in young Master Roman's behavior, which he was also very happy about recently. Hans was happy, but instead of discussing him like this, "Why don't you go see him yourself? I heard he'll be here tomorrow night." Loren quickly waved his hand. "No need, it's okay, thank you, Hans." Hans stood silently, watching his sad back fade away. The three Dmitri brothers were born with completely different personalities, and among them, young Master Loren has the most fragile and sensitive heart. He stood in front of Roman and said honestly, "I think young Master Loren is being bullied at the academy." Looking at him slowly enjoying a cup of hot tea, he boldly suggested, "It seems like he wants to ask for your help, but I don't have the right to ask him about it." Roman thought to himself, Loren Dmitri is the youngest. Roman gently placed the cup of tea on the table. "I don't need to worry about him just because he is my younger brother." He immediately raised his head and agreed with Hans, "Okay, we will meet him, but only once." Receiving the answer, he smiled widely and thanked you, Master Roman. Suddenly, Roman seemed to have discovered something. The small room was warm not only because of the sunlight shining in from outside, but also because of the gentle warmth of Hans warming it. Roman thought he could agree just because that's what Hans suggested. On the road, there was the sound of someone's hurried footsteps. He thought as he walked, the recruitment of Roman Dmitri has been postponed indefinitely. However, as Viscount Fadius was in a hurry, there was still a way to win the Baron's affection. He smiled evilly. "I'm sure he will be happy." Viscount Fadius silently calculated that, although everyone usually only paid attention to Roman, the truth is that the subordinates who follow him are also outstanding talents if they can be had. Marquis Benedict will certainly be very happy, Viscount Fadius smiled slyly. He targeted Chris first, specifically that guy named Chris. He was a talent that any noble in the royal capital would welcome with open arms. If I hadn't personally been to the southern border, I probably wouldn't have known about this. Those people are truly worth recruiting. The more Phaedius thought, the more greedy he became. If only he could get all of Chris with all of Roman's other subordinates on his side, I'll probably soon gain the Marquise's trust. In Dimitri's training ground, the sound of swords rushing through the air echoed regularly. Chris thought to himself, when he first met him, he was clearly still within my reach. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks, so I thought that one day I would surpass Mr. Roman. Chris recalls Roman's battle, but now he's really on a completely different level than me. He really makes me dizzy, especially in that match. How the hell was that possible? The training ground is currently quiet with no one around, only the sound of Chris's sigh. He clenched his fists and felt the energy in his body again. Even so when following him and looking at him from behind. In just 6 months, I have achieved incredible growth, to the point where I didn't believe I could do it myself. Chris mused. I can't stop either. I'm still very serious about my goal of one day surpassing Mr. Roman. Suddenly, Phaedius's voice interrupted his thoughts. Uncle Chris, are you here? So let's talk straight to the main topic. He said, I want to recruit you. If you come to our side, Chris quickly cut his throat. I refused. Phaedius immediately got mad, shouting loudly, this opportunity is something that can completely change your life. How could he refuse when he hadn't even heard the whole proposal? What was the problem? You tried so eloquently to persuade? Money? We can give you so much money that you will never spend it all in your life. The position we will give you will be a very honorable one, serving Marquis Benedict, who holds real power in the central state. Chris looked at him with concern and enthusiastically said, no matter what it is in this Cairo kingdom, there's nothing we can't give you. Phaedius tried to use another method of persuasion if he was worried that this action would look as if he was betraying Lord Roman. There's no need to worry. He will eventually join the Marquis' side, so it won't matter if you go first. Chris retorted, are you sure you heard my master tell you that he will become Marquis Benedict's subordinate? He growled. Isn't that natural? How can anyone in the Cairo kingdom refuse someone as powerful as him? He frowned uncomfortably and thought to himself, he still doesn't have any understanding of Mr. Roman's personality. Chris thought to himself, from what he had seen so far, he is a mighty man, is someone who will never bow to anyone. He firmly assured Phaedius, no matter what suggestions he makes, I have no intention of leaving my master's side. Remembering Roman's steadfast figure, Chris firmly said, no one can replace him. Phaedius had no choice but to bow, I understood. He seemed to read his thoughts and reminded him, if you're also thinking about recruiting my other teammates, you should just give up. Chris sincerely advises that no one will choose to serve anyone other than their master. He turned around and walked away feeling uncomfortable. It was ridiculous. How could anyone else throw away this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Chris's words were not wrong. Kevin was very angry and told Phaedius, the master is my life. I would rather die than follow someone else. This surprised him, but he still persisted in finding Bucky. He was no exception, scratching his head and saying, so have you finally arranged the deal with my master? If not, I'll pretend this conversation never happened. He waved his hand to refuse. If I hadn't met my master, I'd still be just a nameless pawn. How dare I betray him? Phaedius is about to go crazy. Clearly I said that it was not betrayal. Suddenly it seemed that there was someone behind, but they only huddled in an effort not to make a sound. As soon as he turned around, he encountered a soldier trying to walk quietly behind him. As soon as he saw Phaedius turn around to look, he shouted loudly, clapped his hands as if he didn't want to hear what he had to say, and turned around and ran away quickly. He stood there with a lot of questions. Why were they so loyal to him? At this time, in the Cairo Royal Academy, the golden sunset glowed. Lauren was diligently practicing swordplay with the straw scarecrow. He slashed repeatedly at the lifeless scarecrow. Sweat flowed down his forehead. Loren remembered Hans's words about the change in young Master Roman's behavior. He is in a very good mood these days. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. What exactly happened to Roman?
Loren frantically stabbed his sword into the hardest wooden scarecrow, from the Dmitri idiot to the youngest cavalryman, finally the hero who defeated the foreign invaders of Cairo. He constantly blamed himself if Roman could change that much. He thought about the bully William again, angry. Why does he keep standing still, always so pathetic? Loren almost vomited on the wooden scarecrow, then, because he was so tired from fighting, he lay down on the grass, panting. He closed his eyes, but still seemed to feel something approaching. It turned out that Roman had been standing in front of him for some time. He raised his voice and asked, "What are you doing?" Loren was a bit surprised. "Mr. Roman," he said. He asked him, "Did you hear Hans say you were looking for me?" Loren now stood up in front of him. "Don't give orders. Say something now." He sheepishly scratched his head and faltered. "It's nothing." He looked at him with cold eyes and said, "Pathetic." Then he decisively turned and walked away. Seeing him really leave, he was startled, looked after him, and stammered. Loren then shouted loudly, "I said, I will say everything." Really, Roman feels like punching this guy so much. In the late afternoon light, Loren's voice softly rang out, "When I first heard those rumors about you, I didn't believe it at first." He sat on the chair and slowly said, "You in my memory are someone who never cares about knowledge, and can even ask others to go below on his behalf." Roman thought to himself, about a year ago, not too long ago. Loren clasped his hands and continued, "But compared to the last time we met, you have become a completely different person. People still call you Cairo's hero now. What exactly happened that made you change so much?" He cried angrily, "In the past, neither you nor I could meet the expectations of the people around us. I also want to be like you." Remembering the time when he was with his father, when his father cared for him, he wished. He also wanted to become a son who made his father proud. Loren cried as he said, "Not the boy who always pretends to be fine, still good." When I met him, I could only smile awkwardly. I really wanted to be able to show him my own achievements. Roman folded his arms and stood next to him, watching him cry, thinking to himself, the boy is still young. He is less than 18 years old, still not strong enough to accept this heavy reality. He bent down to look at the tip of his shoe, wondering, what should I do with it? To me, the people in this place have accepted a new Roman. They decided not to cling to the old Roman's image, but agreed to give Roman a second chance. He bowed his head thoughtfully. I should do the same, whether it was with Loren or with Rodwell. We shouldn't judge them based on old memories, but you should judge them based on what you have personally experienced. He approached and called, "Loren." He looked up and said, he also didn't want someone with the same last name as him to be looked down upon. Roman? Seriously. That will affect the honor of the Dmitri family, and you. Loren looked at his brother with teary eyes and replied, My answer is that I am qualified. Go prove yourself as the Academy's swordsmanship test. In my previous life, my brothers and I had to kill each other. But now that I'm Roman, everything has changed. I also want to give my younger brother a chance in this life. The clergy gathered everyone in the lobby to wait for the announcement. Now comes the swordsmanship test. First, each pair had their name called to compete. Loren silently determined, my brother said to get the answer, then I have to prove myself in this swordsmanship test. The teacher called out to him. Next, Loren Dmitri. Stepping forward, he shouted, Yes! And calling another person, William Castro, he said proudly, This is interesting. He smiled sinisterly. You keep wanting to confront me, don't you? This time I'll show you what I'm capable of. The teacher advised, This test is not about winning or losing. Just observe your progress, so don't push beyond the limit. One sound started to make the air tense. As soon as he finished speaking, William grabbed his sword and rushed towards Loren to attack first. He scorned, Loren, you weakling. You attack wildly and aggressively. It's over. William swung his sword triumphantly, the sword almost falling on Loren's head. He thought desperately, that was it. Loren suddenly remembered what Roman had said during the sword test. Those guys who look down on you, show them what you're capable of. He immediately, without hesitation, struck the sword from under William's chin upward. He gritted his teeth in pain and cursed, you damn son of a bitch. Loren was determined in his heart. He had to remember, then it was time to prove himself. He was determined that you could do the same as me. Then he counterattacked fiercely. William kept cursing, "Fuck you, bastard." He fiercely held his sword and stabbed straight at it. Loren promptly dodged it. He swung his sword hard at William, promising himself that he would definitely do it. After the battle, Loren woke up and the teacher immediately praised him. "I see you have improved." He slowly sat up. The teacher continued, "As soon as William continuously attacked for the second time, I hit him. If I hadn't done that attack directly, I wouldn't be able to sit up right now." "You did very well. I've been following you all along. You're not without talent. But because I always have a fear mentality, I keep cowering. I haven't realized and developed my full potential. That was the case last time, but today's test against William, I think he overcame that." Loren heard his teacher's praise and was stunned. "Teacher, are you telling the truth?" The teacher frankly said, "There is no need for me to lie to you. You should believe in yourself." He was now in tears, listening to the teacher's serious assessment. "I see that your abilities and William's are not much different, so don't be afraid anymore. If you have an unstable mentality, you won't be able to do anything." Loren lowered his head and stopped crying. "Thank you, teacher." On the other side, William couldn't stop being angry. Damn. The two men followed him and advised, "Calm down. That's right, calm down first." His face darkened. "That bastard Loren Dmitri, I forgave him a few times ago. Now he has risen up against me and dares to look at me with those eyes." William couldn't hold back his anger and shouted, "Can't leave it alone, you bastard Loren. I'll cut off your hand." The two juniors were stunned after hearing this. "Do we have to go to that extent? Don't you know who Loren Dmitri's brother is? He is Roman Dmitri, the hero of Cairo. If you do too much, it will lead to conflict between families." William glared indifferently. "So what about Cairo's hero? I'm the eldest son of the Castro family." "Well, then what is he going to do to me?" "My father is very close to Marquis Benedict. No matter what I do, no one here in Cairo dares to touch me." William then arrogantly said, "What if he is a hero? I will show him that he is also useless in front of real power." Then he ordered, "Hey, bring Loren here for me. If you dare to resist, I'll beat you to death." Roman suddenly appeared at the door and asked them, "What did you just say? Say it again." William was startled. "Roman Dmitri?" Roman spoke up and asked again, "Tell me again. What are you planning to do to my brother?" When they saw him, they trembled. William still tried to pretend he was fine. "If you want to listen, I'll just say it. Before real power, you..." Before he could finish his sentence, Roman rushed to strangle him. Roman lifted him up and asked, "Do you know what your mistake was?" His hand tightened, making it difficult for William to breathe, but he still did not forgive. "If this bothers Loren, don't say it." "But I have heard all your words. You dare to bully Loren Dmitri and look down on Roman Dmitri." He glared emotionlessly. "You guys dare to disrespect my family." Then Roman let go. "Take me to your house, quickly." William knelt down and gasped. Roman was now aflame with excitement. "Isn't that a bastard? I also want to know what real power is like." At this time, at the home of the aristocrat Count Castro, Viscount Fadius was surprised. "Has it all failed? The path to success is so open, but we still don't accept it. That's why we hate dealing with them." Count Castro happily replied, holding a cup of tea. "The lowly proles have a very limited vision. You need to be patient." He asked, "And is that Roman Dmitri that important?" Viscount Fadius replied, "Of course, Marquis Benedict put all his energy into recruiting him." He covered his mouth and whispered, "I'll tell you something. The Marquis wants Roman to become his son-in-law." After listening, Count Castro smiled sinisterly. "Is that so? I have to go meet him at some point. If I have the chance in the future, I'll go with him." Just as he finished speaking, there was a sound of rushing outside, making Count Castro wonder, "What is that?" William opened the door and said loudly, "Father." He was a little surprised. "William and Roman Dmitri?" Then William told everything and saw himself as the victim. Dad, do you know what Roman Dmitri did to me? A civilian who dared to threaten the eldest son of the Castro family? He was observant. So, William urged. Then, Father... Suddenly he shouted at him. Shut up. Then he grabbed his brother's collar and cursed, William, do you know who you touched? Roman is the hero who saved Cairo. Then he threw William to the ground. Do you dare to speak like that? Then he began to speak. William, do you know who the person you touched is? Count Castro bowed his head and apologized to Roman. Forgive me, my son has been rude to you. I will definitely punish and discipline the boy. Something like this will definitely not happen again. I hope you don't get angry. Then he smiled to please. Drink a cup of tea with me. But in his heart, Count Castro was happy. On the contrary, this is a good thing. I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to become friends with Roman so soon. I'm sure he won't refuse my sincerity. But Roman quelled his thoughts. What are you doing? Except for apologizing, everything is decided by me, not you. Roman loudly criticized, this incident was caused by your son, William. He harassed Loren, my younger brother. He broke his arm right in front of me. He coldly said, when I heard and saw how he treated my sister like that, I couldn't sit still. Count Castro had no intention of admitting his mistake. So what are you going to do? Or do you also want to break my son's arm like he did to Loren, your younger brother? He was expressing his intention to use benefits to cover up. Let's sit down and compromise for the future of our two families. Tell me what I can do to resolve this matter. But right after that, he was stunned by Roman's tough attitude. Simple. I want your son, William, to come in front of my younger brother, Loren, kneel down and apologize to him in front of everybody. He continued to give the condition. And then personally withdraw from the Cairo Royal Academy. I don't want to see this trash again in the academy with my younger brother. Roman threatened. And if you find my proposal unreasonable and do not want to follow it, then I will start a war between the two families. You can choose to go to war with the Dmitri family or do as requested. That's my request. There was no joking expression on his face. Every choice depends on you, Count Castro. Count Castro didn't seem to understand the seriousness of the problem. I see. It's just a nuisance from a few powerful kids. A low-class guy wants to cause trouble with me? Do you think you have achieved some feats for the royal family and received the Earl's attention and the King's love so you can get whatever you want? He shouted back aggressively, That's not the case. You can't lay a finger on the Castro family. Wake up, I will take this opportunity to show you the true power of a noble in this empire. Then he turned to Viscount Fadius and continued, Viscount, you have observed everything from the beginning. Please testify for me. To his provocation and contempt for the Castro family, Count Castro glared angrily. Roman Dmitri, he has gone beyond my tolerance limit. I must punish him appropriately. Viscount Fadius wanted to calm him down and spoke up. Wait a minute, Count Castro. From the beginning, I see it was William's fault with Loren, his younger brother. Count Castro was slightly surprised. What? Among Cairo's nobility, Viscount Fadius's nickname is Cairo the Raccoon. In the empire, there are many people with extraordinary abilities. Like Viscount Fadius, they are very cunning and can survive in harsh political battlefields. Viscount Fadius is cold, with sharp eyes that see through everything. Guessing the situation, he always built mutually beneficial relationships with important people in the empire. Viscount Fadius's family is not prominent in the kingdom. But to be able to have a solid foothold in the royal palace and among the nobles, he must be wise enough. Your friend has the upper hand. Count Castro comes from a prestigious family in the Cairo kingdom. The two of them have had a close relationship with each other since they were very young. But Viscount Fadius is currently in a tense situation. Now Count Castro's opponent is Roman Dmitri. The situation is too difficult to choose. Maybe I should side with Count Castro. He hesitated. The Marquis is a man willing to throw away and trample on everything, even if it is your closest friends, to be able to achieve your goal. If there were any exceptions, it would probably only be people related to him by blood. Roman, he is currently very likely to become her son-in-law. So maybe the answer now? Viscount Fadius clearly expressed his stance. Count Castro, your son did wrong from the beginning. That is too simple to see. There is also no need for him to be ashamed of his son's actions. It's okay to punish the boy a little to make him more obedient. Count Castro was stunned. He silently cursed, "Damn!" Viscount Fadius on this side exudes a cold yet sinister look. After a moment of thinking, Cairo the raccoon, Viscount Fadius had his answer. In the current situation in the Empire, siding with Roman Dimitri, a man whose fame was rising, was much more beneficial. He realized that if there was a war and he had to confront the Dimitri family, the result could only be death. In the end, Count Castro decided that he could not let his family fall into destruction because of self-love or a little pride. He bowed. "I understand. Thank you, Viscount Fadius. When I heard you analyze it like that, maybe I didn't think carefully. My son made a mistake and needs to be punished." He sincerely said to Roman, "I'm really sorry, Mr. Roman. It was my son's fault for bothering your younger brother. Because the situation happened so quickly, I behaved inappropriately. I sincerely apologize to you and hope you will forgive me." William, on the other side, saw that he had gone into the water. He immediately exclaimed in shock, "Father!" Roman's face was cold, but inside he couldn't help but feel pleasure. In the aristocratic world, they always thought they were the best, always above everyone. Now my status in the Empire is skyrocketing, accompanied by the jealousy of the damn nobles, Roman thought. Again, he considered that his family might have to suffer dangerous actions aimed at them. Therefore, from this incident, I must also do everything to punish them and set an example for others. He silently evaluated Count Castro. From here, we can see that this Count Castro is not that stupid. He also knows how to think and not act based on emotions. He still bowed his head and admitted his mistake. "Since you asked, I will do so." Count Castro accepts Roman's condition. William will have to kneel and apologize to his brother. He will also have to quit school and leave Cairo Royal Academy. Hearing that, William could only call out, "Father." Roman seemed satisfied with the apology. "Please forgive him for the sake of a father like me." He didn't want to continue making things difficult, so he said, "Okay, we'll end today's matter here." William felt both scared and uncomfortable, while Count Castro was still bowing his head and sending him off. "Thank you very much for your generosity." Looking at Roman's leaving back, William wondered, who did I touch? In another place, Loren heard an announcement. There's something big going on. He immediately asked in bewilderment, "What?" It turns out that there may have been a misunderstanding. This is definitely William's fault. His classmate ran over and announced, "Your brother, Roman, fought with William. William was beaten by your brother. Now he has gone to talk to his father, did you know?" Loren couldn't believe what he just heard. "What?" he continued to say. "Things happened after you left. Perhaps your brother is talking to Count Castro about that incident now." After hearing that, he immediately rushed away as quickly as possible. In his heart, he was extremely worried about Roman. "Brother, it's not good. Count Castro might harm you. This incident is too dangerous." Loren panicked. "If you, because of me, get hurt, I will never be able to forgive myself." He gritted his teeth to prevent himself from crying. The light crystal made a sound. "Loren, what's going on?" he cried. "Dad, Roman is in danger. He's here to help me." On the other side, Romeo Dimitri and Lehana were surprised to hear the news from him. Loren continued, "But it seems he has already been taken to Count Castro to be punished." Romeo Dimitri slammed his fist on the table. He was so angry, that bastard Castro. His whole body trembled because of the outburst of anger. Loren is a careful child. He always thinks before contacting his family. Every time there was contact, he didn't want to cause his family trouble because of his business, but this time he cried and talked, so something definitely went wrong there. Romeo asked Lehana's opinion. "How do you think we should do this?" She also knew that the Castro family was a large and powerful family among the princes of the empire, and they were also quite familiar with Count Benedict. She disagreed with a humble attitude. "How can you say that? Now our son, Roman, is in danger." Lehana tried to find another way. "Looking at things now, it's not good. Our relationship with the royal family is not bad either.
Furthermore, our Dmitri family is not weak enough to let people bully us. Romeo understood and hugged her. Thank you. He then immediately ordered, summon all the vassals of the family to come here immediately. No one is allowed to be absent. In the meeting room, Romeo sat in the homeowner's chair and said, Roman, the eldest son of the Dmitri family, is facing an extremely dangerous situation with the Castro family. Everyone's faces were not looking very good right now. He continued to explain. According to Loren's contact, it is possible that Roman will be escorted to the Castro family for trial. Now, our opponents are the Castro family, Romeo Dmitri said seriously. In this situation, we cannot stand by and watch. Therefore, I called everyone here because I need everyone's help and consent. He was a bit tense, already predicting their reaction. The situation was quite serious when confronting the Castro family, so everyone must have protested a lot. Jonathan was the first to vote. I agree, he argued. Having to confront one of the great families in the empire, like the Castro family, was extremely dangerous, but that was the eldest son Roman of the Dmitri family. He was determined. We cannot let him fall into a dangerous situation without doing anything. Hendrik also agreed, Sir, I will let all the family's smithies go immediately and operate at full capacity, synthesize, and tell us how much equipment this war needs. He slammed his hand on the table, resolutely protecting Roman. Master Roman is the future of our family. Whether it's the Castro family or anyone else, touching Master Roman is unacceptable. The result was extremely surprising. The miners in the iron mine, the blacksmiths in the smithy, all the people in the Dmitri family, not a single person objected to this decision. Romeo Dmitri felt complicated in his heart, all working together for Roman. The Dmitri family always wishes for peace, but from now on we will probably have to move our guarding attention gradually to the northeast. At the iron mine, a disgruntled voice rang out. Huh, really? Do they dare to touch our hero Dmitri? Jab Cobb shouted loudly. Gather all the miners here. Even though in this war we cannot fight directly, we can still help those on the front lines with what is needed for this war. Everyone's will was fiery. Those nobles dare to touch Master Roman. It is unforgivable. We will work together to exploit more iron ore. All the workers at the smithy are also working to the best of their ability. We'll have to work even harder and complete the job more quickly to be able to help Master Roman return to his family safely. Hendrik shouted loudly, He hit the hammer harder. Let's all work hard. Don't stop until the master returns. Roman, on this side, walked out of the Castro family, looking cheerful. Loren was extremely scared. He knew the entire family had tried their best to save one person after contacting Romeo Dmitri. Loren tried to reassure himself, I already told my father, he will definitely send someone. However, he was still worried. But between now and then, what should I do? He decided, no way. He had to find him first. A group of students were whispering in front. Loren was surprised. Why were they here? Suddenly, Loren saw something. He saw Roman, his face cold, walking next to William, who was being carried by his collar. Loren faltered. Mr. Roman. Seeing him, Roman immediately let go of his hand, causing William to fall. His voice was gentle. So you're here, Loren. Roman ordered William, Now you quickly apologize to him, otherwise your family will pay a heavy price. When Count Castro heard that, he immediately became worried and urged him. William apologized quickly. Hearing his words, he closed his eyes tightly and hesitantly spoke. Loren, I'm sorry for causing trouble for you last time. I bullied you, William said with difficulty, continuing to admit his mistakes. So please accept my apology. I will quit studying at the academy and will not appear in front of you again. Loren's eyes widened. What the hell is going on? Seeing Loren not saying anything, Count Castro thought he would not forgive. He also panicked and begged, Please accept our apology. I promise, this won't happen again. He bowed his head to Loren, sincerely apologizing to him. That night, Loren asked again, What happened, Mr. Roman? What happened just now? What happened? He began to explain, Listen here, Loren. What I did today was not for you. Roman was determined. They dared to insult the Dmitri family. As the representative of the family, he must punish them. After that, I didn't forget to teach Lauren that if you keep bowing your head to them all day long and continue to endure, then others will not consider the Dmitri family at all. After listening, he immediately felt sad. I'm sorry, Roman interrupted. Stop being shy. He looked straight at him. Your name is Lauren Dmitri. I hope you won't have to go through something like today again. He began to suggest to Lauren, what are your strengths? Determine firmly what you can do in the future. He continued to say, if the Castro family knew the potential power within Dmitri's family, they would not have dared to treat you like that. Lauren seemed to understand. He silently called out, Brother. Then he immediately firmly promised, Yes, I will remember what you told me. From now on, I will not endure it anymore. Roman was satisfied with him. That's right, he said. He also didn't want to keep arguing pointlessly with his younger brother anymore. Lauren then suddenly remembered something. Oh, right, he panicked. Brother, we have to call Dad right away. Our brothers are here like this. We don't know what Dad did at home. Elsewhere, William was hit in the face, and curses rang out in his ears. That uneducated guy. Count Castro is so loud, you're so stupid that you're my son. Do you know what trouble you've caused today? He started talking about the current situation. Roman Dmitri, the most powerful people in Cairo, are all eager to recruit him. It can be said that he is like a god, a noble man in Cairo. After that, you continued to lecture William, yet you dared to touch his younger brother. From the moment the eldest son of the Castro family knelt down, he was suddenly afraid and did not dare say a word. Count Castro felt extremely humiliated and pointed straight at William. Then Count Castro said, When our family has been deposed, people will later say that the Castro family is not unified. A moment later, he tiredly held his forehead, extremely helpless, and cried out, Oh my God, from now on, how will I see the Marquis? At that moment, the servant walked in and announced, Sir, the Dmitri family has just contacted us. Count Castro was surprised. Dmitri, really? A voice called out, Baron Dmitri? The crystal emits an image of Romeo Dmitri. Count Castro, it seems we are too lenient towards the Castro family. You guys dare to touch the Dmitri family's bloodline? Romeo Dmitri does not give in. The Dmitri family will not let this go easily. Count Castro's face was frightened. He thought to himself, why, what? Is that still not satisfactory? Why does Baron Romeo repeat that the matter has already been resolved? Romeo Dmitri announced, Early tomorrow morning I will request permission for a regional war from the central government. The first major damage appears. From now on, Dmitri will stop supporting the Castro family. The Castro family will have to bear all the consequences. Count Castro's back was cold. Before a war, of course, you have to exhaust your opponent's finances, not only that, Romeo Dmitri said coldly. I will find your hostile forces. The Dmitri family is ready to sponsor and join hands with them. His attitude became even more steadfast. To defeat the Castro family, I won't say any more about what method I will use now, Romeo Dmitri asserted, because I will bring down the Castro family no matter what. Count Castro felt like he was on the brink of collapse. No. No! Tens of thousands of hatreds are rolling in my heart. Why do you treat me like that? It's true that we are like father and son. He made a request. I repeat for the last time, release my son immediately. Count Castro felt that he had suffered too much injustice. He shouted loudly, Baron Dmitri, it seems you have misunderstood. We are not keeping your son. He recounted the situation. William also knelt down and apologized to your son. I don't understand what you are doing. Romeo Dmitri knew he was too hasty, but still tried to pretend to be cold. Is that so? Count Castro honestly replied, Yes, after Roman appeared, everything was resolved. In the future, I will not let something like this happen again. After hearing that, he could only say, I know. Before the war ended, Romeo cut off contact. He walked out of the room thinking to himself,
A leader is born. He stood outside on the balcony, looking at his subordinates preparing to fight for Roman. From artisan to blacksmith, 2 miners of the iron mine, since when? He was proud to realize Roman had completely won the hearts of all the people. The boy has really grown up. From the balcony, Romeo issued a new order. Do not break out into war. Quickly prepare for a celebration. Everyone rejoiced because they heard Romeo Dimitri's instructions. Let everyone eat and drink well. Like today is our last day. Inside the town, people were listening to someone telling a story. I saw it with my own eyes. Count Castro is also one of the most powerful people in Cairo, yet his eldest son knelt down and apologized to the second son of the Dimitri family. In the pub, the story continued to be discussed. The balance of power in Cairo is changing. Just a few hours have passed. The market is also starting to change direction. Traders are doing business with Dimitri. All say they are trying to cut ties with Castro. Lucas continued. Do you know what that means? The Dimitri family is planning to go to war with the Castro family. People in the bar were surprised. A suburban family would go to war with the Castro family? Lucas interrupted. But more importantly, the results were extremely unusual. But when that happened, the advantage was in Dimitri's favor. He continued, in a situation where a capital family conflicts with a suburban family, then I think Dimitri's win rate will be higher, Lucas spoke, voicing everyone's thoughts. This time, the Dimitri family's position of power has completely changed. Roman was sitting alone. He couldn't stop thinking. Dimitri is a family that is very taboo about war, but because of me, they made such a decision. He knows very well that Baron Romeo will not be able to decide this matter completely. There were also important people in the family who voted in favor of this. His feelings were a bit mixed. A small land of the Dimitri family on the border took risks for himself. Memories from the past once again appeared in Roman's mind. In his previous life, he lived as a monster under the name Thean Demon. In a world where nothing is impossible, because I have witnessed so much death, I have changed. Roman, in the present, smiled with satisfaction. He thought to himself, but this life is different from the previous life. In the kingdom of Hector, the night air is darker than usual. Butler and Jackson looked worriedly. Then Jackson suddenly shouted, Prince, you have woken up. Edwin's whole body was wrapped in bandages. As soon as he woke up, he asked, how much time has passed? Edwin remembered his appearance during battle and couldn't help but exclaim, Roman Dimitri is a devil. If I could go back in time to that moment, could I defeat him? Roman Dimitri, it may be completely impossible. His body suddenly glowed. There's no way I can win against him. He hovered in midair, observing the situation. It was me who caused Hector's kingdom to sink deeper into despair. Edwin silently blamed himself. If I hadn't caused this war myself, then maybe Hector's kingdom would exist for a while longer. He felt extremely guilty. Kalen had to die in that battle because of me. Edwin gritted his teeth. It's all because of me that the Hector kingdom is facing the current dangerous situation. Now there must be a way to find a way to survive for Hector's kingdom. He said to himself, all the people of Hector's kingdom are counting on me. Edwin's eyes suddenly flashed. I can't just fall down like that, that's right. I have to. Jackson worriedly asked, Prince, how do you feel about your health? His body was sweating profusely. How long have I been in this state? About a week has passed. All the officials in Hector's kingdom were silent, but there is still news spreading from within the Cairo palace. Hector's kingdom is in a state of despair. The people there were in an uproar. According to the situation in the war that was transmitted, there was a devil who appeared on the battlefield, single-handedly defeating thousands of Hector Kingdom soldiers. Furthermore, he defeated Prince Hector and the knights close to him. This is a war that we could not win from the beginning. One citizen said helplessly, we are just small people without a proper vision of this war. The friend standing next to him also contributed. There are still many people on this continent. There are so many evils that we don't even know about. At this time, in the large palace, the king of Hector sat on his throne and asked, how is your child's health? Edwin knelt down and bowed.
Yes, father, I have recovered. The old man blamed himself. It's all my fault. It's because of my weak command that the Hector kingdom has come to this situation. Therefore, I had to do everything to carry this kingdom that was on the verge of destruction through the recent battle. I have realized many things. I don't want you to have to sacrifice your life because of that battle. He accepts all the mistakes on himself. Edwin admitted his mistake. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. After that, he asked again, Father, have you read the report sent by Jackson? The king of Hector replied, I have read it. He recounted, unusual signs were found in a village outside the city. That was the first village to discover the crop failure. But now things are even more complicated. The land has turned black. Creatures are dying. He speculated, I guess it could be a curse from the dead spirit master. Hearing that, his face immediately became tense. Edwin deduced, crops failed, creatures died. This incident greatly affected the kingdom. All of this was created to bring our kingdom to the brink of collapse. Then he gradually came to the conclusion, furthermore, it seems that this situation is spreading more and more. No matter how hard we try, we cannot save it. Everything is caused by black magic. The king of Hector asked again, does that mean there is an outside force targeting our kingdom? They're just waiting until our kingdom can't hold on anymore. Then they'll jump into the deep end. Edwin replied, yes. It seemed he was certain of what he had just guessed. Those dark forces lurk in the darkness, just waiting to benefit. Because we have to fight other kingdoms, our strength will gradually decrease, and then they will achieve what they want. The king's face became even more tense. So it's clear, a dark curse has deliberately been placed on our lands to make our kingdom exhausted. So there must be a quick way to deal with this dark curse. Our kingdom is already on the brink of destruction. We can't try any longer. He recalled his childhood memories. Do you remember, Father, when I was a child in the heavenly tower? If you give up your position as prince and join the power of the tower, then you can get what you want. He said to the king of Hector, now perhaps you will have to follow that. Hearing that, he immediately shouted, how could you? It seemed that Edwin had made up his mind. Just 1 year, Father. That is the only way for the kingdom to escape its current situation. In the pub, Mark Burney slammed his beer glass on the table. He told himself, even if I die, I will die on the battlefield. He thought, but what about this arm? In reality like this, will I be able to fight? Roman walked over from nowhere and said hello. Mark Burney, long time no see. He smiled lightly. If there's anything, I'll say it directly. He made an offer. Would you like to follow me to the Dmitri family? It made him suddenly think, Roman, what is he saying? But then he still tactfully refused. Thank you for taking care of me. But you see, I only have one arm left. Mark Burney felt extremely self-conscious about himself. What else can a disabled person like this do? How can a worthless trash like me follow you? I'm just getting in your way. Hearing that, he immediately said, from your words, I see sincerity. It's not really a refusal either. Am I understanding your meaning correctly? Roman brought up a story. Mark Burney, have you ever heard of the left-handed sword? Left-handed swordsmanship? I am a royal guard who lost his right hand in the war to protect the king. The king, therefore, gave me wealth and fame in return for my contributions. Tao Bao, who was used to fighting on the battlefield, now cannot get used to the current comfortable life. He made up his mind. Even if I die, I must die on the battlefield. He practiced with his own efforts for many years until he really got used to using his left arm. And when mastered, that was the left-handed swordsmanship, a strange swordsmanship that was created. From a major physical defect, he created his own specialness with great effort. With that left-handed swordsmanship, he continued to fight and achieved many victories. After that, he met a person named White Zhong Gay. Although facing death, he offered, if you follow me now, I will pass on that left-handed sword technique to you. Roman said seriously, plus I will train you to become a swordsman stronger than anyone. Mark Burney seemed unable to believe what he had just heard. Is it possible? He will be the savior of my life, he thought. I will be able to continue fighting even if I only have one arm left. Fight and die on the battlefield like I always wanted. Because of that, I can do anything.
he immediately knelt down. I, Mark Burney, will follow you to the Dmitri family. He made an oath. My life will now belong to you. That day, Mark Burney said, he has regained hope for his life. Wars have changed the lives of many people. Edwin Hector, Mark Burney, and the Albeck family's son, Henry Albeck, were all unable to escape the vortex of this war. Henry silently blamed, Roman, you are really too much. After all, we fought together on the battlefield. He continued to be angry. Why can't you take me with you? On the surface, he said, it's true. Henry sighed. After all, it would be better to live with someone who helps me anyway. He thought to himself, as long as I don't have to call out to the army again and return to the clan safely, then it will be considered a great achievement that I have achieved. Suddenly, Henry discovered something. The banner was filled with the words, Congratulations, happy return to Henry Albeck, the proud son of the Albeck family. Henry Albeck has returned safely. But actually, during the war with the Hector kingdom, Henry Albeck did nothing. People shouted, Henry Albeck, but as long as everyone knows he's back. He fought with Roman on the battlefield and returned victorious. So that's okay. His position in the family completely changed. Later, an old man appeared in front of Henry and asked, This is the Cairo Royal Academy. I wonder if you can recount what happened on the battlefield. He excitedly said, That's it. Participating in the war has helped improve my status. Henry stood and spoke in the middle of the stage, thinking, Now I also need to say more to flatter Roman even more so that I can also benefit. Henry Albeck spread and exaggerated what he had done in the war, along with Roman's incredible achievements, to enhance the reputation of both. That was the moment Henry Albeck found himself most proud of, a major turning point in his life. A few days later, soldiers stood in a long line to see him off. Goodbye, Mr. Roman, goodbye. He looked at Daniel, thinking, When I return to the capital, I will have to make a decision. Then he turned around and looked back. Fight against the gang of princes, and build your own power. Roman smiled lightly. I will do everything to capture all the forces in the northeast. Roman led the army back. While walking, I heard someone shouting, It's over. This year's crop has been completely lost. They were sitting in the middle of the dry land crying, So how should we live now? Roman looked towards them, wondering, Who are those people? Chris replied, They must be farmers of the Dmitri family. Roman still didn't understand. Why are the farmers of the Dmitri family on Conrad's territory? Chris continued, Because our Dmitri family doesn't have much farmland. Some farmers have to move to Conrad territory to rent land. Roman heard that and pondered for a moment. He ordered, Bring them to me. I want to hear them tell me all about these things. Several farmers were brought before Roman. They explained, Yes, sir, we have signed a contract with the Conrad family. We will rent and use this farmland for 1 year. But I didn't expect that in 1 month it would be time to harvest the crops, and the Conrad family forced us to clean up everything to return the land to them. That person recounted his frustration. We couldn't just leave it like that. The crops weren't ready to be harvested yet, but they didn't give us time, so they sent people to destroy everything, crops. Because he couldn't stand it anymore, he burst into tears. We are so angry, Master. You have to be our boss. We can't harvest anything now, so how can we live? Chris turned to ask for advice. Roman, Master, you saw how pitiful their situation was. But this problem is not simple and easy to solve. If we take charge, many troubles will follow. The Conrad family's problems have been going on for many years. He continued, Currently, the Conrad family is trying their best to consolidate their power and expand their sphere of influence. Now, they are linking up with other families in the Northeast to expand their alliance. Regarding the Council of Clans in the Northeast, they gathered many small clans. To have strength and voice, they gathered together to protect and fight against other forces. That's similar to the behavior of bats. But Roman's words next directly surprised Chris. But we can't just stand by and watch the situation develop like that.
things will only become more serious. Roman's expression suddenly became unusually gloomy. Before this problem becomes serious and out of control, we must forcefully eradicate it. Chris, of course, can only listen to his wishes. If the master is determined to solve this matter to the end, then we, as subordinates, will obey his orders. Please follow the master's wishes. When Roman returned, all the people were waiting. Seeing him, they shouted loudly to welcome Cairo's hero. He was honored by them and called the pride of the Dimitri family. When Mr. Romeo saw his son, he was happy. "My son is home." He ran to hug him. "You have worked hard." Roman couldn't help but still ask, "Dad, is he still waiting? Are you healthy, father?" Romeo was bright when he saw him. "I'm fine." Everything was really surprising. He put his hand on his shoulder. "I have prepared a party to welcome you back. Today, let's all have fun together with our family." Roman suddenly refused with a serious face. "Let's talk about that later, father. First of all, there's something I need to tell you." Father and son went into a separate study to discuss. He said, "We know about those farmers. But is there any other way? We cannot stop the Conrad family from reclaiming their lands. If I deliberately stop them, conflicts will break out between the two families. So what will the farmers who rent the Conrad family's farmland do in the future?" Roman still did not give up. His face looked a bit scary. "I understand what you said, Dad, but do you think, if those were the farmers of the Benedict family, would the Conrad family dare to do that to them?" Romeo heard what he said and was stunned. Roman continued, "Count Benedict's absolute power in the royal family is known to everyone. No one can touch what belongs to him. So I think, in the entire Northeast, then where is the position of our Dimitri family? It's unknown, but the fact that the Barco family is on the brink of collapse is beyond dispute. So, in this Northeast region, is there any force stronger than our family?" Romeo admitted, "What you said is of course true, but that doesn't mean that because we are strong, we can arbitrarily cause conflict with the Conrad family," he explained. "What if we touch them? They also have many other small families behind them. Whatever we do, we need to think and calculate." Roman doesn't seem to think so, but according to me, he stated his views clearly. Our Dimitri family is now growing and has the greatest strength here. However, the Conrad family and other small families are opposing and looking down on us. In their eyes, our Dimitri family is just a small, ordinary family. They think we don't have great powers to rely on, like the Barco family or other long-standing families. From those damn thoughts, the Conrad family dares to be so cruel to us. That cannot continue like this anymore." Roman's face could no longer calm down. "Now the Dimitri family is more powerful. I just want to confirm with them that it's time for us to show them who is the boss in this land." Romeo was surprised at his words. The more Roman talked, the more excited he became about what he wanted. "They need to know that when they touch us, they cannot be left alone." His hand holds a glass of red wine. Romeo remembers what his son said. "Now we have the power." "How can we let our farmers suffer like that? We cannot stand by and look at them like that. We have to punish that damn Conrad gang." "Give me a sword." Roman, at this moment, his face was much scarier. He asserted, "If you agree with my opinion, these hands will be stained with their blood. I will show them who is the real boss. Remember the look on your face." Romeo looked up and sighed. My son has grown up. He remembered Roman as a child. As a child, he had to go through life like a normal person. Work hard with your own hands. People often call it the child outside the family. But maybe because of difficult lives, it made Roman as strong as he is now. That is strength and determination, required by the head of a family. Romeo looks at his reflection in the glass of wine. He seriously thought about the future. Now a new era has opened in the Dimitri family. After a few days, a celebration party was held. Along with victory and joy upon Roman, returned safely to the family. The Northeast nobles were also invited. Those nobles came to participate. They competed to surround Roman, introducing, "I come from the Bon family. I come from the Grisel family. I represent the Heroes family. I came to congratulate Master Roman on his victorious return." Even though they don't recognize the Dimitri family as the leader, they knew it anyway, the mighty strength of the Dimitri family. At the present time, from where Sophia came to greet him, "Master Roman, do you remember me?" He politely replied, Miss Sophia from the Gristle family, of course I remember. He warmly said, We met once. At the last party. Hearing that, she brightened. Do you still remember me? Secretly looking at Roman, secretly wishing. It's true that he's much different now than he was in the past. I wish I could get engaged to him. At the same time, another person also introduced, I am Viscount Conrad. It's an honor to meet a hero like you. Who defeated the mighty army with Prince Hector? Roman looked at him, thinking, So this person is Viscount Conrad? He replied with a calculating face, I'm Roman Dmitri. The Viscount happily said, I heard that in the war you were defeated, 5 stars on the side of Hector's army. He smiled and praised. It's really hard to believe he's only 20 years old. But he has done such a great thing, Roman is humble, not daring to admit. He is so praising. Viscount Conrad was still full of praise. There aren't many warriors in the Northeast. Here Mr. Roman is the greatest warrior. But then he didn't bother to hear any more compliments. His eyes darkened. I have a question, he thought to himself. He opened his mouth. Although he comes from a commoner background, he is quite observant. The Viscount looked satisfied. Tell me, Roman said frankly, I heard you were unilateral, took agricultural land from the people of Dmitri. Viscount Conrad was surprised by his words. Can you tell me the reason? People around heard the question and also started to stir. He awkwardly tried to explain. I plan to use that land for that purpose, bringing higher value to people. This is nothing. Hearing the answer, Roman only replied superficially, Is that so? He was sweating profusely. The Viscount commented, Sir Roman, we are here. Is to congratulate you. Why are you talking about that? The Viscount began to criticize. It was my good intention to congratulate Mr. Roman. Why did you make me lose face in front of so many people? He turned away with an angry voice. If that's the case, we won't come back. This place will never happen again. After saying that, he immediately left. I'm going. But as he approached the door, Roman's voice rang out again. Stop! He did not hesitate to warn, If you keep going like that, you challenged Dmitri. His voice became even more harsh and commanding. I repeat, come back here now. Viscount Conrad listened to your orders, glared back, and looked away. Now, what did you just say? He shouted loudly in his face. We drove Dmitri's farmers away. But that land originally belonged to our family. After that, he still tried to arrogantly continue, we want to reclaim our own land. But must we also report to the Dmitri family every single thing? It's not your subordinates who have to listen to you. The people around heard the story and followed suit. Viscount Conrad is right. Baron Romeo should have been the one to be direct. Solve problems between families. After all, what right does Mr. Roman have to discuss this? About this issue, even more useful. How can you talk like that to people who come here to congratulate him too? Everyone whispered, Viscount Conrad is the head of the house. Of a clan, not a possible person, to be treated so arbitrarily. Roman heard those criticisms. If it's the Barco family, then they... How dare you react like this? Roman himself answers that question. No, I absolutely would not dare to do this. Local nobles originated from the Northeast. It is in existence. At any time, a knife can be stabbed towards the Dmitri family, whether it has to be cut off completely or not. Turn them into an obedient dog, we also need to make a solid choice. Roman's face was cold, his hands clenched, looking straight at Viscount Conrad. I'll ask straight to the point. Since when in the Cairo kingdom, you can touch it at will? Belonging to another such family? He approached him, glared at him, and asked, Viscount Conrad, farmers? You are dealing with the member of my family. They are our loyal people. They live in Dmitri and pay taxes to Dmitri. And loyal to Dmitri? Roman's body was filled with murderous intent. Even so, you dare to say them? Was I disrespectful to you? Roman still did not let go. He touched you, mine. I hope I laugh and talk at the same time. Forgive you? Viscount now. Looking at him, his face began to turn pale. He informed him the problem this time. It was discussed at the internal meeting, Dmitri family. I have been given full authority and took charge of this from his father, and I have no intention of letting this go. Viscount Conrad was surprised. You said what? He continued. Looks like you still have no intention of apologizing, that people. Partygoers began to change direction, mood of fear.
Everyone listen clearly, Roman announced. His eyes were full of seriousness. Later, if people from other territories make mistakes, on Dimitri's territory, I will hold that person accountable hundreds of times. Then he smiled with satisfaction. Now, among the guests scolding me, let's wait and see if anyone can speak from then on. That it's not important, okay? The other nobles turned pale, so did they. They understood. This story, if it is true, then aren't we the ones who suffer the most? Viscount Conrad looked. How you act and evaluate Roman Dimitri is more than just good at using it. Looking for favor, but also an old fox, wise. So we can't escape out of this trap he is crushing. We have his power. He turned to look at the others. Even so, we can't just step back. Now is the time for the Union to gather strength. Suddenly, a man stepped out and spoke. This time it was Viscount Conrad's fault. That's Lord Lawrence. During the work process, consequences lead to future problems. It's very important. It's a matter of the people, Dimitri's family. Is it reasonable when you didn't mention anything to them? He raised his hand forward and said, so please quickly admit your mistake and apologize. He recalled, in the past, when we opposed Barco, these people also did not give any support. Northeast Union? It's all useless, he decided. Lawrence will follow later, Dimitri family. He asked the others, don't you all think so? All the people who supported me just now. He now turns to criticize Viscount Conrad. That's right, now please apologize. Mr. Roman goes. In the end, what do? What noble could laugh in this situation? And let it go? The Viscount suddenly looked at them. Here, the powers of Dimitri have banded together and criticized me. He just had to accept going into the water. Now we need to retreat. He decided to bow before Roman, admitting his mistake. Next time I will be more careful. Romeo, after seeing his son's actions, was a little worried. Handle this matter. Is it really okay to go to such extremes? Northeast Union, I absolutely won't just retreat like that. Father, to make arrangements, Roman replied. Orderly hierarchy here. You can only face them with all your strength. They gathered together in one place and united, using all brutal means to overthrow Dimitri. But sooner or later, they will realize their helplessness and be forced to accept the strategy of strength, Dimitri's only. That must be possible. Complete your plan. One of the members of the Northeast Association angrily slapped the table. That arrogant brat, who was once called Dimitri's waste, just gained some recognition in the capital. No one cares anymore. Other members also expressed frustration. That's right, what an insolent person. If we keep bowing our heads like this, then everyone will think that the Northeast Federation is nothing. Viscount Conrad, who had been silent just now, asked, is there any special way? They are. There was a heated argument, but upon hearing his question, there was silence. Viscount Conrad. Unhappy, he said, honestly, I feel skeptical, not knowing the meaning of the Union. What is the existence of the Northeast? He was straightforward. Speaking casually, the Dimitri family's military force was overwhelming. We are. Furthermore, Roman Dimitri defeated Butler in the last battle. He was not happy to accept the truth. That is to say, in the usual way, it is impossible to overthrow them. Another person asked, so what do you think about us? Contact the royal central government? Viscount Conrad confirmed, you mean we'll put pressure on the family. Is Dimitri equal to the power of the royal government? That person affirmed, that's right. After the Barco family collapsed until now, we still can't have a relationship. How to reconnect with them? Now is the time for us to take advantage of that opportunity. We will use the power of royal government to give advantage to their side. I feel like that's not a bad idea. He immediately agreed. Okay, then let me contact them. All Union members gathered in front of the noble Viscount Fadius. Viscount Conrad's representative spoke up. I have a favor to ask of you, he immediately said cheerfully. Okay, you say it. Viscount Conrad had his word. If you ask, we will have to agree. Hearing that, he happily said, thank you. He spoke out his problem. Recently, we had a dispute with our family, Dimitri, on the issue of arable land with the people. I wonder if the Earl can help. We put pressure on the Dimitri family with royal power? Viscount Fadius did not answer, but automatically disappeared. Viscount Conrad was surprised and angrily shouted, connect the signal. What's wrong? Please reconnect quickly. I can't keep the Count waiting. Once contacted again, he quickly explained, sorry, sir, signal. Our transmission is not good.
Viscount Thaddeus looked concerned and said, "It's true that Viscount Conrad is not observant."
"At all, I tried." He was a bit confused. Viscount Thaddeus shouted, his face, "You live in the countryside. Even though we are so far from the capital, Mr. Haven't heard any news?" "Why, sir? Can we do that? He wants to put pressure on the Dmitri family?" Count Thaddeus explained to him. However, he did not know that after the war with the kingdom of Hector, Roman Dmitri, with his brilliant victory, was regarded as a talent and was highly valued by Count Benedict. The Count also hoped that Roman would become his son-in-law, so his request was impossible to fulfill. Viscount Conrad was stunned when he heard these things. Before ending the conversation, Viscount Thaddeus added, "Instead of trying to start a war with the Dmitri family, I think you should get along and build a good relationship with them." Viscount Conrad was completely stunned at this time. Did Count Benedict want Roman to become friends with his daughter? A person behind advised, "In this situation, why don't you apologize and make peace with them?" And so, the land dispute with the Conrad family was resolved satisfactorily. Viscount Conrad had to apologize to the farmers and promise not to interfere with their farmland until the lease term had expired. The farmers bowed their heads to thank Roman. They were extremely grateful. "We heard you worked very hard for this. In the future, when there is anything, please give us orders." Roman was not surprised by this result. As expected, their alliance had to give up and submit. He happily told the people, "It's nothing. We're just doing the necessary things." In his mind, he thought to himself, "They intend to drag the royal central government into this, but they don't know that the government is now on their side. The current Northeast government is like a flock of fallen birds. Although they have now obediently made peace and submitted, but in the future they will rebel again. Initially we succeeded in provoking them. Roman was extremely satisfied with this. He returned with his farmers' thanks. He thought, the next step is to attack directly to destroy their alliance. Roman stands down from above. I have important news to share with everyone. The Dmitri family will hold a sword competition open to everyone, and the prize will be 100 gold taels. Everyone felt extremely excited when they heard that. To ensure a fair competition, I, Knight Commander Jonathan, and the soldier captains will not participate in this competition. He explained the contest rules, adding that the participants would be divided into 6 groups. We will select the top 6 people from each group as winners, he said. Roman added, "Everyone knows I fought in the southern battlefield and defeated the Hector Kingdom army. All the warriors who follow me have gone through this war. They have become much stronger now." At this point, he loudly declared, "Now, through this sword competition, I want to give them and you the opportunity to show off your abilities. Those soldiers will be divided equally into 6 groups, together with all of you. If any of you wins this sword competition, in addition to the gold reward, I will also grant that person one wish." One of the participants asked, "Sir, can people from other clans apply to participate in the competition?" Roman explains, "If you prove you come from a family in the Northeast, we will not consider other conditions anymore," he announced to everyone's cheers. "The contest will take place in a month. We hope everyone can prepare carefully and participate in this competition." After the previous event, the Dmitri family held a sword competition. The competition is a good opportunity for Northeasterners. If one of their swordsmen wins, the Northeast Guild will be able to fulfill their dream. And when they win, Roman Dmitri will forget everything they did before. And the relationship between him and the Dmitri family will be reversed. At the same time, his lost reputation will be restored. Right now, a voice sounded worried. Can we win? Because besides our family, there are many people interested in this competition. Do we have enough strength to overcome it and win? In particular, there are very strong characters from previous wars, such as Chris and Kevin, who also participate in this competition. If those two participate, it won't be easy to win. However, the Viscount had calculated in advance, knowing that this exam had 6 groups participating. It only takes one winner in each group, so Chris and Kevin don't matter to him. This way, if you take advantage of strong people from each family and divide them into groups, at least one group will win. With this method, it seems feasible because in the Northeast there are also many talented soldiers who have been trained since childhood. The contest takes place within a month, so as not to be overshadowed by the Dmitri family and to fulfill his dream. He and his accomplices must seize this opportunity, because to win the competition at all costs,
He is willing to impersonate anyone to participate in the contest. Before the training, Roman said, "We will battle the swordsman." To win the competition, they have to compete fiercely. 6 winners in 6 groups will represent the Dmitri family. Previous assessments only apply to current victories. Therefore, it is not important and cannot be considered a result of those who win. Even though they have left the battlefield, the war is not over, and soldiers must always be ready to fight at any time for the soldiers to become stronger. He will constantly provide challenge and reward. However, to be rewarded, they must consolidate their reputation under the Dmitri family name. And of the 6 winners, if one person is chosen as the overall winner, he will pass on to that person the advanced technique he used. Every battle or sword fight helps soldiers train their bodies. At the same time, it helps them improve their capacity. Bucky is excited about this announcement. He knew that if he possessed those skills, he would increase his strength quickly. That day was at a completely different level than them. If you can learn those advanced techniques, this is a great opportunity. Not only you, but also Kevin and Chris, the people from the Dmitri family, also knew this well and looked forward to the opportunity. Roman organized this competition with 2 purposes: to make the Northeast nobles clearly aware of their position and the Dmitri family, and at the same time to educate his subordinates more and more strongly. And when the contest ends, the results will change dramatically, altering Northeast Asia. From this moment, the competition will begin. At the same time next month, when the soldiers are training, this is also a great time for you to practice. He himself was once a heavenly demon, a person born between the boundaries of life and death. Even though the war was harsh, he couldn't deny that rushing into danger was a foolish move. While his subordinates are trying to improve, he also has to practice because he himself wants to become better. Only constant effort can help you become strong. Lucas came from behind because he heard Roman calling him. Roman ordered, "Hide for a month to practice." During this period, he will not receive any reports other than family-related matters and only wants to focus on training himself. At the same time, he asked Lucas to sell his sword and do as he pleased. The sword's original name was Llama, and since it was time to find a new owner, he renamed it Blaze. Lucas absolutely must not reveal that he is the owner of the sword because that will cause a stir. Either way, sell this sword if possible. After that, he told Lucas, "You can use the money from selling the sword to create funds for the association." It was a sharp sword with a shiny blade. Lucas wondered, why did Roman want to sell it? This is a good sharp sword that could kill people in one blow. However, he did not ask further and received an order to sell the sword. But first he had to find a place to sell it, and he thought of auctioning it, because when they know the value of the sword, they will pay a high price for it. After that, he went to a city in the Northeast that stood out in the transportation sector thanks to its transportation portal. When reading the registration number to check the object, Lucas placed the sword on the table for someone to check. The examiner gasped at the power and the magic of this sword. With his eyes, he thought that this was a high-class product. The inspector asked Lucas, "What method do you want to bid with?" and received the answer of anonymous bidding from the seller. After that, the tester continued to confirm the information. The free auction had no minimum price, and each time it increased by 10%. After receiving the information requested by Lucas and accepting the conditions, the inventory clerk took Lucas to meet the auction manager. The manager's name was Murray, and he was pleased to welcome Lucas. After appraisal, the manager realized the sword will fetch a high auction price because it is a high-class sword. With good quality, its value will also be high, at least 30 gold coins. Next, we need to check the reaction to the sword's mana. A sword that reacts at level 3 can earn the title of a true swordsman. Upon inspection, the worker was surprised by the power of this blaze sword. The sword reacted to mana up to level 10, a level he had never seen before. A normal sword that doesn't accept mana is just trash. However, this sword not only receives but also amplifies the power of mana. When Manager Murray heard this news, he was also startled by the power of the sword. The auction has also begun. To excite the audience, the auctioneer shouted, "If anyone misses this auction, they will regret it for the rest of their lives." With a reputation far and wide, from aristocrats to the rich, all participated in this auction. Throughout the history of the Adeline auction house, such a special item has never appeared. The host introduces the blaze sword. When the sword was displayed, everyone was surprised by this item, an unusual sword. The auctioneer introduced the sword with an unprecedented tone of surprise. A sword with special abilities.
with mana reactions. Previously, a sword that reacted to level 7 mana was successfully auctioned for 300 gold coins. But today, the Blaze sword reacted to level 10 mana, an unprecedented level. This information has caused a stir among many people. He had participated in many auctions but had never seen such a powerful sword. As soon as they heard the introduction, people started bidding to become Blaze's owner. The starting price is 10 gold coins, then some people bid 20, 30 gold coins. From here, the bid increases by 50 gold each turn, and the number continues to multiply. When everyone was still enthusiastically bidding, the auction price increased to 100 gold coins each round. The amount of money continued to increase from the bidders. In the darkness, a man suddenly smiled mysteriously, signaling a shocking event is about to happen. In the climactic moment, everyone continuously fought fiercely to get this precious thing. Table number 53 was raised, giving the new price. The number has reached 1,200 gold coins, an unprecedented number in history. The price is too high, making many people discouraged and withdraw. Scene change. A man with a smug look on his face sits in the VIP area at the Adelian auction. That man was Marquis Valentino, a powerful, wealthy figure who always maintained a neutral attitude in politics. However, he is a daring warrior on the auction floor, always ready to compete for the most valuable items. What turmoil will this earth-shattering auction bring to the kingdom? The answer still cannot be given when the price reaches 1,200 gold coins. Although this number is very high, Marquis Valentino still believes that the Blaze sword is worth far more than the money spent. He knew that the sword not only reacted strongly to mana, but also helped the user reach the level of a 10-star swordsman. This level is the dream destination of every swordsman, with two major schools, magic swords and aura swords, forcing the pursuer to choose only one. In terms of strength, the aura sword is superior and is the choice of swordsmen who want to assert their own worth through strength. Meanwhile, magic swords are for weaker people who cannot control aura but wish to reach ultimate power. They still choose aura. He understands the outstanding value of Blaze, so he is determined to own it at all costs. He believes that if this Blaze sword creates a precedent for similar swords, its value will increase. Blaze will be affirmed as a symbol, the first sword to reach the highest value on the auction floor. He thought that the creator of Blaze was a sword master, giving the sword a special distinction. The Marquis' reputation is not unfamiliar. He is famous as a sword collector with crazy aspirations. He is willing to do anything to get what he wants, making no one dare to confront him. Therefore, at the auction, everyone was cautious, not daring to cause conflict with the Marquis. In the end, guest number 53 was him, the winner, and became the new owner of Blaze. After winning, he couldn't hold back his desire and immediately paid directly on the spot. He presented a box with a total of 1,300 gold coins. Mr. Murray was surprised because the sword was only valued at 1,200 gold coins. But for him, 100 gold coins was just a small amount of money, so he gave him a bonus. Murray was surprised and worried because he was not an easy person to deal with, but still thanked him for the money. However, he wanted to know the identity of the person who forged this sword, using the excuse of wanting to meet up to thank you for creating this masterpiece. Hearing that, Murray's expression became awkward. He had to confess that he could not reveal it because the owner of the sword was anonymous and apologized for fear of violating his authority. Seeing that, he did not force him because he clearly understood the auction house's principles. Murray was relieved and thanked him for his understanding. However, he still did not give up, telling him, "If there is something forged by that craftsman, you should immediately notify me. If this Blaze possesses such terrible power, then the blacksmith's other swords will certainly be no less powerful." He smiled a strange smile, full of anticipation for the blacksmith's next works. After the auction, everyone was still talking about the sword, and he was complacent with his victory. It is an excellent sword, and a perfect work of art in both aesthetics and power. He held the sword in his hand, looking at it and constantly praising it. Although I possess many excellent swords, this is the most superior sword I have ever had. For such an extraordinary sword, the blacksmith must have been an extraordinary master. He immediately ordered his subordinates, "Check all the blacksmiths of the Dmitri family." Actually, he just wanted to find the talented blacksmith who created this masterpiece. He wanted to meet him and learn more about the other exquisite works of that craftsman. A month has passed.
Roman has experienced many events during his training. The soldiers are still diligently practicing combat. At this time, Chris was training with a soldier. However, this soldier cannot defeat Chris, and he points out his opponent's weaknesses. Chris commented that the soldiers lacked defense during the attack. Although they make efforts, their strength is still weak. They lack acumen and they only act on instinct. He reminded them that on the battlefield of life and death, one must think carefully because there is only one life. Hearing the assessment and reminder, the soldiers expressed their thanks to Chris. This soldier is confident that, of the 6 winners, Kevin, Vulcan, and Falky still have a chance. However, there are still 2 more people who cannot be identified. Because everyone's strength is equal, no one really stands out. Suddenly, he felt a powerful force appear from behind. Turning around, he saw something that shook heaven and earth. I wonder if heaven and earth would really shake. Back 15 days ago, Roman was practicing a new sword with an expression full of excitement, recalling old memories. He remembered the first time he fought Mr. Butler, wondering, would I have won if I hadn't used all my strength? This victory was partly due to Mr. Butler being subjective and wanting to protect the prince from danger. With the strength of a first-class 5-star swordsman, Mr. Butler is truly a formidable opponent. Understanding his strength, Roman did not allow himself to be complacent after this victory to avoid repeating mistakes. Although he has carried the identity of Roman Dmitri for a long time, he is still not used to this role. Once an undefeated heavenly demon, he used to be confident in his strength. But now things are different. He knows that in the future many battles are waiting ahead. There were still countless experts who had not yet appeared, so he reminded himself to be cautious and not act recklessly. In any era, confronting strong people is a dangerous challenge. Even if he achieved most of his power, there were still many people in the world who could do the same. If you want to survive, you need to clearly understand who you are and where you stand so that you can continue to stand firm and practice moving forward. In the immediate future, efforts must be made to regain the same strength as before. He diligently trained his body in the smithy from sunrise to sunset, day after day. Thanks to his relentless training, his body is as red as fire. His eyes are steadfast, radiating burning heat. Thanks to these hardships, his body has almost reached its own limit. No matter how difficult it is now, he believes that in the future he will be steadier and stronger. Destruction is the premise for rebirth. As long as you try, everything can be achieved. On the new journey, companions are indispensable, and this new sword will accompany Roman in following Blaze's footsteps. The sword, with superior power, almost greater than Blaze's, is the sword Manhwa, a powerful sword burning like a ferocious fire, gnawing away all sources of power. The painstaking process of training the Manhwa sword has helped Roman's body reach its limit. The second transformation seemed to go beyond his body, tearing his limits to regenerate into a healthier form. This is a huge and necessary change for future plans. Stepping out of the forge, Roman felt like he had transformed. His body's strength had clearly changed. With this physical strength, he wondered if he could easily win now when he thought back to the previous battle. After this reincarnation, not 1, but 2 butlers were no longer a problem for him. To achieve strength like the heavenly demon, he knew, I have to go through 3 stages. Even though he had trained diligently to gain his current strength, he realized he was only in the first half of the first stage. By the middle stage, the power will skyrocket. In the 3rd stage, the limit will almost be reached. If he reaches that limit, Roman believes that no one on this continent can be his opponent. With the arrogance of a heavenly demon after this transformation, even many butlers are nothing to him. However, he wondered if, in this life, he could follow the path of a heavenly demon like before. Will this choice make you regret it? On this new continent, swordsmen using aura were truly not ordinary. New powers that other martial artists could not match, forcing him to change in order to become stronger. Roman accepts learning and absorbing new things from this world. Can he create a breakthrough by combining martial arts and aura cultivation? The answer can only be found through your own efforts and will in the future. Chapter 82. Roman Dmitri, with a strong body, holding a sword, huge, powerful power covering it. He practiced to the point that his hand was injured, blood stains on the sword. Roman told himself, being able to live again and follow the same path, he thought everything would repeat, nothing special. But now he realized that this journey was truly interesting, and he smiled with satisfaction. Standing in front of a large hole, Roman thought to himself, the Manhwa sword technique is now completely different from before. That means that the heavenly demon sword technique is not only not weaker, but also much stronger than before. He looked up at the clear blue sky, silently thinking that this world still had many things he did not know. Wanting to make life special, Roman Dmitri closed his eyes and thought to himself, difficult challenges that threaten your life, please appear. Because he clearly understands that only when facing the challenges that this world brings will he have the motivation to continue living. Starting with the name Roman, he will begin his journey to climb to the top of society. While deep in thought, Chris's voice was heard from afar as he ran. He quickly called out, "Commander, are you okay?" Before he could finish his sentence, Chris paused, seemingly unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Looking at the scene before them, they were all surprised and exclaimed, "What? How could that be?" But Roman remained calm, as if nothing serious had happened. He turned around and said softly, "It's nothing." The soldiers gasped in amazement when they witnessed Roman's great power, not using magic but still being able to change the land so much. Seeing that, Roman quickly reassured, "I'm fine, go." Hearing Roman's order, Chris and the others immediately bowed their heads and replied, "Obey, we will go now," then moved to another place. When faced with difficulties and fear, people often stop and do not dare to overcome the wall that hinders them. Vice Captain Chris used to be such a person, only knowing how to be afraid and run away, not daring to look back. But as he saw his commander moving forward and growing stronger, Chris began to hate himself. He gritted his teeth and asked himself, "Commander has taken such a big step forward, what am I doing?" Looking at the shining example of Roman Dmitri, Chris thought to himself, "In those days, I always worked hard to practice and develop, so what reason do I have to be complacent?" He felt that he was incompetent and could only achieve so much. This had become the motivation for him in this sword competition, not only to win but also to prove his strength. He cannot let the distance between him and his commander get too big and must take down every enemy that stands in his way. Chris thought to himself, "By all means, I must be stronger than I am now, to become Roman's worthy protector." After a month, the sword was finally completed. Roman was very happy because of the masterpiece he created, a sword so exquisite that even he had to say, "It's beautiful." Roman Dmitri looked at the sword and wondered what to name it. He thought to himself, "Salamander Blaze. If the previous swords were the beginning, then this sword will represent my current self." And so Roman Dmitri called this sword the Heavenly Demon Sword, a symbol that made all enemies fall into despair and suffering. With pride, Roman decided to officially name this new sword Da Sword. The scene changes to Roman Dmitri's office. Chris walks in to announce the status of the battles over the past month. There is a match every 3 days, and thanks to that, they have chosen those with the highest winning rate. Chris submitted the list of selected people to Roman Dmitri for review. The list includes the names Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, Pookie, McBurney, and Henderson. Roman was a bit surprised because the first 4 names were as expected, but McBurney and Henderson were out of his thoughts. Roman looked at the list. Chris waited for his opinion. After watching, Roman told Chris to just follow the list. He emphasized, failure is not allowed to exist in this world. Roman reminded Chris to prove his strength and power in this competition. He especially emphasized, especially when the competition was organized under the name of Roman Dmitri. Hearing Roman's instructions, Chris seriously remembered and determined not to disappoint the commander. However, Roman smiled meaningfully and advised Chris not to have too much hope for this competition. Just like that, until one day before the competition, outside the field, the soldiers were buzzing when a man suddenly met an acquaintance who was also participating. When asked, the other person replied calmly, "Of course, the reward is 100 gold. With this amount of money, I can't pass it up." Could it be Viscount Conrad's men, a mercenary from the front lines? He confidently declared that he would show everyone the fearsome power of the mercenary sword from the front lines. Hearing that, someone laughed mockingly. A mercenary? If you're confident, why don't you fight with Vice Captain Chris? Hearing that, the mercenary turned pale, because he clearly understood Chris's terrible strength. He stammered and scolded back, "Idiot!" Seeing that he was scared, the other person suggested, "Then try fighting Kevin. Maybe it will be more fair." Hearing Kevin's name, he was even more afraid because Kevin was famous as a devil with terrible murderous intent. The conversation continued when they mentioned two other characters, Vulcan and Pookie, both of whom had extraordinary abilities. They concluded, if you want to survive this competition, it's best to stay away from Chris, Kevin, Pookie, and Vulcan. Just mentioning his name is enough to make him feel pressured. Not wanting to hear more, he shouted, "Give me some peace!" Not long after, the competing group was arranged and announced. Everyone gathered to listen to the list. The soldiers in the sword competition had mixed emotions, a mix of joy and sadness. When he learned he had to confront Chris, a baron from the Northeast Association bowed his head, worried and desperate. Seeing this, the ally spoke up to comfort her. "Don't be so desperate, there's still hope." Another person continued, "Anyway, there are some excellent swordsmen in the Baron family." A Viscount also encouraged, "Don't give up so early." The Baron is still surprised that Mark Burney, an amputee, participated in this competition. Even so, he was still confident that his family member would win. Conrad stood up and asserted, "This contest will determine the existence of the Northeast." He emphasized that his family would win and lead the association to success. The affirmation made the barons and marquis unanimously chant, "Defeat Dimitri!" Cheers echoed everywhere, raising their fighting spirit. The day of the competition has arrived. The stands are filled with people, and the audience is cheering in anticipation. In a hidden corner, Baron Carlo was still worried. He sighed, thinking, "I can't give up because of the association's eyes." However, with a sullen expression, he told Mark, "Don't try too hard and don't face unnecessary danger." But Mark, with enthusiasm, promised, "I will do my best to win," and asked the Baron to trust him. Mark seriously analyzed that his strength was not ordinary. Both he and Chris had 2 stars, so there was no reason for him to be afraid. Hearing those words, the Baron was so moved that he couldn't hold back his tears, saying, "Mark." The Baron told him, "If Mark cannot survive or is in danger, I will accept surrender to protect him." The message made Mark even more determined to fight hard to win. Stepping onto the stage, Chris's aura radiated overwhelming power. But when facing Chris directly, Mark's confidence gradually disappeared. The murderous intent from Chris made Mark worried, fear clearly visible on his face. As soon as the command of Group 1 started ringing, the battle officially began. Mark immediately rushed forward with madness. However, Chris did not show any signs of worry or haste to counterattack. He calmly stood still, silently counting. 1 second. Within 1 second, Chris destroyed Mark's sword, continuing to count. 2 seconds. Mark stood frozen, completely not understanding what had just happened. In the next second, Chris rushed forward, delivering a fatal blow that left Mark unable to react. A fatal blow. In the 3rd second, Mark collapsed and Chris slowly retracted his sword. In just 3 seconds, Chris ended the match, defeating Mark with 2 sword strikes. So Chris, representative of the Dimitri family, won and entered round 2. Seeing what happened so quickly, Carlo could not believe his eyes. The difference in strength is so obvious. Immediately after Chris's victory, Kevin was no less excellent, quickly defeating his opponent to advance to the next round. In turn, soldiers of the Dimitri family such as Chris, Kevin, Vulcan, and Pookie all defeated their opponents and entered round 2. Some kept a serious face, while others could not hide their joy of winning the first round. The remaining soldiers were scared and surprised, realizing that the rumors about the strength of the Dimitri family soldiers were true. They truly could not be defeated. The other soldiers' last hope is to find a way to defeat Mark Burney or Henderson. Or they can choose to give up the competition so they don't have to face failure. Finally, the day to announce the results has arrived. When it was announced that Henderson would represent the Dimitri family, the crowd buzzed. "Henderson? Unbelievable." "Henderson? Is it Henderson from the Lawrence family? It's truly unbelievable. Everyone was surprised because Henderson was famous for being weak, unable to even swing a sword. Born into a farmer's family, he was despised by everyone and thought he did not have enough strength to represent the Dmitri family. How could ordinary people like them understand the true strength of these warriors? The 6 people representing Roman all have outstanding abilities and unique reputations. Among them, Chris and Kevin are the 2 strongest, trusted by Roman and the obsession of many other soldiers. They are Cairo's light and evil. Knowing their true strength, everyone wants to avoid them because confronting them will only lead to catastrophic failure. Not only Chris and Kevin, but also Vulcan and Bucky scared many people because of their superior strength and background. Anderson, a mercenary, also possesses strength far beyond ordinary people. Meanwhile, Mark, Bernie, and Henderson are names that make people feel relieved because they are considered weak. Mark is looked down upon because he has no arms, and Henderson is just an anonymous farmer. Many people have never even heard of the name Henderson. Returning to the match, everyone in the stands was chatting non-stop. Have you heard anything? That guy Henderson almost peed his pants during the audition. This makes Henderson's even weaker and shyer in everyone's eyes. They thought that even joining was a big challenge for him. When the announcement Group 4 Round 1 begins rang out outside, in another corner, Roman's father called him over to talk. He expressed doubts. Will this contest really help realign the Northeast region as you intended? He asked. Or is there another special reason why he organized this sword competition? He added that although the contest was held in the name of friendship, the Northeast families certainly would not easily support Dmitri. However, Roman thought ahead and confidently replied, "This is necessary, Father." He explained that the Northeast Association would definitely use force to confront Dmitri, but he was confident in his abilities. Roman insisted they must face the reality that they could not even overcome Dmitri's wall, let alone win. He emphasized that his goal was to bring them into submission. Once we have tamed them, the Dmitri family will have the Northeast region firmly in our hands. That was just the first step in his big plan. Outside the stadium, the announcement sounded, announcing Round 1 of Group 5. The match between Henderson and Taylor was ready to start. Seeing the difference in strength between the two, the crowd scorned and thought, Henderson will quickly lose when faced with a swordsman like Taylor. However, Taylor and Henderson already knew each other. Before kickoff, Taylor greeted Henderson. Henderson replied, "Long time no see, Taylor." Taylor continued, "The last time I saw you was when you were helping out during the harvest." The fact that Henderson had given up his life as a farmer and appeared here made Taylor unable to believe it. Has he given up his life as a farmer? It's unbelievable. Taylor gave advice because of their acquaintance, wanting Henderson to think again. He was proud of his 2-star strength and advised Henderson to surrender to avoid wasting time and bloodshed. Taylor also said, "Because we know each other, I don't want to hurt you in a meaningless match like this." Henderson stood still, quietly listening to his opponent's advice, but did not waver. He bowed his head and replied, "Forget who I was before. If you're really kind, why don't you give up? I will definitely not miss this opportunity to defeat you." Taylor looked worried and thought that Henderson would regret this decision because he was sure that Henderson would lose miserably. The chants began to ring. Henderson rushed forward at the speed of an aggressive warrior. He attacked Taylor fiercely, eyes blazing, full of fighting spirit. Taylor began to realize something unusual. Henderson is not an ordinary farmer, he thought, but a person of high ability. Henderson used the sword technique, creating powerful, continuous sword slashes that Taylor could not defend against. "I am determined to prove myself worthy of the command position," Henderson said. He remembered the days of hard training, because he could not perceive the aura as quickly as others, but had to work very hard to feel it. He compares himself to a slow turtle, but constantly tries to move forward. Even though he was left behind, Henderson still continued to strive and improve himself to move forward. With determination from his hard training days, he must definitely win this competition. Remembering his efforts, he delivered powerful sword blows towards Taylor, causing his strength to increase. Seeing that he was about to lose at Henderson's hands, Taylor burst out in strength, determined not to let defeat easily. Taylor emitted strong energy from his body, causing Henderson to be wary and step back. Taylor began to counterattack fiercely. Even though he didn't want to use his aura, he knew that if he didn't use it, he would definitely lose. He thought, with aura's power, I can quickly end this match. Taylor jumped high, carrying tremendous strength, rushing straight towards Henderson. Henderson's steady gaze reflected the image of Taylor rushing forward. Henderson suddenly remembered the words Chris used to say when he was still a weak person, before he had the strength he has now. But now Henderson is no longer that person. During training, when others were discouraged and accepted defeat, he always moved forward with the desire to win. If at that time he also gave up and accepted himself as weak, he would always be a coward. Not daring to face challenges, his life would never change. He remembered and became even more determined. Chris's words aroused strong enthusiasm in him. Chris once said, "With this determination, Henderson will have a chance to win and be qualified to stand next to the commander." This is the result of his tireless efforts over the past month. Chris believes that it is possible. Remembering those words of encouragement, Henderson felt empowered. He grasped the sword tightly in his hand and immediately took a defensive stance. As soon as Taylor rushed forward, Henderson swung his sword to block the attack forcefully. "Just one fatal defensive swing," Henderson said, knocking Taylor away and sending him flying dozens of meters. But Taylor refused to give in. He immediately stood up, gritted his teeth, and was determined to continue fighting. However, Henderson's sword tip approached right before his eyes. Taylor couldn't believe how strong Henderson was. While he was still surprised, the outcome of the match was clear. Taylor lost the battle, defeated by Henderson's sword. Results announced. Henderson won Group 5 in Round 1. The audience could not hide their surprise. They talked loudly, unable to believe that the person they had looked down on, a farmer, could defeat swordsman Taylor with aura power. It took swordsmen a year to acquire mana, but now a farmer had triumphed, surpassing those they considered strong. Henderson raised his hands high, rejoicing in the cheers of the crowd. In another area, a group of people of higher status were watching the battle with special attention. The unexpected result made them worried. Northeasters are uneasy because the rumor that Henderson is weak is no longer true. They realized the situation had become much more complicated. In their original plan, they targeted Henderson as an easy target to defeat. Now they fear he may continue to win future battles. Baron Grenade reassured them, "Don't lose your temper like that." Even though the situation is not favorable, Baron Golo still hopes that the Northeast Association will win. Next is the match of Kevin, a member of Group 2. Step by step onto the ring, Kevin thought to himself. "I'm 5 seconds slower than Chris." Remembering Chris, he told himself, "If you ask who is the commander's sword, the answer will definitely be Chris." Therefore, Kevin was determined to prove that he was no worse than Chris and had his own value. He decided to use his own way to express this. The announcement to start the match rang out. From the stands, a cheer rang out. "Go, Miles!" Kevin stepped onto the floor facing Miles, a member of the Northeast Lumber Association. Miles was frightened by the reputation of Kevin, who was known as Dimitri's Devil. However, once on the stage, Miles decided to fight with all his strength, no matter how strong the opponent was. With that in mind, Miles attacked aggressively from the start. Miles continuously threw attacks at Kevin, but Kevin just defended and easily dodged. Taking advantage of the loophole, Kevin threw a powerful punch into Miles's stomach. The punch was so strong that it made Miles dizzy and panicked. Miles counterattacked with a swing of his hand and cursed, "You cowardly rat." But no matter how hard he tried to attack, Kevin easily dodged. Miles silently prayed in panic, "Please, just hit him once." But immediately, Kevin unleashed a strong blow, causing blood to flow from Miles's nose and a tooth to fall out of his mouth. Kevin, like a beast, rushed in with overwhelming force, making Miles extremely scared. Miles said to himself, "Just a man, but terrible." Unable to avoid it, Kevin continued to attack, causing Miles to hold his head and endure the blow in pain. Miles wondered in despair, "Can I win against this monster?" The audience below the ring was amazed at Kevin's strength. They didn't expect him to be this strong. Miles's will completely collapsed. In a trembling voice, he asked to surrender. Kevin did not take long to win, entering round 3,
proving his strength by destroying the opponent's will. When the soldiers were gathered, Captain Jonathan announced, "This time the competition will involve Chris, an elite knight of Dimitri." Jonathan advised the soldiers, "If you want to get stronger quickly, you must learn from those who have gone before." He emphasized that Chris, as Dimitri's knight, would be a shining example for everyone to follow. Everyone responded in unison, "Yes, sir." On this side, Chris won and continued to advance to the next round. The soldiers observed and learned from Chris, trembling before his overwhelming power when he won in the blink of an eye. Captain Jonathan noticed Chris became stronger and stronger through the matches, showing outstanding command qualities and leadership abilities. Jonathan claims that Chris is the sword that represents Commander Roman. No matter how strong the opponent is, when standing in front of Chris, they are overwhelmed by his aura and strength. In round 2, Chris continued to win quickly, with just one attack causing his opponent to collapse. However, it seems that this still does not satisfy Chris. His face was extremely tense. He still felt like this wasn't enough. Chris continued to attack repeatedly, internally screaming, "I want more!" One by one, the announcement of the next rounds rang out. Regardless of the match, Chris struck very quickly, his opponents one after another succumbing to his terrifying strength and speed. Chris's recorded time: round 2 takes 5 seconds, round 3 takes only 8 seconds, and round 4 takes 10 seconds. In less than a minute, he completed 3 rounds. With such divine speed, Jonathan couldn't help but be surprised. He did not know when Chris had gained such terrible power. He turned to look at Commander Roman, wondering how Roman had made Chris change and increase his power to this extent. Roman was still attentively observing the match, and Jonathan kept wondering, what did he do to Chris? As Chris's next opponent slowly entered the ring, the soldiers behind him chatted. Giving up is the right choice. They have given up. They're so strong. It's better to give up right from the start than to go up there and lose humiliatingly. Next is the battle between Pharrell and Chris. Everyone realized how great his strength was. They wonder if Pharrell can beat Chris. Some say it's impossible because Chris is so strong. Seeing Pharrell step up, everyone was busy chatting, guessing, can Pharrell last 10 seconds? Or will he lose faster than the previous person? Others bet some silver that Pharrell could last at least 30 seconds. Then the referee announced, "Please come forward, both opponents." When standing in front of Chris, Pharrell thought to himself that whether he fought or not, he would still lose. But holding out was another matter. Pharrell said that instead of using all his strength to fight to win, he just hoped he could last for just 1 minute. The people who lost in less than 10 seconds were defeated miserably. If I could last a minute, I would be considered stronger than those people. If Chris doesn't knock him out after a minute, Pharrell will definitely become the center of attention as the person who lasts the longest. However, Chris did not let him fulfill his wish. As soon as the announcement for the final round of Group 1 rang out, Chris flashed away. Before Pharrell could move anything, he received a sword blow from Chris. Those who observed the match all gasped in surprise. They were petrified by the scene before their eyes. No one could speak. A few seconds later, the soldiers regained their composure and said, "What? I can't believe it." They didn't see Chris swing his sword at all. His power was truly too great to describe. In response to Pharrell's defeat, the referee announced, "This winning round has made Chris the leader of Group 1. Chris walked down to the ring to loud cheers and applause from the audience throughout the 5 rounds. Chris's fighting time was only 27 seconds, enough to surprise the Northeast Association. At a pace of less than a minute, he won and topped Group 1. On this side, in Group 2, Evil Kevin did not disappoint everyone with his power to overwhelm the opponent's will. He easily defeated the other soldiers, confirming victory with overwhelming strength. In Groups 3 and 4, with strong physical condition, Volant and Pookie also defeated all opponents, winning to enter the next round. Almost everyone from the Dimitri family won quickly. The most special was Group 5, where Henderson won, surprising everyone. He broke all predictions of defeat and won decisively in every match, creating an unexpected turnaround. And finally, the only hope of the association right now is the Group of 6, McBurney. Can a person who has lost an arm win and become one of the top 6? In the hallway, the confrontation with a seemingly weak opponent made Northeast feel like there was the last ray of hope.
The Viscount asked Gabriel, "How do you feel?" Gabriel, knight of the Conrad family, quickly replied, "Very well." Therefore, Viscount Conrad placed all his hopes on Gabriel. Every secret weapon of the Conrad family had been trained since childhood. He exclaimed, "Of course it must feel good." He calculated that Gabriel was a 3-star swordsman. In this competition, there are limitations to aura. At first glance, this seemed like a fair rule, but it certainly couldn't beat the strategy of strength compared to a 3-star swordsman. Seeing the situation before him, he was subjective and thought that McBurney was just lucky to advance to round 3. But it's over. This time he will definitely win and make Roman give in. When he chose to bring out his trump card, Gabriel, he was very confident and told him to remember one thing. All the swordsmen of the Northeast Association had eliminated him. That's why Gabriel must not show mercy, even if the opponent is a disabled person. Feel free to stomp on McBurney as you please. And Gabriel is no good either, so he won't give up McBurney at any cost. He thought to himself, could he lose to an armless person? Because of that thought, when he stepped onto the stage, Gabriel was very complacent. He didn't believe he would lose to an ordinary swordsman with only one hand. McBurney couldn't even balance while standing, yet he had the desire to become a knight. However, the more closely he observed McBurney, the more Gabriel assessed that his right hand was still healthy. But someone like him certainly couldn't reach the threshold of a swordsman. He lost an arm and participated in a swordsmanship competition. While thinking, the referee immediately shouted loudly, "The match begins!" As soon as the fight began, Gabriel immediately rushed to attack McBurney. "There's no need for McBurney to come here," he told himself. "Let me show him what reality is like." Faced with Gabriel's heavy attacks, McBurney quickly dodged them and was able to counterattack. Gabriel thought he had his opponent's finger on the pulse. He smiled and thought to himself, "If you want to avoid my attack, there is only one way, and that is to move to the right. Seeing you dodge to the left, he will attack to the right, where your other hand is. Since he only used one arm, that meant the other side was completely exposed." Thinking so, Gabriel very aggressively raised his sword and aimed it straight at McBurney. Just when he thought victory was in his hands and would end this competition quickly, McBurney immediately leaned back to avoid a fatal blow. Faced with this situation, Gabriel wondered in surprise, what is this strange movement? He began to become more aggressive, swinging his sword continuously. After that, McBurney rushed forward like a tornado and quickly gave Gabriel a blow right in the chest, causing him extreme pain. Once done, McBurney quickly backed away. When he was beaten like that by an armless man, he felt angry and cursed. "This bastard!" In his eyes were sparks of anger. He became more and more angry. Seeing that he had such strength, this time he knew that he was able to enter the 3rd round not because of luck, but because he relied on his strength. Immediately, Gabriel's power exploded. He angrily thought to himself, "What the hell is the body imbalance?" His anger was now burning as if it wanted to burn McBurney. Gabriel realized the key point. McBurney took advantage of the lack of one arm to use that move and rebalance his body. In the past, Roman had told McBurney, "This is an important factor in swordsmanship, knowing how to take advantage of the balance of the body." The fact that he has the strength he has today is because Roman showed him the way. Losing a hand is truly a fatal weakness for swordsmen. But once he realized that losing a hand was no big deal, McBurney had to know how to turn that imbalance into a special swordsmanship move. McBurney has always asked himself, is the founder of left-handed swordsmanship someone who lost his arm like me? Is there such a person in this world? Does that person have any special qualities? But he quickly denied it. No, it's not like me, someone who has given up on reality. That day, he constantly searched for new ways to create his own swordsmanship. McBurney encouraged himself, losing an arm was nothing. No matter how tiring the practice, McBurney still just looked up at the sky and told himself, "A little hope is hard to come by. As long as you put effort into fighting, you will find a new path that suits you." That's why he constantly tried to practice to win and become Roman's subordinate, the person who gave him pointers and helped him get to where he is today. Thanks to those words of encouragement, his strength increased day by day. His life as a swordsman would never end. Thinking of this, McBurney straightened his sword high and aimed precisely at Gabriel. He rushed forward.
One final sword strike ended the fight, and he knocked down his opponent, leaving him defeated by his single arm. Just like that, he successfully defeated his opponent. Faced with this result, he remembered and thanked Roman even more. He is the one who helped McBurney change more positively and find a new path, a new life. From an ordinary swordsman who once despaired and wanted to give up, he now defeated a third-rank Aura swordsman, trained by the Northeast family since childhood. With the result that everyone had predicted, in the end, the Dimitri family won, and of course, the Northeast Alliance lost. Once defeated, the loser must accept the conditions, and the Northeast Alliance will henceforth belong to the Dimitri family. Viscount Conrad thought in disappointment, "It's really over. If this continues, the Dimitri family will grow stronger over time. This will cause his alliance to collapse." Is everything really over? The more he thought about it, the scarier it became, his face turning black, asking himself, could it be that they are facing monsters? Even though I tried everything thanks to the relationship I have. I went to the central government but still couldn't defeat these demons and monsters. The others did not understand his mood, but even came forward to ask, what should we do now? This question made him feel uncomfortable. Seeing that his faction had lost miserably, he immediately left and did not want to stay another second. The alliance has been defeated. What is the point of continuing here? Not only Viscount Conrad, but everyone else was also surprised. When did the Dimitri family become so powerful that no one could defeat them? He asked. They certainly weren't that strong at first. Suddenly, a hand walked up from somewhere and said, however, to create subordinates with such unbelievable power, the leader must be a person with extraordinary strength. The leader must be someone who has strong leadership, control, and guidance skills for his people so that no one can compare. In order for others to be unable to judge, it must be someone who can turn the world around. And Roman did it with his own strength. He used his intelligence and strength to bring his family to the top by all means. Having said that, Taylor asked them, do you understand the meaning of this? He then explained, Roman is the leader and the strongest, helping a family gain great power and become more and more prestigious. Now, Northeast has lost. Not only did they lose miserably, but the soldiers also spread out in different directions. If they themselves want to become stronger, the only thing is to follow, learn, and be loyal to Roman's Dimitri family. The scene changes to Roman, who is now crossing his arms and encouraging everyone. It's all been hard. All the soldiers were gathered in front of Roman. He began to speak. There are some people here who need my strength, others who admire me. The people here all have their own goals and desires, not just power or admiration. There are people who just want to be by and loyal to Roman. But Roman doesn't like complicated relationships that arise from the fact that the other person has no other choice. That's why Roman wants to build the ideal relationship, because relationships are formed based on genuine emotions. A relationship that has an impact from both sides will be a close relationship and an ideal relationship. Because they all needed something from Roman, he believed, that his relationship with them would be strong in the future, as if there was a string tying him and them together. Roman added with a dangerous smile, I admire your desire. At the same time, he reminded them, never forget one thing. Those are the people chosen by Roman Dimitri, and they are not ordinary people. They have worked hard and tried hard, so please believe in yourself. Surely they will always win, never giving up before the difficulties and challenges he has presented. And to reward their efforts, Roman generously gave each of them 3 gold coins and granted them 3 days of leave. Roman hoped that with this reward, the soldiers would enjoy themselves. Hearing this, the soldiers said, we are very happy. They replied in unison, thank you. It is our honor to serve you. We swear to be loyal to you. On the other hand, Lucas followed and observed the alliance's every move and saw that after the competition ended, it was exactly what Roman had predicted. They completely surrendered to the Dimitri family. This result makes Lucas think that perhaps in the near future, the Northeast Alliance will temporarily be silent. They will temporarily stop opposing the Dimitri family and wait for another opportunity. After listening, Roman objected, however, in a country even managed under strict regimes, there will still be those who are dissatisfied and will always protest.
There is no perfect government in this world. Because of that, we cannot predict how they will act or what consequences they will cause. To prevent conflict with the central government, we must minimize sacrifices in the Northeast. Roman believes that, therefore, opposing the Northeast Alliance right now is unnecessary. When Lucas was about to ask something, Roman quickly continued. So instead of continuing to find ways to oppose, we must show them who is in charge of the current situation. The union must be strengthened. And finally, if we want to destroy them quickly, we must divide them into small groups, then gradually attack them to destroy them completely. Roman then orders, "Lucas, do it right away." On the other side, Earl Douglas of the Northern Cairo force is still angry that the stolen gold has not been found. He shouted, "Haven't you seen those mice yet?" Even though he tried his best, his subordinates couldn't do anything more. Even though they dealt with the recent guys, they still couldn't find that gold. Before the war against Lawrence, Earl Douglas joined hands with the bank, using his connections to make huge sums of money. Then, to prepare for the upcoming incidents, he also borrowed money from Douglas and a number of powerful people in the North, including Homer. But in the end, he was miserably defeated by Roman. When Viscount Barco ran for his life, he was brutally murdered. He was the only one who knew exactly where the gold was. At this moment, Earl Douglas remembered the Barco family's slush fund is still unknown. And Earl Douglas is the only person alive with a clue. It was through a party with Viscount Barco, so he hired the Black Moon Group to find that gold, but on the way to transport it. The robbers stole them away. With such a huge amount of gold, Earl Douglas could not let his efforts go down the drain. So, by all means, we must get that gold back. Even if we have to search the entire Northeast, we must find it, he shouted orders to his subordinates. Count Douglas seemed to lose control, shouting loudly, "That gold must be mine, must belong to me, and no one can use it but me." Just as he was getting angry, someone came in and announced, "Sir, Black Moon has reported that there is a clue to the gold's whereabouts." Hearing this information, Count Douglas could not help but stand up and ask again, "What?" Then he quickly urged them to come here immediately. The Black Moon Guild leader, Negra Donovan, entered to report, after the gold was robbed, it was hidden in the black market. And finally, we discovered the identity of the people who had the gold. Before the Black Moon Guild leader could finish reporting, Count Douglas lost his patience and asked hastily, "Who are they?" Donovan quickly replied, "The one holding them now is not the bandits, but the Northeast Alliance." Hearing this name, Count Douglas exclaimed in alarm, "What did you say?" Donovan then explained that first, the gold was stolen by robbers. But then the soldiers of the Northeast Alliance found the bandits and attacked them. The leader of the Black Moon Guild added, "After defeating the robbers, they put the gold in the car and escaped. They had no idea that the gold was in Douglas's car. That's why they act so recklessly." When the Black Moon Guild leader found information about the gold, he discovered one of them is being traded on the black market and has a serial number that matches Viscount Buckle's slush fund. When he found out the clues, it was indeed Viscount Conrad's men who were holding the gold. He is one of his henchmen and a member of the Alliance. After hearing Donovan's report, Count Douglas became even more angry. He was extremely indignant and hated the Northeast Alliance even more for taking the gold he had worked so hard to find. But on the other side, Donovan thought to himself, if I hadn't said this, we would have easily taken all that gold. While Count Douglas was furious, unaware that the Black Moon Society was secretly laughing, Donovan told himself, however, going against my master was the worst mistake they had ever made. Northeastern Alliance, Earl Douglas, you will never know the truth about the changes in the Black Moon Society. And of course, none other than the Black Moon Society, the most prestigious guild in the North, was taken over by Lucas, Roman's subordinate. And now they have sided with and worked for the Dimitri family. The Northeastern Alliance people were still unaware and still believed the information that the Black Moon Society had given. Count Douglas could not contain his anger, so he immediately ordered, "Contact the Northeast Association right now," and started fighting them. The dogs that stole his gold must be torn apart and hacked to pieces. At this time, the Alliance was still sitting around, discussing and finding ways to deal with Count Douglas. Because he is a monster in the North and has a very scary personality, his power is not ordinary, so they do not want to confront him. They were worried that if this got out, what would happen to their relationship? No one is unaware of the character of Earl Douglas.
If he finds out, he will make a big deal out of it and will not forgive them for what they have done. However, Viscount Conrad advised against it because they had also lent a huge sum of money to the Barco clan. The Barco clan's slush fund cannot belong to Douglas alone, so they had to have a share, and of course Douglas couldn't take all that money by himself. And by trying to steal that black fund, isn't he trying to keep it all to himself? So they absolutely could not lower themselves first, because according to the Viscount, they did nothing wrong, just when everyone was wondering how to handle it. Without that gold, they wouldn't be able to earn that money. But if you give it to him, he will take it all. Then Conrad declared, "When the time comes, we will have a say." The key point here is that Earl Douglas touched the gold first without telling us, and the fact that he took that gold without informing them made people even more in favor of not bowing down to him. People have also turned against him, so they chose to support Viscount Conrad. Just as everyone had chosen a plan, they received a notice that Count Douglas was requesting a meeting with Viscount Conrad using magic. Seeing this, the Viscount's expression was quite worried. Although he knew he had to confront him, he didn't think it would be so quick. Upon meeting them, Count Douglas repeatedly questioned, "Why did you take the gold without informing me?" and demanded an explanation. However, Viscount Conrad calmly explained gently, "We understand why Count Douglas is angry. The Barco family had borrowed money from us before. Therefore, Viscount Conrad believed that the slush fund could not belong to any one person and instead had to be divided among everyone." He turned to question the Count why he had held it alone without informing the others. Viscount Conrad thought to himself that changing the subject was a good move. However, Earl Douglas did not agree and objected, instead questioning the Viscount for stealing his gold and speaking ambiguously. Count Douglas angrily asserted, "The gold belongs to me and no one else." Since he knew about the gold, it was his alone. Even though Viscount Conrad tried to dissuade Count Douglas, he was still extremely angry and shouted, "Shut up!" After that, Earl Douglas became increasingly angry. He declared that he wanted to start a war with the Northeast Alliance and would not forgive them for opposing him. He will contact Central and request a license to declare war. Unfortunately, the Northeast Alliance no longer has Barco to protect it. Earl Douglas will certainly show them what the consequences are for opposing him. Faced with that declaration of war, Viscount Conrad felt the situation was becoming increasingly dire and uncontrollable. It was more serious than he had anticipated. Chapter 86. After receiving this notice, Lucas immediately returned to report to Roman on the predicted date. Earl Douglas declared war on the Northeastern Confederacy. If it were Earl Douglas, he would have said he would. He held the cup of tea, drank calmly, and said, "Until now, everything is still going according to plan." However, Viscount Conrad was not the type of person who would rush into action without considering the situation. If Earl Douglas were to push too hard, he might swallow his pride and surrender. "To prevent this from happening," he said, sipping his tea, "from now on, we have to spread that rumor quickly. Only then will the war between the two sides continue." He planned everything perfectly. Only when people fall into despair can they throw away their pride. North of Cairo, the old man asked in surprise, "What do you say? Is the situation very tense now?" Outside, the street was crowded with people, also listening to the story. The Northeastern Alliance is preparing to move against Count Douglas. They were extremely shocked by this information. Someone said, "So now we have to close the business." In another dark corner, two people were also talking. "Is that true?" The other party affirmed that it was definitely true. "I heard a relative of Viscount Conrad say so. After his conversation with the Count, he went crazy and smashed things." However, the old man did not believe it, causing the old man opposite to tell more. "I heard that this time he is determined to crush Earl Douglas. We have no reason to interfere in that." As the story spread, everyone was talking about this war. There were rumors that Viscount Conrad would go to war against Earl Douglas. The merchants and servants who were in the lower classes of society and spread the rumors were all of common origin. When the Count heard the rumors, he was extremely angry and shouted, "I will destroy them." He then slammed his hand on the table and said, "Those cowardly rats dare to do this to me." Then, pointing at the people below, he angrily said, "Quickly send a petition to the government immediately. I will never forgive you, bastards. Earl Douglas will never forgive you, bastards." Viscount Conrad heard this and panicked. "Count,
There must be some misunderstanding. I don't know what's going on either. We have considered and decided to give that gold to you. We hope you will forgive our incident this time, the Viscount pleaded. Count, it's showing on the screen. Please calm down. That rumor isn't true. However, the Count rebuked him. Viscount Conrad, don't act like that. I'm not blind. But because of his betrayal, he did not accept the Viscount's reconciliation this time. I contacted you not to reconcile. This is a declaration of war on greedy rats like you. Try to struggle, but don't expect to escape. Seeing the Count so angry and uncontrollable, they were all worried. Something big has happened. Earl Douglas was determined to fight against the Union. There was no way to win against him now, so they quickly said, let's contact the central government for help. Then the Viscount told everyone to calm down. Listen up, he said. Then he communicated with the person on the other side through the screen. Everything was caused by your alliance, so go and solve it yourselves. Everyone was desperate when they heard that and thought that this time no one would be able to save them. It's over. This war is inevitable. At this moment, Roman contacted them. Oh my God, Roman Dmitri is contacting them unexpectedly. The Viscount picked up and asked, Roman, what's the matter? I hear the Northeast Alliance is having problems. At first, the Viscount saw you and thought you were clearly calling to laugh at us. Before he could finish thinking, a voice rang out. I'm contacting you because I want you to clearly understand the situation so there won't be any misunderstandings. The Viscount heard this and did not understand what was going on. What is that attitude? He said. We are also very sorry. Actually, it was a few days ago. He told Roman the whole story. Hearing the Viscount explain the situation, Roman asked, So what are you going to do now? The Viscount didn't know what to say. That matter, you can't just sit back and watch the Northeast territory fall into the hands of the Northern powers. Hearing this, the Viscount asked in surprise, Don't tell me you're going to help us. Roman replied frankly, Even if there are some problems in our relationship, Dmitri's side also cannot ignore what is happening to the Northeast Alliance. At this moment, he remembered what the Count had said. Don't you have any doubts? Northeast Alliance, if the two sides fight, who will benefit? Isn't it us, Dmitri? Knowing his intentions, this guy was truly a monster. And with the current situation, now was not the time to be angry. It's true that we didn't have a friendly relationship before, but we really need your help now. You promise in the future we will do whatever you want, as long as you can forget the past grudges and help us now. Even though I don't want to, now is not the time to be arrogant. If we had more troops, we would have minimized the damage caused by the war because the central government refused to help, so we had to find another way. He had to humble himself. Then, Roman said sincerely, Deep down, I don't want to help your alliance that much. But I also don't want to lose my image because of a small thing. Considering the current situation in Cairo, it's only left for us to cooperate with each other. Dmitri and the Northeast Alliance will rule this Northeast region together, he said confidently. The Viscount heard this and had a slight doubt as to whether he would keep his word or not. He folded his arms, looked down, and said, My proposal is very clear. We hope you will sincerely repent and be willing to cooperate with us in the future. As promised, I will definitely not ignore your difficulties. He heard that and thought it was unbelievable. Roman Dmitri, who used to hate the nobility, is now with us. No, now about to become the great leader of the Northeast region. Viscount thought of this and clenched his fist. He immediately asked for more time to discuss it again with the alliance members. I will contact you again after discussing it with the other members of the alliance. A few days later, on the other side, Count Douglas was leisurely walking with his soldiers, going to the border between the North and the Northeast to fight. When the soldiers demanded their rights, they said, Mr. Count Douglas, after this war is over, you must ensure our fair rights. Of course, he turned back and said, Why are you talking about such a trivial matter to a northern lord? After the crisis, the Northeast region lost its strength, just like a collapsing sandcastle. Isn't it time we took over that fertile land? Ha ha, that's right. Hearing that makes me excited again. People subconsciously saw Douglas as a monster, but he never attacked his opponents blindly. He would use any means as long as he could win the fight, so he was still alive until this moment. Before, they couldn't act because of the central government. Now the northern nobles have allied with each other. The Northern Alliance will never collapse.
As soon as the north and northeast sides met, Count Douglas couldn't wait any longer and wanted to fight immediately. "I am Count Douglas, come out and respond to my challenge." But the other side said, "This is not the time to discuss that anymore, please wait a little longer." Just as the Count was provoking, it seemed that everyone had arrived. "So let's put all our strength into this decisive battle." This side replied, "We don't need to do that." Suddenly, his subordinates announced that another army was approaching, leaving Count Douglas confused as to what was happening. The Dmitri family flag was fluttering in the wind. When he saw the flag, he was extremely frightened. "That flag belongs to Dmitri!" Roman had led his soldiers to this battle. Count Douglas wondered, why are the Dmitri family's soldiers here? Roman glanced at him, then kept asking, "Why are you guys appearing on this northeastern battlefield? You are the lord of the northern region. I am leading reinforcements for the alliance." The Count understood immediately when he heard that, "Oh no, if the northern lord brings in troops, it will be an excuse for Dmitri to join the war." Seeing that Roman was supporting the other side, the Count's allies immediately felt worried. "Why did Dmitri appear here? Didn't you know about this beforehand? If I had known Roman Dmitri was participating, I wouldn't have come here." "Count Douglas, we are ready." Hearing the Viscount's reminder, but with the current situation, the Count was extremely angry. "You bastard!" Before he could finish his thought, Roman spoke up. "Now I will give you Northerners a choice. Do you want a duel or a mass battle? Which way should you fight?" Chapter 87, damn it, Dmitri is joining the war? Once war has been declared, there's no taking it back. If I were to fight Dmitri, defeat would be inevitable. However, I can't choose a close battle. Although our numbers are overwhelming the northeastern alliances, Dmitri's soldiers are a powerful army that has pacified the war in the south, making them a formidable opponent. Now the north could neither retreat nor advance. He was in a dilemma. What should he do? Seeing him hesitate, Roman said, "I have a proposal. Let's have a duel. I will face 3 swordsmen at the same time. What do you think?" "If you still hesitate, I can increase it to 5 people." The Count was startled when he heard that. "I admit he is very strong, but I didn't expect him to make such an outrageous proposal." Roman held out his hand to invite the person opposite, saying at the same time, "I hope to end the war as neatly as possible. What do you think?" "I need time to think." He immediately discussed with his allies, "Let's agree to this proposal. Even if he is strong, there are 5 of us, the elites of each clan. Can't we defeat one of them?" The soldiers were worried when they heard that, but it was still too dangerous. The fact that he had defeated Butler before meant that he could take down 5 people. "Don't I know that? But there's no other way. No matter how we fight, we have to face that monster." He used his swordsman as motivation. "My subordinate twin swordsman once joined forces to attack and defeated a level 4 swordsman." The image of a pair of men with 2 different sword colors is powerful. The Count tried to convince them. "He is certainly as strong as the rumors say, but this is a reckless choice to show our side's strength. While we don't know the ins and outs and are still jumping around killing him, we can completely take over the entire Northeast." Hearing this, the other members had no other choice but to follow his advice. "We will follow the Count's opinion." With everyone's agreement, he wanted to destroy Roman even more. "I will definitely make you regret your arrogance." Then the official match took place. The government supervised. "This match will be special. It will be 1 versus 5. The twins were discussing, the elder brother Belton and the younger brother Belthel. "Belthel and I will charge from the sides and aim for cover. While the Count is in sight, you 2 attack him. Even if you are an excellent swordsman, the moment you try to counterattack, there will be an opening. Leave the decisive attack to us. If you guys support us, we can gain fame and wealth together." Then the announcement was made that all were in position and the flag was raised. "Charge, Belthel!" At this moment, the 2 brothers, Belton and Belthel, rushed towards Roman using all their strength to attack him. However, at this moment he stood still, calm as if nothing had happened. "Take it, Roman Dmitri." Getting closer, Roman drew his sword. Just a single sword strike split the 2 of them into 4, ending their lives in a matter of seconds. The Count was terrified. 1 shot and 1 kill of twins? The Count declared war, so I suddenly remembered this. When the Barco family was prosperous,
You always tried to resolve it through dialogue. Then why didn't you say anything to us? He looked at them with cold eyes. To conclude one thing, the Northern Lords and Counts completely ignore the existence of our family. And to me, that truth was unpleasant. His face became more fierce than ever. Now I will give you the chance to end this duel, to decide the winner once more through combat. How about it? He heard that and thought, what is this battle about? If a close battle breaks out, countless soldiers will die. It's better to sacrifice these 5 people. The law is the law. If it is said to be decided by combat, then let it be so. He closed his eyes and said helplessly, I don't know what to do. If that's what you want, I'll carry out the battle as planned. The remaining 3 soldiers were very frightened and said, wait! The matter of deciding the winner is over, and the battle is over like this. What do you think? Roman felt very funny at their inferiority. The northern soldiers waved white flags like cowards. So this time he won't use a sword, instead he will fight them unarmed. Roman raised his hand and asked, so, are you happy to fight? Don't regret your choice. Damn it, if I back down under these conditions, it would be a shame for a swordsman. Damn, I don't know anymore. But even if I don't have a sword, it's worth a try, right? Then they decided to charge forward anyway. Let's go! Even as the 3 of them charged, Roman remained where he was, staring at the tip of the sword. His face showed no emotion. Then Roman used just 1 punch to break their swords and knock them out in seconds. They were beaten to a pulp by Roman then, half dead, said, surrender. Roman didn't stop and gave them a hard kick. Any other ideas? His eyes darkened. The Count could only bow his head and reply, no. Seeing Roman fighting like that for the Northeast Alliance, Viscount Conrad bowed his head repeatedly and said, you've worked hard. It's been a pleasure working with you. Suppose we choose all-out war with Dmitri. The ones who will be slaughtered won't be them, but us. This was the moment the entire Northeast's rankings were firmly arranged, as Roman intended. He turned, smiled, and left when everything went his way. A few days after the end of the battle between the North and the Northeast, in the Great Hall, there is a long table where a meeting is held. Today, Roman represented his father to preside over the meeting. He said, I have been given full authority for this meeting by my father. I wonder if anyone still finds it inconvenient. However, this time, no one opposed him. Then we will start the meeting from now on. Roman asked everyone, do you think the Cairo kingdom is on the right track? During Hector's invasion of the southern front, what made me tired was not fighting Hector, but the internal enemy. The commanders there don't trust me. While the southern front line fell, the central government could only fight among itself for power. Everyone was surprised when they heard that. If it weren't for me and my soldiers, Cairo would still be at war with Hector. And if Cairo is controlled by the government, having to face war again, the government will certainly mobilize soldiers from all over to make launching pads. And in contrast to the local nobles who lost their troops and suffered a lot of damage, the power of the nobles in the government would certainly be more solid. We have to face this fact, that Cairo is not fair. So we realized that a new change is needed. Just like the nobles in the capital enjoyed power under the name of the central government. Everyone heard that and was silent, listening to him continue. Why don't we join forces to protect each other in this northeast region? Having said that, he thought to himself, once Dmitri starts acting seriously, there's not much time left. Must quickly capture the entire northeast region. So the government cannot act hastily, someone spoke up after everyone around finished discussing. We can clearly speak out against the government if the nobles in the northeast region join together. But there is a problem. Outside of Lorraine and other areas, the northeast environment is too harsh. Most of the clans in the northeast import essential goods from outside. Confronting the government could be damaging to trade. I know, commerce is directly linked to government. So, if that connection can't be severed, I'm afraid the local nobles will also be dragged into this. At this moment, Lucas held a scroll of some kind in his hand, brought it up to Roman, and said, but if you guys decide to make a decision, at least there is a way to solve the food problem. The northeast region has more mountains than other places. Then he sat with his hands clasped together, explaining to everyone, especially behind Dmitri, were endless mountain ranges. This is a favorable structure in preventing enemy attacks. First, I think we'll build a fortress that can evacuate people. And I plan to reclaim the mountains so that I can provide my own food in the future, he said, attaching accompanying images. At this, Duke Conrad spoke up. That is possible. It is not a simple matter. Yes. In the previous life, the heavenly demon sect was a perfect fortress that could withstand the attacks of the sects for many years. The mountain range that stretches across the 100,000 great mountains is reborn in the mountain ranges and blacksmith clans similar to the 100,000 mountains. Is this a coincidence, or is it to be expected? He began to think about it quietly. Then he continued, as you can see, I have distinguished the land that can be reclaimed and some that have already started to be reclaimed. It may take some time, but if we succeed, even if the government threatens, we will not back down. His face broke into a confident smile. When we succeed at that, we'll have the power to do it. One of the people sitting there praised, "It's wonderful." Another person holding the paper exclaimed, "I can't believe it's so perfect. From the land reclamation plan to the fortress drawing, everything is very clear. It's not about giving abstract directions, but being very specific about how to proceed." Then one by one they agreed with his approach. The Lauren family would listen to the Dmitri family's opinion. So would the Conrads. I will obey. Me too. Finally, the Northeast has fallen into Dmitri's hands. From now on, our alliance will be Dmitri's alliance. On the other side, a man drinking wine thought, Dmitri, led by Roman, is on the right track. Rodwell, you've worked hard all this time. No one can replace Roman now. Then he looked out and said, The moon is so bright. Last month, Marquis Valentino had some unpleasant days reading. I never sent the sword I made to Hendrik's auction house. If not you, then who created this sword? Then he continued reading the other letters. This is not the sword I made. No one can make such a sword in Cairo. You won't find a second sword on this entire continent. Done! The Marquis angrily clenched the paper. Damn it! The door opened. Someone rushed in and said in a panic, Someone said they saw a sword with a similar shape to Blaze among the items that the blacksmith Dmitri owns, my lord. What? He heard that, stood up and left. What do you need me for? This is Forge Master Hendrik. I'll be blunt. A month ago I received the Blaze sword at the auction house in Adeleon. Yes, you told me in the letter. Blaze is a treasure to me. His face was filled with joy. He is like a treasure. I am certain that the creator of this sword, the one who transferred the mana energy, is the best in Cairo. That sword, here it's in a chest padded under a blaze cloth. The blacksmith was shocked when he saw this, and the Marquis thought, Indeed. You've noticed. I heard you, Hendrik, have a similar sword. But the blacksmith sat pondering. Huh? I will show you this sword. Wait a moment. He thought, if it is a man like Marquis Valentino, then he will surely know the value of the sword. Another golden sword surrounded by a red border, while the other was all silver. Let this sword be named Salamander. Just looking at the blade is enough to send shivers down my spine. Surely this sword and Blaze were created by the same person. Salamander and Blaze were forged by the same person, just as you think. Salamander was the first sword, Blaze was forged after Salamander. The Marquis was surprised to hear that. The Salamander is the first finished product? I want it. Then he said, I am a very meticulous person, but can you sell this sword to me? The blacksmith heard this and bowed his head, saying, I'm sorry, but this is not for sale. This is a gift I was given. I think you will understand my thinking in not being able to sell it as a collector. Did you just say gift? The Marquis heard this and thought, this is not Hendrickson's sword, but a gift? So Hendrik knows who that person is? Then the Marquis asked curiously, Romero forged? No. This sword was created by Roman Dmitri, the eldest son of the Dmitri family. Is that Roman Dmitri? The smallest baron of Cairo who makes the best sword in the kingdom? All works contain a story within them. If the blacksmith creates it, then people just consider it a normal result. But what if the youngest genius swordsman was the one who created it? People create the special meaning and value of the sword. Rarity alone cannot be valued. Now I want to see Roman Dmitri, he said, his heart filled with longing. At this time, Roman Dmitri was training with Vice Captain Chris. He was determined, aiming straight at Roman Dmitri and attacking relentlessly. Roman dodged fiercely, his feet nimbly on the ground, standing firmly. However, Chris, with his strength, still rushed in front of Roman and attacked him directly. His eyes also reflected his determination. While they were fighting, Roman saw two men appear outside the door. Noticing Roman's distraction, Chris seized the opportunity and said to himself, "This is the moment." Thinking and doing, Chris launched a straight attack right into Roman's chest, his face showing a hint of surprise. Immediately after that, there was a huge explosion. A magical blue light spread all around and dust flew up everywhere. The soldiers present witnessed the scene and all opened their mouths in surprise. Roman thought he had lost to Chris, but he still held his sword tightly in his hand and praised, "Nice move, Chris." It turned out that Chris was lying on the ground and Roman's sword was pointing straight at his face. Roman reminded, "But if you release a source of instant power, it will definitely create a gap between attacks. Therefore, Chris must create a solid card to break the opponent's balance." Hearing these instructions, Chris replied with some concern, "Yes, I will keep that in mind." Then Roman said loudly, "Next!" On this side, witnessing the battle between the two of them, Marquis Valentino felt surprised by Roman's strength. He wondered, "Is this the level of Roman Dmitri? You are the celebrity, the talk of the kingdom lately. You are the one with the greatest power, and are also the one who defeated Hector and ranked second." Marquis Valentino wondered, "So, compared to the soldiers in the Cairo kingdom, where would I stand?" Seeing is believing. Marquis Valentino witnessed Roman's strength and was deeply impressed. Not only is he as rumored, he's even stronger than that. A person like this in the Cairo kingdom as a blacksmith. Roman will be the most talented blacksmith on the continent, he affirmed with certainty. Not only can he forge swords of extraordinary power like Salamander and Blaze, while Marquis Valentino was still marveling at Roman's strength, his subordinate announced that there was a guest who wanted to see him. Seeing this, Marquis Valentino was overjoyed, but no loud mention. He replied, "I know." Then Roman Dmitri came forward and extended his hand to introduce himself. Marquis Valentino seemed to be frozen in front of Roman, looking at him passionately. As soon as he saw this hand of Roman, Marquis Valentino thought to himself, "Is this the hand that made the sword blaze?" Thinking of that, he couldn't help but smile and was very happy. Regaining his composure, Marquis Valentino took Roman's hand with admiring eyes and introduced himself. "I am Valentino." After the two of them moved into the room, Valentino revealed his purpose in coming here was for the Blaze sword. When he saw the sword, Roman pondered for a moment because this was the sword he had asked Lucas to sell. Without beating around the bush, Valentino said, "I have spent a lot of time looking for someone to forge this sword." He mobilized a lot of manpower and resources, traveling far and wide to find the person who forged this sword. Valentino then wanted to confirm it once again and asked Roman, "Are you the one who forged this sword?" Actually, Roman already knew about Valentino's power because he was also a famous person with great power. He is the richest tycoon in the kingdom of Cairo, an ambitious collector. Valentino became the most powerful figure among the neutral forces. Besides, his wealth was obtained by acquiring Cairo's business rights. Although he is a man of immense influence capable of upsetting any balance, he chose to remain neutral, not taking sides despite the advice of the four factions. Roman found Valentino quite an interesting person, so he immediately admitted. He reaffirmed once again that he was the one who made this sword. Hearing this, Valentino was extremely happy and excited because he had wanted to find and meet the man who forged this sword long ago. Valentino then told of the first time he saw Blaze at the auction house. He was so shocked that it was as if he had been hit by Z. He found this sword to be of extraordinary value, and not only that, it also exuded immense power. Valentino wondered, since Dmitri is the mecca of blacksmiths, Roman must have also inherited Baron Romero's talent? Then he hesitated. Valentino expressed his wish that Roman would let him see the sword he had just used to fight. Roman replied without hesitation, "Yes, of course." Then Roman calmly showed Marquis Valentino his sword. Holding the sword in his hand, he asked in amazement, "What is the name of this sword?" and received the answer from Roman. "I call it Darknik." Valentino sighed.
Both Blaze and Salamander are shockingly excellent swords. But when he held the Darknick sword in his hand and looked at it closely, Marquis Valentino could feel the power it was emitting. It was filled with dark power and was on another level. He secretly exclaimed, "Every time a new sword is released, it radiates an energy that surpasses the old sword, becoming stronger and stronger." Thinking of the scene of Roman struggling to grab the sword, Valentino thought, "A sword made by a monster like this, how terrifying will it be in the future?" Therefore, he had a suggestion to make to Roman. Putting the Darknick sword on the table, Valentino said seriously to Roman, "The conditions are simple. First, if you sell the sword, then definitely give me a chance. Second, if you ever make a new sword, I want to know its name first. It's simply my wish. No matter how far away, as long as you make an appointment, I will come." Valentino asserted, "Whether it's in another country or a remote place, he will come by any means, just to admire that new sword. And if you agree to his terms, then from now on, the Valentino family will support the Dimitri family with all their might." Hearing that, Roman was very surprised, because up until now, he was the person that everyone wanted to drag in but failed. He only chose neutrality, but now he wants to give up neutrality just for his sword. Seeing Roman's attitude, he also knew. He got his point across and repeated it again. This time, he asserted that if he agreed, the Valentino family would abandon its previous neutrality and support the Dimitri family. Hearing his assertion, Roman wanted to know the real reason why he chose to support the Dimitri family. Marquis Valentino did not beat around the bush. He said frankly, "Because there are currently 4 factions that always want to pull me in, putting a lot of pressure on me, it is very difficult to stay neutral forever." So Valentino was very confused about which force to support. At the same time, he also recently learned that he had formed the Dimitri Alliance. And what's more, the blacksmith he had been looking for all this time was him. For a sword collector like him, this was the result he had always expected. So there's no reason why he wouldn't support Roman and the Dimitri family. Valentino knew that the Dimitri family had no shortage of material wealth. But for him, more money would solve more problems. And more specifically, he was attracted to Roman because of his power. Hearing that, Roman did not beat around the bush. He stood up and said, "If you want to join, you must be willing and loyal to follow the Dimitri family as a member of the alliance." Roman asked frankly once again, "Is the Valentino family willing to follow the Dimitri family?" Hearing that, he also knew that he had been accepted by Roman. Valentino just smiled gently with satisfaction. Then he also stood up and respectfully bowed his head in response. Even if he was told to make a bed and jump into a fire pit, as long as it was Roman's order, the Valentino family would be ready to obey. Hearing that, Roman also smiled and accepted him. "Because the grease is all the way up to your mouth. Why complain? I just didn't expect it to be fate," he replied, "looking forward to your help in the future." Seeing that, Valentino begged again, would Roman let him publicly announce that he was the one who forged this blaze sword, a perfect sword? Valentino simply wanted to show off to everyone around him the perfect sword he possessed. He won't be able to stand it if he doesn't brag. Hearing this, Roman not only refused but also agreed. In his heart, he secretly exclaimed, "What a unique person." A few days later, at the Valentino family, he called everyone to introduce this blaze sword. Everyone excitedly asked, "Is this the sword as rumored?" As Valentino puffed out his nose and showed off. "This sword is more than the rumors. First-class swordsmanship. When using this sword, it can block the sword of a second-class swordsman." Everyone heard that and was a bit skeptical. Valentino added proudly, "Have we ever lied about the value of a collectible item?" Furthermore, the identity of the blacksmith who made this blaze, he left a bit of a surprise. Valentino then revealed the identity of the person who made this blaze sword to be Cairo's hero. The one who repelled the imperial army of Hector was none other than Roman Dimitri of the blacksmith family. Hearing this name, everyone was even more surprised because that person was Roman Dimitri's sword. Valentino added, "Yes, this was the sword he used to defeat Butler." Not only did he introduce Blaze, he also told about Roman's 2 remaining swords. And the sword he was holding was only the second sword he had forged. People call the 3 swords the Roman Dimitri collection. After the rumor had spread far and wide, with Roman's reputation,
Dimitri's forge prospered to the point where it could no longer keep up. The scene changes to an evening, where Roman Dimitri is walking down the hallway, his face slightly tense. Behind him a figure spoke, pushing Hector back and knocking Butler down. This person was none other than the Information Ministry's Valhalla Macon, who came to see Roman and gave him compliments. "We underestimated Sir Roman. He recently united the entire Northeast region and created an independent force," Macon added. "The Valhalla Empire cannot just ignore the element that endangers the future. Now you must choose. Will you follow Valhalla or become an enemy?" Roman felt very funny after hearing that. He asked again, "Why do I have to listen and choose according to your conditions?" Macon asked Roman again, "So you mean accepting hostility is a good thing?" But Roman was not panicking. "Let's be honest," he said. "You were the one who threatened me first. I have no intention of forcing myself to be loyal to anyone," Roman thought to himself. The kingdom of Cairo was the prey that the Kronos Empire had spent so much effort on for decades. If Valhalla attacked Cairo, the Kronos Empire will not stand idly by. Roman reversed the threatening situation. "If you don't want to turn me into an enemy, then please continue to chase me away." Every word Roman said made Macon sweat. The moment we make a choice, that force will definitely rule Cairo, and people will call the Dimitri family the royal family. Macon clenched his fists and spoke. "You really handle things boldly. If you keep that attitude, one day you will break your neck," Hector's butler, the 5-star swordsman you fought so hard to defeat, said. "His existence is nothing in Valhalla. The continent is vast, much larger than you think." Finally, Macon left a word of advice and disappeared. "I will give you more time. I hope you make a careful choice." With the beginning of the Dimitri alliance, the 4 factions of Cairo contacted each other and urged Roman to make his decision. Hadid asked her owner if he would pass on Roman Dimitri. The silver-haired man replied thoughtfully, "If he chooses me, everything in the past will be forgiven. But if he chooses someone other than me, I will not let him be and will have to deal with him." The current situation is very disadvantageous for Roman. He is forced to think carefully, because taking advantage of the current balance of power is also very limited. He thought to himself, if he didn't make good use of his last year, then sacrifice in the war later will be inevitable. First, to deal with the magic tower perfectly, I must study it thoroughly. There are 13 magic towers on the continent, including a governing council in the Sky Magic Tower. This is the first and most powerful magic tower on the continent. Representatives of each magic tower stand up to demonstrate their abilities. The representative of the Phoenix Tower had to endure the cold gazes from the magicians. The reason the Phoenix Tower received this cold treatment was because they were being weakened. "The Phoenix Tower has lost its position," an observer commented. Perhaps it was true that the Phoenix Magic Tower lost its magic books that had been passed down for generations. The master of the Phoenix Tower, Felix, looked at that scene, his heart filled with a headache. 3 years ago, in the midst of chaos, I became the Tower Master, but now I've reached my limit. The real master of the Phoenix Tower is unknown, and I cannot perform the supreme magic Heavenly Fire. The number of mages leaving is already too much." The support from the Frankish kingdom had also stopped. Not knowing how much longer the Phoenix Magic Tower could last, Felix sighed dejectedly. Suddenly his eyes stopped and he saw something. Roman Dimitri's letter on the table appeared before his eyes. Felix read the letter carefully. If he chose to leave the Magic Tower to join the Dimitri family, he would receive many benefits. The conditions are very simple. You will be my opponent for 6 months. Every month I will pay you 1,000 gold. Felix read the number 1,000 gold, frowning in thought. That place was really too far away. But now was not the time to choose. I have to go there. The car moved slowly on the road. Felix sat silently in the carriage, thinking to himself. The Dimitri family seemed to be a blacksmith territory in the Cairo kingdom. I don't know what this place is like, but the mages don't care much about this place. Of the 13 magic towers on the continent, 7, including the strongest magic tower, the Heavenly Palace, are located in Kronos. The remaining magic towers are located in other countries and are mostly neutral. Kronos has the most magic towers and is considered a holy land for magicians. Cairo was just a deserted land. The mages paid little attention to this kingdom. The Dimitri family was located in the northeast.
If I hadn't received this offer, I probably would never have set foot here. According to this letter, I don't need to do much. Just be his opponent to practice with for 6 months, which I can do. Then I will receive 6,000 gold back. Is this the Dmitri family? Felix looked at the huge castle before him and felt a little surprised. Miles stopped him at the door, demanding, "Stop and state your purpose." Felix took out the invitation and introduced himself. "I am Felix, the Tower Master of the Phoenix Magic Tower. I came here at the invitation of Roman Dmitri." He looked around, silently assessing. Everything seemed very organized. There were many guards and work was proceeding smoothly. The fortress also has many weapons and the walls are sturdy. It seems like too much defense for a border clan like this. Roman stepped out politely and introduced himself to Felix. Felix also shook hands and introduced himself, but in his heart, he secretly thought that Roman had a very special temperament. Felix spoke frankly. "Let's get straight to the point. Is what you said in the letter true?" Roman replied without hesitation, "Of course I will pay as in the letter. All you need to do is go to the arena so I can train for 6 months. 1,000 gold is 1 month. 6 months is 6,000 gold. But Felix still doesn't understand why Roman chose him as a magician. Does he have something special that Roman needs? Roman explained that the reason was that the Phoenix Tower's magic was mainly fire magic, with powerful attacks. Furthermore, it seemed that the Phoenix Magic Tower was having financial difficulties, so he invited Felix with a deal that was beneficial to both of them. That was why he chose Felix. Roman also advised that while practicing, he should use all his strength. "Whether I'm hurt or not, if you lose your life, it's my fault. You don't need to take responsibility for anything else. All you need to do is fight me with all your might." Felix's eyes suddenly became fierce. He asked Roman if he regretted it, secretly admiring that Roman was very serious about training. It seems Roman has not yet fully grasped the power of a fire mage. The scene quickly shifts to the training grounds. Roman spoke first. "You attack me first." Felix also agreed immediately. Felix created a circle of fire magic with both hands. He told himself he would unleash his strongest fire magic to see how Roman could withstand it. Felix cast Fire Spear, and red spears appeared immediately after. Countless crimson spears were aimed at Roman. A loud bang followed. Roman was still standing there, leaving Felix a little stunned. Felix immediately used level 4 magic, the opening magic circle. Then the Hellfire move was unleashed. A fiery formation rushed towards Roman, but he remained standing. Roman looked at the surrounding flames and thought to himself, "Is this the power of fire magic from the Phoenix Tower?" Felix was extremely confident that his moves would defeat Roman's arrogance. Felix then continued to launch Fire Strike with fierce attack power. Finally, the fire created a terrible explosion. Felix thought to himself, "Even if it was just some intermediate magic, he was still the one who hired me. If anything happened, no one would send me money." However, while Felix was feeling complacent, Roman suddenly appeared right behind him. "Is that just 4th level magic? Aren't you going to use it now?" Roman asked Felix. "Why not use the 5-wheel magic?" Roman's voice suddenly rang out from behind, making Felix confused when Roman was still unharmed in the fire. Roman held out his hand to Felix. But right after that, Felix used teleportation and disappeared right in front of Roman. Felix thought to himself, "First, I must get out of the way." Roman quickly looked around. Then he dashed towards the target, making Felix feel crazy at this speed. It was already right in front of his eyes. Felix refused to give up and immediately used the imprison move. After being attacked by Felix, Roman was a bit dazed. His legs were tied. This would give him 10 seconds. Suddenly, Roman finally managed to break the move. With a loud shout, Roman had destroyed Felix's imprisonment. Felix gritted his teeth in anger. "You're here! I'll pay you 1,000 gold! Incomplete combustion!" Around him, a bright light radiated, making the opponent wary. Roman calmly observed these flames to think further. "Continue with the next attack." Roman jumped up quickly and swung his sword. Felix saw this scene, bewildered. "Impossible!" Roman quickly flew towards Felix and said, "Today's match ends here. See you this time tomorrow." After Roman left, Felix was still in shock, lying on the ground and thinking to himself, "Roman Dmitri predicted his magic correctly and stopped the teleportation. There is no such thing as a magical prediction system. How the hell is this possible? If I fight again, can I win?" Felix frowned.
No, if things continue like this, I will never be able to win. I have to consider and think more carefully. The Phoenix Magic Tower is missing. The lifeblood of the burning has been severed. Everyone says that the Phoenix Tower is finished. But Felix stubbornly pursued his research and succeeded in deploying part of the incineration. People like Felix are called unique. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the next day. Felix and Roman continued to practice together. Felix understood that if his opponents could predict his magic usage, he would render those predictions meaningless. The ground beneath Felix's feet began to shake violently. The place where he stood suddenly rose, forming a high mountain. Roman saw this scene without showing any fear. On the contrary, he smirked. Felix frowned at his opponent because he knew the power of this magic was that it didn't need to be aimed precisely at the enemy. Immediately, Felix launched a fire wave technique and fierce flames appeared one after another. Seeing Roman move forward to counterattack, Felix happily thought to himself, now is the time. Felix continued to fire the cannon. A flame of terrible power rushed straight at Roman. However, Felix was surprised to discover that Roman had a halo shield. Felix frowned, took a closer look, and realized it was just an artifact. As the thought of Roman's instincts entered Felix's mind, he was attacked. Roman threw a punch straight at him, sending Felix flying. Felix fell down the mountain below. He cursed in his heart, "Damn it!" In a daze, Felix heard Roman say, "Mr. Felix, this can't go on like this. I will allow you to use whatever method you want from now on. We can gather more mages from the magic tower or fight one-on-one again. We will also change the conditions. If you defeat me even once, a reward of 10,000 gold will be given immediately." Felix heard the number 10,000 gold and was immediately stunned. He calculated in his head that the amount of money was enough to feed 40,000 people for a year. From the beginning, he did not consider himself to be on the same level. Roman saw that Felix did not respond, so he immediately asked him, "How do you feel?" Felix clenched his fists and thought to himself, "From now on, this is a matter of honor. I must make him convinced." He slowly agreed with Roman. Felix was determined to empty Dimitri's pocket. The first week, after a series of failures, I diligently studied Roman's patterns. Starting from the 8th battle, movement-restricting magic is used. Spells such as Slow, Sleep Mist, and Magic Traps are deployed. But why does he still recognize all of his attacks? 30 games, 30 losses. Now I have to admit one thing. Don't be too obsessed with self-esteem, Felix concluded. He couldn't defeat him alone. After thinking carefully, Felix decided to call for help. A man heard this and looked annoyed, saying, "You mean we have to play the game of numbers, bullying the weak now? Magic has power conditions. Why call it an alliance? Besides, what is Mater's replacement doing here?" He frowned and said, "I almost injured Dimitri's eldest son. I can't bear the consequences. That person was the 5th-level mage, Noth." Felix spoke helplessly. "I understand what everyone is saying, but this diagnosis has a huge reward of 10,000 gold. If we join forces and take down Roman Dimitri, I'll give you half of it." Noth was a bit surprised after hearing that, but still tried to stay calm. "Is that true?" He smirked and said, "Does that mean we only need to win once?" Felix listened and advised him not to take this matter lightly. Felix spoke up. "He is like a natural enemy to mages, so we must discuss strategy carefully." However, Noth was indifferent to that. Noth said confidently, "Don't worry, we'll figure it out." "Time flies, it's already a few days later." Roman pointed his sword at the mages, signaling for them to attack first. They found the living fire and then caught fire. However, the barking and shouting continued. Felix thought with satisfaction, "He's been following me for a month now." In no time, those magicians were all injured by Roman and fell to the ground. Roman thought to himself, "After changing to the 2nd position, I have completed the mission of heat resistance. Normal temperature cannot cause injury." Noth was beaten so much that his face was swollen. A weak magician said, "Sir Felix always has the sky above him. What the hell is this guy?" Another one also spoke up. "What kind of thing must he have fought?" Suddenly, a voice called out to them, "Wait a minute." Felix turned and left. "I'll talk for a while and then come back." In the room, Felix slowly said, Mr. Roman, to be honest, I don't have enough confidence to defeat you, but I'm so curious that I can't help it. How can you predict and destroy magic? At least explain." Roman just replied as if he understood, making the other party a little embarrassed.
Roman smiled and held out his hand. Let me tell you how I prepared for the match. Felix frowned in confusion after hearing this. He looked at the dense bookcases around him, a little surprised. This place is... Have you read all the magic books here? Magic is the resonance that originates from the mana in the body with nature. Fire resonates with fire, water resonates with water, wind resonates with wind. The moment the magics in the body combines with nature, a kind of sign and pattern will appear to recognize it, Roman explained to Felix. Which magic element you will use depends on the amount and form of the mana attribute you grasp. If you know for sure which magic element the opponent is using, you can deal with it quickly. First, the sense of reading mana resonance. Second, the knowledge just looks at the resonance form and recognizes the type of magic the opponent is using. Third, make quick judgments based on the information received. Felix was surprised after hearing this. Can these three things be done at the same time? He turned his head and looked. Roman Dmitri is a monster. Just saying he's a genius isn't enough. This monster is constantly striving to become stronger, while I'm just using my master's disappearance as an excuse to escape reality. As the temporary magic master of Phoenix Magic, I couldn't do anything. For the remaining time after this, I will prepare to help with all my strength after the match with Roman Dmitri. After 2 months, Felix began to feel the difference. Dmitri was, by normal standards, a border baron family. Their soldiers were exceptionally strong and absolutely loyal. I was even more impressed by the guy named Roman. When asked about young Master Roman, someone spoke up. "You're asking about young Master Roman." The man answered while carrying the heavy box. "Sometimes he is a little slow when forging swords, so he will use his own forge." Felix was a bit disappointed after receiving the results. The guy stopped by and whispered to Felix, "This is what I heard from the master blacksmith. When young Master Roman works, the flames in the furnace will wrap around and cover his entire body just like the fire god." Felix was a little stunned after hearing those words. A voice rang out. "Felix, approach and observe the flame every day, then find your own way to fully receive the flame." Performing the holy fire requires an extremely high level of integration with the fire. This is not something that can be learned just by wanting to. When intense flames surround your body but you do not feel any suffering, then you can be reborn and become an incarnation of fire, Felix mused. Roman Dmitri was not afraid of fire, not even showing any reaction to heat. As a family that has been familiar with the flames of Lazen for generations, they should know how to handle the flames. Roman turned around when he heard someone calling him. Felix went to tell him, "I heard that the genius Roman worked in the forge and received the fire of the forge without suffering any pain. Do you have a special way to receive the fire?" Roman was silent for a moment before admitting, "Yes, I received the fire in my own way." But then he thought to himself, "He really knows what I expect." Felix clenched his fists and said, "Letting me speak frankly." He suddenly bent down. "The Phoenix Tower near that technique of Mr. Roman, I hope you please tell me." The past 3 years were like a nightmare, that time of suffering. Finally, I found a glimmer of hope. Roman coldly asked, "Why should I help to such an extent?" Felix was a little surprised after hearing that. Roman continued, "I think paying Mr. Felix in gold is enough. What else can the Phoenix Magic Tower give me? Something we can give him." Felix said to the others in the Phoenix Magic Tower, "I want to hear your opinions, so I asked you to gather here." Noth spoke first. "I will say it straight. Roman Dmitri is definitely the natural enemy of residual magic. There is no reason for us to be hostile toward such a person. If you can't win, make allies. So I think giving him the Phoenix Magic Tower isn't a bad idea, don't you think?" Felix was confused after hearing that. "What?" Noth replied immediately. "We already agreed." Felix thought angrily. Among the previous 13 magic towers, none of them were related to a family, but now we are breaking that rule? From now on, the future of the Phoenix Magic Tower will belong to the Dmitri family. After that, the relocation of the Phoenix Magic Tower was carried out according to plan. Suddenly, countless urgent calls rang out. "Tower Master! Tower Master!" Felix asked his subordinate's name and received the answer, "Sir, look, This is the operating budget that the Dmitri family plans to spend on us. Felix looked at the paper in his hand and couldn't help but be surprised. He thought the budget would be reduced because moving the magic tower cost a lot, 24,000 gold coins per year, but that was an extremely large number. Normally, magicians are called monsters that consume money. A powerful magician is someone who is proficient in many spells, but high-level spells are extremely expensive. The subordinate said, he really couldn't believe his eyes. They also said, if this operating budget isn't enough, they could supplement the cost for us. Master of the Demon Tower, you should go out for a while. He was confused after hearing this. Felix listened to his subordinate and quickly went out. He saw what was before his eyes and couldn't help but be surprised. What is this? Chris excitedly said, the tower has been expanded quite a bit. Now it can hold up to 1,000 people. Felix replied from the side, I was still dizzy. I didn't expect the Dmitri family to treat us so well. Chris was extremely proud to praise his master for always valuing all members of the family. He told Felix that the conversation was just the beginning. There were many secrets behind it. Hans spoke up and said, Murphy, I'll be away for a few days, but the young master's work cannot be delayed or interrupted. Bring a towel and warm water to wipe away sweat and prepare the necessary items afterwards. The person standing opposite Hans was Murphy, his assistant. Hans thought a little worriedly. He was a little worried about leaving, but he had graduated from Andrian Academy with excellent grades, so his job should be fine. He opened the doll in the box excitedly, thinking, with this gift my granddaughter will definitely love it. When Hans went out, someone stopped him. He asked in surprise, what are you doing? The man invited him into the carriage, causing Hans to ask in surprise, were you waiting to pick me up? The person immediately replied, yes, this is the young master's order. At that moment, in a certain house, the teddy bear fell to the ground. Harrison, Hans' only son, saw the scene before him in utter confusion, not knowing what was happening. Everything in the house was neatly arranged, complete and adequate. He panicked and went to call. Harrison said helplessly, I also don't understand what's going on. They said these are people brought by Master Dmitri. He looked at the people in front of him, still not understanding why Roman brought them. Suddenly, a voice called out, Master Harrison! A young man stood up to introduce himself. I'm Lucas. Sir Roman sent me here to express his gratitude to Uncle Hans for what he has done for the family. Let us help you prepare your daughter's birthday party. But Harrison still expressed confusion because his father was just a servant in the family. Lucas quickly said, the young master values your father very much. Haven't you heard anything? Roman Dmitri, some time ago, he was called a bastard in the family. At that time, he did not care about the dedication and efforts that his father had made for the Dmitri family. However, my father always believed and worked hard. Hans smiled happily and said, the young master just hasn't determined his goal yet. He is still lost in thought. He needs time to change. He is still a good person at heart. Harrison felt a little regretful. I used to think father's efforts were meaningless, but... At this moment, he deeply regretted his actions and exclaimed, wow. Seeing the splendid and luxurious scene before their eyes, exclamations of admiration continuously rang out. Oh, what's going on here? The invited guests were all very surprised. Are we making a mistake here? What is all this? Suddenly, the soldiers' shouts rang out, all make way! Soldiers lined up solemnly to welcome a man who slowly entered. Harrison wondered, thinking, what's wrong with the soldiers here? When he saw the man's face clearly, he gently called, my son, and walked in. Harrison happily exclaimed, is that you, Dad? Harrison burst into tears and ran towards his father. He hugged his father tightly. Hans patted his back to comfort him. Son, your father is home. Your father is... Harrison suggested, these presents, let's open them together. He happily took out each gift. Let me see what this gift is. When she saw the doll she had been dreaming of, the little girl happily exclaimed, oh, what a wonderful doll. I've always wanted a doll like this, Dad. Thank you. Harrison asked her to open the next present. The gift, contained in a red velvet box, was a ring with an extremely precious gem given by Viscount Conrad. This gift is from Viscount Conrad. After hearing this, Viscount Conrad was extremely confused. One person was surprised that he was interested in a strange girl's birthday. Next came the gift from Countess Adelia and Viscount Lawrence. I don't understand why those nobles sent birthday gifts here. All these precious gifts are carefully prepared to build intimacy and desire to make friends with Hans. He is Roman's closest butler, always by his side in happiness and sadness. No matter what anyone says, he will always care for you. Therefore, Hans became an extremely important person in the eyes of the nobles, as they wanted to have a good relationship with Roman. This is also the reason they do so, to establish a good relationship with him. Hans looked at his niece happily and thought, "This is indeed a joy for my niece, but I am also a little worried with the excessive friendliness of the nobility," Harrison said with some hesitation. "Now, let's open the gift that Sir Roman sent." Hans heard and was also a bit excited about the gift his master sent. But then Harrison's eyes changed. The gift Roman gave was a letter of recommendation for admission. Harrison could hardly believe his eyes when Roman wrote a letter of recommendation for his daughter to study at the Royal Cairo Academy of Glory. It is the academy that all noble children dream of. Even if they have money, they are not sure to be accepted. Hans and his father looked at each other. They couldn't be happier at this moment. Harrison silently thanked his father and Master Roman. The little girl next to him saw her father crying and immediately called out, "At this time, at the Dmitri family castle." Hans said shyly, "You've given me too much already. You just need to treat me well." "How dare I accept such precious things? You're just making things difficult for me." Roman listened and was silent, saying nothing. Memories of her past life came flooding back. Yom-Young was injured. Do-Huin asked coldly, "Yom-Young, do you regret following me?" "Regret?" Yom-Young replied without hesitation. "A subordinate's trust in his master is everything. How can I regret following you?" "The relationship between Hans and me is the same as with the knight of old," Roman said slowly. "Hans, you know, I've been with you since I was little. You could say I've been with you longer than I've lived with my parents. Although our statuses are different, I always consider him a family member. He is my close friend, and also my friend." Hans was moved and called, "Young master." Roman continued, "You deserve what you get. When you return, please send my regards and birthday wishes to your daughter." Hello, time passed, a year passed in a flash. At this time, at Valhalla Temple, Cairo. "Water drops water, the beautiful flowers." Gellas sighed, his eyes distant. He thought to himself, after Roman returned from the southern battlefield, he mentioned challenging the strongest swordsman on the rankings. This is unprecedented in the history of Cairo. The best swordsmen all heard this news. They stopped competing and started training to prepare for the raid with him. Roman is indeed a swordsman of great strength and will. When he faced Homer, he easily defeated him, even though Homer was many places above him on the rankings. Next, on the southern front, Roman defeated Butler, the number 2 swordsman of the Hector kingdom. With these 2 victories, his superior strength can be clearly seen. But then, problems began to arise. From rank 1 to rank 99, anyone can become a target that he can defeat. At this time, when Roman takes the field, the swordsman rankings in Cairo will undergo an unexpected change. Suddenly, someone ran over. "Father, I have received a message from Mr. Roman. The public ranked match has a set start time." Zalas heard and immediately asked happily, "When does it begin?" "Is that so?" a person holding the letter slowly said. So he did. He thought to himself, the situation in Cairo has not been stable lately. The Phoenix Tower has left the Frank kingdom. Following that, several magic towers in Kronos also disappeared. This incident has had a serious impact on Kronos. They think there must be some big force behind it. With this anger, the king of the kingdom of Kronos declared, "I will find the one behind it and punish him. If necessary, we will start conquering the neighboring kingdoms." This puts the small kingdoms right next door in a dangerous situation. Especially since Cairo shares a border with the kingdom of Kronos, war between the 2 kingdoms is inevitable. To deal with this situation, we need a strong army and a strong kingship. But with a weak king like the present, the situation doesn't look good. With the current situation, if Roman joins the noble faction in Cairo, the situation can be temporarily stabilized, and the royal power will be consolidated. He slowly picked up the glass of water, thinking, "But if Roman cannot give the royal family the answer they desire, then—" He was so angry that he crushed the glass of water in his hand. "Where is Roman Dmitri now?" Hadid quickly responded, "In the north." After listening, he pondered for a moment. So he has returned to his family. What is his intention? The scene of the match flashed through Zalaz's mind. He loudly declared, "The classification match officially begins." Rank 99 Jaden held his weapon and thought to himself, He wants to reach the highest rank among swordsmen, but targets the lowest ranked one? If he's as strong as rumored, why is he targeting the last ranked person? Or is he planning to definitely win the opening match? But that way he will have to spend more energy. Looking at it, he is still too young. What I do know is that he has already started researching his next opponent. Now I have to try my best to fight from the beginning. The battle between the two sides quickly began. Jaden immediately launched an attack. He rushed forward and attacked. Roman's hand gripped the sword tightly. However, with just one light slash, he was able to defeat Jaden. Jaden lay on the ground, his face still in disbelief at what had just happened. Zala's voice rang out clearly. "The battle was really too simple. There was nothing worth mentioning," he commented seriously. "I wonder why you make things so complicated. You can challenge swordsmen ranked 30 and above." Roman Dmitri smiled faintly. "It's not as simple as you say. Everyone in the kingdom acknowledges my strength. But I've always doubted whether my strength can really reach that level. Now, this is a challenge. Only when I defeat all the swordsmen in this ranking can I accurately confirm my skills and strength." Zalaz opened his eyes wide and exclaimed, "That's cool." His face was filled with madness and a strange smile. Yes, it should be so. This is Roman Dmitri, arrogant, always showing off his strong ego, the one I've been longing to see. Roman started to challenge swordsmen from rank 99 to rank 1. This looked extremely difficult. This was something no one had ever done before. Even if he could do these things, it would take a long time. If he defeated only one person each day, it would take him at least 99 days to complete. But even so, in less than a week, his exploits put all doubts and gossip to rest. It was then that the next opponent fell under Roman Dmitri's blade. The referee shouted, "Ranking 98, Delhi." Zalaz was more delighted than ever with his thoughts. He said loudly, "Roman defeated the 98th ranked swordsman Delhi." Now Roman Dmitri had risen to rank 98, replacing the defeated Delhi swordsman. Roman turned around. His expression was not happy. He turned and left. Next, rank 97. A powerful punch was thrown at the opponent's face. Roman Dmitri once again looked at his opponent falling with an expressionless face. Around the stands, the audience began to panic. How is that possible? In just one short day, he has already defeated the third-to-last ranked swordsman. The person beside him, without taking his eyes off the stage, replied, "Really, I didn't expect him to do that." Although those three people are the weakest in the top 100 swordsman rankings, they have already reached 3 stars, so they are not that weak. Looking at Roman's cold back, they couldn't help but shiver at the aura he exuded. What's more terrifying, none of his opponents could withstand a single blow. All 3 were taken down in less than 10 seconds. Finally, to everyone's surprise, Roman climbed to rank 91 in just 2 days. He walked slowly, passing through the puddle. Behind Jaden was a wide-open mouth with sharp teeth pointing towards him. The mouth closed around him, and the sound of flesh being crushed rang out. He was scared and couldn't stay awake. His face still dreamy, he mumbled, "It can't be." The doctor on duty was startled when he saw that he was awake. "You're awake?" Jaden saw him and was also confused. "Why am I in the infirmary?" The doctor slowly replied, "You're probably still a bit dazed and can't remember. After you competed with Roman in the swordsman rankings, you were defeated in just one move. Then you fainted and were brought here. You've been here for a day." As he spoke, he put the medicine on the shelf. I also could not have imagined that Roman had such great strength among those who were knocked out by him. He was the first to wake up, Jaden wondered. So according to you, Roman has defeated a lot of fake swordsmen, right? The doctor calmly replied, "Yes, I heard he defeated 5 swordsmen in a row in just one day." That was really unexpected. Jaden was stunned. The doctor put the last bottle of medicine on the shelf. Do you know what that represents? It could be said that from the very beginning, he wanted to let everyone know that in this ranking of the 100 strongest swordsmen, he wants to be on top anytime. You guys are absolutely no match for him. Jaden unconsciously raised his hand to his chest in pain. Unbelievable. He gritted his teeth, thinking in just a split second he was knocked out by him. His body still felt extremely painful. The doctor saw his expression and instructed, "Don't get out of bed yet. With a wound like that, I guess you won't be able to walk comfortably for at least a month.
I don't know how he attacked everyone, but they all suffered serious physical injuries. Almost all of everyone's muscles and internal organs were affected. Fortunately, he woke up early. Jaden was speechless, his body trembling. This couldn't be. How could this be? He tensed up, thinking he had to prevent other swordsmen from suffering the same injuries as him. Afterwards, Jaden, ranked 99, wrote a warning letter to all other swordsmen. The letter mentioned, "Roman is a monster. His strength is too strong. We cannot confront him." The other swordsmen read the letter with wary looks. In the fight, with just those simple moves, my entire body suffered serious damage. I passed out for a day. The doctors said it would take at least a month for me to recover and walk normally. That match still haunts me, so I am writing this letter to everyone. Those who are not strong enough should not confront him, if you don't want to fail like me. Accompanied by indelible wounds and haunting memories. This time, Roman Dmitri, unfazed, slammed his opponent's head down onto the floor. The announcement voice rang out, 85. Next came 84th, 83rd, and a series of other rankings. In just 1 week, Roman had defeated many swordsmen. This made all doubts about his ability disappear completely. From then on, all swordsmen with low ranks, from 31 to 39, declared their resignation. Accept defeat. Many more swordsmen of higher rank who realized they were not strong enough to confront Roman also voluntarily withdrew. Only one person at rank 30 accepted Roman's challenge. At this moment, rank 28 was advising, "Apana Jamiko Usamatata." Hey, Fernando, you already know his strength. It's no longer just a rumor. How can you be so reckless as to accept confronting him like that? The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Through the recent matches, I guessed that Roman had reached the level of a 5-star swordsman. If it wasn't someone with strength from rank 10 or above, they wouldn't be his opponent. Fernando turned back, his face unafraid. It's okay, this is my choice. This is number 30, Fernando. Rank 30 is still not giving up. What a fool. Why did you choose to do such a thing? If you fail, besides physical harm, all your reputation and ours will be ruined. Fernando firmly defended his decision. How could he say that? To put it most accurately, the fact that I agreed to fight him, even if I fail, I will not ruin your reputation. He glared and emphasized, you ruined your reputation in the most cowardly way. You did not dare to face your fear and could not face the truth that you were too cowardly. Therefore, what I have decided to do not stop me. Do not force me to surrender in a cowardly way like you. Rank 28 art, he said, then left angrily. Before leaving, he did not forget to scold, what a stupid bastard. Let's see how you fail miserably. 23rd place also left. In the room, only Fernando was left. He clenched his fists. The reputation of a swordsman could also be a precious thing, but for me, what I need most now is the experience of fighting with people of higher strength. Through those battles, I can learn things that I don't know. From there, I can accumulate more experience, helping me to increase my strength, to overcome my own limits. On the ring now appeared 2 opponents in fighting position. The audience was buzzing, wondering, could this match last a minute? Or will it end in a flash with Roman winning? Some people think differently. Not necessarily. Although Fernando's ranking is not high and his strength is only average, he also has his own strengths. With his experience and inherent strength, this is the foundation for him to be able to rise to this 30th rank. This match can also be something to look forward to. I know that, but I guess Fernando is only a 4-star swordsman. It's a bit difficult to deal with Roman, who has reached the 5th star. The clearest proof is that, after a long time, Fernando has only reached rank 30 and has stopped at that rank for too long. At this moment, Fernando was also thinking Roman Dmitri. I know my strength is not enough to compete with you, but today I have the courage to stand here and confront you. In front of him now was Roman Dmitri's cold face. Thinking is still going on, even though I know failure will come very quickly. But I hope that in this match, I can learn something from you. That helped me take a step forward to overcome the wall that limited my ability. Step by step towards the world you are standing in. At this moment, the referee shouted, "Start!" The spearhead has struck first, Fernando thought to himself. I will take the initiative to attack from the start. I cannot be on the defensive. His spear swung down with great firepower.
Roman Dmitri stood motionless. The blow almost reached him. At this moment, Roman Dmitri turned his sword. Fernando opened his eyes. Suddenly, Roman Dmitri leaned back. Fernando's attack came quickly. Roman Dmitri easily tilted his head to avoid the next attack. Then he suddenly stood up again. Fernando gasped as he looked at Roman Dmitri's strong back. He thought to himself, he can't fight back? He's only been dodging all this time, or maybe he thinks his strength is too weak and doesn't want to defeat him right away. Thinking about that, he gritted his teeth. That's fine. No matter how useless you think I am, I don't need to care about this honor. Once I chose to confront you, I already determined that. What I need is experience to continue improving my strength. To achieve that, it doesn't make sense for you to look down on me. Suddenly, Roman Dmitri's voice rang out in the void. Fernando, I feel that you have put a lot of effort into learning. From now on, use the mana in your body the way I said. Fernando was bewildered. He opened his eyes in surprise. No way, is he talking to me? Is this an illusion he created to shake my will? Roman Dmitri turned his head at this moment. His mouth didn't open at all, but it was as if he was talking to Fernando. Although I know you have reached the level of a 4-star swordsman, your true strength is still too weak. It's like I've just arrived at the 4 stars. I've been stuck here for too long, and the reason I can't move forward is because I can't use my mana properly and accurately. Therefore, if this situation continues, I will never progress further. The way he uses the mana in his body, as I understand it, is that normally swordsmen keep the mana moving in the meridians in a chaotic manner, without any direction. They will let it flow freely like that until they fight an opponent. Then they will concentrate the mana at one point to unleash their own power. This method is used by almost all swordsmen in Cairo. Not only that, I also see that throughout the Salamander continent, this method is quite popular and is learned by everyone, using mana. Roman Dmitri smiled. The words still echoed. To fight. It is not necessary to follow such a beaten-path method. Fernando was surprised. What are you saying? Haven't swordsmen always used mana in the same way? What the hell is he talking about now? Using mana in different ways is impossible. Every swordsman who understands the nature of using mana on a sword almost understands it by themselves. They will transfer the necessary mana to the place where it is needed and then release it when needed, although the mental method of using it is different for each user. The formation of a mana flow has always been through a widely known system. Always follow common sense. And it is a general principle that never changes. Fernando couldn't believe it at this moment. Wasn't there only one way to utilize the flow of mana? Roman Dmitri's voice echoed in his head. The manipulation and understanding of mana flow is a very difficult thing. But isn't that an opportunity worth trying once? Fernando gritted his teeth and thought, I don't know what he's thinking, but let's try this new way of applying it. I don't care what other people think or feel about it anyway. Even if it's the devil's whisper, I will believe and follow it. So he struck out, Roman Dmitri's voice guiding, inhibiting, and restricting the flow of mana energy in his body. Then, when needed, the mana would automatically spread like water waves. I will show you how to use mana in a new way that no one has ever known. Try to sense the direction of the wave. Then choose your stance according to that mana wave. Fernando closed his eyes and did as he was told. Mana suddenly surged within his body. He felt it. I felt the wave. Can this really be done this way? Roman Dmitri smiled with satisfaction. He said again, Looks like we're done here. His eyes flashed with the familiar cruelty. Without hesitation, he swung his sword. The sword slashed straight down on Fernando. It was no surprise when he fell, and there were murmurs. What a miserable failure. As expected, I heard he was also ranked 30th. This proves how strong Roman is. Suddenly, Fernando jumped up immediately, thinking to himself, That's the difference in class between me and him. He cried out, Roman Dmitri, Roman, wait! Everyone was confused. What? What's going on? Why is he suddenly chasing him? Inside, Fernando gasped, saying, Roman, may I ask? How do you know what the problem is that has been holding me back? I just think I don't have the ability to use mana as I wish. I don't think I have any problems with erupting mana where it's needed. Roman Dmitri turned back. The fact that you can use your aura, a 4-star swordsman, means that you have reached a certain level of being able to sense mana. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "However, unlike the way aura is used in swordsmanship, the mana you emitted is abnormally weak. If so, then there is a high possibility that there is a problem with the mana's exit path." Fernando gasped. "So?" He clenched his fists. "Honestly speaking, I found hope in your words, Roman, but I only found a small clue. I think it's difficult to develop yourself with just your own knowledge. Can you please tell me how to discover my potential?" Roman Dmitri replied bluntly, "It is not my business to tell you the method. However, I don't like to trade without anything in return." Fernando did not hesitate, placed his hand on his chest, and said respectfully, "Just ask for anything you need," Roman Dmitri said in a low voice. "Fernando, follow me and live for me." Fernando quickly knelt down. His thoughts were, "Is that so? This is the one who will lead me to the right path." "My lord," he said reverently, "I, Fernando, swear allegiance to you, Roman." At the noble side, the whole group sat at a round table to discuss just one issue. But Roman Dmitri's recent actions are very unusual. If this continues, wouldn't it really be possible to defeat Count Nicholas? Marquise Benedict replied, "That's still a hasty judgment. I heard Roman Dmitri has a record of beating Butler." Count Nicholas, who was ranked 80th in the mainland rankings, was on a completely different level. Nicholas, a royal knight and the #1 swordsman in Cairo, is considered untouchable by everyone. But Roman's actions open up new possibilities never before imagined. Another noble spoke up. "That being said, what happens when Roman Dmitri defeats Count Nicholas?" Benedict lowered his voice. "The reason the royal faction has been able to hold out until now is because of the presence of Count Nicholas. But if Roman Dmitri defeats Count Nicholas, then a new power structure in the Kingdom of Cairo will be re-established. That must absolutely be prevented. That cannot happen." His face darkened. "If you don't accept our offer, no matter the means or method, Roman must be eliminated at all costs." So he ordered, "Everyone, secretly bring the troops of each clan back to the capital. No matter what choice Roman Dmitri makes, he cannot escape our grasp." At this moment, at the arena, 10th place, Geron of the Kronos Empire directly knelt before Roman. "I surrender." Roman Dmitri looked up at the stands. "The battle is set." Suddenly, Roman Dmitri shouted, "I'm so disappointed. A year ago, I have announced my participation in public ranked matches to everyone. I hope that the big shots, the powerful people in Cairo, will be willing to fight me." Everyone asked in confusion, "What's going on? Why all of a sudden?" Roman was still saying, "But I realized this after defeating Geron, who was ranked 10th. Apart from Count Nicholas, there is no one in Cairo who can give me any trouble." "So now I'll skip all the pointless steps," Roman Dmitri continued with a determined face. 3 days later, from 9th place to 2nd place, right here, I will deal with each of you one by one and defeat all of you." He emphasized again, "I will challenge all the swordsmen in Cairo." A few days later, all of Cairo was shaken by Roman's declaration of war. Rank 9, Bruno slammed his hand on the table and said decisively, "I'll give up." He raised his head and continued, "Geron and I have similar skills. Didn't Roman defeat him overwhelmingly?" "2nd place," Oscar of the noble faction seriously replied. "Even so, you can't give up." Roman Dmitri in public disparaged Geron by saying that his abilities were not worthy of being ranked 10th. He declared war and said he would take down everyone on the same day. Oscar slammed the table and stood up. "If I retreat like this, I'll be ridiculed by everyone as a coward," he said. "So I've summoned you, the high-ranking people of Cairo. Let's teach Roman a lesson and reward him for it. Marquis Benedict will grant you whatever you wish." Finally, Oscar insisted, "I will risk my life to defeat Roman Dmitri, and in front of everyone, I will uphold the pride of this country, as a swordsman." When he finished speaking, there were loud cheers from the crowd. "I support you, Oscar. Beat Roman up and make him learn some manners. Swordsmen of Cairo, join forces." Oscar now had a sinister smile. 3 days later, the swordsmen stepped out one by one before the referee's introduction. From Bruno to Oscar, everyone lined up from 2 to 9. The audience started to get excited. Unexpectedly, everyone in the rankings stood up to respond to the challenge. It was hard to guess who would win or lose.
Roman Dmitri calmly watched them leave. He thought to himself, "This is reality. When a crisis occurs, nobles will unite together." He affirmed one thing: Cairo will not give us any more time. From now on, it will only be a division between prey and hunter. The first to get into a fighting stance was Bruno, thinking to himself, Roman Dmitri will try to win quickly from the start. The 8 of us will persevere and make this a long battle, wearing him down. Before he could finish thinking, a sharp sword decisively slashed through his body. Bruno's eyes widened in disbelief. Blood spurted out. Roman Dmitri commanded, "Continue." Next was the 8th place. Roman didn't waste a single move, giving him another decisive slash. He said, "Continue." 7th place was quickly defeated. Roman Dmitri urged, "Continue." 6th place gets a huge punch. Rank 5 and 4 were also quickly taken down. Rank 3 was unconscious on the spot. At this moment, Oscar was completely scared, his face filled with horror, trembling, and disbelief. Roman Dmitri glared impatiently. "Come on, go on, you're the last one, right?" At this moment, inside the palace, there was a soldier kneeling down reporting. "It was a match with an overwhelming victory, Your Majesty, in just one day. Roman Dmitri beat everyone ranked from 9th to 2nd place. The soldier continued, "There is no reason now that can stop him from challenging for the lead." The person sitting on this throne was none other than Daniel Cairo. After hearing this information, he replied a little tiredly, "So it finally happened." Daniel then asked, "Count Nicholas, do you have any way to avoid confronting Roman Dmitri?" The person standing next to Daniel was Cairo, the first sword, royal knight, Nicholas. Then Daniel added, "I trust you, but in the current situation, if even the best swordsman in Cairo City is defeated, then my position will change, and I might end up falling prey to the nobles." Hearing Daniel's troubled worries, Nicholas confidently asserted, "No, Your Majesty, that will not happen. Please trust me. I will prove why I am known as the #1 swordsman in Cairo." Daniel was extremely surprised to hear these words. Before Daniel could agree, Nicholas resolutely turned around and left, not forgetting to repeat once more, "I will definitely return with honor." With that, Nicholas closed the door as he left. Outside was the envoy Bentner. He came forward and asked again, "Are you really sure of winning?" Nicholas turned to him, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean?" "What kind of person is Roman Dmitri?" Bentner quickly tells about Roman Dmitri. He was a man born with the instincts of a predator even before he was publicly acknowledged. Recalling the moment he had met Roman Dmitri before, Bentner continued, "He has always had faith in the path he has chosen, so please be careful." Bentner said with a worried expression, "If you fail, then the Cairo dynasty will end." At these words, Nicholas reassured, "Don't worry about anything." Immediately after, Nicholas turned and walked away, not forgetting to repeat his words once more, "I will definitely protect the Cairo royal family." The next morning in Cairo, porcelain capital, when they saw Nicholas walking past, the crowd there started to talk. "That person is just walking feels majestic," Nicholas said as he walked. "Roman Dmitri." He gripped his sword tightly and said without hesitation, "Come here." Nicholas got into a stance, ready to attack. He spoke up without any fear. "I, the #1 swordsman Cairo, will show you what courtesy is." On the opposite side of him was Roman Dmitri. He smiled and replied, "Wow, you're so confident. All right." Not wanting to waste any more time, Nicholas immediately charged forward, starting the fight. His entire body was covered in a blazing flame, which was also his current aura. The two of them charged straight at each other. Two huge sources of power continuously emitted, threatening the other. Even the audience sitting far away were affected by the power of the two of them. They were all scared. Two swords clashed. No one gives in. Zalas was also present in this stand to admire this evenly matched battle. He exclaimed, "Amazing! Every time the two swords collide, the atmosphere shifts." He felt extremely excited by this performance. In his heart, he thought, "That's it. I've lived my whole life waiting for a confrontation like this." Nicholas also did not spare praise for Roman Dmitri. What an interesting opponent. On the opposite side, Roman Dmitri also did not hesitate to reply.
Indeed, the nickname Cairo, the #1 swordsman, is not a rumor. The two of them are still extremely strong. Nicholas jumped high and slashed down, but Roman Dmitri quickly blocked it. The crowd was blown into their faces by the wind from the impact, making it difficult to see further. They exclaimed, "That's Cairo, the #1 swordsman? Amazing!" Roman Dmitri's eyes flashed with determination. Roman Dmitri quickly rushed in front of Nicholas, attacking him. Nicholas's legs could no longer withstand Roman Dmitri's strength. Seeing the situation, Nicholas thought to himself, "I've been pushed back. Can that guy resist my power?" Looking forward, Roman Dmitri was still standing there, seemingly not the least bit tired. Indeed, Roman Dmitri was enjoying himself immensely, thinking to himself, "My blood is boiling." Immediately, Roman Dmitri gained strong momentum, causing the rocks and dirt there to scatter. Then he aimed straight at Nicholas and rushed forward, swinging his sword and slashing. Luckily, he managed to block the blow. However, Roman Dmitri was still strong, and Nicholas looked like he was about to collapse. He thought painfully to himself, "This is not good." Nicholas wondered, "Who is this guy? He is too strong. If he can defeat me, he will not side with the royal family." At this moment, Roman Dmitri jumped back. In front of him, Nicholas swung his sword, preparing to attack. His entire body was filled with murderous intent, and a source of power radiated from it, covering his entire body. Nicholas said to himself, "Therefore I absolutely cannot lose." Roman Dmitri was a bit surprised by Nicholas's terrible strength. Now the earth and rocks around where Nicholas was standing were blown up by that force. Nicholas aimed straight at Roman Dmitri and attacked. He also stared at the opponent in front of him. Immediately, Nicholas used the sword-breaking technique. At the same time, Roman Dmitri also used his demonic sword techniques. First move, Hellfire Flow. Two streams of power aimed straight at each other and rushed towards each other, creating a huge explosion right in this arena. Moments later, the place was covered in thick smoke. At this moment, Nicholas was kneeling on the ground. His whole body was injured. He said to himself, "You think you have defeated me?" Roman Dmitri on this side was still standing there, but something surprised him. Even though he was seriously injured, Nicholas took a deep breath, stood up and said, "Don't dream. Keep going." Roman Dmitri wondered, why did he have to try so hard? Nicholas heard that and smiled, replying, "Why?" Then he stood up straight and replied, "Because I am the #1 swordsman in this land of Cairo. Even if I am defeated miserably, my will cannot be broken. Richard Nicholas." Nicholas placed one foot on the rock and shouted with all his might. However, right now, Nicholas was just dancing with his sword in front of Roman Dmitri, but he still secretly exclaimed, "What a wonderful person." But in a match, there must be a winner and a loser. Roman Dmitri did not hesitate to slash his sword straight at Nicholas. That made him fall down in pain. Cairo, the best swordsman. It was the end of a legend that ruled an era. The audience who witnessed this scene were all amazed. Zalas appeared from somewhere and said, "Roman Dmitri has taken the #1 position in the Cairo Kingdom's rankings." However, Zalas had some thoughts. As he turned to leave, he wondered, have we underestimated Roman Dmitri? No, in any review. That monster will surpass all my predictions. He does not care about the invitation from Valhalla. He is an entity of absolute power, not allowed to exist. At this moment in the city of Cairo, Roman Dmitri came down the street. Following him were Chris and Kevin, along with a large army. The people around saw them and were all abuzz. That Mr. Roman, so young and already defeated Count Nicholas. The first sword of Cairo is now Roman Dmitri. He just walked on proudly, admired by everyone. While walking on the street, suddenly someone called him Roman Dmitri. It turned out that it was Marquis Benedict, the head of the noble faction, who had called him. He approached and exclaimed, "I didn't expect you to be able to defeat Count Nicholas." Following Benedict was a troop of soldiers fully equipped with weapons such as swords and shields, marching out. Benedict's troops quickly surrounded Roman Dmitri and his army. Benedict stood opposite him. He continued, "The image of Count Nicholas falling, I thought like this." Benedict then wondered, why did he need a year now? Asking and answering himself, he continued, "Now I understand." Benedict continued to wonder about Roman Dmitri's intentions. Was that time meant for the Dmitri family? Time for you to train your body and fight. With that, Benedict became serious again. But it was time for him to make his choice.
Suddenly, Benedict said loudly, "Side with the nobles, or is there another choice? The former is great, but if you choose the latter, you'll pay the price." Benedict gave Roman Dmitri two options. He was thoughtful at the moment, not answering immediately. Seeing his impatience, Benedict urged, "Have you decided?" With that, Roman Dmitri looked down at the ground. He seems to be thinking very vaguely. Roman Dmitri was now lost in memories of the past. The head of the demon sect, Park Cho-yeon, called out to him, "Junhuik, from now on your choice will be what determines our relationship." Then Park Cho-yeon continued to say, "Come, choose, stay by my side, enjoy wealth and honor like the other brothers, or stand before me as the next head of the demon sect." At this moment, Roman Dmitri, as Junhuik, was very hesitant. "Surrender or continue to fight, which is the choice for me?" Junhuik walked step by step towards Park Cho-yeon's seat, his heart filled with confusion. "What do I crave?" Junhuik came in front of Park Cho-yeon and replied, "Hyung, I'm sorry, but—" Hearing this, Park Cho-yeon seemed to understand. He glanced at Junhuik. Perhaps Junhuik has chosen to become the next sect leader, so he raised the sword in his hand high. "We'll definitely take Park Cho-yeon's life. Whether in the past or present, this life or a previous life, Roman Dmitri still firmly maintains his point of view. He clearly declared, 'I am not someone who will live for others.'" Hearing the answer that was not what he wanted, Benedict was furious, clenched his fists, and shouted, "Wrong choice." From now on, for Benedict, Roman Dmitri was his enemy. He thought to himself, "I have power and fame anyway. No matter how strong you are, in a situation like this, I'll see what you can do." Immediately, Benedict declared to everyone, "From now on, I, Benedict, the head of the government, will consider the Dmitri family's indiscriminate attacks around as the cause of this civil war." Benedict then quickly ordered his soldiers to make sure this whole matter was investigated thoroughly. "Roman Dmitri will be placed under complete custody." As soon as he finished speaking, Benedict got a spray of blood on his face. He looked very surprised. It turned out that Roman Dmitri had killed one of his soldiers while trying to capture him. Benedict was so shocked when he saw this scene that he stammered, You dare to disobey orders now? You want to rebel?" But Roman Dmitri calmly replied, "You're wrong. I'm not going against the Emperor's orders. I want to rebel against Marquis Benedict." Roman Dmitri smiled confidently, correcting his words. "You are the one who wants to rebel here." Benedict saw himself being criticized like that, and angrily shouted, "Are you crazy? The government is the representative of the entire Cairo kingdom and always agrees with every decision of the emperor." Finally, Benedict shouted, "Your complacent choice will lead to the destruction of the Dmitri family." On this side, Roman Dmitri refused to give in to him. He bluntly replied, "Your Majesty is the one who decides who is right and who is wrong here." As soon as he finished speaking, Roman Dmitri quickly ordered, "Chris, Kevin, quickly clear the way." Hearing Roman Dmitri's words, the two of them quickly replied, "Yes, master," and then shot off like arrows, breaking through Benedict's siege. Chris, on this side, exploded with power, killing all the soldiers blocking his way. Kevin, next to him, also refused to spare anyone. At all costs, he had to clear the way for Roman Dmitri to go. Benedict witnessed this brutal scene of Roman Dmitri and angrily shouted, "This crazy man!" In his heart, he cursed, "How dare you kill someone in the center of Cairo?" Roman Dmitri was fearless, moving forward step by step. Whenever any soldier approached, he would immediately send them a ticket to heaven. Faced with this dilemma, Benedict still ordered his soldiers to attack. All attack, he himself escapes first. Before leaving, he did not forget to shout loudly to announce, "Who can bring the head of that madman here? I will reward that person with a huge amount of money." As expected of Benedict's soldiers facing such a brave Roman Dmitri, they were not afraid, but instead shouted loudly, "Stop! Stop! This is Cairo. You think you will be safe?" Before he could finish his threat, Roman Dmitri lightly beheaded him, and he replied, "Do what you have to do, and I will do what I have to do. The time for the purge has come." At this moment, in the Cairo royal palace, someone shouted loudly, "Your Majesty! A war is happening right in the middle of the capital." The soldier knelt before Daniel and reported, "Roman Dmitri is single-handedly massacring the nobles. Hearing this shocking news, Daniel held his head and asked in panic, "Massacre right in the middle of the capital? What the hell, is he trying to rebel?" Simon is by Daniel's side as the royal swordsman, the chief of the army. He quickly shouted the order, "Gather all the royal swordsmen and royal guards at once. We don't know when that traitor will storm the palace. His Majesty's safety is top priority." Daniel wondered with some disappointment, "In the end, I still can't avoid fate." While he was thinking, Daniel was suddenly surprised by the announcement coming from outside the door. "Roman Dmitri requests an audience with your Majesty." Instead of the scene of Roman Dmitri pouncing on Daniel's life, he now knelt down respectfully and said, "Nice to meet you again, Daniel." Still not understanding what was going on, he replied very worriedly, ignoring the troublesome things, "Please explain the whole story." Roman Dmitri maintained that respectful posture as he told Daniel the whole story. After the ranking battle ended, Marquis Benedict appeared with hundreds of soldiers and asked me to side with the nobles. Then Roman Dmitri continued, "But I chose to follow His Majesty and not Marquis Benedict. I turned down his offer." After telling that story, Roman Dmitri made his request. "If your Majesty promises me this one thing, then the Dmitri family will be the sword of Cairo, cut off the breath of the nobles, and end the chaos of power in Cairo." Hearing this promise from Roman Dmitri made Daniel surprised. Repeating, "Eliminate the nobles too?" Thinking, Daniel asked, "You want to trade with me now?" On the other side, Roman Dmitri replied, "When the kingdom of Hector entered our country, I was on the southern front." Then Roman Dmitri continued, "Although we had time to stop it, Cairo's defenses collapsed in an instant." Factionalism. That is the fundamental problem in Cairo. If power in Cairo had been properly established, the loss of the southern front would certainly never have happened. Then Roman Dmitri said very firmly, "In the past year, what changes have happened to Cairo? The current situation of the Salamander continent is not good." Finally, Roman Dmitri ended with a very damaging question for Daniel. "How long will you be so optimistic?" Roman Dmitri was still very straightforward in pointing out Daniel's shortcomings. The focus for Cairo to unify was one, not the fact that Marquis Benedict acted like he was the emperor and relied on his power. "I think His Majesty should be deposed." Just this one word from Roman Dmitri left Daniel completely stunned. Bentner on this side was equally panicked. He wondered in his heart, didn't he talk about His Majesty's coronation? Simon on this side always thought that Roman Dmitri had ulterior motives. He thought to himself, "This is treason, isn't it?" Then Roman Dmitri still knelt there in front of Daniel and continued, "You may doubt my intentions, but the Dmitri family risked their lives for this." Roman Dmitri looked up, stared straight at Daniel, and asked, "Do you want to take advantage of the situation that Dmitri has prepared for you?" To this question from Roman Dmitri, Daniel hesitantly replied, "I have something to ask before making a decision. It is true that there is no transaction without conditions." Daniel asked Roman Dmitri directly, "In return, what does the Dmitri family want?" Roman Dmitri also answered frankly, "I want the Northeast to be separated, including Dmitri. If the Northeast region were granted the title of principality as an independent country, I would never forget that we have the same roots, and I will always do my best for Cairo." Hearing this request from Roman Dmitri made Daniel even more stunned. He could not believe his hands. How does Dmitri split? Then Roman Dmitri respectfully said one last thing to Daniel. "Your Majesty, if you cannot have it all, choose Cairo, the best choice." Daniel was very sad at the moment. He bowed his head and said to himself, "Choose Cairo, the best choice." Thinking, Daniel raised his head and asked, "If we capture Count Danver and Count Gregory, what about Cairo?" In front of Daniel at this moment was Roman Dmitri kneeling respectfully and replied, "The chances of Cairo changing immediately are slim. Van Haxala is a border, so there are many restrictions. Kronos is currently in a dispute with the Southern Kingdom Alliance." Roman Dmitri opened his eyes and affirmed, "Their priority is not Cairo, but the job is in the south," Daniel confirmed after hearing these words. His plan was to face many enemies in a short period of time. Eliminating enemies is essential. Then Daniel added, "But that disappearance could give rise to many other problems." At this word, Roman Dmitri glared and replied, "We have chosen the best way. We must accept the risks of eliminating those nobles." Seeing Roman Dmitri like that, Daniel silently assessed. He does not leave his fate to luck, but goes to find out. Current situation of the continent and try to change it. Daniel was a little wary, but still thought, "Roman Dmitri, you are amazing." Suddenly, someone screamed, "Your Majesty, no. Dmitri is using the name of a noble to gain benefits for his family." "You absolutely must not allow him." Roman Dmitri saw that and asked again, "So what other options do you have?" It turned out that the noisy person was Simon. He was asked that, then turned back and said angrily, "What?" Roman Dmitri still maintained that respectful posture as he said to Daniel, "While everyone here was silent before the atrocities of the nobles, I was the one who stood up against them. I only wanted to receive the reward from that sacrifice, and even if Dmitri became a duchy, our roots have always been in Cairo." Simon heard these words from Roman Dmitri and gritted his teeth in anger, thinking he didn't want to rebel. He just wanted to draw a path for the deer to go. Before the hidden confrontation between Simon and Roman Dmitri, Daniel was lost in thought. Dmitri's suggestion was not wrong. The mistake here is that an incompetent king is optimistic about the fate of the country. Daniel felt that Roman Dmitri was no longer a small character. Dmitri is now beyond the control of the Cairo royal family. It's time for me to make a decision. Daniel gritted his teeth at his own thoughts. Live contentedly in the present, or give up what I can't have and let a new Cairo be born. Even though the intention is not pure, I would rather hold Roman Dmitri's hand. "People who dare to speak frankly about their ambitions," she said, "rather than be swayed by those who only know how to criticize you as a puppet." Thinking that, Daniel raised his hand to interrupt. "Enough!" Daniel then loudly declared. "The northern region of Cairo, including the Dmitri family, will from now on be called a duchy." He promised on the honor of the royal family that he would hand over the power to Baron Dmitri. Daniel's eyes became serious as he ordered Roman Dmitri to definitely deal with Marquis Benedict, who was planning to rebel and cause chaos in the country. Danver thought angrily, as long as they continued to attack Marquis Benedict in the capital, Dmitri and the nobles would not be able to stop, unless one side gave up. Then Danver leaned back in his chair and continued thinking. Roman Dmitri had come to the palace. The main purpose was to use His Majesty's power in the confrontation with the nobles, the war between Dmitri and the king and the nobles. Danver smiled dangerously as he thought that, after those two forces fought to the death, the one who would benefit here would be Valhalla. While he was in a dream for 3 days, suddenly a soldier ran in and reported, "Sir, there's urgent news."
"Master, something's wrong,"
Danver asked in surprise. "What's going on?" The soldier's face turned pale as he replied, "Has Roman Dmitri led his troops into the mansion?" Just as the soldier was about to tell Danver to run away, someone's hand grabbed his neck from behind. It was Roman Dmitri who entered. He slammed the soldier's head into the ground. "Finished," Roman Dmitri spoke. "Count Danver, from now on, obey the king's orders." Danver saw Roman Dmitri's appearance and was extremely confused, wondering, is Roman Dmitri a noble? Why is he here? Then Danver calmed himself down. "Calm down." Thinking this, he stood up and said loudly, "What king? What are you talking about?" Roman Dmitri, on the opposite side, quickly explained, "You colluded with the insider and revealed Cairo's secrets. So the king ordered his arrest. Not only that, Roman Dmitri also threatened Danver. If you dare to say anything nonsense, I will consider those words as treason and deal with you immediately." Danver could not bear these accusations any longer and slammed his hand on the table. He asked again, "Treason?" He thought to himself, "Does everyone know that I'm on Valhalla's side?" Then Danver mustered up all his courage and shouted, "Do you dare to face the consequences after daring to threaten me? Valhalla won't let this go." Roman Dmitri felt that he could not continue arguing with Danver, so he drew his sword and said, "You should watch your words now." Seeing this situation, Danver angrily exclaimed, "What, this guy?" Before Danver could say another word, Roman Dmitri quickly rushed forward, pointed his sword at his neck, and gave an order, lowering his voice and saying, "It seems you still don't understand the situation, huh? This battle, if it's just to control the noble faction, then it has no meaning at all." Roman Dmitri's eyes were filled with hatred as he added, "Traitors who follow Valhalla and Kronos, I will root you out. Count Danver, this is going to be interesting." On the other hand, on this side, Count Gregory Kronos was also extremely angry and shouted, "You bastards, Do you think you will be fine after this? It turned out that Simon had been sent to deal with Gregory. He still shouted loudly, "Simon, try to touch me. The Kronos Empire will send troops to settle this matter. Can Cairo handle it?" Royal Knight Simon remained standing there, not replying immediately. Then Simon stepped closer. As he walked, he thought, Count Gregory is right. The Kronos Empire really wants to conquer the entire continent. Simon thought to himself, but now His Majesty has made his decision. Cairo can't turn back now. Seeing Simon standing still without saying anything, Gregory, though frightened, still spoke boldly, "You finally understand the situation." But the next second, Simon gave him a strong headbutt and scolded, "Shut up." "It's really speechless," Simon shouted angrily. "If Kronos dares to cross the border, I will slit your throat and hang it on the city wall." In his heart, he said, "As Roman Dmitri said, not a single name should be left behind." And now, at Benedict's mansion, Marquis Benedict walked angrily. "I had to take the throne, but I didn't expect it to happen so suddenly." Marquis Benedict secretly calculated, if we gather the power of the majority of the nobles, then pushing Cairo away is not too difficult a problem, he thought angrily. "Roman Dmitri, you became the strongest when you defeated Count Nicholas, but things will not go your way." Thinking so, Marquis Benedict loudly ordered, "Summon all the nobles and march on the capital." His soldiers obeyed and replied, "Yes." A moment later, a soldier came and reported hesitantly, "His Excellency Count Fadius refused the summons." Hearing this, Marquis Benedict could not keep calm and said, "What, take me for a ride?" Marquis Benedict shouted angrily. "Count Fadius, are you crazy? Why don't you send troops or summon them? Is this your decision?" Fadius, on the other side of the screen, replied, "Marquis, let's be honest, I bet on this match. Roman Dmitri will win. So, don't look at me like a dog that only knows how to run after its owner's ass." Marquis Benedict heard these words and trembled with anger as he asked again, "Are you confident you won't regret that choice?" Fadius smiled contemptuously in response, regretting the monkey. "If I choose wrong, can I just wait to die?" Then he continued, "I was a traitor at first, but from now on, I will do anything for Roman Dmitri." Then Fadius asked, "Have you not heard anything? How much does he care about his people? It seems like the head of the noble faction doesn't know what the current situation is either. Don't you know the nobles are falling?" Marquis Benedict was extremely shocked when he heard this information. The fall of the aristocracy at the same time somewhere else? There was a man who was resolutely declaring, "I, Valentino, declare that I will support the Dmitri family." Valentino, the neutral faction, began to waver. After the Valentino family, who had maintained a neutral stance, turned to support the Dmitri family, made moves to hire many mercenaries from all over the kingdom. This consistent action by the neutral faction and the Valentino family made the noble faction wary, unable to attack the Dmitri family immediately after they expressed their stance in this power struggle. In the palace conference room, the leaders of Cairo gathered around a large table. An elder spoke up. A few days ago, Count Fadius, who was once a member of the noble faction, changed sides and is no longer with us. As a result, some weaker nobles also turned around and did the same. Daniel was worried. His forehead was sweating non-stop, and he thought to himself, "Those nobles who valued money as much as their lives had always openly opposed me before. But after Roman and I took drastic action, it seemed they had been moved. Anyway, having money without a life to spend, it is useless." He thought to himself, "In this power struggle, Roman did the right thing. I have been very decisive in handling things." Pointing a finger at the map of the capital, the person said, "If before, the nobles could have gathered all their troops and moved towards this capital. But up until now, it seems like they have not made any moves to do so. It was Roman." He continued, "The situation is very favorable to us at the moment. The nobles are internally divided. They are no longer united as before. The time has come for us to wipe out their forces once and for all." After listening, Daniel immediately ordered Roman, "You can rest assured about this. I have given you full authority to decide. All the soldiers of Cairo will be under your command in this war." He expressed his trust in you. "I always stand behind you to support you. Whatever decision you make, you can act first and then report back to me." Roman, with a determined gaze, after clearly hearing the order from the head of the Cairo kingdom, placed one arm across his shoulder, showing loyalty, and spoke, thanking His Majesty. In the conference room, Marquis Benedict was also discussing the war with his logistics people. After taking command of the army, it seems he is preparing for a general attack on us. They will be here in a week or so at most, he continued. At present, our military forces cannot confront them directly because the force has been divided quite a lot. So we will have to stay here and wait for some opportunity to counterattack and push them back. Another name opened his mouth, the biggest troublemaker in this war. Previously, Marquis Valentino, who had always maintained a neutral stance, had now dragged many nobles into Roman's power, which was something I had never thought of. The man continued speaking, his power reinforced by the royal family. Do we have a chance to win this war? His words made him ponder for a moment. Zedin also added, our noble force is mainly greedy for money and afraid of death. This time, all the troops gathered together were not even 1/5 of the force. If we face them alone like that, we will definitely have difficulties. Or we can contact outside forces like Kronos and Valhalla. If those two countries support us, then we can counterattack. He constantly gives advice on the war. Currently in the country, those two factions have been suppressed by Roman. They have been driven to the limit. Now that we have made an offer with great benefits, they will have to agree to listen. Marquis Benedict heard this, clasped his hands together and replied, that was also a good idea. All join forces against a common enemy, but time is running out. We don't know how long it will take to convince them to support us. Count Gregory heard this and replied, according to estimates, since those two factions are mainly concentrated in the capital, it is not difficult for us to contact them. But concentrating all the forces is quite difficult in this situation. It is estimated to take more than 2 weeks, Marquis Benedict said. Well, better late than never. So I'll leave the decision to you regarding contacting those two parties. Well, wait for my good news, Count Gregory replied. Amidst the silence that filled the air, the resolute words of Marquis Benedict rang out, this war is a large-scale war involving our life and death, and we have prepared for it before. Now is the time for our forces to do it. He declared fiercely, all power in Cairo will belong to our noble faction. Morning light filtered through the window, illuminating the dark room. Nicholas was lying on the hospital bed, bandages dripping all around his body. Nicholas asked himself, where am I? A moment later, he struggled to sit up, touched his injured eye, and remembered what had happened. Oh, I remember. After that match, I was injured. He thought to himself, the wound doesn't seem that important. Roman has gone easy on me. Recalling the image of the match at that time, Roman coldly attacked Nicholas head-on, causing his blood to flow everywhere. The pain was indescribable. Roman told him, don't think too far into things like that. I will never betray my kingdom. He assured with a cold gaze, a steadfastness he reserved for his kingdom. Nicholas now wondered what the situation in the capital was like now. Suddenly there were footsteps coming. The door opened wide and someone shouted, oh my God! Simon looked at Nicholas, who was sitting on the bed, and exclaimed, I thought you would never wake up. What a blessing. Nicholas immediately asked, after I fainted, what is the current situation in Cairo? Simon replied, this is complicated. I am now under Roman's command, he said. He joined hands with His Majesty to unite forces. Together, they attacked the noble faction of Marquis Benedict, along with the noble forces of the two nations, Kronos and Vahana. Hearing that, Nicholas lowered his voice and ordered, I understand, take me to the barracks. His eyes seemed to emit fire. Nicholas continued, we need to be there to get a handle on the situation. Roman is walking on the red carpet. He gradually moves forward in front of tens of thousands of soldiers. He stood before Nicholas, who was holding the sword that would be given to him. Roman thought to himself, never thought one day. The most powerful man in the royal army directly gave power to himself. The man who was formerly Cairo's strongest swordsman, Count Nicholas. In this chaotic situation, he still loyally stood by His Majesty's side. At this time, Nicholas also gave him the sword. He took a step forward, turning toward the soldiers who were looking up at him. His hand held a large sword. His mouth spoke loudly and clearly. Cairo is in chaos right now. Things need to be resolved quickly. We and the nobles will soon face off to the death. He continued with his strong words, this is inevitable, this is such a pointless war. Many people and soldiers will fall. Relatives and compatriots will kill each other. But to regain power and move towards stability in the future, there is no other way.
We need to defeat the aristocrats, eliminate the source of this disaster. What he said made Nicholas stunned by his determination and perseverance. Roman shouted loudly, "Furthermore, in this battle I will be the vanguard. You just need to listen to my orders and join me in the final victory." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers shouted his name, showing their trust in him. Pioneer in this war, the battle for the throne, a fierce battle has finally officially begun. At the fortress area, Roman leisurely strolled around. He said, "In this war, there will be no concessions. We need to fight fast, win fast. We cannot give the nobles time to gather their forces. They are in chaos now, so we need to strike first and gain the upper hand." His eyes were cold and determined to the end. He ordered, "We will attack quickly." The soldiers only needed to rest for a moment, then launch a general attack to destroy their army. The captain of the wall defense team, Cameron, replied, "We must strike now while they are vulnerable. Yes, they will use catapults to attack the city." He thought to himself, this wall was covered with an extremely powerful defensive magic. Do you think you can simply use catapults to attack? As long as we use mages to replenish this magic shield with magic power, it will automatically regenerate. Suddenly, a series of strange men wearing red round coats appeared. He was surprised, but besides the catapult, what were those magicians planning to do? Suddenly, the mages raised their hands one by one and shouted, "Team 1, ready? Team 2, stable?" Roman thought at this moment, "To prepare for this siege, the Phoenix Magic Tower has sent people to support me. These mages, with their fire attacks, will break the defensive shields of the walls." The master of the Phoenix Tower, Felix, shouted, "You, the mages of the Phoenix Tower, this is your chance to make a contribution to the Dimitri family. Show them my power, one of the strongest fire magic towers on the continent." A powerful yellow light radiated from the fiery attack. A dazzling sky was created by the magicians' combined power. "All focus magic power and attack together at once." The mages surrounded the fire attack and shouted in unison. The magic strengthened the fireball. That bright golden light emitted a terrifyingly powerful aura. It gradually turned red at superhuman speed. It shot straight towards the enemy, creating a large-scale earthquake. Everyone was stunned by the fearsome and powerful nature of this magic. The soldier grew fearful of his prospects and shouted, "No good, Captain. The shield has been weakened a lot. We need to replenish our mana quickly or the shield will break." Cameron, he was so surprised. Unbelievable. Roman invited the mages of the Phoenix Tower to join him in this siege. Looking once more towards Roman's fiery attack, he was also surprised. The number of magicians was quite large. He immediately gave the order, "Quickly activate the defensive shield and replenish magic power to the wall's protective shield quickly. Protecting the wall is our top priority. We cannot let it fall." Simon was worried now. He didn't think we would have so many mages helping him. "I don't know where they come from," Grizz also replied to him. "They were the mages from the Phoenix Tower. The magic tower is now located in the Dimitri family's territory." He said, "The Phoenix Tower is now located in Dimitri territory?" Grizz chuckled and replied, "They had already sworn allegiance to the Dimitri family. Later, in any war, they will fight with us." The Cairo kingdom now had their help, and its military strength also increased significantly. The mages also immediately focused their magic power to continue attacking the enemy. Simon was amazed by Roman's abilities. He thought to himself, he couldn't believe Roman could get himself a magic tower as his own power. This is something that no other force has been able to do. The power of one of the 13 magic towers is indisputable. The Dimitri family will grow even stronger in the future. Roman stood tall, watching everything unfold according to his perfect arrangement. Simon thought later, when they split into an independent duchy, "I wonder what their power will be." Your Majesty made the very right decision to side with Roman. This war we will definitely win, Roman thought. All the mages focused on destroying the walls, burning everything. Simon looked up at the sky and exclaimed, "Oh, the magical powers shot straight towards the enemy. This is indeed a large-scale war. The war will take back all power from the nobles and create a new future for Cairo." The sun gradually set outside the city walls. The battle ended, and the soldiers on both sides were able to rest. In the great hall, the 6 commanders of the noble faction sat around a round table discussing. "How much longer can we hold out? If this continues, our army can only hold out for another 10 days. 10 days? Only that few days? Benedict clasped his hands together, leaned them on the table, and turned to ask, Viscount Owen, how is Baron Winston? Owen replied, The noble army is now on its way to the northeast. Marquis Benedict's expression was solemn. What are the chances of failure when we attack Dimitri? Winston wears armor with a green cloak. Extremely majestic appearance. Our side will definitely win. In the aristocracy, no one did not know the ability of Baron Winston. Viscount Owen said, Those Dimitri bastards come in. If there are no changes, it will only take 3 more days for them to surrender to us. Marquis Benedict pondered for a long time and then thought of a few words. Diversionary attack, he said slowly. Okay, then there's no need to wait for the royal family anymore. Marquis Benedict leaned back in his chair, leaving the decision entirely to Baron Winston. His eyes were filled with determination. He must return victorious. A gloved hand patted the map on the table. A little further on is the territory of Count Adelia. The orange-haired young man in armor reported on the job. I just contacted this main force. They said they can only hold out for 10 days. Within 10 days, we must defeat Dimitri. That is extremely difficult, Winston replied. Senseless wars only cause us more damage. The middle-aged man had wheat-colored hair and an angular face. His goatee clearly shows his age. This man is Baron Winston of the noble faction. He took a needle with a red wooden ball. The old man's eyes looked at the map and said, So we need to change our strategy and reduce the frequency of attacks. On the map, there were 3 places marked by the needle, Adelian, Rollo, and Conrad, Winston said. To do that, we have to go through 3 places on the map. The 3 leaders of the other 3 lands were Viscount Conrad, with blonde hair and a slightly plump figure. Baron Rollo, with platinum hair and a zinc beard, said, Adelian's head with long blue hair and a frowning face. Winston's voice was even. These 3 are not on Dimitri's side. These 3 regions belong to Dimitri because of the previous battle. Those are the 3 northeastern regions. Adelia Street has tall buildings with relatively elaborate architecture. The streets are clean and well-planned. Winston makes special mention of this place and analyzes Adelia is a commercial district. They are not affiliated with the central government and are currently neutral. Winston studied the map, while the orange-haired youth listened intently. He continued, More importantly, Baron Rollo and Viscount Conrad still considered Dimitri an enemy. A thorn in the eye, so contact the 3 of them. Winston gave a slightly calculating smile. Tell them that if they agree to open the gate for us to pass through, we will have a gift for them as a thank you. An hour later, all 3 families agreed to open the door. The horse's hooves stopped abruptly on the worn-down grass. The orange-haired youth rode behind Winston, unable to help wondering, Dear Commander, can we trust those northeastern nobles? I'm afraid they'll set a trap for us, Winston replied. I thought about that too. Winston rode first. Behind left is an orange-haired young man. Next came the infantry, fully equipped with metal helmets. He said, But even if it was a trap, the forces in the northeast were nothing more than weaklings. Dimitri's elite troops have already gathered at the main force barracks. Despite this analysis, Winston still questioned, So you think they can beat our elite army? The orange-haired young man replied, Of course not. In front is a vast grassland with rolling hills in the distance. Winston continued, With such a vast land, even if the northeastern army attacks, we can still resist. The young man was surprised and admired when he heard these words. Indeed, he has calculated every possibility. It is true that people from the Western Front are different. Suddenly, a fire burst out from the darkness. Winston started in horror. In front of him was a row of red bonfires arranged in an orderly manner. It was clear that he did not come with friendly intentions. Sir Jonathan, sitting on his horse, shouted loudly towards Winston's army, Baron Winston, the nobles of Marquis Benedict were traitors. You better surrender before you are punished for treason. The orange-haired young man didn't know what to say, so he could only call out, Command. Winston shouted in protest, What nonsense are you talking? Marquis Benedict is not a traitor. He took the opportunity to add, I have a suggestion. If you let us pass, then Marquis Benedict will graciously return the thanks. Winston's body instantly gathered strength. The atmosphere radiated a very majestic golden color. He said, If you insist on resisting, Winston's eyes were full of regret. Then I will have a life-and-death battle with you right here. On Jonathan's side was a man in a hooded cloak. The person appeared to be a man with a long silver beard. Jonathan said, Mr. Nock, all thanks to you. That person's name is Nock. A level 5 mage. The old man clasped his hands and prepared to recite the spell in response. Okay, I get it. A ball of fire appeared between his hands. The surrounding space was also tinged with fiery red-orange. Behind Nock, a magic circle appeared, and at the same time, he released the fireball that had just gathered power forward. Wherever the ball flew, it left a long trail of fire behind it. The old man shouted, "Firecrackers!" The cannons rained down on the metal-helmeted troops on Winston's side. Screams of pain rang out. The other soldiers were quickly engulfed by the artillery fire. Sir Jonathan shouted. Pointing his sword forward, he ordered his soldiers, "Fully equip your armor and shields, all charge!" They were clearly stronger than Winston's soldiers by more than a few points. Quickly killed, blood splattered. Winston's body was still surrounded by a golden aura. One hand holding the reins, the other hand tightly gripping the sword. Looking at this miserable scene, he was unable to believe his eyes. No way! Fighting on the Western Front all this time. I have never seen such a powerful army. Jonathan rode up at lightning speed. The sword in his hand was glowing with a strong blue power. Winston couldn't even fight back. He could only stare. It was the Tula sword. A sharp blue sword energy slashed along Winston's body. He didn't even have time to dodge. "Extremely terrifying," he said. "How could someone like me lose to border trash like you?" A week later, at the Benedictine wall, the powerful firepower caused each piece of wall to explode. Everyone shouted, "The wall exploded! Quickly find a way to rebuild it!" Marquis Benedict hurriedly walked and shouted, "At this rate, we won't be able to hold on any longer." "How is the situation with Baron Winston's army? Still no news yet?" Someone hurriedly reported, "I just received news from the deputy commander. The thing is, the army on that side was destroyed and Baron Winston died." Marquis Benedict heard this news as if he had been struck by lightning, and sweat poured out like a shower. 6 people from the noble faction sat around the round table again. Everyone's face was gloomy. One person said, "It's over. Baron Winston's army was completely defeated. And soon the Benedict stronghold will also fall," a noble with short green hair commented. "The other nobles could not be contacted either. Should we surrender now?" Another person heard that, banged the table, and shouted, "Why surrender?" It was a noble with blonde hair. "You said, have you forgotten everything all this time? How did Roman Dmitri make us suffer?" He looked at Marquis Benedict and suggested, "Marquis, why don't we join hands with the Imperialists?" "Ask them for some help," Marquis Benedict asked again. "What do you mean?" "We are about to die," he shouted. "We cannot just sit and wait to die. So it is better to find a way to survive, even if it means treason." Marquis Benedict was silent for a moment, his mind full of thoughts. He ordered, "Quickly contact Kronos. We will negotiate with them." The image of Baron Charlton of the Imperial faction appears in 5-dimensional space. Unfriendly face refused. "Excuse me, sir, we have already shaken hands with Count Gregory. This is not Mr. Benedict." He looked down at Marquis Benedict, his hands behind his back, standing below him as he continued, "We have no reason to shake hands with you." Marquis Benedict calmly replied, "The royal side has already taken action. Count Gregory and Count Denver are now imprisoned." In any case, Marquis Benedict was a wise and experienced general. He seriously analyzed, "On our side. Kronos' side will lose nothing. No matter whose side you're on, the one who benefits the most is still the Imperial side." On screen, Baron Charlton seemed captivated. He cheerfully asked, "That sounds interesting. Okay, tell me, how can we help you?" Marquis Benedict resolutely turned around, exuding a decisive, killing aura, and said, "Please let the troops attack the western front of Cairo." After Kronos agreed, within 12 hours, 2 out of 3 lines of defense have been penetrated. The image of Marquis Benedict appeared on the 5D projection. His face was solemn as he looked down at the person in the red and white fur robe and crown below the magical communication device. "Long time no see, Your Majesty. What do you think of our gift to you?" Daniel, the king of Cairo, shouted, "What is this? This is a domestic problem. Why did you drag Kronos' army into it?" Marquis Benedict smiled gently, like a grandfather in the house, and replied, "I have to find a way to survive anyway. Please continue to be the great king of Cairo." Marquis Benedict's calm, composed demeanor was in complete contrast to Daniel's, the former king of a region, whose forehead was furrowed, his face filled with fear and anger as he looked up. Marquis Benedict said slowly in a low voice, "Let's see if you will ignore Cairo's safety and kill me." Or will he protect Cairo by sending more troops to guard the western border? Daniel looked a bit disheveled, eyes narrowed with a worried and fearful expression, but Marquis Benedict's voice remained calm. Now please consider carefully. As the king of a country, I hope you make a wise decision. The image of Marquis Benedict disappeared from the magical crystal of communication. King Daniel, filled with wrath, said, "How dare he challenge me?" He clenched his fists, his anger rising. Clasping his hands, he thought to himself, Marquis Benedict, the person I used to call uncle, very close. Now push me. Oh no, it's to push this entire kingdom to the brink of destruction. If we pause the war with Benedict and the nobles to focus on defending the Western Front, he said, then Cairo still has a chance to continue to exist. But the nobles will survive and become more aggressive with the support of Kronos backing them up. Get out of your thoughts. King Daniel immediately ordered Simon to contact Dmitri with a determined look, thinking, we must act quickly. Even though he was a weak and useless king, at least history books will not record me as a traitor. King Daniel informed Dmitri that Marquis Benedict was allied with the Kronos Empire and that the western routes had collapsed. It's just a matter of time. It is important to wipe out the nobles, but we cannot let Kronos' army run wild. Dmitri replied to Daniel, we can't put down the rebellion at once. The consequences will be very serious, Your Majesty said. We were ready to fight from that decisive moment, whether Count Gregory or Marquis Benedict. None of that matters. What if we have an insider? Intelligence for the enemy. Now let's take a step back. But later on, many people will have to sacrifice to move forward. Dmitri was silent and looked at King Daniel, who was in doubt. Dmitri said, Your Majesty, please have confidence in the commanders of Cairo. If you give me a little more time, just 3 days, I will wipe out those nobles and go to the Western Front to stop Kronos' army. King Daniel replied in a firm voice, I know 3 days. Must deal with those traitors. Cairo took advantage of the nobles' distraction to move troops at night, block their retreat. And wait until the wall's defensive magic reaches its limit, Dmitri said to his soldiers. The magic of the wall has reached its limit. Tomorrow, we will attack the last wave, but suddenly, a footstep approached and a voice called out, Commander, please let me go first. Please give me another chance to prove my loyalty. Dmitri suddenly smiled, looked straight at Count Fadius and replied, Want to prove yourself useful? Don't let the past get in the way of your progress. Dmitri pointed at him and said loudly, The one who started this war is you, Count Fadius. Traitor of the noble faction, Count Fadius growled. Eyes burning with determination, I will give it my all. The next day the noble soldiers were showing pride. Because yesterday was backed by the Kronos Empire, suddenly there were footsteps coming. He stood in front of the wall, watching. He said to himself, It's time to repay my master's trust. A blazing fire flared up. In your eyes, I am Felix of the Phoenix Tower. Felix's whole body shook. He is working hard. And launch the move! Burn! A commander was laughing happily. But suddenly he heard some sound and immediately turned back to look. The soldiers shouted in panic, What is it? Hey, over there! Flex's whole body was now burning. He constantly unleashed fire attacks to burn the enemy. Every attack he makes, making the enemy even more panicked, realizing the increasingly dire situation. The commander shouted hurriedly, Run! Saw the wall collapse! Count Fadius shouted. Soldiers, follow me. At all costs, we must crush these traitors. At this time on the wall, the soldiers realized. Count Fadius and his army were approaching. They immediately pointed their cannons at the Count's corps and shouted loudly. Die, but with flexibility and courage. Count Fadius dodged the fatal shot. Fadius dares to face things that others would always avoid. He accepts all risks. Constantly prove your worth through courageous and attractive actions. Unlike other nobles, he took a risk with this choice. Dare to face danger to prove your courage and difference. Although he could have stayed safely behind the scenes, he chose to face the danger head-on after a fierce battle. Count Fadius sat down with a thud. Gasp, he thought. My work here is finished. From now on, it's Roman Dimitri's time. At this moment, Dmitri marched towards the enemy. Seeing this, the enemy soldiers panicked and shouted, The demon of Cairo has appeared. Quickly stop Dmitri. Use any means to kill him. Hearing the title, Demon, Dmitri couldn't help but feel excited. Demon. Cool. I like this title. A commander of Cairo stood on the wall. Panicked, he stammered at the situation. The Cairo demon could not believe it. Before his eyes, Dmitri stood there proudly. I destroyed all the soldiers. At this time, in this noble faction, the sound of magic transmission rang out.
Oh no, this is a big deal. The wall has been breached. The defensive magic has failed. The soldiers of the great families are being massacred by Dmitri alone.
Run away quickly!
The nobles' faces were pale, terrified of the situation. Dmitri obtained the magic of communication and used a threatening tone to speak to the nobles. Listen up, Marquis Benedict, and you traitors. I will not let you live in peace. Prepare to face the end. Even if you kneel and cry until your tears run dry, I will destroy you all for treason. We will meet soon. Hearing this, Count Benedict's face turned pale. Time gradually returned to the past, to 10 years ago. A king sat on his throne and spoke, "We cannot start a war with the Kronos Empire, because the people will suffer the most." Hearing Daniel say that, a man with platinum hair who was kneeling on one knee on the floor also quickly spoke up. "But, Your Majesty—" Not letting him speak for long, Daniel said, "You can step back now." The past seemed to appear. Previously, Cairo could not make quick decisions because the king was incompetent. Images of two opposing factions are shown. So the imperialists sided with Valhalla and Kronos. They expanded their influence and successfully overcame the power of Cairo. The narrative continues at the funeral of Marquis Benedict's sister. At that funeral, the whispers kept ringing. "I heard that her illness was passed down from the Benedict family, right?" Someone else added. "However, in this small kingdom, no one could save her." The whispers did not stop, but grew louder. "If we use the Empire's advanced technology, she might be able to survive." The murmuring made the Marquis shed tears of regret. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. A thought appeared in Marquis Benedict's mind. "If this continues, will Cairo be okay?" The Marquis could not keep his composure and stood in the middle of the hall and shouted, "I don't trust the Cairo royal family anymore. It's time for me to establish power for myself." His words made all eyes turn to him. He didn't hesitate to continue speaking to put Cairo in its rightful place. As if seeing the support of everyone around him, he displayed his righteousness and shouted loudly, "Nobles of Cairo, follow me!" Making everyone raise their hands in unison as if to applaud his bravery and, along with that, their support. And this was the beginning of the formation of the Noble Alliance. From there, he rose to power, but things went wrong. Over time, the original goal gradually deviated. Marquis Benedict began to yearn to seize the throne. Now, that very thought of his made the Marquis scratch his head and wonder, what wrong step did I take to suffer this consequence? At the same time, the image of a young man with a clear name appeared in his mind, Roman Dmitri. That made him fall into deep thought again. Now he controls it all. Cairo has become meaningless. Those thoughts kept running through his head, making him grit his teeth. If this continues, then the only outcome for him is death. That thought seemed to take over his mind, causing him to stand up and order his subordinates. "I need to retreat to save my life, then ask the Kronos Empire for help to reverse the situation." Not stopping there, he spoke again. "Let's do it quickly. The Noble Alliance will end if we get caught." Hearing him say that made everyone run as fast as lightning. Then suddenly a scene appeared before his eyes that terrified him. Before his eyes was the image of a person lying on the ground, blood flowing into a pool. The sword blade pierced through the person, causing blood to flow continuously, along with the words, "Too slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Marquis Benedict. His appearance made him afraid, and he immediately ordered his soldiers to fight. "Soldiers, charge forward and kill him for me." Those soldiers also did not hesitate to hold their swords and charge forward because of his orders, yet the fear remains. The strong soldier protected the Marquis, but as soon as the words ended, a sword slashed across as quick as lightning. Kevin kept moving forward, taking them down one by one. In the end, he destroyed everyone. No one had time to counterattack. The soldiers could only groan in pain, perhaps because it was so fast that they could not say anything more. The blood gradually drained away, accompanied by screams of pain. Kevin, with a look of delight, grabbed the sword and strangled the soldier, leaving the soldier only time to beg, "Please." The scenes that appeared before his eyes made the Marquis scared, sweating profusely. The young man stood amidst pools of blood and corpses scattered towards him, causing the Marquis to hastily scream and run away. He ran towards the door, panting as he ran. "Ha ha, how easy is that?" Chris stepped out and said coldly, Where are you going? He immediately blamed his subordinates, but he just thought, what a bunch of useless people. While he was thinking, a sword beam passed by. It caused the soldiers to fall. He didn't have time to react, but just stood there because behind him were people who were no longer breathing. The smell of blood was strong in his nose. When he regained his composure, he was filled with fear and ran away, screaming loudly. This caused him to turn his head to glance at that figure. As he ran, Marquis Benedict thought, I will definitely do it. The door opened, along with the confidence that he could run away alive. If I can just get out of this damn situation, I'll definitely get revenge on you. Suddenly, he discovered a cave. He didn't think much, but hid in the small cave, which made him frown. The Marquis was still hiding when someone spoke up. He can't escape. Search every corner for me. The Marquis finally got in. He hugged his chest and trembled, thinking that he was about to have Cairo in his hands. Because of that bastard, everything had been turned upside down. He immediately gritted his teeth and thought, I will definitely take revenge. Pay back all the humiliation I have suffered today. Suddenly a voice struck his ears. Marquis Benedict, it's over. That familiar voice made him realize that the person was Viscount Owen. Viscount Owen slowly walked towards the cave and said, You ran here to hide without seeing anything unusual? I mean, from the very beginning, there was no way for you and I to escape. The sound of footsteps gradually getting closer made Marquis Benedict immediately realize he was approaching him. Did he know he was here? Viscount Owen looked into the cave and said, You can come out now. Then he said in a serious voice, You bastard, do you think I don't know you're there? Those words made him panic and cover his mouth. Viscount Owen continued to shed tears as he said absent-mindedly, I believed you were a talented commander, so I followed you. You have disappointed me so much. Suddenly, a sword pierced through his body, causing him to cough up blood and only managed to say, This feels like a hand touching the ground. A man with angry eyes bent down to the cave where he was hiding and said, Come out. Time seemed to pass. One foot with one shoe on, the other bare, dragging on the ground and the voice urging, Hurry up! Marquis Benedict was handcuffed and walking forward. Wherever he went, the sound of a knight's voice rang out, It's Marquis Benedict, you bastard! Why are you running away alone? Die! A muscular figure appeared before his eyes, forcing him to quickly kneel on the ground. But he still kept shouting, This is so unfair. For this kingdom I have contributed so much, and yet you treat me like this? He kept shouting and arguing while the useless king sat around doing nothing. I am the talented leader who has protected Cairo until this moment. If it were you, would you be able to devote yourself to such a king? The voice did not stop, but became more intense. The Kronos Empire has always been eyeing the borders of Cairo because within Cairo there are traitors. Tell me, where did I go wrong? Hearing him say that, he looked at him with a serious face. Roman also answered him, I'm not saying your decision at that time was wrong. Maybe thanks to depending on the empire, Cairo survived that time. Then he continued, But look back. Now what have you gotten? Even though you are a high-ranking official, you still realize that the order of power has not changed. So what you are doing now is not for the safety of this kingdom, but for your own greater ambition. If you truly want to help the poor people, there is nothing wrong, but the fact is that you are looking out for yourself, she said. The words paused for a few seconds. He immediately had a cold and deadly look in his eyes and said, To fulfill your ambition, who else do you want to sacrifice? Now he had nothing left to say in response, so he could only raise his voice and plead. Please, please forgive me. I am willing to do anything for the royal family. Oh no, for the Dmitri family from now on. He didn't give him a chance to speak. It's too late. A sword slash across his neck caused blood to spurt out, accompanied by his voice. This is the end for you. As if in memory, the narrative appeared. A man who was once the great hero of Cairo, a man who once possessed what was called absolute power. Scene change, Cairo royal family. Cheers went up. We have won. A man bowed respectfully before the king and said, Roman Dmitri has destroyed Marquis Benedict. It makes the emperor think. He did it. But the emperor seemed to think rationally. But now is not the time to be happy about that. Kronos is making strange moves. The Emperor immediately grasped the life-saving straw and ordered, "Report to Roman Dmitri." The sunset gradually appeared, accompanied by a voice saying, "I will definitely confer the highest title for this feat, protect the western border." At the third defense line, Western Front, the magic messenger rang out announcing, "By His Majesty's command, in 3 days, we must suppress the uprising on the Western Front. Roman Dmitri will bring troops. Try to hold out." A voice rang out, speaking softly to Flora. She guessed correctly, turning back to the character. Flora. She was a famous and well-known person on the Western Front. After meeting Roman, she left Florence and enrolled in the Royal Academy. Here she learned tactics and became a volunteer on the Western Front, and then she became Cairo's first female officer. Although her opponents were not ordinary with her unique ideas, she proved her ability and was recognized by everyone. The captain of the officer team, Baron Noel, could not help but be skeptical. How can the rebels be defeated in just 3 days? We need to prepare for a long battle. Just using the acceleration gate alone will take 1 to 2 days of travel. How to win in time? Count Vandenberg, commander of the Western Front, also agreed. With the current situation, it was impossible to destroy the enemy so quickly. However, Flora spoke calmly. "I think otherwise. If Roman had planned for 3 days, this battle wouldn't last more than 5 days. Count Vandenberg asked in surprise, "How can you be so sure?" Flora replied, "In my experience, Roman is not someone who judges things based on emotions," Sharp Eyes said. Furthermore, Kronos' side is also under time pressure. They must capture Cairo before Benedict's support completely collapses, so now they had only one way left. She continued to draw out an attack diagram. Initially, they will launch melee attacks to intimidate their opponents. But during this time, if they want to win quickly, they definitely have to use combat magicians. We need to understand their move. The Empire has 7 magic towers, and we must destroy these magicians if we want to win. Magicians often leave openings when casting spells, so they choose a safe distance. We need to guess the location correctly and set up a magic trap. But Count Vandenberg retorted, "Impossible. We don't know the location, and the magician will detect the trap." "That is why," Flora emphasized, "we need a master swordsman to join us. He will travel with the army to all places. This way we will locate the enemy's mages. The role of the master swordsman is key. They will emit the aura at the highest level, disrupting the surrounding environment and making it impossible for the magician to detect the mana." Flora continued with a bewildered look. "The question is, who will agree to be the master swordsman and lead? Because the chances of survival are quite slim." Hearing this, everyone felt bewildered and afraid. Rodwell suddenly spoke up. "I will. Allow me to take the lead." The room suddenly became tense. Everyone looked at Rodwell in surprise. Finally, Count Vandenberg decided that Rodwell Dmitri would be the one to lead the charge in this battle. On the walls, Flora meets Rodwell and wonders, "Why did you choose such a dangerous job?" Rodwell replied, his eyes filled with determination, "Roman Dmitri. My brother has changed. It's hard to accept, but I can't deny it, so I will do anything to surpass him." Flora looked at Rodwell, smiling slightly. "Good luck. Try to survive and return." Finally, the day of the decisive battle came. Rodwell raised his sword and shouted, "I am Rodwell of Cairo. I want to challenge the Kronos Empire." He sighed and thought to himself, "Maybe today I will die. And from now on, it is a matter of life and death." The unranked 3-star swordsman Osbert responded to Rodwell's challenge. "I am Osbert. I will be your opponent." The battle began. In Kronos, it is completely different from Cairo, a place where 3 stars were enough to get a rank. Osbert continuously attacked Rodwell. Each blow was like a hurricane, making him feel the overwhelming power. At the same time, Kronos soldiers cheered, "Osbert, kill him!" The shouts and laughter spurred Osbert on to act more aggressively. Rodwell's eyes showed steadfast determination. Even though he knew he could not have the same strength as his brother Roman, but he refused to give up, fight to the last breath. Suddenly he blocked Osbert's sword and discovered his opponent's weak point. However, to perform the finishing blow, he must accept sacrificing his eyes or else he will be defeated. Rodwell put all his strength into the final strike. The sword spun like a whirlwind of death, severing Osberd's body in two. Blood gushed out, staining the ground red, and Osberd collapsed to the shock of the onlookers. Rodwell smiled, a smile full of pain but also full of victory. "Get out of Cairo, bastards!" Returning from the fierce battle just now, Rodwell trudged inside with heavy steps. Blood soaked his armor, he muttered to himself. Open wound on arm. Despite his body being in pain, his eyes were still filled with worry. Has our plan been successful? On the opposite side of him was Flora. Facing Rodwell's strong appearance, she gently replied, "Yes, definitely." Hearing this confirmation, Rodwell breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Rodwell with this attitude also made Flora's eyes fill with admiration. On the other side was a man with a majestic aura. He was the commander, Kronos. Countess Fabio had a cold expression on her face. Fabio decisively ordered, "Magicians, prepare!" Immediately, everyone quickly obeyed and gathered. They are war magicians. The atmosphere at the Western Front fortress was still extremely peaceful, as if there was no sign of the upcoming battle. Vandenberg walked up to Flora and asked, "Flora, when are you going to detonate this magical trap?" She calmly replied, "Detonating it too early might give them more time to prepare. We can't kill all those mages at once. If we go more than 300 millers away from the trap according to the plan, the margin of error is only 100 miss." Then Flora continued pensively, "The more mana you summon, the higher the chance of success. Detonating the trap at that time will make those mages unable to fight due to the mana disturbance." Vandenberg understood Flora's intention after hearing this, so he replied, "I know you will give the signal." Then Kronos' war mages began to restore their magical power in preparation for the attack. All of the mages were extremely focused, using all their strength to cast their spells, but no one could have expected the trap that Flora had set. When the time is ripe, Flora immediately shouted to Vandenberg, "Do it immediately." Vandenberg quickly complied, ordering his soldiers, "Let it explode." Thus, Kronos' war mages were blown up by the magical trap without any time to react. This huge explosion successfully destroyed all of Kronos' war mages. Fabio witnessed this scene and stood up, scolding these mischievous brats. Immediately, Fabio loudly ordered Kronos' soldiers, "Listen to me." With anger boiling within him, Fabio ordered the attack. "Let those dreamers who think they can fight against our Kronos Empire know what it means to have an empire." Immediately, all the soldiers obeyed the order and charged forward. Their spirits were high, shouting, "Charge!" This side was not far behind either. The enemy soldiers were also using all their strength to push back the enemy. They shouted, "Block it! Push that guy away!" As soon as a soldier climbed up the fortress, he was immediately shot through the head by an arrow and fell down on the spot. Just like that, the soldiers from both sides fought continuously. Those who climbed up were shot down. That arrow was shot by Flora. She loudly encouraged her soldiers, "Don't lose focus. The enemy has lost their magician. The ones with the advantage in this war are us. Don't let them push us back. Our families in Cairo will be in danger if this Western Front collapses." The battle continued until the next day. The Kronos Empire, which had the potential to capture the city immediately, was beaten to this point. On the third day, the royal army and Roman Dmitri reached the Western Front. Roman commanded the entire army. He completely repelled Kronos' army. After the battle was over, everyone gathered in a small room. Vandenberg exclaimed, "It was wonderful. In just one day, he defeated the rebels." Afterwards, he breathed a sigh of relief, placing his hand on his chest as if to show gratitude. "Thanks to you, we can now breathe a sigh of relief. Now then," before Vandenberg could finish his sentence, Roman Dmitri coldly interrupted, "Not yet. Gather your forces immediately." Vandenberg felt extremely confused after hearing this, so he asked, "Huh? What's the matter?" The noble faction that was behind Kronos' attack has also been captured. Their attack failed, so they will retreat immediately. May I ask why? Roman Dmitri immediately pointed at the map and replied, "The enemy has invaded Cairo territory. We must show a different attitude. We cannot continue to get used to being oppressed by Kronos like this." After explaining, Roman Dmitri repeated once more, "His Majesty has given me full authority in this matter.
Summon the soldiers and prepare to open the city gates. We will send them back to the Empire. We will drive them out." Rodwell stood there and saw Roman Dmitri like this, feeling surprised, wondering in his heart. The Roman I remember is just a useless guy living in a shell, completely different from the person before my eyes. He often gets dragged away after fights in pubs. While staring at Roman Dmitri, Rodwell silently asked, "But how can a person change so much in such a short period of time?" Roman's voice and face are not the same as before, but it is definitely him. Rodwell then pondered, "I lived on the Western Front, hoping only to raise the family's reputation. But in a moment, everything I achieved became meaningless. Everyone called me Dimitri's future, but in reality, I was nothing." Rodwell's emotions were extremely mixed at this moment. He still didn't understand why and kept asking himself, for what reason until now? Just like that, Rodwell kept silent and silently observed his brother, Roman Dmitri. Then Noel suddenly asked, "If we kill Kronos' army, what will Cairo gain?" Flora also spoke up, adding that the soldiers on the Western Front had been fighting hard for the past few days. Opening the city gates now would be like seeking death. Chapter 105. The screen displayed the image of Baron Charlron, the person in charge of foreign affairs. He did not feel happy in his heart when he announced, "The uprising in Cairo by Marquis Benedict has been suppressed and resulted in failure." Charlron was having a magical conversation with Fabio. He continued to remind him that the Imperial Army was now marching to the Western Front against the Empire. "You'd better retreat, Count Fabio." Fabio became angry upon hearing this and scolded, "Marquis Benedict, that miserable man." Fabio still couldn't control his anger and yelled at Charlron, "We've spent too much time on this Western Front." Baron Charlron replied, "Now you tell me to just retreat. Although our last attack failed, we can still continue to attack. With my military honor, I cannot allow myself to retreat so shamefully." After taking the brunt of Fabio's wrath, Charlron didn't know what else to say. He could only lower his head and reply, "I don't understand what you're thinking right now, but the Kronos Empire is currently concentrating a lot of troops to attack the south and neighboring kingdoms. And now, Count Fabio, if we lose this troop in the west, it will affect the morale of the entire army on other battlefields. Therefore, for the sake of the entire army, please think carefully before deciding." After hearing these reminders from Charlron, Fabio was still angry but tried to grit his teeth and endure. Finally, Fabio agreed and replied, "All right. I understand what you mean. I will gather the army tomorrow morning and have the whole team retreat safely." The next day, many soldiers were gathered on the ground. Someone reported, "Sir, I have left a small force as scouts in case the army attacks us." Fabio heard, and then brushed it off and replied, "That's not necessary." Jaden, behind, felt extremely surprised and said, "Yes." Seeing that Jaden didn't understand his intentions, Fabio turned back, gritted his teeth, and explained, "If they dare to attack and chase after our army, I will be even more grateful to them. At that time, I will have the opportunity to fight and defeat their army and occupy this Western Front." As Fabio finished speaking, from afar, the silhouette of another army was seen approaching. One of Fabio's soldiers turned around in surprise and exclaimed in panic, "It's them! It's Vanderberg and Flora riding straight towards us. Their spirit is overwhelming." A soldier came forward to report to Fabio, "Commander, the enemy has appeared chasing us. They have advanced from behind and are almost upon us." Fabio's face seemed to show surprise after hearing this information. He wondered, what? Then Fabio smiled smugly and said to himself, "They came to pay their respects? Your Cairo army has made a serious mistake. I'm not afraid of you by retreating." Immediately, Fabio used all his strength to shout loudly, ordering all the soldiers, "Listen! All prepare to face the Cairo bastards." Then Fabio rode away. He kept repeating, "All attack!" As Fabio finished speaking, two powerful armies faced each other at the same time. Both sides possessed enormous numbers of soldiers and were determined to destroy the other. The night before, at the conference table of Roman Dmitri, Rodwell, Vanderberg, Flora and Noel, along with Roman Dmitri, spoke up in front of everyone. "It seems we were right. The entire Kronos army on this Western Front has retreated.
Now it's time for us to counterattack. Roman Dmitri then went on to explain his intentions. The plan of attack is quite simple. Because their preparation time for withdrawal is urgent, they will not be able to retreat quickly. We will divide our troops into two sides. One side will attack from behind, and the other side will attack straight into the enemy's center. Rodwell and I will lead the charge straight into the enemy's center. As for Count Vanderberg, he will lead the attack with Flora, chase from behind, and attract their attention. Just like that, there will be people attacking from the middle, and there will also be people attacking from behind. After listening to Roman Dmitri present his plan, Noel exclaimed, "His plan was quite good and simple." Then he wondered, "But if we split our army in two, will it be weaker? Especially without you leading the soldiers behind?" Noel asked. Roman Dmitri interrupted before he could finish and replied, "You're right, but don't worry. When the situation in the middle stabilizes, I will send people to the rear to support. Therefore, you can rest assured and follow the plan. Our forces will be responsible for defeating the Imperial Army." Roman Dmitri was extremely confident in his strategy, asserting, "When we divide our troops like this, they will be difficult to deal with. At that time, we will have the advantage in tactics as well as morale. Our army will definitely win this battle." Back to reality, there were already soldiers falling. Jaden witnessed this scene. His face darkened, and he shouted loudly, "You bastards! Everyone calm down!" Jaden held the sword firmly in his hand, then shouted loudly for everyone to hear, "Our opponent is the Cairo army. How can they fight against the mighty Kronos Empire army like us? You guys stay calm and fight." After this motivating word from Jaden, everyone was more confident and fought with all their might. The sound of killing echoed everywhere. At this moment, Fabio, seeing that the situation seemed unfavorable, was extremely worried and thought to himself, "It doesn't seem good. Cairo's army, after gathering all its troops, has made some tactical progress. And now, with the addition of the newly arrived royal army, it seems we're in trouble." Immediately after, Fabio also shouted loudly to encourage all his soldiers, "Everyone stand firm in battle! Let's show them our strength!" The situation at that time was not like on the side of Earl Vanderberg, where there was chaos from fighting. In the middle, a massacre was taking place with the Kronos Imperial Army. The Imperial soldiers were in awe of what was happening before their eyes. They exclaimed, "Impossible! How can a group of their soldiers radiate such a strong aura?" Immediately, with just a few slashes, our soldiers successfully defeated countless Kronos Imperial soldiers. While the battle was going on in great chaos, Roman Dmitri and Rodwell also came riding over. Rodwell couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on?" "I find this hard to believe," Rodwell wondered in his heart. "The mighty Imperial army is now being completely overwhelmed by the army of his own family?" Rodwell stared as soldiers tried to destroy their enemies decisively. Rodwell found it even more unbelievable. He frowned and thought to himself, "Those soldiers are nothing special. They look very normal, but on the battlefield they fight like it's no man's land." Rodwell then turned his gaze to Roman Dmitri beside him and wondered, was this all due to his brother's training? Rodwell recalled the memory of last night when his brother said, "Tomorrow you join me in battle. Then I will show you the price of those who dare to touch the people of the Dmitri family." Returning to reality, Rodwell was still lost in his thoughts about his brother Roman Dmitri. "At that time, I thought he was just encouraging me, but now I know it was true." Suddenly, Roman Dmitri called Chris. He was beside him and replied, "Yes." Roman Dmitri didn't say much. He just told Chris, "Now is the time for us to do as planned. You lead the troops to the back to help them." Chris stood at attention, listening to Roman Dmitri's instructions. Then Roman Dmitri continued, "We will move forward to prevent them from retreating safely." Rodwell was horrified when he heard these words, but said nothing more. Immediately, Chris obeyed and replied, "Yes." Then he led his soldiers and shouted, "Squad 2, follow me." Rodwell was still very frightened by his brother's ambition. Did he really want to destroy the entire Imperial army? On the other hand, somewhere the soldiers were still fighting very hard. Someone saved the soldier's life when he was careless and didn't protect his back. It was Flora who used her arrow to kill him. We are being cornered by them. It seems the situation is not good. Thinking, she immediately turned around and called, "Commander!" Before he could say anything, Vanderberg understood and replied, "I know, just follow the predetermined plan." Immediately after that, he raised his hand and shouted loudly. The whole team put up shields to defend. They quickly obeyed, erected a sturdy shield wall, and shouted together, "Shield wall!" Seeing the soldiers on the other side suddenly put up their shields while they were fighting, the soldiers of the Kronos Empire felt it was strange. What are these guys doing? Why are they putting up their shields while they are fighting? Are they trying to defend themselves? One side defended while the other side tried to destroy the shield wall to attack. Vanderberg kept reminding them from behind, "Try to block them from advancing. All you have to do is buy some time." While they were trying to block them, a group of soldiers was approaching from afar. Vanderberg saw this and ordered all the soldiers, "The reinforcements have arrived. Put down your shields and start fighting." That's the vanguard led by Chris. They're running with all their might. Let's show them the power of the Dmitri family army. In Chris's eyes was determination. He gritted his teeth and charged into the battle. With just a few basic punches, Chris successfully sent several soldiers to hell. Flora stood behind and saw Chris's display of power and exclaimed, "This is truly Roman's army." Just that one group of elite soldiers had completely changed the situation. Suddenly, from somewhere, a foot angrily stomped on the ground and yelled, "You fools, get out of the way." It turns out that he is the 3-star swordsman of the Kronos Empire. He shouted with great anger, "Let me confront them." Unfortunately, just a few seconds after appearing, the 3-star swordsman of the Kronos Empire was beheaded by Chris. Chris thought to himself, "But this is my moment." Chris's eyes flashed with power. He said to himself, "This is the moment to show my strength on the battlefield. This is the moment." Among the imperial army of Kronos, in the sea of people fighting madly, alone surrounded by enemy troops, Roman Dmitri is like a strong wall. Anyone who came forward to attack was sent flying by one of his slashes. Each of Roman Dmitri's slashes was gentle yet powerful, taking down each enemy with ease. With eyes filled with fierce determination, Roman Dmitri muttered, "There is nothing more important than winning at all costs." Faced with this brutal scene, Fabio felt stunned as if he couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "I can't believe this is happening. How could this be?" Suddenly, someone called him commander. A soldier stepped forward to report, "Our rear army is also being attacked. We were at a disadvantage. If we continued like this, our entire army would collapse." No matter how dire the situation, Fabio calmly ordered. His voice echoed across the battlefield. "The entire army will deal with that bastard Roman first. Once he is destroyed, their army will automatically collapse." A scornful smile crossed Roman Dmitri's lips. He looked straight at Fabio, his eyes full of challenge. With a quick move as before, Roman Dmitri charged into the crowd of soldiers like a gust of wind. Witnessing this scene made Fabio surprised and a little scared, thinking to himself, "What is he doing? That crazy bastard? Is he planning to risk his life by going through my entire army to come here and take me down?" Just as Roman Dmitri was about to approach Fabio, a cold voice rang out. "You bastard, stop!" A figure shot up, blocking Roman Dmitri's progress. "That is the Imperial 4-star sword knight Kronos. Gustavo!" he shouted angrily. "Your opponent today will be me." Just like that, Gustavo and Roman Dmitri charged into a head-on confrontation. Gustavo was ranked 78th on the Six Palaces rankings and 35th in the entire empire. Kronos saw Gustavo standing in front of him. Roman Dmitri secretly assessed that this guy was quite strong. Roman Dmitri and Gustavo's swords clashed with each other, making a loud clanging sound. Suddenly, Gustavo jumped back, creating a safe distance. Then, Gustavo gritted his teeth and pointed the sharp tip of his sword straight at Roman Dmitri's chest. His eyes were burning with fire, as if he wanted to tear his opponent to pieces. Just then, behind Roman, Dmitri appeared 2 soldiers raising their swords, preparing to attack him. With an extremely quick reflex, Roman Dmitri did not turn his head back. His eyes glanced behind him, shining with a cold, strangely calm look. With one graceful movement, Roman Dmitri spun his sword, creating a dazzling halo that simultaneously destroyed both soldiers and wounded Gustavo. Faced with this attack, so powerful from Roman Dmitri, Gustavo couldn't believe his eyes and thought to himself in surprise. It was unbelievable that he was able to attack and take down the soldiers outside with just a sword containing aura. Gustavo looked at Roman Dmitri, whose eyes were filled with determination and the will to conquer everything. Gustavo thought to himself, "This Roman is more dangerous than we know. If I let him live, this war of the empire will be lost." With his determination ignited, Gustavo began to focus all his strength. He was lost in his thoughts. "Now, even if I decide to sacrifice my life, I will definitely defeat the future threat to the empire." At this moment, Gustavo used the life-burning method. His entire body was glowing as if it was about to explode. A small tornado formed around Gustavo, whipping up dust and rubble, forming a curtain that obscured vision. Roman Dmitri's eyes widened in surprise. He had never seen anyone who could manipulate energy so fiercely. Looking closely at Gustavo, Roman Dmitri realized that the aura was strange. It was as if he was burning his life force to increase his strength many times over. Life, which is the core of all existence, is limited and not the kind of ability that ordinary people can accumulate on their own. From birth, each person has a life, which is the origin of life for each person, is a natural ability that someone is born with. Thinking back to the past, there was a time when I sat in my room reading a book, Roman Dmitri thought to himself. I have researched this problem in this field before. I have never seen anyone who can burn life to increase strength like that, he said. But after a period of research, I have come to understand it. Back to reality, now in front of Roman Dmitri are no longer books, but Gustavo, who is actually burning his life. He was not afraid at all, but thought to himself, if we had encountered a situation like this before, it would have been very dangerous because there was no way to deal with it. Suddenly, Gustavo launched a strike with all his strength on Roman Dmitri, who stood there without running away. Roman Dmitri's sword blocked Gustavo's attack. Fire engulfed both of them, but Roman Dmitri stood firm as a rock. Gustavo was terrified when he saw Roman Dmitri not being harmed at all after his attack with such immense power, wondering how he could block that attack of his. Without hesitation, Roman Dmitri delivered the finishing blow. He took a step forward and used the heavenly demon sword technique. One slash ended Gustavo's life. He couldn't accept this fact, so he panicked and exclaimed, "No!" Just like that, Gustavo was destroyed by Roman Dmitri with the most terrifying move. A black smoke covered the battle area, obscuring everyone's vision. The surrounding soldiers seemed frozen. No one dared to move. A scream of horror rang out. "Oh no, Sir Gustavo!" Everyone was stunned by the sight before them. Gustavo was defeated. Now all that remained was a charred body lying on the ground. Just like that, Roman Dmitri turned and left, but no soldiers dared to block his way anymore. Without hesitation, Roman Dmitri stepped in front of Fabio and kicked the horse's belly hard. Fabio was thrown off the horse's back, hitting the ground hard. He roared in anger. Even though he was at a disadvantage in front of Roman Dmitri, Fabio was not afraid and was still very strong-minded. "You cannot harm me. I am a noble of the Kronos Empire." As time went on, Fabio became more and more angry. He shouted straight at Roman Dmitri's face, "Even if we are on the battlefield, you cannot kill a noble like me. If you kill me, your entire family will be hunted down by the Empire and will never have peace." As soon as he finished speaking, Fabio's expression changed completely. His face turned pale and cold sweat poured out like rain. Roman Dmitri replied in a calm voice, "You don't need to say it. I know what consequences my actions will lead to." Roman Dmitri slowly approached, causing Fabio to panic and take a step back, and begged, "Forgive me, I surrender, please." Before he could finish his sentence, Roman Dmitri felt disgusted and shouted, "Enough!" A flash of anger appeared in Roman Dmitri's eyes. He declared coldly, "Now it's over." Fabio panicked and thought to himself, "This guy intends to kill me." Without hesitation, Roman Dmitri struck a decisive blow to Fabio's neck, sending him to visit his ancestors. On the other side, behind Kronos' imperial army, Vandenberg fought, looking up at the sky and exclaiming, "That's it!" An explosion? He wondered as he watched the thick smoke Roman Dmitri created when he confronted Gustavo. From behind Vandenberg, Chris spoke reassuringly and told him not to worry. Chris had complete confidence in Roman Dmitri and continued, "The young master would know what to do. We didn't have to worry about him." Hearing these words from Chris, Vandenberg wondered in surprise, how could I trust Mr. Roman so much? Then a green firework appeared in the sky as a signal. Someone exclaimed, that signal, it means Roman has succeeded. At that time, in the kingdom of Cairo, Daniel was sitting in his chair, placed in the middle of the palace. Suddenly, a soldier ran to inform Daniel. After hearing this news, Daniel became very happy, smiled happily, and exclaimed in his heart, my God, did Rome successfully repel the imperial army? Then there was a conversation between the two. Someone is extremely talkative. It turned out to be Daniel and Vandenberg talking to each other. Vandenberg announced excitedly, Your Majesty, the battle in the west. Romanus defeated the commander of the army of Cronus's empire, Count Fabius, forcing the remaining army of Cronus's empire to surrender. Daniel asked with a serious face, So what was the damage to our army? Vandenberg on screen also responded quickly. Thanks to Mr. Roman's brilliant leadership and strategy, our army suffered very little damage, Your Majesty. Daniel heard this and thought he must have deployed his troops excellently. Daniel turned and walked away, thinking to himself, From now on, there will be a period of time when our kingdom can rest without worrying about the invasion of the empire. Then Daniel raised his hand and ordered, You ensure the safety of the prisoners of Cronus's empire, so that we can have an advantage at the negotiating table with them. All matters related to the battle must be properly organized and ready for my orders. Then everyone obeyed and responded in unison. We understand, Your Majesty. On the western grasslands, a fierce sea of fire engulfed a vast prairie and black smoke billowed into the sky. The fire burned fiercely, turning the entire sky red. Everything was engulfed in fire. The bodies of soldiers who died in battle lay scattered, burned black. Roman Dmitri was also present here before the fallen soldiers. He placed a hand on his chest as if to express his condolences. Then Roman Dmitri took the floor to remind, making sure the surroundings were clear. A person standing next to him replied, Understood. A soft knock came from behind, cutting the silence, drawing Roman Dmitri's attention. From behind, Noel slowly approached and said, Can I bother you for a moment? Suddenly, Noel bowed deeply and said sincerely, I apologize for always opposing you during the last strategy conference. Facing Roman Dmitri, Noel continued, I sincerely apologize and thank you, Mr. Roman. Thanks to you, the Western Fortress is safe. Roman Dmitri looked at Noel, bowing to him in apology, and thought, Noel, you are a good man. Thinking like this, Roman Dmitri replied, No, blind trust in a person is poison on the battlefield. Opposing opinions are needed to see things clearly. Noel just did what he had to do. Hearing these comforting words from Roman Dmitri, Noel felt relieved. The weight has been lifted, Noel replied, thanking him for the compliment. Then Noel turned to look at the soldiers being escorted away and wondered, Now that we have captured the prisoners, we would have an advantage in negotiating with the empire, but Roman Dmitri quickly objected, No. Roman Dmitri looked ahead and continued, The negotiation will not go well. The Kronos Empire will never agree to negotiate with us. They are always the ones who first invade the borders of other countries and then concentrate their troops to oppress that country. Only then do they make demands. Absurdly, when they disagree, they will take advantage of that to attack. In conflicts between nations, the motive for invading another country is of utmost importance. But even so, it is meaningless in the face of absolute power. The image of Emperor Cronus appeared with overwhelming power, surpassing Emperor Cairo 100 times over. So, continued Roman Dmitri, their problem was that the kingdom of Cairo, a small country, was able to defeat them. Hearing these words, Noel was stunned and asked, What should we do then? Dmitri Romano calmly replied, For the kingdom of Cairo to continue, this is something we must resolve. Roman Dmitri imagined himself playing a game of chess and said, The first to give in will suffer the most, and we'll begin another battle at the negotiating table. One morning in the kingdom of Cairo, a voice was heard. As the emperor's representative, I will be on Cronus's side. It turned out to be Baron Chakran of the Kronos Foreign Ministry, who was having a conversation with Daniel. He said angrily, The reason the Kronos Empire attacked Cairo this time was because of Duke Benedict's request. However, after this incident, Duke Benedict was defeated, so there was no longer any need for us to follow that request. We have made our imperial position clear by withdrawing our troops. Chakran narrowed his eyes, his tone filled with resentment, as if he wanted to place all the blame on the Cairo Empire. But what did Cairo do next? Not only did he attack Cronus's retreating army, Romano also killed Count Fabius and the commander of our empire, Gustavus. These are the talents of our empire. Daniel felt that Chakran's words were unreasonable, so he objected. We're at war, so what's wrong with killing the enemy? Yet Chakran responded bluntly, you are wrong. Chakran looked straight into Daniel's eyes, his tone cold. To be fair, the Kronos Empire expected to be compensated accordingly. Daniel felt it was too absurd, so he couldn't help but shout loudly, Kronos was the one who attacked us first. Daniel continued angrily. If this continued, Cairo would take this matter to the continental community of nations. Hearing that, Chakran liked these threats from little Cairo, so he smiled scornfully and replied, do what you want. Kronos may be the target of your attacks, but he will never accept negotiations. Suddenly, Chakran changed his mind and said, instead, I'll give you a choice. Daniel didn't understand, so he asked again, what choice? Then Chakran gave his condition, Roman Dmitri, we want one of your arms, which surprised Daniel. Chakran continued, if he came alone to the Empire offering an arm, and they will kneel to ask for our forgiveness. The Empire will no longer demand compensation for losses. If you refuse, there will be all-out war with Kronos. Daniel heard this choice and for a moment didn't know how to respond. Anger and despair welled up in his heart. Chakran's words still ring true. You have 10 days to decide what to do. Not being able to fight back made Daniel so angry that his hands shook. He thought to himself, weakness has made us suffer such humiliation. After the conversation ended, behind Daniel, Bet called hesitantly, my king. Then Betty said, very worried, the Kronos Empire aims to destroy Roman Dmitri, fearing that that day will become a danger in the future. Daniel heard that and replied thoughtfully, Roman Dmitri is the hero of Cairo. Everyone knows it, all the citizens of Cairo know it. Then Daniel said firmly, if we abandon him to save ourselves, no one will be more loyal to the kingdom. Call Roman Dmitri here. Daniel's eyes were determined. In order not to lose Roman Dmitri, we will speak directly with him. 2 days later, when Roman Dmitri went to see Daniel, he was told the conditions of Kronos' empire. Then Daniel spoke. This is the situation. What should we do to solve it? Roman Dmitri replied below, if we accept Kronos' request, Cairo will definitely become a Kronos colony. Roman Dmitri was not afraid, nor did he flee, but answered bluntly, I will go myself to the empire of Kronos and fix this. Please send me to the empire as an envoy. Hearing Roman Dmitri's wish left Daniel a little stunned. Immediately, Daniel couldn't stay calm and shouted loudly, I won't allow it. Kronos is trying to punish you. Daniel was extremely worried about Roman Dmitri because he said, going to Kronos in this situation is the worst possible scenario. You could lose your life. The room fell silent. Everyone looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, a deep voice sounded, Your Majesty. It turned out to be Viscount Fadius, a respected and elderly minister with extensive diplomatic experience. He bowed respectfully and said, May I make a suggestion? Daniel quickly replied, Go ahead. Fadius immediately said, Sir Roman clearly knows how to solve this problem. As he approached, Fadius continued, And the king also believes that it is very dangerous for Lord Roman to go to Kronos' empire. Fadius then asked, So shouldn't there be someone who can prove Cairo's stance to the empire? Daniel became angry upon hearing these words. Then it suddenly hit him. Count Fadius, are you saying you will be Kronos' messenger? Fadius smiled confidently and replied, Exactly. He bowed and added, I will represent Cairo and prove our position to Kronos. Beside him stood Roman Dmitri, and Daniel thought, Count Fadius has proposed a new approach. Maybe Fadius really is the right man for the job. Fadius is one of Cairo's leading politicians. He knows how to quickly read situations and make sound decisions. That's his specialty. Despite being an important figure in the nobility, the fact that he spoke out in favor of Roman showed his determination and loyalty. After thinking about it, Daniel asked again, Going to Kronos' empire might endanger your life. Are you willing to take this risk? Fadius didn't hesitate and responded quickly and clearly. I will do my best to complete the mission. Then Daniel turned to Roman Dmitri and asked, What do you think, Roman Dmitri? That night, in the deserted hallway with not a soul in sight, in front was Roman Dmitri and behind him was Viscount Fadius. Dmitri Romano shouted, Fadius! Roman looked directly into Fadius's eyes, his gaze filled with doubt. You must have some purpose in volunteering to be sent. Speak, what do you want? Faced with Roman Dmitri's skepticism, Fadius placed his hand on his chest and said respectfully, I can't ask you to trust someone like me, but through this mission I want to send you a message. Fadius closed his eyes and continued, I, Fadius, am willing to dedicate everything to you. even my life for Sir Roman. Please consider my volunteering for this diplomatic mission as a way of demonstrating my loyalty. Thinking about people close to Roman Dmitri like Chris, Fadius added, I don't expect to be treated like Lord Roman's swordsman. Do not hesitate to use me, Viscount Fadius, as a springboard to your advancement. Roman Dmitri listened and thought deeply without answering immediately. Fadius's eyes became more determined, and then he revealed his ambition. If you side with Mr. Roman, I will become a symbol of reform and honor. I will do everything possible to achieve this. Roman Dmitri just looked at him silently and silently assessed. Count Fadius's proposal is surprisingly simple. As if to further reinforce his words, Fadius immediately knelt before Roman Dmitri and respectfully said, Please accept me. Seeing Fadius kneeling before him, Roman Dmitri stood still, thinking to himself, no, on the contrary, when he was able to say it. This shows that he saw through the nature of the relationship between lord and vassal. Thinking about this, Roman Dmitri smiled with pleasure and said to himself, The more I look, the more satisfied I am. Roman Dmitri cheerfully called him by name, Count Fadius. Then Roman Dmitri confidently stated, As my man, you will have everything you want. A few days later, early in the morning, at that time, the diplomatic delegation from Cairo, headed by Fadius, undertook a mission. Roman Dmitri is located from above. After observing, he felt extremely calm. His face relaxed into a soft smile. Moving directly to the Empire of Kronos. On the way, suddenly, a soldier coming behind shouted, Count Fadius, how can you betray the people you serve and still survive? He continued to wonder, seriously, I don't understand. Normally, a person like that would never get up again. But you, in the end, still live well and have power, don't you? Fadius bowed his head to him and replied, There's one thing people still don't seem to understand. Betrayal also has its romance. The soldier heard this and did not understand Fadius's intention and asked again, Romantic? Fadius explained to him patiently, For those in power, those who are seen as being on their side, only when those people dedicate themselves to them, that's why we always work hard and remain loyal to them. If a person can be willing to sacrifice for himself, when others doubt, what will you do? Of course, I will keep them with me and use them. That's it, use them. That's why, to be able to accept a traitor like me. After a long explanation, Fadius turned around and asked, Is today's lesson enough? And in his heart he said to himself, I, like everyone else, I don't want to live as a traitor, just continue your journey. Fadius thought to himself, The reason I betrayed is because no one is worthy of my loyalty. Then the corner of Fadius's lips lifted slightly, thinking further. But maybe Roman Dmitri, are you the one who deserves Fadius's trust and loyalty? Go until it gets dark. He had just arrived in the capital of the empire, Cronus Alexander. Fadius was a little nervous about entering enemy territory. He thought to himself, So this is the empire. Then someone appeared and said to Fadio, Follow me. Then Fadius was led by that soldier to the magnificent palace. On both sides of the wall there are numerous statues of giant soldiers, as if they wanted to overshadow everything. Suddenly, Fadius noticed the Roman numeral 7 engraved in the sun, placed on the soldier's shoulder. He said to himself, That symbol. Walk behind that soldier, he thought to himself. So much power, even though it's only the 7th order of knights. As he walked, he said to himself, maybe just based on this aura. Suffice it to say that this person is stronger than Count Nicholas. After walking for a while, Fadius was led to a giant door. The voice of a soldier was heard. Your Majesty. The door opened at the same time as the introduction. The diplomatic mission has arrived. Fadius's eyes were astonished at the scene that was about to appear before his eyes. He thought for a moment, Am I entering another world now? At that moment, in front of Fadius sat on the throne the Emperor Cronus. There were many soldiers standing at attention around. Fadius said to himself, Just a slip of the tongue. I will die immediately. Looking towards the emperor, Fadius realized, This man is the emperor of the Empire of Cronus. Emperor Cronus frowned and asked, Are you Roman Dmitri? Fadius down here was stunned. He thought to himself, The pressure is so great that I can't breathe. After regaining his composure, he calmed down again. Fadius replied, No, I'm Fabio from Cairo. Before he could finish speaking, a hand hit him directly in the face from the head. He was the soldier who brought Fadius here. He was banging Fadius's head against the ground, causing him excruciating pain. Then Emperor Cronus spoke. My people said it, didn't they? Roman Dmitri must come here personally and hand over an arm. Fadius, though oppressed, still tried to speak. But Romano, before Fadius had a chance to finish his sentence, immediately interrupted. I understand Cairo's position. Then he bluntly ordered, Cut off his hand and declare war on Cairo immediately. But I can't afford to come here and do nothing. Fadius tried to get up and shouted, Dear Emperor Cronus, Cairo does not want war with you. Although the soldier banged his head again, Phaedius still tried to plead. Please give me a chance to speak. Then you can cut off my head or my hands if you want. Hearing these words, Emperor Cronus's eyes were cold as he replied, Remember what you said? If you can't convince me, you will die here now. Finally, Phaedius was released. He quickly placed his hand on his chest to show respect. He thought to himself, My words from now on must convey Cairo's position and make it clear that the empire cannot act lightly to invade Cairo in this situation. So be careful to use words that are not too derogatory. Phaedius continued to persuade the emperor amidst the tension. Phaedius convinced Emperor Cronus that intervention in the civil war was unnecessary, and the 5 kingdoms, except Valhalla, agreed with Cairo. The empire is not capable of interfering in Cairo's internal affairs. Remembering the words that Roman Dmitri had said the night before the departure, even if any of the 6 kingdoms attacks first, the Kronos Empire could still win completely. However, the problem came later when the war ended. Kronos' empire, tired of war, would have to worry about war with Valhalla, mentioning Valhalla to point out that it was a problem they couldn't avoid. It's the best choice we can make. Thus, Phaedius brought with him Roman Dimitri's plan to tell Emperor Cronus. Cairo always seeks peace. If the empire of Cronus still desires war in this state, then cut off my head. Emperor Cronus listened and reflected for a moment, and asked, Do you think that's smart? Then Emperor Cronus continued, In exchange for freeing Cronus prisoners, we will study this matter. Phaedius felt pleased, but then he said, But before he could celebrate for too long, Emperor Cronus immediately said, However, dealing with Roman Dmitri is something else. Every night, an assassin will be sent to find Roman Dmitri. Phaedius said in a panic, That means... Emperor Cronus interrupted him again. My people were killed. Thus, as Emperor of Cronus, blood debt must be paid with blood. Hearing this, Phaedius was shocked and began to sweat profusely. Standing before Emperor Cronus, Phaedius realized with regret, perhaps, Emperor Cronus did not want a total war with Cairo from the beginning. Pushing Cairo to the limit, the purpose is to free the prisoners, sending assassins to kill Roman. It is the plan to regain the honor of the empire. Then Emperor Cronus smiled and said his last words to Phaedius, From now on, your tricks like today's won't work anymore. Phaedius thought in frustration. He wanted to prove himself, but he bowed his head and shouted, Sorry. Someone praised him. Good job. Phaedius heard this and raised his head in surprise, asking again, Yes, did you expect this to happen? Roman Dmitri turned around to answer. The Kronos Empire has never listened to anyone's wishes before. Their goal was always us from the beginning. Still, Phaedius asked with great concern, Are you really going to be okay? Roman Dmitri quickly reassured him, That's my problem. There's no need to worry. Then Roman Dmitri turned to look at the starry sky and thought, The threat to kill me? The devil has always been a part of my life. Roman Dmitri was excited about the upcoming events. He smiled to himself and wondered, Let's see who they'll send this time, Emperor Cronus. Daniel sat on the throne and shouted angrily, Count Gregory! You are a spy for the Kronos Empire. The things you do, it has caused great harm to our kingdom. He continued, Do you admit to that act of vandalism? Gregory knelt on the ground, his head bowed, and replied, I admit those sins. I feel like I didn't do anything wrong, but I didn't expect Gregory to be so fickle, causing Daniel to be surprised and exclaim, Damn it! Suddenly he gritted his teeth and shouted at Daniel, Everyone knows that I support the Kronos Empire, but that's also good for the kingdom. The kingdom under his rule was too weak. Hearing Gregory's words, Daniel's eyebrows seemed to knit together. What a bastard. So you still have no intention of repenting and only know how to resist. That I do good to this kingdom is beyond all doubt. But does the king think he can just kill me? Gregor still had no intention of giving in to Daniel and continued to answer. Gregorio continues to threaten Daniel about his importance. Do you think Kronos' empire will allow you to do that? When I die, the news will be sent to the empire and then, as he spoke, Gregory's emotions grew increasingly frantic, and his pupils shrank with anger and excitement. Emperor Cronus will send troops to conquer the kingdom that day. At that time, the kingdom of Cairo will inevitably face a bloody war and will finally accept defeat and surrender. At that moment, he made a request to Daniel with a firm voice. If you forgive me, let me return to the empire of Cronus, then you can avoid such a bloody war, my lord. I wasn't wrong. Gregorio's words made Daniel hesitate a little. The empire always wanted an excuse to destroy this country. But if they free him and return him to the empire, how can he take revenge on them? But the traitor will take this as an example, then try to make a mess. then the situation will get worse. Daniel was getting more and more worried and couldn't help but show it on his face. The face was drenched in sweat. Romano had also observed all these things. "May I say something, Your Majesty?" Suddenly Roman spoke. "Okay," Daniel agreed. He also gave his opinion on that. "As I said, Emperor Cronus always wanted to invade us, and now he's pointing at me. He wanted to send assassins to kill me after I killed his general on the battlefield. But these two things are two different things. They have nothing to do with each other." At her harsh words, Gregory knelt on the ground, still not understanding the implications of her words. "It can be said that Count Fabius and the swordsman Gustavus, whom I defeated on the battlefield, are two important figures in the Empire. How can those two characters compare to the role of the Empire as this bastard Gregory?" After the sentence hit him like a hammer. At this, Gregor's face paled. "After I killed those two. Now the Empire can't just forgive me. It doesn't matter whether we forgive this traitor or not." Romano's words continued to cut into Gregory's life. He stared at Gregory, who was kneeling on the ground and continuing to give advice to Daniel. "Therefore, Your Majesty may execute this bastard Gregory to set an example for traitors. This will not change Kronos' previous hostility toward us. When we rose up to destroy the nobles, when he finished with Count Benedict, then the war between the two countries could no longer be stopped. Therefore, Your Majesty, please make your decision. It's up to you to decide whether Cairo will succeed or fail." Hearing his words, Daniel also felt more relieved. His pupils also dilated, thinking for a long time. "Roman, you have a lot of opinions, I understand." In contrast to Roman's way of thinking, thoughts of victory continually invaded Daniel's mind. Daniel stepped forward and said, "As mentioned before, in this battle the Dimitri family made great contributions in repelling the imperial army, so the kingdom owes you a debt of gratitude. As for this traitor Gregory, I have already decided. You are the one who colluded with the Empire to cause chaos in the kingdom of Cairo." Standing before Gregory, kneeling below, Daniel spoke with a voice of steel. "Your Majesty, please reconsider, bastard." Faced with death, Gregory could no longer remain calm and screamed, hoping to cling to his own life. But Daniel was not discouraged. He firmly judges the traitor Gregory. "This traitor, this rebel Cairo, will never forgive him. I hereby formally sentence you to death. I am a fool." At this moment, right at the gallows in Cairo, the night sky was cloudy and the air currents gave off a very gloomy atmosphere. Denver was tied up and brought here, but his face still showed no fear, looking towards Roman. "A tough guy like you? Perhaps my decision to reconcile with you was a mistake. I should have killed you from the start." At this point, Denver still couldn't believe he'd be taken to this point, and that's why he made a deal with Roman. "Roman, if you forgive me, you can have friendly relations with the Empire. Don't think you're good enough to defeat us. Your strength is nothing compared to those powerful swordsmen on the continent. Do you think you can defeat swordsman Gustavo and become invincible? He's good, but he's only ranked 78th on the continent. Do you understand?" Denver continued to threaten Roman. "There or in the kingdom, Valhalla has many talents, many swordsmen far stronger than you. If you kill me, you will officially provoke Valhalla. Do you think you can be safe after becoming an enemy of both Valhalla and Cronus?" Denver yelled at Roman. "A person like you will never survive. So you should think carefully again while you still have the chance to change your mind." "Roman, that's what I meant. So if I die, that's the move that ends your fate, Roman?" Denver continues to threaten Roman. "You said it right, I was expecting that." But Roman just smiled at Denver, hearing what he said so calmly. Denver was scared and angry. She gritted her teeth and stared at him. The mouth uttered two words, "Bastard. Do you dare look down on Valhalla? Then you will never be able to live in peace." Denver and the other soldiers were now put in the noose as a fatal blow to him. The steps were lowered. He also killed Denver. Finally, all the traitors, the spies who had infiltrated Cairo, were eliminated. Countess Vandenberg, who played a decisive role in repelling the imperial army on the Western Front. Thanks to this, it helps our kingdom to regain face, as well as to gain an advantage in negotiations with the Kronos Empire. "I will remember you and reward you handsomely," Daniel excitedly told Vandenberg. "Heroes. The soldiers shed blood for the homeland. I will always remember them," Daniel continued. "Baron Noel and Flora, both Roman and Rodwell, have contributed greatly to Cairo in this battle. Daniel mentioned their names one by one to reward them for the hardships they endured to save the kingdom. Therefore, I will generously reward each of you with 1,000 gold coins." 1,000 gold coins glittered brightly on the bed. "In this war, if it weren't for the Dimitri family's contribution, we wouldn't have been able to defeat the Kronos Empire's army." I will always be grateful to you. Daniel was also filled with gratitude toward the Dmitri family. In this war, Romano made a great contribution that day, which is what he deserved. Following Daniel's praise, the courtiers also expressed concern about the threat to power posed by the Dmitri family. But the power of the Dmitri family was now too great. They had surpassed the power of the previous noble faction. Hadith gives her opinion on the threat to power posed by the Dmitri family. If we continue to give them more power now, the Dmitri family may become uncontrollable. What we can do now is reduce his power. Hearing this, Pekte couldn't stand it any longer and said, "Enough, enough." He couldn't accept the way the courtiers argued among themselves without acknowledging Dmitri's contributions. Pekte continued to argue the importance of the Dmitri family. Do you think about what we have suffered in the past when we were betrayed and oppressed by factions? If Roman hadn't intervened to eliminate us that day, we wouldn't have been able to regain real power. Now, if we restrict and destroy Roman's power, we will only cause chaos in Cairo. Just as you said. Daniel looked at the nobles below, showing his agreement with Pekte's thoughts. Roman and the Dmitri family, we can no longer decide their fate. We've trusted them too much in this war. We've also promised them that they would separate into a small territory, independent of Cairo, and it's impossible to reduce Dmitri's power. Daniel responded to the nobles below. This is also an opportunity for us. I also want to use this incident to send a message to the entire continent, Daniel said calmly. The day the Dmitri family officially separates from Cairo and establishes a new duchy, Daniel, as king of Cairo, will be very happy about it. Daniel sat on the throne, smiling continuously. With my authority, I named Roman a duke and granted him many other powers. Upon hearing this, the courtiers below burst into laughter. In front of Roman, Daniel also declared that the northeastern lands would become Dmitri's personal territory. And finally, the land under Cairo's rule had become the independent land of the Dmitri family, under Roman's rule. The news quickly spread everywhere. People kept talking about the Dmitri family having their own independent duchy. Everyone seemed to think only of Dmitri's power and strength. Others also continued to bear witness to the power of Roman and the Dmitri family. The praise for Roman's power was endless. They compared his strength to that of the continent's greatest swordsman. This, too, was
Đây cũng
strange.
chính là điều kỳ lạ. Tất
Everyone,
cả
the
những người
stable
dân
and
những
secure
ngụ
people
biết được
across
an
the
toàn yên
country
ổn trên khắp
mentioned
đất nước
Roman.
luôn nhắc đến Roman,
Artists
và
also
những nghệ
wrote
sĩ cũng đã
songs
ca
praising
tụng mà
him for
viết những
bringing
bản
peace
nhạc
to the
về Roman.
country. With the people's actions toward Dmitri, the power this family wields becomes increasingly evident. As expected, rumors about Roman spread far and wide, extending beyond Cairo's territory. News from the nobleman. Henry the Fat revealed his intentions to spread the news of Rome, and the spread increased. "Meeting you is my luck," he said, "so I need to hold on to you to advance higher." After saying that, he smiled viciously. Chapter 110. Henry Albeck's bright face appeared, with a smile full of cunning. How is Henry Albeck now after fighting on the battlefield? A very neat data report after Henry Albeck returned to battle with Roman. Roman had received much more attention from the entire kingdom. Of course, someone like Henry Albeck, who was a subordinate and held a title, would also benefit greatly from this attention. From a young age, Henry Albeck stood out among his peers. First, he received an invitation to give a lecture on war and peace at the Royal Academy in Cairo. Previously, he had been completely unable to secure a place at the Royal Academy. He had never thought of being invited to the Academy. From then on, he had the opportunity to teach the children of noble families. At the end of the lecture, everyone at the Academy applauded him. After his lectures, everything exploded and his reputation grew. Henry Albeck's story became increasingly special. His family was very proud of him. Money was no longer a problem for his family. They all became wealthy, and his reputation also improved. In the majestic and splendid academy, Professor Hen of the Royal Cairo Academy bowed respectfully and asked Henry, "My lord, I never expected such a young man to have so much experience in war and peace. Listening to your lectures, I feel excited, as if I've grown much younger. Thanks to you, I've learned more about the contributions of heroes on the battlefield." Henry Albeck was stunned for a moment, speechless. I really couldn't understand what Professor Hen was saying. Meanwhile, Professor Hen remained absorbed in his story. Thanks to their sacrifices on the southern border, we in Cairo can live comfortably and without worry. For that, we should now be very grateful. After hearing these words, Henry Albeck felt as if he was on equal footing. When teachers praised him like that, Henry Albeck realized something he had never felt before. He stood firm in the middle of the circle of light without moving. The reason is that everyone praises him. It's simple. Behind Henry Albeck suddenly appeared a figure as cold as Roman snowflakes. People could see his small figure through the things Roman did. After all, Roman is a very inaccessible hero. He's more accessible to the audience. And of course, these people know nothing about what we did on the battlefield in the South. They simply know me only because I went to war and accompanied Roman. At the time, I was Roman's representative, contacting and informing the emperor about the war situation. Just like that, they praised me to the fullest. Henry's eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new truth. All of this, fundamentally, is human nature. The image of people standing and gazing at the Roman monument flashed through my mind. They always sought beauty, goodness, always wanted to be praised and admired. They saw a bit of themselves and their desire in us. The Roman monument always remains standing, firm, with a little more desire for its name to be held even higher. This is exactly what we have always wanted. Henry stood before the Roman monument, shouting with pride. His reputation and exploits must be spread throughout the kingdom. Henry's expression suddenly changed from a saintly, radiant face to a dark, lifeless, and kind one. From that moment on, Henry Albeck had a clear objective for his work. In the dark room, when it was already late at night, Henry Albeck raised his hand to pick up the wine glass from the table and said, "Roman Dmitri, you and I may have fought together, but I really don't have any talent." He continued, "However, this comfortable royal life is thanks to you. Because of you, and also because of me, I will spread good news about you throughout the kingdom, as well as the entire continent." His slightly smiling, sly face curved slightly upward. This is what I, Henry Albeck, must do to have a better life. In front of the gates of a large castle, Rodwell carried a large bag on his back and looked inside. Dmitri. He just looked up and stared. "Oh, how many years has this place been here?" Rodwell stepped forward and presented his pass to the guard for inspection. The castle landscape early in the morning was very lively, with everyone strolling, chatting, or doing something. There wasn't a single spot on the street that was empty of people. In a crowded bar, a deep voice said, "Working in the mine is pretty miserable. There's no room for error. If you're careless, you can lose your life." People in the pub were talking and laughing out loud. It's not that simple. Of course, but after Sir Roman reinforced the mine with many protective spells, things have improved a lot. Accidents only happen rarely. Rodwell sat alone in a quiet corner, listening to the crowd talk. "Let us raise a glass to the deeds of Sir Roman." Well? He looked at his glass of white wine and thought, everyone here is really praising Roman. Sir Roman picked up his cup and took a sip. There's no longer a place in the family domain for someone like me. He bowed his head sadly on the coffee table. What choice should I make in my life now? Rodwell finds himself caught between the present and the past. He will remain with his family, but he doesn't know what the future holds, nor will he ever return to his old life in the far west of the kingdom. "In Romeo's study, Father, may I come in?" Romeo's voice came from inside. "Come in!" Romeo looked at his two grown sons, his face immediately speaking. "I called you here because of your position as head of the family." The image of the kingdom's flag appeared. "You two already know that soon, after receiving the emperor's approval, our clan will separate and become an independent duchy of Cairo." Her next words made Rodwell look down, lost in thought. "Therefore, we also need to decide who will succeed us to lead the family. This is an urgent matter." Romeo stood between the two, speaking every word clearly. "The matter is clear, so I need to consult you two." Rodwell spoke slowly. "Father, I have something to tell you." Before Romeo could respond, he got straight to the point. "I feel I must resign my position as heir." Rodwell continued, "Of course, compared to what the eldest brother has done, the position of head of the family at the helm of the family should be left to him." Romeo was a little surprised to hear his son's words, but he remained silent, listening to Rodwell continue. "I've given this a lot of thought. This is what I have to do so the family can continue to thrive." Romeo's eyes suddenly stopped when he heard Rodwell's words. "Father, please do. I need some peace, too." Roman looked at his younger brother, thinking about his own affairs and his future. Immediately afterward, the bedroom door slammed shut. At that moment, only Mr. Romeo and his eldest son, Roman, remained in the room. Romeo was silent for a moment and then looked down.
Really?
His face had some emotions that were difficult to describe with words. I gave Rodwell a lot to think about because of my high expectations. He remembered the whispers of everyone in his family and his kingdom. Our family has always been looked down upon among the nobles of the kingdom. He's been under a lot of pressure ever since. He had to live and do things he didn't want to. Romeo recalls the difficult days Rodwell lived through as a child. So that he can live up to my expectations in the future, I've had him study and train from a very young age so he can stand out among the others. I hope that from now on he can become the master of the family. Now, reflecting on it, he feels a little sorry too. I have high hopes for him. He'll be the next generation to lead the family after me. Therefore, their pressure is increasing. He patted young Rodwell on the head. Thanks to your effort and preparation, you have become an exceptional child of your generation, just as I hoped he could live up to. And of course, young Rodwell was very pleased with his father's praise, but today that pressure is gone. He's taken the initiative to say he'll step down as the family heir. He wants to live the life he wanted without the pressures of the past. Romeo clasped his hands behind his back and felt guilt surge through his heart. I sincerely apologize to Rodwell for the expectations I placed on him. He felt extremely regretful, but still thought that what he had done before, wanting her to study and train, was not a mistake. Romeo looked at his eldest son, now mature, before him, but now, for the future of the Dmitri family, it was only right that he be the successor to lead the family. Romeo paused for a moment and then continued, "There is one thing I wish for you." Romano replied, "Just say it, father." Romeo patted him lightly on the shoulder. "Pay more attention and care to your brother because he went through a difficult time before." Roman raised his head, accepting his father's instructions. "This is the only request I make of you." Roman replied firmly, "I understand, father." At that moment, Rodwell was doing something very crazy. Just like his childhood training, Rodwell now held a sharp sword and continued training. He stopped when he felt unwell. Running sweat, feeling unable to concentrate, restless mind. Rodwell drove the tip of his sword straight into the green grass. I felt like I couldn't concentrate. Each cut seemed to have no force. The sword left no trace. Rodwell's entire body fell along with the sword. It felt like it was cutting through air, through nothingness. Roman's voice echoed from afar. "How can you defeat your opponent with that kind of sword?" Rodwell looked at his brother, feeling completely disoriented, his movements unsteady. One of his eyes was almost completely blind. But this sense of distortion is not due to limited vision, but to a disturbed mind, Roman said as he approached. "You have to learn to erase negative thoughts. Otherwise, things won't progress. Now I have new goals, new things to do." Roman tried to paint a clear picture for Rodwell, stating that past efforts would not be in vain. "We mustn't dwell too much on the past, but rather look forward. Focus, open your mind, your senses will help you do many new things." Roman concluded with a phrase. These were the words he wanted to convey. Rodwell stood up, his face now showing anger or resentment towards his brother. Chapter 111, Rodwell smiled sarcastically and asked, "Why should I listen to you?" After asking, he continued to utter a series of long words. Roman stood there saying nothing. "Now that you have become the successor, why do you care about me?" Rodwell grew angrier as he spoke. He gritted his teeth and said, "Leave me alone." Then suddenly, Roman approached him and slowly explained, "Rodwell, Dmitri has now entered a new phase. We can't predict what Kronos and Valhalla will do if they aren't satisfied and can't place their full trust in the Alliance of Kingdoms." Roman looked at Rodwell with a very serious expression and then continued, "That's why we must increase our strength to protect ourselves." He thought for a moment and then continued, "Right now I can handle everything on my own, but in the future my strength will be limited. If the Empire attacks, you will lead the army into battle. Rodwell, Dmitri, I'm your brother, we share the same blood." Rodwell's eyes widened in surprise after hearing that. Roman took a step forward and continued saying, "If you are absent," Dmitri needed someone to guide him. He put his hand on Rodwell's shoulder as he stood there, bewildered, and said, "I hope that person is you." It felt like an enormous amount of pressure was weighing on Rodwell. His face tensed and his eyes widened. Roman explains and presents a little more. The 4 kingdoms in southwest Salamandra include Umberto, Redford, Odelia, and Frank. Geographically, all the kingdoms were on the same side, so they formed alliances to protect each other. They banded together to survive and understood how important Roman and Dmitri were to them. A few days before the party at Dmitri's duchy, at the Real Umberto, someone said, "Your Majesty, This civil war in Cairo is a rebellion unprecedented in history. He fixed his gaze on His Majesty and continued. But Roman Dmitri handled it skillfully. This man is Count Verdi. Think of his appearance. He added, also to face the wrath of the empire. It's not enough to use force. He's withdrawn our entire alliance, which proves he's very good at strategy. Count Verdi frowned and asked again, There's no guarantee that the Southern Alliance will survive. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, and he droned on and on. I believe Roman Dmitri is the answer to the kingdom's survival. He's not engaged yet. Should we let him marry the princess? The one sitting on the throne was King Umberto. He wondered, doesn't the princess already have someone in her heart? Suddenly, an arm slammed on the table. Your Majesty, now is not the time to worry about someone's feelings. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Seeing this, King Umberto couldn't help but nod. I know. Then take care of this. We must ensure that the princess's marriage to Roman Dmitri is a success. As time passed, Dmitri's dukedom was announced, and a festive atmosphere filled the air throughout Dmitri. At that moment, Roman's parents happily listened to someone say, Mr. Dmitri, I heard your son, Roman Dmitri, is almost 30. You should also consider getting him a wife. Like Count Verdi, he was about to go on and on. Actually, there is someone I'd like to introduce, not to boast, Princess Umberto. The shining jewel of Umberto's kingdom. Thinking of Princess Umberto, he continued to flatter her. The princess graduated from a prestigious academy with excellent results, both beautiful and intelligent. The more Count Verdi spoke, the more confident he became. State the main objective. If the most wonderful girl, Umberto, marries the most talented boy, Dmitri, so what could be better? This marriage will definitely unite the two kingdoms more firmly. While they were discussing the marriage, someone suddenly appeared behind him and spoke. Doesn't the princess already have someone in her heart? As Count Ringo of the Redford Kingdom, he laughed and said, I've heard that the princess often goes to see a baron's son. Hearing this, Verdi became angry and shouted, What did you say? Who is spreading such nonsense? He simply replied, Oh my God, everyone knows it, why so much tension? With that, Ringo bowed respectfully and asked the two, Your Excellency, in the Kingdom of Redford, we have many daughters from prestigious families. As he walked to the side, he shouted his name loudly, Count Ringo! Then, another shout was heard. You guys need to be moderate. Another person, Duke Martin of the Odelia Kingdom, joined the conversation and said loudly, Given Umberto or Redford's current status, isn't it a bit too ambitious to marry someone from the Duchy of Dmitri? But whatever it is, I love it. And he concluded with a phrase, Only Odelia is worthy. Immediately, the entire room became a chaotic meeting. What did he say? He refused to apologize to us. Standing there, watching the scene, Romeo and his wife were shocked and sweating profusely. One of them covered his mouth with his hand. Then he, too, spoke to finish the story. Everyone, please stop. We don't agree to get married for political reasons. Mr. Dmitri and Mrs. Lehana linked arms and cheerfully reassured each other. Why are you making such a fuss? If my son wants to marry someone, I will welcome him with open arms. As soon as he finished speaking, the three looked at him in surprise. Then, everyone had a sinister smile, looking like a not-so-nice demon. Just then, on the rooftop, someone was standing behind Felix, shouting his name loudly, Felix! Hearing this, he immediately turned his head in surprise. Baron Larson, are you representing the Frankish kingdom? Then, Baron Larson also came over and stood beside him and said, The Phoenix Tower suddenly disappeared. Her Majesty is very worried. Can you please return with Frank? Baron Larson's expression was solemn. From now on, we will support the Phoenix Tower at all costs. I promise you this in my name. But Felix simply replied, You know, Frank once broke his promise to Phoenix. Upon hearing this, Larson immediately said, This time it will be different. We will definitely take responsibility. There's only one chance, never a second. He turned around and replied with a cold smile, No, it's too late. With that, Felix placed his hand on his chest and explained very firmly, We have found someone who recognizes the value of the phoenix, and so I have sworn my loyalty to him, Lord Dmitri. A voice echoed from the castle. Go back and report to the king. Frank and the phoenix have finally settled their relationship. Roman was standing on the porch, looking down and thinking, Actually, the two empires didn't send anyone. He raised a glass of red wine in his hand, his eyes gazing in one direction, his mind constantly thinking. It was only natural since Kronos had already reported the murder. The Valhalla Empire probably had no intention of letting Count Denevar's death go unnoticed. Both empires had ambitions to seize the 6 palaces. Later, a war would break out between the 2 empires and the Alliance of Kingdoms. The Alliance of Kingdoms was only temporary. I have to find some way to fight the empire on my own. While he was thinking, Hans suddenly approached him and informed him, "Mr. Roman, there are guests waiting." Hearing this, he asked again, "Is there an appointment?" Hans looked very scared, nervous, and stammered, "That's the Prince of the Kingdom, Hector." Immediately, a man came in and greeted respectfully. "Long time no see, Sir Roman Dmitri." This person was Prince Edwin Hector of the Kingdom of Hector. Seeing this, he just stared at him without saying anything, while continuing to talk to himself. "Congratulations on the founding of the Duchy of Dmitri." Then, Roman sat back down in his chair, crossed his legs, and listened to Edwin say, "You have ended the civil war with Cairo, and even more wonderful, you have defeated the Kronos Empire." After a while, he also replied, "You're flattering me. We don't have the kind of relationship here where we praise each other like that. If you have something to say it." Hearing that, Edwin naturally sat back in his chair and continued speaking. "Yes, I never thought we'd meet like this again," he said seriously. "Let me be frank. The war between Cairo and Hector, there was a mastermind behind it." Then, Edwin began to tell everything. "Hector started the war because of the continuous crop losses, which I cannot justify. But after the war ended, I investigated. It turned out that the crop failure was caused by someone. The earth there turned black. There were animal carcasses scattered everywhere, very similar to the curse cast by the necromancer." The more he spoke, the more serious Edwin's expression became. Black magic was very dangerous, something humans shouldn't get involved in. Through investigation, we discovered the truth. Thinking back, 10 years ago, the same phenomenon occurred in the Empire of Kronos as in Hector. They covered up the truth, and upon investigation we discovered it was a black magic experiment. They completely controlled the north, and will soon conquer the entire continent. This is not a problem exclusive to Hector. He bowed his head sadly. The future of Dmitri's duchy will probably also be at stake. To stop his ambitions, after mulling it over for a while, Edwin finally looked at him seriously and got straight to the point. "I suggest Dmitri and Hector hold hands." Edwin eagerly awaited the other party's reaction. Dmitri Romano replied, "I expected it." Edwin was stunned, his mood also becoming restless. He thought to himself, it seems that Roman Dmitri had predicted his intentions through the intelligence network. And from there I knew what I needed? Roman Dmitri rubbed his hands together. "We already know their plans through our intelligence network. If the 2 kingdoms clash without regard for external dangers, both will suffer losses, and our enemies behind the scenes will benefit." He paused for a moment, looking directly at the other party. "But the question I ask myself is, why do we have to participate in a plan led by the Kingdom of Hector? That question makes me have to rethink whether or not I should participate in it." Edwin was worried. "So in the end, you rejected the offer of cooperation from both sides?" Roman Dmitri neither refused nor accepted. "You need to reconsider your proposal to see if the Kingdom of Hector has the qualifications and strength to invite us to join this cooperation." Now Hector's kingdom was left with nothing, and the food was gone. Weakened military forces and failed crops cannot be restored overnight. The contaminated land cannot be purified easily. With its survival dependent on the support of its master's celestial magic, the Kingdom of Hector is barely able to survive, no longer able to control itself. The light from the window shone into the dark room. Roman Dmitri changed his tone. "Those are, of course, the things I've noticed. There are many small problems that also have a big impact on your kingdom. Now, with all this, your kingdom is growing weaker and weaker. Tell me, why do I need to join you?" The sound of the guests outside was still boisterous, chatting happily. Laughter echoed through the closed door. No one knew that a very tense conversation was taking place inside the room. Edwin was silent, his hands shaking, trying to salvage some hope. "As you know, I have no denying that Hector's kingdom is very unstable, but there's something I don't understand here. Now the war is escalating, with the great powers targeting the small kingdoms. The most obvious is the expansion of Kronos' empire. A war in which you will have to face great powers, so why don't we work together to minimize the damage and enhance our strengths? Edwin raised his voice. Also, as far as I know, didn't you all request cooperation from other kingdoms after the Dmitri family separated as a duchy? Roman Dmitri calmly replied, "What you say is true. Now, when we were little in front of Cronus, we need to gather alliances of the smaller kingdoms to be able to fight them. However, each kingdom has its own autonomy and way of doing things. Prince Edwin, do you trust other countries when they might have designs on you? And how long can this alliance of small countries last against the threats and temptations of the larger powers?" He stood up. He looked up and down and concluded, "In short, if I were in the place of the Empire of Cronus, I'll show you why this alliance of small countries collapsed so quickly, with no way to resist. When small countries form an alliance, they will naturally seek their own security. As an alliance, there must be trust and unity of spirit. But of course, every country has its own calculations. You can't blindly trust others, and conflicts always exist, waiting to erupt. Just by looking at the map, one will see the small kingdom of Umberto, situated right next to the border of Kronos' empire. A few small attacks by the empire would be enough, and Umberto would quickly fail or be completely devastated. When the alliance is formed, Umberto will be the first kingdom to be attacked, and of course it will fall quickly and miserably." He went on to give an example. Next is the kingdom of Redford, a kingdom with an underdeveloped economy. The king was addicted to gambling and excesses, and the national treasury was always empty. To raise money for these things, they had to borrow from other countries, as well as from the Continental Central Bank. With a player, the best way to beat him is to control him with money. So the Redford Kingdom just needs a little cash flow from Kronos' empire. Once they become dependent on it, they'll listen to whatever the empire says. He continued, "As for the two unstable kingdoms of Frank and Odelia, what do you see from their instability? Simply put, their current situation is no different from that of the previous Cairo kingdom. Internal and external enemies are always harassing those two kingdoms. Do you think they have enough strength to cleanse all the pus? Create a new country? No way, this is just a dream. Those two unstable kingdoms only needed a few words from Cronus to surrender." He stood by the window, looking out. At first glance, the four small kingdoms surrounding us have fatal weaknesses that cannot be avoided. So how long will this alliance survive the threat of Kronos? Of course, looking back at the kingdom of Hector, he added, it was no different. Edwin couldn't refute. He thought, looking back, Roman had a basis. How long can this alliance between kingdoms last against imperial attack? It is like a castle built on sand, he said, which will soon collapse. Roman Dmitri continued. Furthermore, I have yet to fully see the Hector kingdom's efforts and determination in this matter. Unlike other countries that are threatened but still have a way out, we must stand up against the Kronos Empire at all costs. As I said, your kingdom's problems are too difficult to overcome. So how valuable is our connection when you are completely dependent on us? He lowered his voice and said, once again I ask you, what reason do we, Dmitri, have to cooperate with Hector? Does the alliance here have any meaning? He asked. Or is it just dependency? Edwin sadly admitted it was true, as he analyzed. We were too weak, that was obvious. But if I don't have any concrete solutions, the Hector kingdom will soon fall. We're already at a dead end. We no longer have any say in this negotiation, he said, but we will not give up and let the Hector kingdom fall. Where is our reason and value in this alliance? Roman Dmitri noticed him and looked up. Edwin walked step by step. When we are exhausted but still a kingdom in a war that requires sacrifice, we will be the vanguard in the alliance's war. This is the value we bring. I think our Hector kingdom will be somewhat useful in this alliance. He laughed with delight. You speak well, but talk is walk. Please always remember these words forever. Edwin turned and prepared to leave. Looking back at him before confronting him, I realized that he was a talented person. He would create variables that would change a war of this scale. You are my role model, but what you can do, I am also trying to learn. In every dangerous situation, he always has the right decision to change the situation to his advantage. Looking at that, I learned many things I never knew. The kingdom of Hector will surely grow stronger and stronger, he said, to be worthy in your eyes. Roman Dmitri silently assessed. All the magical power seemed to explode from within that person. This was his determination, a determination I had never seen before. The kingdom of Hector is now weakened, he said, but under Edwin's leadership it is still valuable to us in the alliance against the Kronos Empire. A week ago, at this moment, Flora was playing chess with an old man with a long beard in their magnificent room. Suddenly, Flora spoke up. GD's recent bombing raids during the Cairo battles. Roman led his family and royal troops to defeat the nobles. Afterward, he headed to Benedict Castle, the last stronghold of the nobles. Flora continued her story as she put down her chess piece. He had completely destroyed them. The attack gained the upper hand quickly. In this battle of internal and external enemies, every decision had to be precise. Suddenly, Flora's face fell. Her eyes filled with worry. If the battle inside the Cairo kingdom drags on a little longer, the Empire will have enough time to intervene in that war. Opposite her was the old man. He also picked up his chess piece, and while thinking about what move to make, he replied to her. But thanks to Roman's quick and accurate decisions, which were to attract the Phoenix Tower to increase the army for his family, the war turned in their favor. The old man then turned his gaze to Flora and asked her, what about his decision to strongly attack the fortified stronghold in the west? Flora, when asked this question, quickly answered, of course, that was the thing to do after defeating the nobles, to push back the imperial army stationed at the western border. It was necessary to regain Cairo's self-control. After hearing this answer, the old man also spoke up. It was indeed a quick and quite risky decision. Then he continued, because that fortress was commanded by a talented general of the empire, Gustavo. Therefore, the decision to attack was quite reckless. Only a talented and courageous person would dare to do it. After talking about RD, the old man looked up and told her, Flora, these are lessons from war, and war cannot be learned from books alone. Every decision will lead to the downfall of a kingdom, but this decision must be made at the right time, right place, and right circumstance. Flora's eyes became attentive as she listened to the old man's instructions. He continued to speak. Recklessness and daring in every action are indispensable. This battle has shown Roman's tactics and military talent. He is truly a man with a keen eye and foresight. After talking for a while, the old man had just finished his sentence and checkmated Flora without realizing it. Thus, he ended the game and the conversation. A moment later, while Flora was walking outside, someone suddenly called her. Flora! It turned out to be her father, Mr. Lawrence, approaching from behind. He said to her with a somewhat sullen expression, I don't understand why you're so passionate about military tactics, but I also support your determination to learn. However, during the recent battle on the Western Front, Lawrence approached and expressed his concern. For my daughter, I am really worried. Being a woman on this battlefield is too risky. If something happens, how can a father like me survive? Finally, Lawrence asked Flora, can't you come back to Lawrence with me? Even though it was a question, it contained Lawrence's wish to be by his daughter's side. Hearing this suggestion, Flora replied. Her words made Lawrence extremely attentive. Father, I have experienced the bloody war on the Western Front. There, if there were no army to defend, the people would not be able to live in peace. The flames of war will burn them down. I can't stand by and watch that happen, Dad. I don't like war or leading troops to fight, but there is no other way. As she said these words, Flora looked up at the deep blue sky. Flora then continued, war has now broken out across the continent, so you need to be more courageous than before. I don't want to be a useless young lady living in the family forever, she said. I need to grow up quickly. Hearing these words coming from his beloved daughter's mouth, Lawrence was a little emotional and called out, my child? Immediately, Flora turned around. She smiled brightly and looked straight into her father's eyes and said, Father, I have decided. I will join Roman Dimitri's army to join the battle. Chris asked in surprise, what do you mean she will follow us? Roman turned to the other side and replied, Flora, she really did have some use on the battlefield. But that was just on the Western Front recently. As for whether she wants to join the Dimitri family army, that's hard to say. Pausing for a moment, Roman instructed, you should pass the word to her in the next few days if she accepts. Roman glanced at Chris, then joined the training of those reserve soldiers. If she follows that training program and proves her abilities meet the standards, then I will accept her into the Dimitri family army. Chris obediently replied, yes, I understand, Roman thought to himself. To do that is not easy. She will probably give up. One early morning, on the Dimitri family army training ground. Are you ready? Asked Commander Dimitri. Yes, sir, replied the young recruit. Good, Commander Dimitri said. Now show me what you've learned. The recruit took a deep breath and stepped forward, ready for the challenge. The sound of labored breathing echoed in the air. Everyone in the mighty army of the Dmitri family is training hard. Heavy footsteps pounded the ground. The figure of the little girl Flora appeared before his eyes. She had been running continuously like that, from early morning until now without stopping for a moment. It is true that the Dmitri family army is very strict and well-trained. Flora had run a long distance away from everyone. She dragged her heavy steps forward while thinking to herself, "But after running for a while, it's probably time to end this morning exercise." The group of runners, led by Chris, continued to run without stopping. Flora was out of breath at that moment, so she stopped and looked up. "Huh, is there still more?" Chris turned around and shouted to everyone, "Hurry up! The first person to reach the top of the hill will get a little rest. Run fast." So the whole crowd rushed straight to the top of the hill like moths to a flame, moving forward. In just a moment, everyone had run a distance and left Flora far behind. She tiredly leaned her hands on her thighs and breathed heavily. "Something is wrong," she thought. "I have no strength left." Chris stood still and declared, "Do you find training hard? But think about it, on the battlefield. There's no way to rest while fighting, understand? You must always be ready, so you must always practice," she said. "Strive for perfection and overcome all your own extreme challenges." Even though everyone was sweating profusely, they still tried to listen to Chris. Strength, power, and intelligence are what are needed in combat. You must always keep that in mind and strive for it. Chris continued talking, and Flora was almost there. Being able to observe the terrain quickly and react quickly was what every soldier needed. You had to practice constantly to get there, understood? Everyone already knows that through reading books and the experiences of those who came before. But being a woman like me doesn't necessarily mean I can do that. While everyone was standing in a row and listening to Chris's speech, Flora was still sitting on the ground. She woke up, went to the training ground to warm up for an hour, then climbed mountains and ran for an hour. That was the end of the morning's basic training. Chris shouted, "Rest is not in our army dictionary. Now it's time to practice swordsmanship." Everyone is very enthusiastic about their studies. Everyone was fighting with swords. The competition was fierce. Chris slowly walked around and observed for a while. As said before, when fighting on the battlefield, you always have to be ready. Now that your physical strength is weak, this is the time when I can clearly know your limits. He walked past the two people practicing swordsmanship without even sparing a glance. "This war requires sweat on the training ground, so there will be no bloodshed on the battlefield. Do you understand? This is something you must not forget." Flora lay face down on the ground, her hands supporting her forehead. She felt, this is truly hellish training. Flora looked at the people struggling to carry rocks larger than themselves on their shoulders. It is indeed tough to qualify for the Dmitri family army. In other legions, when they were trained this harshly, they would protest. But in the Dmitri family army, that was completely unheard of. Flora could clearly see the terrible effort of everyone on the training ground. Through their seriousness, she could also see their relentless efforts. That was the enthusiasm and loyalty of the Dmitri family army. She started to sit up. "Okay, I don't need to think about it anymore. Hell training? I'm a girl, but I can do it." Flora's eyes flashed with determination. With these foreseen difficulties, she would not be able to give up because of them. A few days later, at the family training ground, Chris was quietly standing to the side watching Roman practice. "Report," Chris said. "Sir, even though she seems to have had a hard time keeping up with the training, judging by her determination, it seems like she won't give up." Roman turned his face slightly, looking at her. She had a pretty good eye for observing terrain and quickly adapting to tactics. But of course, in terms of physical strength and combat, she is a girl and is inferior in both areas. If she wants to complete the course, she needs to try harder. Chris began to tell about her first achievements. On the 4th training day of the course, the army led by Flora achieved several convincing victories. Chris handed over a rolled-up note to Roman. In a dangerous situation for her army, she made certain and intelligent adjustments to help her army escape and achieve victory. Roman took the petition and opened it to read. "So do you think our Dmitri family army needs to add her as a member, Chris?" He replied frankly, "This is fine, my lord. The Dmitri family army is in dire need of a talent like her," he said. Roman agreed with some satisfaction. Light shone down on the Dmitri family castle, so Cairo was completely stable after the rebellion. The Duchy of Dmitri was established with the king's consent, and peaceful times passed. An alley in the Dmitri family. A man ran and said, "Wait for me now, the food is still there."
Thomas was running after someone when he accidentally bumped into Sierra, who was covered from head to toe. She turned around and glared. "What? Where are you going with your eyes on your feet?" Thomas saw that this man looked scary and immediately apologized. "I'm sorry, sir." After that, Sierra did not reply to anything more and directly left without a trace. Sierra said, smoking a cigarette. "The battle plan will take effect tonight." It looks like she is talking to someone. "Until the battle starts, stay calm and don't cause any commotion, understand? Be careful to collect all the information you can about the situation of the Dmitri family army and relevant external information." The voice on the other end of the line quickly replied, "I understand." Evening had fallen on the main street of the Dmitri family. Sierra sat leisurely on the bench, watching the soldiers patrolling. It is true that the soldiers' equipment here is not cheap. Sierra looked at it for a while. Not only were the soldiers' equipment expensive, but they also exuded an immeasurable aura. It seems their strength is on par with the reserve knights in our empire. If a battle breaks out, it will be difficult to deal with an army with such strength and full equipment. A man in a black cloak spoke to Sierra. "The security situation in the mines is quite good, sir. Of course, inside the family mansion, it goes without saying. Those are important resources of the Dmitri family. If anything happens, their army will immediately come there to support." "I think they'll have reinforcements there in a few minutes during the day," she said, "and the mansion is patrolled by the military 24/7. Sierra silently continued to listen to the other person speak. It will be a bit later at night, they thought, but it won't be long, so choosing a place to strike is quite difficult. The man with the scar on his face continued speaking, just as the Empire had estimated the situation here. Because the Dmitri family had just separated into a duchy, they were quite cautious, especially after the king announced he will send assassins to kill Roman. Sierra thought to herself, "I can't believe this." She stopped and laughed out loud. That was true since the king had declared so. Roman had also been much more vigilant. She was still interested in thinking, but it was only when it was difficult that I found it interesting. If I can get through all these defenses and successfully assassinate Roman, he thought, I will be famous throughout the continent. Sierra said to his men, "All right, now that we understand the situation here, pass on the orders to the other assassins. The plan remains the same, but we should be a little more careful." In another scene, Sierra stands among the crowd and gives instructions. "We have grasped the situation inside the Dmitri family mansion. We will enter within 15 minutes, as planned." The assassins nodded their heads in agreement as they listened to her. "I will take the lead to scout out the situation first." Sierra smiled sinisterly. "Roman, you are a warrior on the battlefield but hiding in the dark to hunt for prey. I am the strongest." Immediately after that, she used stealth magic, the invisibility cloak. Sierra glided through the night. She saw the soldiers standing outside. Sierra had her knife in hand, ready to charge. The two soldiers in front of her need to be eliminated. She rushed towards a soldier, but because the soldier's equipment was so elaborate, Sierra's sword couldn't shatter it. The two soldiers easily dodged Sierra's attack. A soldier picked up a radio and reported, "There are assassins on the wall." At this time, two soldiers are trying to fight the assassin Sierra. As soon as the words, "The enemy has appeared, alert all troops to prepare for battle," were uttered, Sierra's face immediately turned pale. A strong, steely voice rang out from behind the assassins. "Start looking around," it commanded. "Assassins ahead, stop right there!" Sierra turned around in panic and shouted, "We've been discovered. We need to get out of here quickly." Thomas's steps were slowly approaching Sierra. It was rare to receive assassins from the Empire. "Hello, leader of the Sierra assassins." Thomas's bright, smiling face appeared before her eyes. Sierra asked in surprise, "Who are you?" Thomas forcefully reached out and peeled off the mask from his ugly face. "I am the one who will make you submit today, the master of the Moongate Intelligence Association." After the mask was removed, Thomas's face turned into a youthful face. "Lucas." Sierra's eyes widened in surprise after hearing that, and sweat started to fall. "Moongate? Cairo's intelligence trading organization?" She stuttered each word. "How could you?" Lucas smiled and replied lightly, "Of course you can. Before you attacked here, we already had information about this attack more than a week ago." Lucas began to recount the events. "The restaurant owner you met outside of town." "Not only that," Lucas continued, "the people selling snacks in the square, all of those people are members of our association. Of course, our team members are not just like that." He did not hesitate to make it clear to Sierra, blacksmiths, miners, beggars. The red eyes flashed terrifyingly in his words. Everyone you meet on the road could be a member of our Moongate organization. Sierra was silent and thought silently. This is not good. They discovered us first like this. This attack has lost its surprise. She didn't have much time to think, so she immediately raised her hand and ordered her men, "Open a path to escape from here." The Moongate people and Sierra's men began to charge. Sierra firmly asserted, "We must defeat these guys to escape from here." But before Sierra could even get there, the Moongate men had already killed her men. The sound of blood flowing echoed in the air. Sierra stopped, holding the person back. She was still holding the small knife in her hand, intending to move forward. Her eyes turned crazy and fearful. "They are too strong." Lucas's foot stepped on the blood on the ground. "I will give you 10 seconds. A pale blue aura emanated from Lucas' body. The strong man overwhelmed Sierra. His eyes widened in threat. "Quickly reveal your assassin teammates here," he said. "Otherwise, there will be no chance of survival." Sierra looked at the strong Lucas before her eyes and thought to herself, "This Lucas is so strong that I can't touch him." Sierra stood firm, showing no fear in front of Lucas. Even though that person was strong, did he think we would surrender so easily? We, the Imperial Assassin Organization, always have contingency plans in place. When one person falls, another will rise. We will definitely complete this assassination mission. As Sierra was still loudly saying, "Our extremely powerful assassin is close to Roman," Lucas's hand slammed into her eyes. The next second, Sierra's entire body was pressed hard against the ground by Lucas's hand. It caused it to crack. Lucas's sharp eyes appeared again. "But I don't care about such things. My lord will know how to deal with them. I'm only interested in how many members your organization currently has in this city and where they are." Sierra opened his eyes wide. Knife. He didn't care. To the assassins sent to assassinate Roman? Not giving Sierra a chance to say anything else, Lucas quickly ended his life. "If you are still stubborn and say nothing, then only death remains." Sierra was completely down. Lucas took a tissue and started wiping the bloodstains on his sword. "Okay, the assassins here are done. Now, split into 2 groups. One group searched around the castle, the other cleaned up the bodies of these assassins. Inside the mansion, there was no need to pay attention. This assassin, Roman him, would handle himself." Lucas laughed loudly. "Just let them struggle there in despair." Elsewhere, night had fallen, covering the entire Dimitri family castle. The assassin's heels lightly touched the cold tile floor. Elena's body landed along with her smiling face. The top assassin, nicknamed Death, of the Assassin Guild, the one with extremely strong assassination skills, Elena. The sharp sword, still stained with dried blood, lay neatly on Elena's shoulder. The bright moonlight shone on it, making the sword glow. Behind are human skins hung on tall wooden poles. All the top important figures across the continent, if targeted by her, would not be able to escape. With 9 successful assassinations, her reputation as the God of Death has spread far and wide, and there is no organization that does not know her. To affirm her strength and mark each time she assassinates, she also skins her enemies as trophies. Elena kept a smile on her face and leisurely walked into the castle. "This is her 10th assassination of an important member," Roman said. Of course. She also knew that this was an important figure, especially one with power. "This man is very famous after his victory in the West, defeating the army of the Kronos Empire." Elena bent down and began the process of taming the mouse that had just run by. She stood there silently. "Watch the mouse," she thought as it ran away with all its might. The mouse ran to the side of the bed. Elena's thoughts flashed as she saw Roman Dimitri sleeping soundly. Looking and feeling through the senses, it seems like he is already fast asleep. Elena's bright eyes flashed. "All right, then the goal this time is simple. He will die peacefully, without knowing anything about what happened to him. This may be the last time you get to lie on that soft bed. A beautiful dream that will make you never wake up." The door to Roman's room began to open. Elena happily walked to the side of the bed, a shining necklace in her hand. Then she stepped back. Instantly, Elena's originally cheerful and friendly face disappeared in a flash, replaced by a cunning gaze and smile. She raised her sword, thinking to herself, "This mission is easier than I thought." But Elena could not have expected that. Before she could do anything, Roman Dimitri opened his eyes. Asked in a calm tone, "It seems you no longer control that mouse." Although Elena was a bit surprised, she quickly regained her usual brutal demeanor. She gritted her teeth and swung her sword. "You're awake, but it's too late. Roman, this is the last time you'll see anyone in front of you." The sharp sword that had just swung was lightly parried by Roman.
Even though Roman's impact was light, Elena said, "We cannot stand firm," and her sword followed her words. She gritted her teeth and wondered, how could he have blown away my sword with just one wave of his hand? When Elena turned back, she saw Roman Dimitri's entire body emitting a terrifyingly strong purple aura. In front of that beam of light, Elena couldn't help but be afraid, right? The bright laser beams came and cut Elena's body into pieces while she was still bewildered. I don't understand what's happening, she thought. Elena's entire body flew straight into the distance. Her miserable scream echoed throughout the room. Elena was still scared of the situation just now. She was panting and reaching out to grab her neck to examine it. Her eyes became extremely absent-minded. It was all just an illusion. At this moment, Roman Dimitri walked in front of her. You can only come this far. He held out his hand and began to cast his spell. One of Roman's blows landed straight down, making Elena scream in despair. She clutched a small ball in her hand. No, he was too strong. This mission was a failure. I need to escape from here immediately. Thinking that, Elena used the sphere to disperse with the aim of escaping and saving her life. She had escaped from Dimitri's castle and was running down a deserted road. Elena was so focused on running that she didn't dare open her eyes to look around. Luckily, this guy's reputation was indeed better than the rumors. Even if an entire organization of assassins came to assassinate him, he said, it would still not be successful. Get out of here first and think about what happens next. As long as you're alive, you still have a chance. When running to a certain road, Elena immediately hid because she saw the silhouette of a tall man standing outside. Why was there a man standing there? The assassins were being brutally eliminated under Chris's thunderous attacks. During this assassination mission, some of Roman's subordinates were noticed. When facing these guys, you have to be very careful. First, with Lucas's sword, second, with Kevin's demon sword. Chris's tall and thin figure left a distinct shadow on the ground. The third was the lightning Cairo, Roman's trusted subordinate Chris. Elena hid in the dark, but couldn't help feeling scared when she saw this person. It seemed like he had been waiting for her here all along. Did they guess that I would escape from the castle? She asked. So they arranged for someone to block my escape route? Without hesitation, Elena immediately used teleportation and ran in another direction. Then she had no choice but to retreat and find another way to escape. We need to go to the assassin's meeting place to report what happened here. After running for a while, Elena stopped tiredly. She was breathing heavily with difficulty. Before her eyes was a red ray of light like the approaching sunset. Finally, I have waited for you here. Demon sword. Kevin looked at the assassins lying on the ground. I was really expecting you to run in another direction, but I'm so lucky to still meet you here. Kevin continued to move forward with two sharp swords in his hands. I've waited here for a long time. Now I will be able to fulfill my wish of confronting the strongest assassin of the Empire, the organization nicknamed 115. Facing an opponent as strong as the demon sword Kevin is in front of me. Elena couldn't help but feel scared. She quickly retreated backwards. Then suddenly she flew up in a surprising way. Elena flew over Kevin's head with the thought of running away before she lost her life, but it seemed Kevin was enjoying her actions even more. Let's see. Where are you going? As soon as Elena passed by, Kevin felt a huge killing intent coming from her position. Kevin turned towards her, sword raised high above his head. Eyes glowing, he aimed at his prey. Without thinking much, Kevin immediately rushed over at lightning speed. He had just landed on the ground when the famous assassin Elena was sitting on the ground, trembling. She held her head tightly and let out long cries. Kevin walked up to the trembling man and said, "If the Lord doesn't tell me to, I won't kill you." He glared at her, each word coming out in a cold and flawless tone. "You will definitely die painfully under this sword of mine." Kevin's wide eyes seemed to hypnotize Elena into his thoughts. Lucky for that person, she thought. Elena raised her head now, but her face was filled with extreme fear. Her mouth was gaping open, eyes wide open, staring at Kevin. Sweat continuously poured out like a shower. Under the silent moonlight illuminating the night, strange noises coming from below echoed everywhere. Elena was in extreme pain and despair, having received an impossible task. In a small forest far away from town, there stood a towering prison. In a brightly lit room, knives, forks, and iron tools were lying haphazardly on the ground, with bloodstains all over them. Elena gasped for breath, blood slowly flowing from the corner of her mouth. "I will confess everything." She was locked to a wooden chair, being brutally tortured by Lucas.
Her painful pleas kept coming. Please stop. Please don't kill me. Lucas smiled sinisterly, the corners of his mouth opening to reveal his bright white teeth. Don't worry, I have no intention of killing you. He looked at the assassin, who was in a state that couldn't be worse. The wounds on your body right now are just the price you have to pay for daring to come here and assassinate us. As soon as he finished speaking, Lucas walked over and grabbed Elena's head tightly. He forced her to raise her head and handed her a carefully preserved purple medicine bottle. Drink this. Elena's eyes widened in fear. Is it poison? Even so, she had no other choice. Elena could only obey, letting Lucas put the medicine into her mouth. The bottle of medicine fell straight to the ground. A low, calm voice rose in the air. My lord, a few days ago, I sent someone to the Kronos Empire to investigate the situation, then personally came to your headquarters. While Elena was still coughing, Lucas continued. On that day, I found the headquarters of your assassin guild in the Empire. Now I can let you go right away. Pausing for a moment, Lucas returned to his original vicious appearance and warned her. But I said before that if you don't quickly go back and report to your guildmaster will definitely die. The scene changes to the Assassin Guild headquarters. In a magnificent castle, a hoarse voice is heard. A week has passed since the assassination attempt began. Has the mission failed? The leader of the assassins, Braha, was sitting and talking to someone. Give us another chance, he asked. He continued to talk to the person on the other side. Although I failed once, that's not all. Please be patient. We will succeed. A hoarse voice came from the small, sparkling ball. I understand. The mysterious man continued speaking, but the failure just now was not that simple. The price to pay will be quite high. After hearing his master's words, Braha also fell silent and fell into deep thought. The assassins I sent out still have not responded. It seems like they have all failed and been killed. Braha again imagined the scene of Roman's assassination. If that's the case, then all of the guild's assassination missions across the continent will need to be postponed to gather the top assassins to complete the assassination mission of Roman Dmitri. The image of coins stained with fresh blood appeared. Even if we have to suffer defeats in terms of troops and money, we must definitely complete this mission to gain the support of the Kronos Empire. The light of the orb had gone out. Braha slowly stood up and said to himself, It seems I will have to directly participate in this mission. The candlelight in the room began to flicker. Braha let out a surprised hum. At this moment, Roman appeared behind Braha. He realized it in time and turned around in panic. Was it Roman? Braha quickly grabbed 2 arrows from beside him. Then he launched them straight at Roman. But how could someone like Braha be his opponent? Roman asked. He only needed to glare once and the arrows would stop moving. He stood still with his arms crossed and used his thoughts to make the arrows shatter into hundreds of small pieces. A divine demon guardian. Braha stood there, mouth agape for a few seconds. He wanted to reach for some switch. Roman Dmitri extended his huge hand straight towards Braha. Yet his entire neck was now in Roman's palm. Braha cried out in surprise and pain. Roman strongly lifted Braha's man up. It seems that he is the leader of the Assassin Guild. Braha was choked speechlessly. His deep eyes looked at the ferocious Roman before him. How dare he set foot so deep into the Empire's territory? He is too arrogant. I never thought of this. Roman suddenly asked. It seemed like someone was going to press the alarm button. Braha was surprised. How did he guess? Only he didn't expect that the next second Roman would reach out and touch the alarm switch himself. So I'll press it for you. The whole castle was then thrown into chaos by the noise. Braha trembled as he spoke each word, his expression also showing a bit of satisfaction. You're good. All the assassins in this headquarters will be here soon. Do you think you can take down all of our assassins by yourself? Roman calmly replied, I estimate there are 30 assassins left here. The candlelight in the room began to distort. The people you sent on a mission eliminated that number. The remaining number in this headquarters is the number I just mentioned. Braha was terrified of this man's ability. Had he calculated the remaining assassins in the headquarters? Roman Dmitri chuckled. So how do you think we got in here without them raising the alarm? Braha thought of a possibility. Could it be? At this moment, blood was splattered all over every corner of the castle. The assassins were lying dead on the ground along the path to the headquarters. He let go of Braha's grip on his neck and threw him straight forward. His whole body slammed into the door. causing it to shatter. Braha spat fresh blood from the corner of his mouth. He fell from the door straight down in front of Roman. He looked at Braha silently, saying nothing. Roman began to touch the neatly arranged documents on the desk. This assassin organization is a famous, large organization on the continent, and of course its biggest client is the Kronos Empire. Roman opened the document and began to observe. At first glance, not only had they sent people to assassinate me, but through this assassination list, I could somewhat guess the Empire's next intentions. The words on it were written very meticulously and carefully. Mission 1, assassinate Count Draken. Mission 2, assassinate Senior Count Ronan. Roman smiled, burning the paper in his hand. The eldest son of the military commander, the army chief Lamberto, was the rightful successor of Redford. Through this, we have seen the intention of the Kronos Empire, at that moment, at an assassination branch in Dante, in the Cairo territory. The two assassins glanced at each other and signaled. Quickly contact the leader at the Imperial headquarters. Elena, her body covered in wounds, struggled and shouted, "There's no time, hurry up!" Looking at the glowing ball on the table, the assassins were all panicked. Unable to connect to the headquarters, one of them said, "Something is wrong." Elena gritted her teeth in anger. She needed to calm down in this situation. "If I can't contact them, it will be fine. I will contact the customer." After thinking for a while, she ordered, "Contact the branch that has customers in the Kronos Empire quickly." The customer on the other end of the line exclaimed, "It seems like the mission in Cairo has failed." Elena stuttered as she recounted. "Roman has guessed our intentions. He has set a trap and taken down all the assassins sent there." She couldn't help but feel the anger welling up inside her. And it didn't stop there. That bastard continued on to the headquarters in Kronos to destroy our leader. The other customer replied briefly, "Is that all you have to say?" Elena was stunned by his question. Elena's face suddenly became fearful. "So you guys use us as bait?" The customer on the other end of the line gently replied, "Don't be so serious." The guest began to analyze for Elena. "You have done as per the conditions. Although you have not killed Roman, rest assured. We will compensate you for your losses. You should also think again." The guest used Roman as a typical example. Roman's assassination was announced by the emperor, so the entire continent knew about it. The more she listened to the other guest, the more Elena's face became ashen. If the assassination fails, where will the empire's reputation be? We therefore have many options. You are just one of them. The guest on screen cleared his throat slightly. "Of course, thanks to you guys, we were able to achieve some of our goals. Is to make him leave the family to go to the empire." Elena, her face swollen and angry to the point of blood spurting, cursed, "Bastard!" Then drops of blood began to pour out from Elena's throat like rain. I immediately remembered the poison that Lucas forced me to drink. Is this the poison taking effect? Elena thought to herself, it seems like it's taking effect quite slowly. This they had planned for. It has not yet taken effect, so we can go tell the Empire that Roman has come to Kronos. She looked at the smug customer with pity. Roman was truly a monster. "Maybe your empire will pay for angering him," she said. "But in hindsight..." Elena looked intently at the other guest's smug face for a while. His smug face. "There is much more I could reveal, but I will not let him know." The train of thought ended just as Elena fell to the ground. The other guests saw this and wondered, is this the end? Elena lay sprawled on the ground, her body dried up, the last assassin known throughout the continent. He ended his life on the 10th assassination mission in failure. The whole castle was burning fiercely. From within the fire, one could clearly see a human face. Roman stood silently from the outside, looking into the huge fire. A moment later, he couldn't care less about the castle and turned around to leave. The moonlight shone down on the layers of hills. Roman stood in the middle of a quiet clearing in the forest and said, "Come out and don't hide anymore." At this time, rustling sounds continuously came from the lush leaves. From within the foliage, the silhouettes of mysterious men began to appear. They were slowly, step by step, approaching Roman. He looked at those monsters and couldn't help but let out a sound of contempt. Those monsters lurking in the dark, growing up by swallowing the pain and sucking the life force of people. Are you just the lackeys of the Empire? Is that all you guys have come here for? Roman looked them up and down. It seemed like the assassins were just bait. The Empire wanted to take us down, so they used all their strongest cards. This time I need to be more careful. I can't be careless. The monster raised its crimson eyes and growled, "You bastard, you're quite quick. I didn't expect you to have discovered that we were chasing you."
Roman laughed loudly. Even when the monsters rushed at him, he didn't show any fear. I knew that from the moment he left the assassin's headquarters. He had a knife on his back. The monsters rushed at him just as he used his masterful skills, but even though he cut them apart, they would heal themselves. Seeing that, Roman thought to himself, "No good. His sword is useless against them." A purple light appeared in Roman's eyes. He needed to add more magic power to his sword. Before Roman could even react, a monster rushed forward with a dark sword technique. But luckily, Roman managed to take a step back in time. It was truly unpredictable. Even though he was ready, Roman was still a little scared. They are too fast and strong. Was this the power of the Empire? It seems like this is dark magic. A stream of crimson energy stirred in the sky. Roman observed it as he began to analyze it. He had encountered similar opponents in the martial arts world. "They are puppets of the demon church," he said, unexpectedly meeting them again in this world. Creatures that absorb human life force to develop their own power. This is a type of forbidden black magic. Roman's sharp sword collided with the monster's sword, creating a deafening sound. Did the Kronos Empire use some kind of sacrifice to summon them from hell? Roman suddenly froze in place. These demons. Roman's face instantly distorted, becoming filled with anger. "Today, meeting me here is your doom. How can we, the celestial demons, lose to small fry devils like you?" The next second, a fist flew straight towards the monsters, hitting them directly in the face. The monsters' entire bodies changed visibly as a small part of them began to disappear. But then, somehow, they quickly restored their original form. Roman raised his foot, as if he had planned it all out. Without hesitation, he stomped straight on the pile of corpses. However, the monsters still revived as if nothing had happened. Oh, they still revive after being destroyed. How can this be prevented? Roman fell into deep thought again. This dark magic uses magical power to survive. Normally, holy power is needed to purify them in order to defeat them. Roman's eyes suddenly lit up. It seems like I've found a way to limit the recovery of these monsters. But even if they were monsters, they still had weaknesses. First, when their bodies were attacked, they would fragment and emit light smoke. After fragmenting, they would slowly converge, at which point they would pause for a moment, only taking a defensive stance and not attacking. Next, I can continue to attack at the moment they are recovering. A red diamond-shaped object will be erected from the fragments. As they fragment, a light smoke will be emitted, accompanied by small red energy streams that circle around their bodies. Finally, after the smoke streams are released, they will slowly merge, with the thin smoke surrounding their bodies as the center. I will attack at that moment, severing the connection between the thin smoke and the red energy. That way they will not be able to recover as before. I thought the monsters were taking the opportunity to charge forward and attack at the same time, but now Roman no longer held back from them. "All right, I've learned your movements, so you can't do anything to me." A melee broke out and the blood demons attacked violently. This time, Roman defeated those demonic monsters with just a few light movements. Roman stood in the middle of a purple halo, smiled, and said, "As the leader of the demonic cult, how could I lose to you?" All right, the martial arts of the demon god sect are meant to use the caster's brutal strength to maximize the internal strength of the demonic arts within the body. Now that there is only one monster left, it seems like things are not going well. Those evil demons have completely failed against this bastard. This assassination attempt was unsuccessful. Not daring to think too much, the monster turned around and ran away at a dizzying speed. I need to retreat quickly. The monster flew away quickly while thinking back to Roman's abilities. Roman, this guy is truly more dangerous than I knew. He recalled his previous battles. His past battles had not shown his full strength, so his strategy to deal with him was not completely accurate. The monster accelerated and charged faster. This time the defeat was too humiliating, he thought. But it's okay if I fail. I'll do it again next time. Suddenly he felt something was wrong. The monster looked down and let out a painful cry. "When did my legs leave my body?" Roman had a very serious expression, but also a bit surprised. Roman stood before a man who looked like an Egyptian mummy. His legs had been cut off and he was fearfully dragging himself backward. Seeing this, he thought to himself,
So all the evil people, my subordinates, have been defeated by him? Roman then held out the communication jade towards him and ordered, "Now you alone. Contact the Empire and report everything as I wish." He looked extremely panicked and scared. His red and black eyes widened. Then from the green jade a voice came out. "Have you finished with that, Roman?" He replied tremblingly, "His subordinate has completely failed." Hearing this, his voice became extremely angry. "You mean you failed to defeat him?" He was pointed at by the sharp tip of his sword, so he could only say, "Yes, Lord Charlton, what you judged about him was completely wrong." As he spoke, he was sweating profusely. "I had summoned demons from hell, immortal demons, but they all failed and were destroyed by him. I personally used spells on him, but I still couldn't successfully defeat him." Kneeling before the jade, the mummy continued, "Roman was a demon. His power was unattainable." Count Charlton also understood and said, "I see, it seems, Roman, you are there and controlling my subordinate, right?" Hearing that, he smiled with satisfaction again, and the Count knew he was there, so he turned to him and said, "You're really good. Not only did you come to the Empire to attack the headquarters of the Assassination Guild, but you also dealt with those demons summoned from hell." Scene changes to Earl Charlton. He was frowning uncomfortably. "Our plan to assassinate you may have failed for now." Having said that, he couldn't bear it, and slammed his hand on the table to vent his anger. But of course, our Kronos Empire wouldn't give up on its plan just because of this. At this time, he also made the matter clear. He would never give up and told Roman, "You are a thorn in the side of our empire. If we fail the first time, there will be a second time, and so on. Until we take your life, our empire will never give up." He looked down on him openly. "Today you can fight against us, but tomorrow that is not certain. A small individual like you will have to fail at some point." Hearing those words, Roman sneered, "You speak well, but you forgot who I am. Today, here, I will teach you a lesson." Immediately after, he grabbed the mummy's neck. Earl Charlton's subordinate without hesitation. He got stronger and stronger until the guy's neck spurted blood. His whole body trembled, as if sensing something was wrong. Count Charlton on this side looked very panicked, sweating profusely. Earl Charlton's face turned pale when he heard Roman's voice. "In the near future, I will personally send a gift to your mansion." "Earl Charlton, you sent someone to assassinate me, so you yourself must withstand threats from others." Roman continued laughing. "Of course, assassinating others is not something you guys can do. I can do it too, and do it better than you. So after this time, I have officially declared war on you." Charlton's face was filled with indignation, his teeth clenched. Roman continued to threaten. "So that later, when you die because of the things you did, you will no longer be surprised. Since you do not know who did it, my gift will be sent to you soon." Having finished speaking, Count Charlton was extremely panicked and shouted loudly to order his subordinates, "Everyone, quickly increase the guard of the mansion so that not even a single fly can escape." But a moment later, a voice reported from within the castle, "Sir, we have searched the mansion and found no suspicious person. But we found a jar in the basement storage room," he said. Count Charlton followed the man down to the basement to see the bottle. While looking at it, he thought, "So, according to Roman, did Roman leave this bottle containing poison as a gift to harm me?" Thinking of this, Count Charlton's face turned red with anger. He ordered his subordinates, "Prepare horses and take me to the Behemoth Tower immediately." To explain a bit, the Behemoth Tower is an organization of magicians, who can also be called alchemists. They research poisons and various assassination methods. Of course, by researching poisons, they can also find effective antidotes that no other organization knows about. Then, a bald old man was using magic to look at the bottle. As he looked, he appeared very frightened. The poison was colorless and odorless. "This is something I have never seen before on this continent. This person is the great mage of the Behemoth Matthew Magic Tower." Count Charlton was also present, in a hurry, and seeing Matthew's long-winded speech, he shouted loudly, "What are you still standing there for? Quickly check what kind of poison is in that bottle. Can it be cured?" This caused the great mage of the Magic Tower to panic and stammer, "Okay, don't worry, Count." Then he took the bottle with Earl Charlton to a certain bald head who was being held there. As soon as he saw the bottle in his hand, this person immediately shouted, "No, don't make me drink that." But regardless of his screaming, Behemoth still resolutely poured the liquid from the bottle straight into the young man's mouth. Then he activated the antidote magic. A blue-white aura surrounded his head. Suddenly, Mr. Behemoth's eyes widened and his mouth opened wide, surprised. He thought to himself, no way such a powerful magic power can neutralize this poison. Immediately he questioned Charlton. Earl, where did you get this deadly poison? Hearing this, Earl Charlton was equally alarmed. As he spoke, Behemoth's entire body trembled in fear. As far as I can see, this is currently a poison. The antidote cannot be created yet, he said, and magical treatment is also powerless. At once, Count Charlton did not expect it to be so terrible. He thought of Roman and was secretly terrified. That bastard Roman, how did he get this horrible poison? Even the top alchemists and pharmacists in the Behemoth Tower cannot figure out what this poison is, he said, and they have no antidote for it. A moment later, Charlton arrived at His Majesty's palace and said sincerely, Your Majesty, that's all we did to assassinate Roman. It all failed. Emperor Kronos' face turned gloomy after hearing this, and he replied, So what kind of person do you think Roman is? Earl Charlton immediately told all he knew about him. So, in my opinion, he is a person with strength and intelligence beyond others. We failed to assassinate him. I guess he won't leave the Empire alone in the future. Then Emperor Kronos gave a new order. Okay, next call our top assassins in the abyss back. As soon as he finished speaking, the Count looked extremely surprised. His eyes were wide open in astonishment at what the Emperor had just said. Ignoring the Count's panic, he continued, This time we will use the best assassins, the anonymous aliases. We'll show that bastard Roman what we're made of. Make him afraid to confront the Empire. Then he imagined a puppet in his own image with its head cut off. This time he will die. That death will serve as an example to all others, he said. Those who hailed him as a hero and wanted to emulate what he did. His death will make those people no longer dare to dream or ignite. Plot against our mighty empire, Kronos. Immediately, Earl Charlton did not dare to disobey but respectfully obeyed. I obey. Scene change. Someone's feet suddenly appeared and landed. None other than Roman, the male lead of the story. He walked forward, thinking to himself, I need to focus. Don't think you can cure my poison easily. Whether it's pharmacists or alchemists, she said, it's useless. In the martial arts world, that poison is the #1 poison in the 10 poisons of the 4 paths and 100 poisons classic. He took off his armor, but his mind was still racing. We sent them that poison to make the Empire a little fearful. Even though he had returned home to rest, Roman was still worried and continued to think. They will have to be more careful in every situation from now on, because we can do what the Empire does, he said, and even do it better, so they will slow down their assassination attempt on us. We will have more time to calculate our moves. His expression became determined. Of course, this is only a temporary solution to prolong the time and will not be effective in the long run. A large-scale war between the two sides will happen soon. This is inevitable, so we need to prepare carefully and thoroughly for everything. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly sent him a letter. Young Master, a letter from Valhalla. He picked up the letter, which said, To the fallen soldiers on the bloody battlefield. In memory of them, we invite you to attend the memorial service as a personal warrior representing the Duchy of Dimitri. The letter was invited to reach him if the time was 100 days before the sacrifice. If you don't come, she said, it will be considered that you have refused our invitation. While reading, Chris suddenly walked in and reported to him, My lord, the representative of Valhalla attending this ceremony is a swordsman with quite strong power named Barbosa. It is said that this person has won many battles and is a swordsman with status throughout the 6 palaces. The image of 2 hanging corpses appeared. Chris continued to explain, Through this we can see their intentions, is to invite the young master there with the intention of avenging the death of Count Denvers, when he had previously defeated him. The person holding a sword with a red aura around him was the swordsman ranked 6th in the ranking of Valhalla's top swordsmen. Also known as the Mad Swordsman, he is ranked 11th in the continent's top swordsman rankings. After listening, Roman laughed happily and thought to himself, So through this we can see 2 opposite options when it comes to the actions of Valhalla and Kronos. Thinking about Kronos' people, he pondered again. In the Kronos Empire, they sent assassins to kill me day and night, taking advantage of my weak moments to act. On the other hand, Valhalla bluntly declared they will use the strength of their top swordsmen to declare war on us head-on. Then Chris knew about it and advised him, This is too dangerous, sir. You don't need to get involved. The newly established Duchy of Dimitri has much to do now, he said, so your life should be given top priority. He put the letter on the table and said, I completely understand what you mean. I can refuse this invitation. But then he presented the reasons, which led to unwanted consequences. "If we refuse this invitation," he said, "it can be said that Valhalla is an important and honorable kingdom for swordsmen. It will be used to say that we are cowards, and our reputation and prestige on the continent will be severely damaged." Then Roman looked at Chris seriously. "One more thing." He told Chris and everyone else, "Since you have chosen to follow me, I also need to show you my worth." Belief in a powerful and intelligent ruler who can cope with anything. Hearing that, Chris looked surprised and stared at Roman. "The image just now immediately shattered," he continued. "If, just with this incident of Valhalla, when knowing that danger was near, I proactively retreated in fear and did not dare to confront it, then how can I rule you in the future? Your words and beliefs will gradually collapse." Then he clenched his fists firmly and affirmed, "I have decided after 100 days I will go there at the invitation of Valhalla." His face was also extremely serious. "This is the responsibility, as well as the trust, that I will let you see in a lord that you trust at the same time." The castle here was burned down, and corpses were scattered everywhere. A rumor spread among the assassins that the Ecorse family was completely destroyed when they received the mission to assassinate Roman Dmitri. Thanks to that, the number of assassination missions in the Northeast region has decreased significantly. Especially, no one dares to take on any missions related to Dmitri. Roman's figure appeared, a sinister smile on his face, a warning that spoke louder than 1,000 words. That lesson had engraved the utmost fear into everyone's mind. At this moment, Kevin sat quietly on the sofa, lost in thought. This time, he had infiltrated the assassin's lair alone within the Empire's territory, a very reckless and dangerous decision. His face looked very worried for Roman, only blaming himself for not being able to protect him. He wondered when he would be able to protect him from danger. Kevin continues to think. "A lot of people say we're growing at a much faster rate than before, but that's still not enough to keep up with him. To face the predators that dominate the continent," he said, "we need to be stronger." Suddenly, someone's voice caught his attention. "This time, I developed a magic circle that can increase the concentration of mana in a certain area." A blonde person is smiling and talking happily with someone. "It's not perfect yet, but within half a year I can reduce the errors and perfect it. This magic circle not only increases the power of magic." It was Felix. He was smiling happily and continuing to talk, which, in theory, "It can also be used for training purposes," said the awakened aura swordsman. Kevin also followed, hiding behind the wall. He listened to the conversation between Chris and Felix. Then suddenly, Felix looked extremely startled and surprised. Stuttering, really? Reckless. In front of him were Kevin and the others. He said sternly, "How many times have I told you? This is an unproven technique for safety." Kevin looked down seriously and replied, "Felix, do you know why we came here?" Kevin looked down and replied seriously, "Mr. Felix, do you know why we came here? It's important for us to be able to support the Roman master, even a little bit in the future." After hearing that, Felix was equally surprised and looked at him with wide eyes. Thinking of Emperor Kronos, he continued to present. "Because the enemy we face is an empire that has been ruling powerfully for hundreds of years." After listening, Felix understood, but he still carefully reminded, "But remember this, the most important thing is safety." Everyone listened seriously to Felix's instructions. "If we become cripples before we can do something for our Roman master, then I have no face to see the Lord anymore?" Then Kevin and everyone else happily smiled. Half a month later, on a beautiful sunset afternoon, the passage suddenly collapsed, shaking violently. Everyone was extremely panicked and shouted, "The road collapsed, be careful." Then the windshield appeared, a round green gas source emitted. Seeing that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They were saved. Luckily, there was a treasure. But suddenly, the blonde guy called out as if he saw something unexpected. "Hey, Morokin, look at this." Turning his head back, Morokin looked at something in horror and stammered, "This is..." In front of the two people was a large open space, from within which a blue light emanated. Inside the outer ruins, there was a large tunnel. He wondered, who would build such a passage underground? Below, there are also some green letters printed on all the doors. Then both of them looked inside. Morokan spoke, "Everyone step back, mage. Call Felix here." A moment later, Felix and Roman also arrived. Felix was touching the door to examine it. "This entire steel door is covered in magic," he continued. "If we try to break the door, it will explode. Let us try to use the dispel magic."
His eyes flashed with a green light, saying something. Felix was very absorbed in dispelling the magic. Roman stood behind and watched. Then the door opened immediately. It seemed like no one had been here for a long time, so after opening the door, a cloud of dust rose everywhere. A bright blue light suddenly appeared. Roman still stood straight, his face expressionless, arms crossed, looking forward. A series of arrows were shot from inside towards the two people, but luckily Roman quickly activated his shield, making it impenetrable. The arrows that missed the target all fell to the ground. Seeing that, Felix widened his eyes in surprise and panic. Looks like this is a trap dungeon. But in contrast to Felix, Roman was not afraid at all and even wanted to go inside. I'll go inside and check. His words made Felix extremely panicked. Then Felix worriedly said loudly, "It's too dangerous. We don't know if there are any traps inside here. Give me time. I will find out about them." Roman's expression remained unchanged as he coldly replied, "No, if anyone lived here, they would have found us already." With that, he walked forward, despite Felix's constant worry. "The longer you hesitate, the more dangerous it is. You stay here and wait." His footsteps grew deeper and deeper inside. As he walked and observed his surroundings, he thought, a mechanical trap, similar to the Zhug family's formation mechanism. Thinking, he suddenly stopped. Suddenly, sharp spikes emerged from the wall. Not just on one side, but spikes appeared on both walls, blocking his escape route. But he didn't seem panicked at all, rather very calm. Then hundreds of sharp iron spears were aimed straight at him. Boom! A big explosion happened, rocks and debris everywhere. The smoke and dust cleared. Roman looked forward with an icy expression. The spears are now blocked by a circular purple barrier. The arrows hit it, and it was already broken into pieces. He stood still below, holding his sword tightly. Suddenly he looked forward. From deep inside came a few curses. "You there, stop, this is our land. If you take another step, I won't guarantee your life." Not to be outdone, he simply stepped forward and introduced himself. "I am Roman Dmitri, the eldest son of the Dmitri family. The endless mountains are Dmitri's territory. You are the ones who must reveal yourselves and declare your identity." A man with a brown beard replied, "Nonsense. Obviously this place is." Not letting him finish his sentence, he immediately went straight to the main point. "I am not here to negotiate with you. The endless mountains are Cairo's territory, and Dmitri has inherited the right to rule over them. If you keep that attitude, I will consider you an enemy." Hearing that, a man walked towards him, cursing as he walked. "You bastards of humanity." A dwarf with a long beard appeared. He warned him, "Don't impose human laws on us." After seeing that, his eyes widened in surprise. A dwarf. This guy's hands were shaking, but he still tried to explain. "We have settled underground since ancient times." He heard that and thought to himself, not just one, but a whole group of dwarves stood before him, he thought, wondering, a race of dwarves lives in this endless mountain range? How to deal with them? Then the elder brother exuded a serious aura and said, "As you say, this place can be your land, but what we need is a guarantee that you will not pose any threat." Hearing that, the dwarf opened his mouth in surprise. "How are we going to do that?" Without saying much, he held his glowing pink sword tightly and pointed forward without saying anything. After seeing the sword, the dwarf was not afraid but asked to see it. "Hey, can you show me that sword?" There had never been a case like this in the world that made Roman confused. Seeing that he was hesitating to answer, the dwarf smiled happily and begged, 5 minutes. No, 3 minutes. Just show me that sword. I will consider compromising with you." As soon as Roman Dmitri agreed, the dwarves immediately gathered around to admire the sword and were filled with admiration. Is there such a sword in this world? The hardness of the sword, the shape of the sword, everything is perfect. They were so focused that they didn't even notice Roman's presence in the place. Did dwarves from somewhere else create it? It has the breath of nature in it. Then the leader of the dwarves turned to him and asked, "Who created this sword?" Roman did not want to hide it from them and firmly replied, "I created it." Hearing his answer, he was surprised and exclaimed, "What is it really?" Half believing, he decided to check it out himself. The dwarf leader closed his eyes and used his memory image to read the sword's experience. Memories flashed with countless hammer strikes against the red fire. His burning passion brought tears to his eyes. After a long silence, he began to speak to him. "Sir, perhaps you can.
Without hesitation, he knelt down and pleaded, "Please help us." He kowtowed and begged, "Roman Dmitri, please take back our land." Roman remained calm but paid attention to this request. "What do you mean by taking back the land?" The leader of the dwarves looked up and explained to him, "Do you know why we dwarves settled here?" Through his story, the image of the majestic homeland of the dwarves appeared extremely realistic. Actually, the endless mountain range is a man-made name. This mountain range has an end point. The leader of the dwarves continued, "That place was called Arcadia, a harmonious world where different races lived together. Recalling those happy times, he pensively confided, we came from there. Snow covered the earth's surface on all sides in a very ancient time when the human world had not yet developed. An unexplained cold snap occurred up there in the mountains, freezing the land. He continued to tell about this difficult period. Even the world tree, the foundation of this world, was withered. It was truly the beginning of a disaster. Countless races living in Arcadia succumbed to cold and famine. Our dwarven ancestors had to leave their homeland to survive. Although he was interested, Roman Dmitri's patience had its limits, so he coldly interrupted, "This is too long of a story." The leader of the dwarves sweated and stammered, "Oh, yes." He got down to business, and thus we settled down in this endless mountain range. He continued to tell him honestly, "A few decades ago, we discovered a mass of fire magic deep underground." Needless to say, he was shocked at that moment. His brain was constantly calculating the pros and cons of this fire demon. It was a dangerous power that could burn down the entire world. But if used in the opposite direction, it is the only hope that can melt the receiver world. Fate also conspired to create a meeting with Roman Dmitri, making him even more determined. "I saw you freely controlling the fire in the sword's memory. Perhaps our meeting was fate." In a voice of utmost respect, the leader of the dwarves spoke his request. "We earnestly beg you, please bring us the block of demon fire, for the sake of the fate of the entire clan." He firmly promised Roman Dmitri that if he responded to our request, "This lava, the leader of the dwarfs, swears to fulfill any request of yours." After hearing his proposal, a doubt arose in his heart, living as Roman Dmitri. Too many related events made him wonder if meeting his past life relationships was just a coincidence. There were even some surprisingly similar elements that made him rack his brain, considering Dmitri was a clan of master blacksmiths, and the endless mountain range that stretched behind the territory. Because he was reincarnated, he became even more cautious when making a decision, very similar to the 10 great mountains of the demon religion. Although I am on a different path from my previous life, my past experiences have helped me a lot in my current life. After hesitating for a long time, he finally decided in his heart, "Let's see what led us here." Thinking so, he agreed to the request of the human race. "I accept your offer." Their leader immediately became more excited and happy. He quickly led him to the lava sea where the fire demon reigned. While pointing in the direction, he earnestly explained to him, "From here on out is an area that even we cannot enter. The fire demon is a dangerous creature. Please be careful." Faced with the sea of lava rolling before him, Roman Dmitri reassured him, "There is no need to worry." Just like that, he set foot on the lava surface. Step by step, he walked steadily through it with overwhelming determination. "Whatever has led us here, we will live for what we believe in and follow." He quickly approached the blazing mass of fire in the center of the lava sea. Looking around, it continuously emitted countless sparks. He thought to himself, it was like a miniature sun. His cloak was soon burned to a crisp by the heat of this place. Even his face has some burns. It's dangerous. Its power made him silently acknowledge it, a heat that far surpassed even the impenetrable cold. If so, a normal person would have run away from this scene for 8 lifetimes. But with the main character's aura, Roman Dmitri resolutely walked straight towards the fire demon with the reckless thought that the only way to fight this fire is to absorb it. His eyes burned fiercely as he silently chanted, "Fire divine art." His body burst with a powerful force. His arm stretched out towards the fire demon with the intention, "Come here, fire demon." Even though his arms were covered in countless wounds, he still refused to stop. If the path we take to the goal that destiny desires is one, then it is not the result of destiny.
His confidence grew stronger as he saw the mass of fire approaching him. This is the life we choose. Roman Dimitri's eyes widened in disbelief. It was quickly filled with excitement. The mass of fire demons was beginning to take him in, the one blessed by the flames. Accept it. My destiny is bound to you by a strong bond. His soul drifted in consciousness as he replied to the fire demon with a resolute tone. I don't care who you are. He raised his hands in a gesture of complete and overwhelming possession. If you want to come with me, obey my orders. The fire demon glowed and told him with satisfaction that the answer was excellent. After subduing it, Roman Dimitri quickly returned to the cliff where the dwarf leader was waiting for him. Holding the fire demon in his hand, he appeared majestically from the sea of lava. The dwarves were stunned by this triumph. He had truly succeeded. He looked down silently at the burning mass of fire. Without hesitation, he gave it to the dwarf leader and told him to take it. In his mind, he was thinking, from generation to generation, our ancestors have taught us how disgusting human greed is. Facing the fire demon and Roman Dimitri, his thoughts had changed somewhat, but this person was different. He took the fire block from his hand. All the dwarves present bowed their heads in respect to him, truly thanking him. From now on, the dwarves will be loyal to Sir Roman Dimitri. The deal was successful. He smiled and promised them with satisfaction. That was enough. Dimitri would never be hostile to dwarves, because you are also the beneficiary in this deal. A part of the fire demon has taken up residence in my Dantian. His brain was working at full capacity again for his upcoming plans. We need to think about how to use fire magic in the future. Just after dealing with the dwarves' matter, another headache arose. Has the Continental Bank sent an ultimatum? Consul Redford urgently explained. If we don't pay 100,000 gold in half a month, he said, they will exercise their lender's rights. If so, Redford will collapse. Viscount Redford of London asked tensely, is there nothing left to negotiate? The magistrate replied helplessly, yes, the bank has said it for sure. The forced response from the bank gave him a headache. Sighing, he said, his devotion over all these years is known to everyone. Throughout the years, Viscount London has worked tirelessly to save the country, but there are still too many problems to solve. London sighed and asked the consul, what did the king say? The consul helplessly reported to the Viscount, it's still the same. His Majesty the King is no longer the same. Every day he is immersed in wine and debauchery. Besides playing around with girls, the king is also addicted to gambling. Whenever he has free time, he gambles. London had already guessed that the king was being psychologically manipulated, which was why he was living such a debauched life. There must be an outside force pulling the strings to help the king. As long as they exist, this problem will never be solved. His heart was heavy with the heavy responsibilities that weighed on his shoulders. So what should we do now? On his desk, he also kept a photo of himself with his beloved son. His face in the photo had a cheerful smile, completely different from the usual sadness just now. A loving father's voice was uttered. Despite his dedication, he still could not avoid the scandal of fabrication. People began to criticize Viscount London, the heir to the famous London family. So different from his respected father, Viscount London was branded as greedy and scum. After thinking for a while, he ordered, the governor must make a list of forces that can help us. Regaining his dignity, London firmly concluded that he must first settle the debt with the Continental Bank. But after 10 meetings, he was also rejected 10 times. The identity of the person who refused that time is mostly familiar to everyone. They are all acquaintances, but most of them are cold and even refuse to meet. London has not given up yet. Desperate, London turned to the place where Roman Dimitri ruled. Even this young country we come to beg. His lips pressed together in pitiful helplessness. But at this moment, even if it is just a straw, we must hold on to it. At this moment, Hans was busy running to find him. Sweat was pouring down his face as he rushed to tell him the news. Today is exactly 1 month since the young master's instructions. Now we can go see him. Standing in front of a small isolated house deep in the forest, Hans began to call out loudly, Young master, it's me. Someone has been waiting to see you for several days. The door quickly opened. Roman Dimitri appeared calmly, responding to Hans's words. I'm going out too. Seeing his demeanor, he secretly realized that he had changed again. He kindly asked, Han Roman Dimitri, how is the young master's training?
He walked out with an excited look in return so we could focus on practicing. Without hesitation, he asked directly, "So who wants to meet me?" After meeting Roman Dmitri, London bowed and introduced himself to him. "Nice to meet you. I am Viscount London of Redford." He silently repeated the name Viscount London over and over again in his mind. He had learned top-secret information. London was at the top of the assassination list that the Imperial assassins, Kronos, were aiming for. London began to get to the heart of the matter at hand today. "It's embarrassing to ask you this on our first meeting, but could you lend us 100,000 gold coins?" Without hiding anything from Roman, he honestly explained the reason. "That, if Redford fails to pay its debt to the Continental Bank, it will collapse," he emphasized Redford's status. "You know how important Redford is, right?" He calmly raised his teacup and took a sip, secretly smiled in appreciation of London's negotiating ability. It was smart to use importance instead of begging. London continued to convince Roman by arguing, if Redford falls, the Kingdom Alliance will lose a solid shield against the Kronos Empire. "So please come and help us," he continued. "Redford could not survive without outside help." The hot cup of tea in front of me was still steaming and smelling fragrant. It was Roman Dimitri's next words that left London feeling surprised. "I have heard rumors about you." His image in the rumors is that of the richest man in Redford, who robbed other people's property and accumulated huge fortunes through cruel business tricks. The rumor was completely opposite to the real Viscount London. The person who humbled himself and came here to beg today made Roman very curious. People call him trash or cold-blooded scum, but the Viscount London we met today was far from the rumors. "Explain to me," he asked him. He asked him a straightforward question. "Why do you work so hard for Redford?" London's face flashed with sadness as he replied, "We are always under surveillance in the Empire," he confided in Roman Dmitri. "I cannot become a patriot and rich like my father. So we chose to do the opposite of our reputation." The truth about those evil scandals was then revealed by him himself. "Those we plunder and drive into bankruptcy are all conspirators of the Empire." His patriotism, but powerlessness, made every word he said extremely bitter. "We cannot continue to stand by and watch the country collapse and the people suffer." London also boldly expressed his speculation. "We are sure that the Kronos Empire is the one behind everything." He continued, "To ensure this agreement, I would like to use the territory and family heirlooms as collateral if Redford can restore it to its former glory." He bowed his head firmly in assurance to Roman Dmitri. "The London family and the Redford family will forever remember your kindness." His face was beaded with sweat from tension. Seeing his sincerity, Roman did not hesitate to smile and reply, "Okay." Viscount London could not believe his ears and had to ask again. "Really?" He calmly told him, "So do your best." He put down the teacup in his hand and continued seriously, just like Cairo did. "Find a way to keep Redford alive." He smiled at him firmly, affirming that the opportunity would come. At that moment, a memory flashed through London's mind, causing him to be unable to hide his surprise. When his father gently called his son, he was encouraged by his father with love, saying, "If you don't give up, the opportunity will definitely come." His voice still echoed in London's mind. "Don't miss it!" And he finally waited for this day. With gratitude, he promised Roman Dmitri, "I will definitely repay the kindness of the Dmitri Duchy." The matter of Viscount London was settled. The townspeople quickly became abuzz with talk of another event that was about to happen. Hear what? The festival to honor the souls of the Valhalla warriors is coming soon. Barbossa, one of the 12 holy swords of the continent, has named Roman Dmitri as his opponent. This both excited and troubled them. Will this be the first time the Six Palaces witness a top-notch powerhouse that is not part of the Empire? Just like that, they were free to gossip. It is said that Roman Dmitri turned down the invitation. Scared now? That's right. People like Butler, Nicholas, and Gustavo, though also belonging to the ranks of the continent's fanatics, are just mediocre. Even if they charged at the same time, they would still be no match for Barbossa. Sure enough, Roman was just a frog in a well in the end. Actually, at this moment, he was calmly reading the letter, not paying attention to the rumors about himself. The corners of his mouth curled into a smile, showing great satisfaction at the actions of those cunning people. "Valhalla is making very obvious moves, so we must respond accordingly." Having finished his calculations, he turned and called out to Kevin. He quickly appeared and asked Roman Dmitri, "Did you exclude me from the trip to Valhalla for this reason?" Standing on the balcony, looking at the night sky, he explained to Kevin, "This trip is not just dangerous for us." His intentions were much deeper than Kevin's impulsive thoughts. "Dmitri would be in danger without me. I need my most trustworthy person to stay with Dmitri." After presenting, he wholeheartedly entrusted it to him, and that person was Kevin. After hearing Roman's words, Kevin was surprised. "You trust me and not Chris," he replied excitedly to Roman. "Thank you for your trust. I will do my best to protect Dmitri. Actually, there is nothing profound. This is just his trick to lure children." Seeing the situation was stable, he was speechless and thought to himself, how easy to seduce. In his mind, he began to think about his next move. "From now on, we will have to fight an impossible battle. A big brain like yours, of course, already formed a decision. Therefore, we need to set a precedent." With a sly smile, he firmly asserted one thing, that the 12 swords of the Empire are not invincible. The wind blew and the trees swayed. Roman and the Viscount of London walked together in the garden. Roman suddenly asked, "Why don't you tell the truth?" Hearing that, he thought of the image of the king holding a glass of wine in his hand and the pink-haired girl leaning against him on the other side. He said, "Redford's problem is not the king's alone, even if they depose him. A country without a king would be even more chaotic," he said, thinking of the people rising up in rebellion in the fire. "It is better to bear the criticism. So, until Redford can stand on his own 2 feet, the people don't need to know the truth," he said with a smiling face and a gentle voice, without thinking for himself. "Even if they curse me." Hearing him say that, Roman remembered something. The evil scholar Yu Hyun. But he was a very special person. A scholar holding a fan covering his mouth and smiling, wearing a blue and white outfit with a black hat on his head. He believes that people are born good, and although he is the heir to a prestigious family, he does not care about fame and fortune. The image of a scholar playing with children appears. Perhaps because he and Roman lived such different lives in their previous lives, the image of 2 boys standing with their backs to each other. They were attracted to each other and often spent time playing chess together. The 2 sat on the stone platform talking. "I heard you went to the mountain village and helped the people. You did good deeds out of kindness. But the people will forever wait for you for that action," the white-haired boy said in a reproachful tone. "And if you don't appear again, they will be angry and resentful of you, because it is human nature to want to receive double what they give, whether poor or rich. It makes no difference." The scholar smiled and replied, "Well, people may curse me like you said, but I only do what my heart tells me to do." He said it softly because it was what he wanted to do no matter what. "If there are people like you in this world, then there must also be people like me to balance things out, right?" The white-haired boy thought and smiled. "It's true that even though he's a different person than me, I don't hate Yu Yun." Then a year later, Yu Yun was found dead, naked in that village. With Yu Yun's figure lying on the cold ground with only a torn mattress covering his back, Roman didn't feel heartbroken and just said stupidly, Roman was not heartbroken, but he took action. On the day Yu Yun died, he burned down the whole village to avenge his friend. He took the lives of countless people before finding Yu Yun's killer. I was wrong. I just saw that the clothes were too beautiful. I had no intention of killing anyone." Roman grabbed his head and smashed it against the rock with a fierce look on his face. Whether poor or rich, people are just people. They will never get enough. Looking at him reminds me of Yu Yun. Early the next morning, the carriage stopped in front of the mansion gate. Roman saw off Viscount London and thanked him for his help. The Viscount smiled and said, "I will return to Redford and pay off this debt." Then the 2 shook hands and said goodbye. The carriage started to move, and when it reached the center of Redford, it was dark. The Viscount sat in the carriage, looking at the box beside him and remembering Roman's instructions. "Viscount London, be careful on the road because there will be trouble due to the cooperation of both sides," Roman said with a serious face. "Giving birth is not the only way to protect the people." The Viscount closed his eyes and smiled, thinking of Roman Dmitri. How nice it would be if he were Redford's man. Yes, the debt to Golden Bank is just the beginning. Take this opportunity to change Redford. At this moment, there was a shout, "Attack!" There was gold inside.
Robbers rushed out from somewhere, and a crowd of people surrounded the two carriages. A soldier shouted, "Protect the carriage!" Where did these people come from? There was no other way but to force the soldier to release Aura. The sword appeared with a sea-colored light source, slashing the people around. Just then, a child pointed a sword at the soldier. Surprised him. Child? Then he was pushed down. Those people used knives, one stabbing into the soldier's stomach. Another soldier was stabbed in the neck with a needle by a man in a gray cloak with a hood that hid his face, holding a blowpipe behind the rioters. This thing made him lose his strength. Gradually, he collapsed. Then someone picked up a stick and was about to hit the soldier on the back of the neck when there was a shout. "Stop!" The Viscount shouted. "The assets on the carriage are to pay off the country's debt. If you are Redford's men, then do not attack us." As soon as he finished speaking, the man holding the wooden stick appeared above his head. It was Jacqueline. "What nonsense are you talking about, you despicable traitor?" she said, and struck the Viscount London on the head. The robbers checked the neck of the car and shouted, "Oh my God, it's gold, it's gold!" The Viscount lay on the ground, his head heavy with blood, dizzy, mumbling, "Please, please." As his eyes gradually dimmed, he looked at the people caressing the gold and silver with a gloating smile. Then his eyes slowly closed, sinking into endless darkness. On the other side, Roman was riding his horse to greet everyone as he prepared to go to battle. Cheers echoed through the streets. Roman taught those Valhalla bastards a lesson for the glory of the Dimitri Duchy. He and his brave soldiers rode out of the city gates, carrying the people's trust on their shoulders, along with Kevin's steadfast presence. "I swear, I will protect young Master Dimitri until my last breath." While Hans stood by the bridge, silently wishing the young master to take care of himself, on the other side, Lucas was riding his horse with all his might, determined to quickly go to the young master to tell him this news. At a certain inn, two men sat across from each other, whispering. One of them, with a serious expression, said, "Jacqueline, I just heard a disturbing rumor. The London family is plotting to seize all the national assets, and tomorrow morning they will take that money and flee to the kingdom of Dimitri." Hearing this, the man became so angry that he slammed the glass on the table, causing water to spill everywhere. He roared, "You bastards! You water sellers!" As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up abruptly, put his feet on the table, and his eyes were glaring with indignation. He shouted, his voice filled with determination, "I will not stand idly by and watch these traitors act like traitors anymore. Everyone, let's stop Viscount London before it's too late." All around, people stood up, clenched their fists, and raised them high as if ready to fight. They shouted in unison, "Jacqueline! Jacqueline!" with determination in their eyes, ready to pursue justice to the end. On the other side, the two men looked at each other in surprise, muttering, "How much is this? It must be at least a few 100,000 gold." They were stunned, unable to believe their eyes when they saw such a large amount of gold. Jacqueline stood to one side looking at the gold, thinking that this amount of money was enough for the people of Redford to live comfortably for at least a year. Viscount London was a traitor. He stood there, looking at the barrels of gold with indignation. Then he called everyone to gather. "Here, now we will divide the gold stolen from the London traitors." Everyone saw that and ran in. Jacqueline was sure that he was a good man, doing good deeds, taking from the rich to give to the poor with a proud smile on his face. On the other side, the Redford consul and the Golden Bank consul are meeting. The consul said, "I believe that Golden Bank will sympathize with the situation, but up to now, you have not only failed to repay the principal, but can't even pay the interest. I'm really sorry. Viscount London is not the type to break a promise. Something must have happened on the way." His face looked very confused. However, the consul on the other side did not listen, but shouted loudly, "Stop making excuses! You are the representatives of Redford, yet you keep delaying the payment. Today is the appointment, but you did not bother to show up." After saying that, he stood up from his chair and said with a sly face, "It seemed that Viscount London had abandoned Redford to save himself." At this moment, the unexpected thing was that Sir Roman Dimitri, the successor of the Dimitri Duchy, had arrived. Seeing this,
The regent in London immediately spoke up. Ah. With a smiling face, Roman said, I'm late. Can we start the main conversation now? The governor of the Golden Bank asked, What are you doing here? Hearing that, he held a cup of tea in his hand and drank it, saying, The Viscount of London has an emergency, so I came. As his representative, just tell me everything. As the representative, you must have a clear understanding of the situation, right? Golden Bank has put Redford on the bad debt list, he said with his arms crossed and a serious face. To collect the debt, we will use any means. Our time is money. Stop beating around the bush. Get straight to the point, Roman interrupted. At this time, he took a small gold watch the size of a hand out of his pocket and said, We will charge extra interest for 5 minutes of delay. In other words, if you pay 110,000 gold right away, we will pretend nothing happened, he said, and raised his watch to look at it. Is there no other way but to pay 110,000 gold? He replied, We have no obligation to sympathize with the debtor's situation. It is important that you have promised to pay the debt by today, so we are forced to charge additional interest for the delay. Roman heard that and said, Let me ask you a question. What do you want, money or the destruction of the Redford kingdom? Both the rulers were surprised when they heard that. He said, What did you say? Roman's tone became more serious now. There was no lender in this world who would defy war to collect debts. The consul on the other side heard this, angrily stood up and said, Golden Bank is different from other lenders. Golden Bank's debt relationship is built on trust. The reason everyone pays their debts is because they have shown everyone the consequences of defaulting on them. We still don't understand that the Kingdom of Redford is in dire financial straits because of the king's debauchery. Yet Golden Bank still lends them money. A debt relationship based on trust? It's absurd. The other side's leader was extremely angry when he heard this and said, You mean we intentionally pushed Redford to his death? By lending money? Then he slammed his hand on the table. The deal was done. He walked past him. Then Roman said, Listen to the whole thing about Redford's debt. I will pay it back with a smile on my face as if nothing had happened. Then the two sat down and signed the papers. The debt was settled. I look forward to seeing you guys again in the future, he said, and walked out. At this time, there were only 2 people left in the room. Consul Redford gratefully said, Thank you, sir. Thanks to you, the Redford Kingdom has overcome this crisis. I don't need your thanks. I don't help you without reason. Let me see Viscount London. Then you take a cup of tea and enjoy it. Then he went to see him. Was he awake? Viscount London lay on the hospital bed, his head wrapped in bandages. He slowly opened his eyes, suddenly sat up and asked, Roman, what's going on? The gold in the car. Hearing that, he remembered the scene where he met Lucas outside the city. When we received the news and arrived, we found him lying on the floor. The group of people who attacked you have already divided all the gold among themselves. Viscount London heard this and said in disbelief, There is no way Redford is really dead. While he was thinking, Roman's voice rang out. We have finished dealing with the Golden Bank matter. After saying that, he began to tell him everything. He burst into tears after hearing that. Redford owed Dmitri a great favor. He truly thanked him. Roman heard that and reminded Viscount London. It seemed he was misunderstanding something. Now is not the time to say thank you. It was Redford's incompetence that led to this situation. It was this sentence that awakened him. Perhaps it was I, with my immature thinking, who created everything. Having said that, he turned away and said as he walked out, So from now on, I will not do things your way anymore, but will do them my way. As he walked to the Roman gate, he said, I have warned you, false tolerance will only cause the fear in the hearts of the people to disappear. No one could have predicted what would happen, but he chose to trust the people. Your choice was foolish, the Viscount said as he sat on the bed listening blankly. The result was that you broke your promise to me, and 100,000 gold could not solve the problem. If it weren't for me, the Redford Kingdom would have been caught up in the vortex of war. The image of people dying and suffering appeared before the two of them. The Viscount sat on the bed with a guilty face and said, I'm sorry. I know very well that any excuses are meaningless right now. There must be some purpose to Sir Dmitri not abandoning Redford and paying our debt. Then he raised his head and asked, So tell me what you want me to do.
He laughed at that, then turned back to answer. The deal between Dimitri and Redford is still in effect. 210,000 gold, no repayment deadline, but you must pay double later. I will let the people know the truth about what Viscount London did and was a patriot. His face now looked eager. How about Viscount London launching a rebellion and usurping the throne of King Redford? The Viscount was surprised to hear that. Redford Tavern, let's drink for Redford. Everyone around raised their glasses and drank with a shout, the leader of which, Jacqueline said, "Where is the owner? He said he would kill us. He allowed us to drink all this beer, so let's enjoy it." This person laughed and said, "Jacqueline, have you seen the fallen soldiers? It seems that the Aura swordsmen are not that formidable. If we join forces, we can defeat them. Even if the Redford royal family sends troops, we will fight to the end." As soon as he finished speaking, the main door opened. A man with blonde hair, named Chris, stood in the middle of the door, saying, "Find Jacqueline and bring him to see me." He was surprised to hear that. What? They came to arrest me. They saw the soldiers coming and also picked up knives. One of them was so stupid that he held the knife towards Chris and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Don't touch Redford's hero, die!" Then Chris drew his sword and slashed him, killing him instantly. The women nearby saw this and were scared, crying out, "Ah, the head mixed with the boy's voice. This badge is not Redford's. Who are they?" Chris put away his sword and said, "From this moment on, anyone who dares to block my way will be executed on the spot." He looked to the opposite side and asked, "Are you Jacqueline?" "I am." Before he could finish speaking, Chris pressed his head down and dragged him away. The men around saw that and shouted, "They took Jacqueline away. Those bastards dare to touch Redford's hero." Each person held a tool in their hand, preparing to rescue Jacqueline, the benefactor who saved us when we were abandoned by the royal family. This time, it's our turn to save the hero. They all went to the square, and then they ran out in a crowd, calling Jacqueline's name. The crowd was furious. The stage was set. Roman was waiting for them in the square. "I am Roman Dimitri from the Dimitri Duchy, and I will punish this sinner." He stood on top with Jacqueline kneeling, her hands bound, and told the people below that Jacqueline's crime was inciting the people to cause the robbery of the London Viscount's gold. As soon as he said that, the people roared in anger. "Viscount London is a traitor. We all know he is plotting something with the Dimitri family. Redford's assets. He intends to take that gold to Dimitri and run away. Redford's internal affairs are none of your business. Release Jacqueline now." His face became more serious when he heard that, saying, "What evidence do you have for those slanderous words?" Hearing that, Jacqueline shouted, "Not just 10,000 gold, but 100,000 gold, such a large amount of money. If not to escape, then for what? You mean it's just someone else's speculation?" He immediately retorted, "Don't be fooled, it's the truth. Viscount London is a piece of trash that everyone in Redford knows." Then, he threw the scroll on the floor for him to read. On it, the Golden Bank confirmed that Sir Roman Dimitri of the Dimitri family had paid the 110,000 gold borrowed from the Golden Bank on behalf of the Redford Kingdom. Roman said that 100,000 gold is to pay off Redford's debt. After receiving the ultimatum from the Golden Bank, the Viscount of London came to me and begged for a loan. It was your stupid actions that caused Redford to pay an additional 10,000 gold in interest and lose another 100,000 gold. This is the truth that you have been deliberately denying." Jacqueline did not believe it, still denied and defended her actions, saying, "That's a lie. It's definitely not like that. Viscount London is a trash who abandoned the country while its people starved." Roman heard this and said, "I said I needed proof. Your words cannot prove that Viscount London is a traitor." Hearing this, his face immediately turned astonished. He then went on to say at length about their actions, "If any of you can produce evidence that Viscount London is a traitor, I will release Jacqueline immediately." "Is the person you are accusing really a traitor?" The crowd below began to chatter. Someone asked, "Is he telling the truth?" The person standing next to him said, now that he thinks about it, his friend also went missing after applying for a job at Baron Green's mansion. People continued to speculate among themselves. At that time, I thought it was because of the business of the trade union that he had come to the capital. And above, Roman said solemnly, I asked Viscount London why he accepted bearing the shame and criticism to defend the truth. He said, In this age of hatred, if the king who is only there because of Redford becomes the object of criticism, the flames of rebellion seem to engulf Redfort. He continued, "It will not be just a riot like today, but an uprising that can overthrow the whole country." Finished, Roman turned to the prisoner kneeling in front and asked, "Jacqueline, was this riot orchestrated by you?" That sentence made him startle slightly. Then his voice became hesitant. "What are you talking about?" But before he could finish his sentence, Roman interrupted. "The transport of gold by horse-drawn carriage to settle the matter with the Continental Bank was a secret known only to insiders. Who revealed that information to you?" As he said this, Roman emphasized each word, looking straight at Jacqueline. "And is that guy here?" Jacqueline replied hesitantly. It was the tavern owner. Hearing that, the crowd standing below became even more confused. Having said that, he was startled again, a thought popping into his mind. "Now that I think about it, I haven't seen him since yesterday," Roman continued. "Don't you find it strange? When you can defeat the Aura swordsman escorting the carriage, you had the chance to see the truth, but you turned a blind eye." Speaking up to hear, his eyes slightly looked down, gazing at the blue-haired man kneeling in front of him. Remembering the people who helped sell the country, he could not help but continue bitterly, "You have been manipulated by the traitors of the Empire and crossed the line of no return. That is why Viscount London, who was always devoted to his country, had to shed blood. Innocent soldiers had to die." At this point, the images of fallen soldiers appeared before his eyes again. Then once again, Roman looked at Jacqueline with cold eyes. "Jacqueline, do you really think you're the hero who saved Redford?" Jacqueline was surprised when she heard that. Her eyes filled with fear as she looked towards Roman. After hearing Roman's words, the hand that was gripping the weapon also gradually loosened and fell down. Following that, other weapons were also thrown to the ground one by one. Jacqueline bowed her head, her mind starting to become chaotic. He began to ask himself, "It's all a lie. What have I done?" He remembered back in the day when he was at a bar, he once said to someone, "You must be miserable working for a traitor like London. Definitely being exploited for wages." At first, that person was a bit hesitant. But then he said, "Viscount London is not as bad a person as everyone thinks." Jacqueline was a little confused when she heard that. She frowned and hummed. The other person forced a smile and explained, "I can't tell the truth, but please don't hate him too much." Hearing that, Jacqueline sighed in frustration and thought to herself, "Isn't London the bad guy? He's been brainwashed." Back to reality, Jacqueline let out a breath, her face full of chaos. Thoughts kept intertwining in his mind, secretly regretting. "I have made an unforgivable mistake." Until now, the thought of saving him had appeared. Just then a weak voice rang out, "Sorry!" It made Roman pay attention and look in the direction of the sound. Jacqueline bowed her head and said regretfully, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." His voice trembled. "Yes, what should we do now?" The crowd nearby was surrounding him, reaching out as if to grab Roman's shirt and pleading, "Please give me a way to live." "I don't know." In his sincere plea were his hands shaking like his chaotic emotions at the moment. "Even though I know the truth, I still can't accept it." Jacqueline knelt at Roman's feet and screamed in panic, but Roman just looked at her sternly. "Jacqueline!" he cried out his name. Roman was still standing still, looking down at him and speaking. "Jacqueline, you did not pocket the stolen gold, but divided it among the people. That proves your ideals, but it's done, no matter how much you cry and beg. Then those who died because of your misunderstanding cannot be revived." Hearing that, Jacqueline's face stiffened, showing horror. As he drew his sword, Roman continued, "So this never happens again. I will judge you." His sword was already at Jacqueline's neck. At this moment, Roman stood still, holding his sword as he said, "People of Redford, listen, remember this day. Jacqueline is not Redford's hero, but he will be remembered as the benefactor who took your sins." Hearing that, the crowd standing below was also stunned, standing still for a moment as if they couldn't believe their eyes. Roman raised his sword again and declared resolutely, "And later, if you repeat the same mistake, remember, no one will take the blame for you." The light from the sun shone directly on the sword as if it were demanding justice for the fallen soldiers. At this moment, a smile appeared on Jacqueline's lips. He looked straight at Roman with eyes full of gratitude. Roman's sword slashed straight at Jacqueline. The red blood also splattered,
At that moment, Viscount London and his retinue were riding down the road. The people's anger had reached its peak. If the problem is not solved at its root, chaos will continue. Thinking of this, Viscount London's face could not hide his worry. Ultimately, to save Redford's future, someone must overthrow the monarch. Those thoughts kept creeping into his mind. The image of people competing to tear apart the royal power also appeared in my mind. He pursed his lips. I never thought that person would be me. Thinking about it, he immediately spoke up. The knight captain, the other person, immediately replied, "Please give the order." The Viscount turned back and solemnly ordered, "If the royal knights attack us, don't hesitate. Cut off the captain's head to intimidate them. This is the war for Redford, a bloody war for kingship that emerged from his decree." He turned his head away and continued, "Remember, if you don't win the throne, then Redford will be destroyed." The captain replied, "I understand." A moment later, they arrived in front of Redford's palace. Viscount London leisurely sat on his horse, stopping before the palace steps. Before I could do anything, the main door slowly opened. This took Viscount London by surprise. His eyes widened in astonishment. From inside, the royal knight Redford and his army stepped out. They looked solemn, their legs closed together like a unified block. "So we're dealing with royal knights?" Thinking of this, Viscount London couldn't help but shiver, cold sweat breaking out. At this moment, the leader of the army spoke up. "The royal knights are the swords that protect the dynasty." A cold, emotionless face stared at him. He looked straight at Viscount London and said, "I know that opposing the king is a capital crime, but we have to do it to save the country." He closed his eyes and continued, "We will ignore everything, cover our eyes and ears. Just do what needs to be done for Redford, for this country." The echoes of the Royal Knights' army. They were arranged neatly, forming an open path. Viscount London stood frozen for a moment, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. He suddenly realized, I am not the only one who longs for a change for Redford. Immediately, his feet stepped forward quickly. He pushed open the door and at the same time loudly said, "Viscount London requests an audience." But when he saw the scene inside clearly, his expression immediately changed. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed in panic, "Your Majesty!" On the throne, the king now lay motionless on the ground, seemingly without any sign of life. Next to the body there was a letter. London rushed over and opened the letter. In the letter were the Emperor's confessions. "London, I heard you were attacked, and I could not contain my anger at my own irresponsibility. I'm really sorry for leaving you behind. Knowing full well that you have devoted yourself to Redford, I have decided to expose the truth and leave this letter to you." As he read this, London hugged the king's body and could not contain his emotions. 2 streams of tears flowed down, but now the king seemed unable to move. The letter continued, "One day I received a letter. If we don't live a debauched life, they threaten to kill our children." The suicide notes were read by London. His Majesty's bloody body was also held in London's arms. At first we ignored them, thinking they were just meaningless jokes. But then it came true. Reading these lines, Viscount London's face darkened. "Who dares to threaten the life of the Redford royal family?" His face showed horror, and he screamed in his heart, "Who are you?" The words in the letter have now come true. London couldn't help but clutch the letter tightly. They not only murdered my eldest son, but also took the life of my little daughter. The image of a teddy bear, once a child's joy, is now soaked in blood. Now my second son is suffering from the excruciating pain of the poison. The terrible pain that appeared before London's eyes was what His Majesty's second son had to endure. In exchange for a temporary life, he had to drink the antidote they gave him. But even so, death is inevitable. The letter seemed to evoke images of His Majesty's despair. After those depraved scenes, tears kept flowing in my heart. I am not a king, but just a father who always wants to protect his children. I am an incompetent king. If we continue to be greedy for power, many more innocent lives will be sacrificed. Reading this, London fell silent, his eyebrows furrowed. In just a moment, he realized so many unexpected things. Now, Redford's reign has declined. The letters were like knives stabbing into the heart of a poor king. I will abdicate and accept death, so that no more blood will be shed. I entrust this country to you, Viscount London. Read the last line. London burst into tears, clutching the letter in his hand, choking. "Your Majesty!" "Sire?" A moment later, Viscount London entered another room. As he entered, he bowed and said, "Not long ago, His Majesty the King passed away." The person sitting inside seemed to have withered away. He thought for a moment, then replied, "Really?" The man sitting there was Redford's eventual successor, Prince Charlo Redford. Seeing that his expression did not change, the Viscount immediately asked, "Did you know in advance?" Charlo Redford replied, "We are certain that there is some conspiracy behind these events in Redford." Hearing this, London exclaimed angrily, "Why did you know but not say?" Charlo just replied coldly, "What's the use of saying it?" His face seemed lifeless at this moment. He just smiled, embarrassed for himself. "But even when poisoned, we still just want to live." Viscount London heard this and felt a little embarrassed. He hesitantly asked, "Do you want me to succeed Redford immediately?" Prince Charlo pressed his lips together, trying to contain his bitter emotions. The window frame brings in the only light in the room. He sat there as if looking forward to a brighter future, then spoke. "For Redford to survive, it is not enough for our children to abdicate. For power to transfer completely, we need to eliminate the royal bloodline, the source of conflict." Charlo continued to speak out his thoughts on the state of the country. "I know you have done a lot for Redford, so I will be your excuse," Viscount London said. London understood, but he was still hesitant. He asked again, "Prince, is there really no other way?" Charlo replied, "My father has made his decision, so I can also go in peace." Images of bloody royalty flashed through Charlo's mind. Viscount London clenched his fists in anger, his body trembling unconsciously. If it weren't for these troubled times, he would certainly be a good king. Charlo turned back, smiling brightly, and replied, "Thank you, sir." The poison flared up violently, disfiguring his face. The veins on Charlo's face gradually became visible, turning black. Seeing this scene, Viscount London could not help but be shocked. Charlo Redford continued, "I have one last request for you, Viscount London. Please don't let our deaths be in vain." "Get up, Redford," he said, blood flowing from his mouth again. His eyes slowly closed. Charlo left with a satisfied smile, as if he had relieved all the worries in his heart. After saying his last words, Charlo Redford bowed his head, ending his life here. 10 days later at the temple, the cremation ceremony of King Redford and his son was held. Looking at the two bodies gradually burning to ashes before his eyes, Viscount London thought to himself, His Majesty the King, Prince Charlo, Redford would never collapse like this. Thinking, London put his hand on his chest, showing his determination and commitment to take responsibility. "I will replace Charlo and revive Redford," he vowed. Looking up at the sky, he promised himself that he would do everything to help his country. We will always doubt what is happening before our eyes. Listen to the voice of the people and build a strong country, not to succumb to the plot of the Kronos Empire. And I will definitely avenge you too. At this moment, London's tears fell silently. His eyes were filled not only with unyielding determination, but also with an undying hatred. After a while, he turned to his subordinates and said, "The coronation ceremony will be held in a few days." The two soldiers behind heard that and immediately replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." A few days later, the official coronation ceremony took place. Viscount London stands on the balcony of the palace, crowned as king. The crowd cheered endlessly. "Redford! Redford!" He looked down at the cheering crowd at his feet. "Now," London thought to himself, "these are the people I will rule from now on." Over London now hangs royalty and power. Because of that, he clearly felt the pressure that royalty brought. Remembering Roman's words, whether they were from those who called him a traitor or from those who were cheering him on, "They are just people of Redford." He extended his hand towards the stunned Viscount London and continued, "What will happen to them in the future all depends on your reign." Back to reality, London became even more serious, thinking to himself, Redford would never repeat the mistakes of the past. Thinking so, he raised his hand high, responding to the cheers of the crowd. Looking at the passionate king beside him, Roman thought to himself, if the kingdom of Redford is truly restored, Dmitri will have another strong ally. Thinking this, Roman also smiled unconsciously. He then turned back inside and ordered his subordinates to prepare to leave for the Valhalla Empire. "Chris," he replied, "Yes, in no time."
They arrived at the border city of Paulo, Valhalla. The bright sunlight shone down on the beautiful border city. There was a guard there. He said seriously, "Permission to inspect you." The spear-wielding man said solemnly. Seeing this, Roman frowned slightly, thinking to himself, "This is too much, even though I received an invitation." Immediately, the soldier raised his hand to check Roman's body. Chris was about to step forward when Roman spoke up. "Don't make trouble here. Paulo is not a place that welcomes outsiders." Hearing that, Chris had to stop. Once inside, the atmosphere here is also quite bustling, people bustling back and forth. The Valhalla Empire is a rather closed nation, formed from the dense southern forests. Because this country was built in a closed environment, Valhalla always kept away from people from other lands. Chris looked around for a moment and then said, "Just as rumored." Roman, on the other hand, looked around carefully. It is said that the toughest opponents on the continent are the people of Valhalla. They are always hostile to anyone not born in Valhalla. So they never welcome outsiders, with what Roman thinks about the people here. It can be clearly seen that the people of this border city have a different physique, standing out more than those from other places. Chris, behind, was still angry and resentfully said, "After all, you are an invited guest. They should at least send someone to pick them up." "That's rude." Roman smiled, his expression slightly excited. "It seems Valhalla wants to let us know that they do not recognize our existence, despite sending invitations." A while later, they arrived at an inn in Paulo. The inn was quite crowded. Everyone was eating and chatting enthusiastically. The laughter continued to ring out, and by this time, he and Chris had also found their seats. Suddenly, someone put the glass down on the table. "Damn! All the taste of alcohol is gone!" he shouted. He walked up to Roman, his face full of anger. "I don't know where these bastards came from, but if you're an outsider, then shut up and go upstairs and sleep." He leaned closer, looked closely at his face, then continued contemptuously. "Looking at that white, smooth skin, it must have never been touched." He curled his lips, then whispered in his ear with contempt, "You're no different from a woman." With that, he stood up, waiting for Roman's reaction. But Roman just sat there, motionless, a slight smile on his lips. Seeing that, he got angry, banged the table hard, and shouted, "This bastard dares to look down on others! Get out of here now!" People sitting at the next table saw this and started to squeeze in. "Be careful or you might pee your pants." And mixed with the contempt were mocking laughter. Encouraged, the other guy became even more outrageous. He laughed loudly and said, "If you dare to sit there again, I will grab your hair and drag you up there." But Roman was not angry. He just smiled and called, "Chris," he said, putting down his glass and laughing. "Time to let these Valhalla people know we're here." Hearing that, the other guy roared again, "What the hell are you talking about?" But before he could finish his sentence, a hand swung out and hit him straight in the face. It was Chris. He pressed his head down on the table and then calmly replied, "Yes, sir," Chris finished as he took down the Valhalla man.